Chapter 1. The Battle Mage. One afternoon, on a small island amidst the vast, boundless ocean, within a quaint town characterized by its simplicity and rustic charm, a young lad stood in the surrounding forest. He was a slender youth, measuring 5 feet and 8 inches, with tousled black hair and an innocent visage. Clad in a gray training outfit, beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead as he wielded a somewhat rough-hewn wooden sword, its 3-foot length cutting through the air with a sharp whoosh as he struck. After each swing, the boy would return to a standing posture, relentlessly slashing at the empty space before him despite his garments being thoroughly soaked with perspiration and waves of numb pain coursing through his body, threatening to sap his strength. His gaze remained remarkably tranquil, and his movements never faltered. Simultaneously, the youth silently counted the number of strikes in his mind, 4,992 for 1,095. Upon completing 5,000 swings with impeccable form, he exhaled deeply, sheathing his sword and standing still, feeling a warm surge of vitality coursing through him, gradually restoring his energy. The boy was aware that his stamina had significantly improved. Years of rigorous training had taught him that overexertion only resulted in muscle soreness. Hampering the following day's practice thus, he resolved to conclude today's training session and return home to rest. However, just as he intended to depart from the forest's edge, a voice he had long awaited resonated within his mind. Host's physical attributes and strength have reached level 15. Preliminary awakening task completed. Reward: class change. After years of training, I have finally met the requirements. The emergence of this voice elicited a long, triumphant howl from the boy, a relieved smile breaking across his face. His name was Khan, and he had traversed this world over 8 years ago. Initially, Khan harbored no ambitions of becoming stronger. The inhabitants of Wind Village, nestled upon this island in the sea, were warm-hearted and amicable. Although he had been cast ashore due to a shipwreck, he fabricated a tale of amnesia, claiming he could remember nothing but his name. The villagers, seeing him merely as a 6-year-old child, welcomed him with open arms. Once settled in Wind Village, Khan learned that as long as he contributed some labor but harvesting fruit, tending to fields, or delivering goods, she would receive modest compensation in the form of food and secondhand clothing. The village offered little in terms of entertainment. There were no computers or mobile phones, and life was undoubtedly more monotonous than in his previous existence. Yet, for Khan, survival was not an insurmountable challenge. After 2 months of acclimatizing to this new world, Khan's eyes fell upon a bounty poster proclaiming a reward of 1 million berries for a notorious pirate. It was then that he realized he had entered a world of pirates. Upon spotting the bounty, a class change system had bound itself to him, issuing a preliminary awakening task with a singular goal: to elevate his level to 15. During this time, no matter how fervently Khan called upon the system, there was no sign of its presence, nor did it issue any further tasks. Consequently, Khan found himself in a predicament, unaware of his own level, compounded by the lack of formidable figures in Wind Village. Even swordsmanship masters were absent. Thus, Khan relied on the training methods of swordsmanship he had observed in his previous life through the lens of the famed One Piece. After 8 years of relentless and monotonous training, he finally fulfilled the system's requirement at the age of 14. System notification: initiating class change for the host. Once again, the system's alert resounded upon hearing this. Khan's surroundings shifted dramatically, transporting him to a realm of pure white. Before him loomed a colossal golden screen adorned with an array of prominent text. Khan's gaze was immediately drawn to various formidable cultivation systems, including those from the realm of immortal cultivators, alongside the system from the world of One Piece. As a luminous circle began to flicker rapidly among the texts, Khan understood that the draw had commenced. His eyes remained fixated on the screen, tracking the irregularly shaped, flashing circle as it swept across the array of systems. Should he land on either of the 2 cultivation systems, he would be invincible with just a modicum of practice in this world of pirates, paving the way for his invulnerability after a period of diligent training. Moreover, both systems promised prolonged lifespans, making them highly desirable to Khan. Yet, as time passed, the speed of the flashing circle began to diminish. Khan, although initially disheartened by the fleeting glimpses of the immortal cultivators, encouraged himself with the thought that other opportunities still lay ahead. For within the systems of the class change, the realm of the immortal cultivators was not the sole powerful option. Just as the circle hovered over the immortal cultivators and momentarily settled on a Pockmontham system, Khan's heart raced, and beads of sweat formed on his brow. He closed his eyes, fervently praying within himself. Anything but a Pokemon master, please. While the Pokemon world boasted its own strengths, they primarily resided with the creatures rather than humans. If he were to become a Pokemon trainer, he could start by capturing weaker creatures to gradually grow stronger. However, in the world of One Piece, while there were creatures to capture, The formidable ones resided in the sea, such as the Sea Kings or the mighty elephant Lord Khan found himself pondering just how powerful one would need to be to capture such beings. Therefore, the abilities of the Pokemon world would be rendered nearly useless within the context of One Piece. Anything but a Pokemon master, please. As Khan continued to pray fervently, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the dungeon and fighter system. With the system's announcement, Khan's anxieties dissipated, and he exhaled in relief, though the powers of dungeon and fighter might not rival the pinnacle of the immortal cultivation system. They were by no means weak. In his previous life, Khan had been among the 8 million warriors. Well aware of the formidable power structures within the dungeon, he had always held a particular fondness for the Ghost Blade class. Among the Ghost Blade classes, there were the Berserkers, known as the Red God's embodiment of unrestrained fury, as well as the Sword Soul, humorously dubbed the Crane, yet celebrated for its stylish and flashy techniques. Then there were the Blind Ones, who wielded the power of waves, and the Phantom, once revered as a truly top-tier class in a particular version. From these 4 beloved classes, Khan already had a clear preference in mind. I shall become the Sword God. Khan's eyes flew open as he declared this loudly, his youthful voice echoing throughout the forest with palpable excitement. While the Berserker class, known as the Red God, was indeed powerful, Khan knew that adopting that path would entail manipulating blood energy in a manner that was far from pleasant and could potentially torment his will. The Azura class commanded the power of waves, however. As players aptly named them, they were akin to a blind individual. The Phantom class bore no adverse side effects, but to unleash its full potential, one had to forge a contract with a deity, a notion that did not align with the presence of spirits without gods in the world of One Piece. Thus, among these classes that resonated with his preferences and offered a pathway to rapid empowerment, Khan promptly chose the Sword Soul. Although the Sword Soul had often been disparagingly referred to as the Crane or the Iron Cutter by countless players, its growth potential was undoubtedly formidable. However, as Khan proclaimed his choice, he noticed that the circle on the system interface did not cease its movement, transitioning between various classes. I want to choose Sword Soul. Khan paused, realizing that verbal expression alone might not suffice, prompting him to silently assert his desire within his mind. System notification. This class change is entirely random and independent of the host's will. Indeed, the system responded, yet its words fell upon Khan like a bucket of ice-cold water, extinguishing the flickering flame of hope within him and rendering his body momentarily frozen. Khan watched, wide-eyed, as the circle traversed past the Ghost Blade and Gunner classes, ultimately coming to a halt upon a small, red-haired girl wielding a spear. Host class has been determined, Battle Mage. Commencing instruction on the combat techniques and skills of the Battle Mage. Ding! Due to the detection of insufficient magical power within the host is unable to harness the radiant power, rendering it incompatible with the Battle Mage class. Awakening of magical power will now commence. The process of awakening magical power may be excruciating. In order to ensure that the host's psyche and mental state do not succumb to madness from the pain, protective measures will be implemented. Regardless of Khan's stunned silence, the system's voice continued to resonate steadily within his mind. Khan, upon hearing the last ominous words from the system, was abruptly brought back to reality. What protection? Just as Khan was about to inquire about the protective measures, he felt a sudden, forceful blow to the back of his head, plunging him into darkness as he collapsed to the ground, his consciousness gradually fading away. Subsequently, Khan succumbed to unconsciousness, sprawled on the ground, his body instinctively convulsing in response to the pain. Yet, with Khan's convulsions, ethereal magical energies, invisible to the ordinary eye, began to gather and surge into his body, altering his compatibility with the Battle Mage. The Battle Mage is renowned for employing a high-purity magical essence known as Radiant Patterns, which enhances one's strength and speed, combined with exquisite close-quarters combat techniques. As Khan's body craved harmonious magic, the influx of magical energy began to purge the impurities accumulated within him over the years. The muscles Khan had diligently cultivated over the years, possessing great explosive power, yet lacking sufficient flexibility, began to soften, causing their defined lines to fade. Although Khan's muscular definition diminished, his inherent strength remained unweakened. Rather, the newfound softness rendered his physique remarkably supple, enabling him to execute maneuvers in combat that would be impossible for an ordinary person without inflicting harm upon himself. The ability to adapt to high-purity magical energies and possess a body characterized by lightness and flexibility is an essential trait for a Battle Mage. Chapter 2. The Terrifying Transformation. As time passed slowly, the clock unwittingly struck 9 in the evening. After nightfall, The forest, which should have been engulfed in utter darkness, was illuminated by the bright, pure moonlight filtering through the trees, casting a residual glow that bestowed some visibility upon the surroundings. The transformation of the body is complete. Accompanied by the sound of the system's notification, Khan slowly regained consciousness. Just as he was about to curse the system for leading him astray, he noticed a dramatic transformation in the world around him compared to what he had previously seen. In his line of sight, the ground, the air, and even the spaces between the trees were filled with myriad orbs of light, each radiating a faint glow of varying colors. Khan glanced upward at the moon before looking around him, his eyes widening in astonishment. Though it was indeed nighttime, he could perceive the surrounding flora and the ground with crystal clarity. The host has awakened. The knowledge of the battle mage is now being imparted. Meditation allows for the absorption and enhancement of one's magical energy. The Neve's Tactics, a unique combat technique created by the first battle mage, Neve, enhances control over one's physical form, enabling the alteration of attack methods during combat, maintaining balance even while executing powerful, forward-thrusting strikes. Level 1 Spear Mastery and Level 1 Staff Mastery Note. All polearm weapons can be wielded with agility. This skill will improve with practice and combat experience. Level 1 Magic Shield can reduce damage from minor attacks such as bullets, impacts, and slashing strikes. Note: currently, it cannot mitigate damage to the soul. Level 1 Scarecrow, a magical construct formed from condensed magical energy. This skill belongs to the spatial category and can be activated in response to enemy attacks, or it can only be used once within a 30-second time frame. Note: the range of the Scarecrow's displacement depends on the user's proficiency and the amount of magical energy used during its formation. Currently, it can only displace up to 10 meters. Radiant patterns can condense surrounding elemental magic, forming magical orbs of 5 attributes: void, light, darkness, fire, and ice, based on different techniques. Different attributes yield varying effects. They can be launched as magical projectiles or integrated to enhance one's own power. Heaven's Strike delivers a powerful upward blow, which can also be executed laterally. Dragon's Fang allows for a swift thrust forward with the weapon in hand. Falling Blossom Palm channels magical energy into a forceful palm strike directed forward. Round Dance Staff executes a powerful forward thrust, capable of forcefully tossing the enemy in various directions upon impact. As the system's notifications echoed in his mind, Khan felt an innate understanding of combat techniques that seemed to materialize within him. The vast array of knowledge flooding his mind left Khan astounded. He had never imagined that the potential contained within the battle mage exceeded his wildest expectations. While contemplating the myriad techniques in his mind, Khan was acutely aware that despite their seemingly innate nature, without practical experience, their efficacy might remain unproven. Thus, he resolved to rise and test them out. However, as he attempted to stand, an idea suddenly struck him. With a gentle slap of his left hand against the ground, his body sprang upright. Clenching his left fist, Khan marveled at the continuous flow of power emanating from within him, filled with astonishment. At this moment, he should have felt fatigued and sore from a day of training. Yet he instead felt an unparalleled lightness coursing through him, fully aware of how to channel his strength effectively. Although becoming a battle mage was not his original intention, the potential for terrifying growth inherent in this path was undeniable. The system backpack has been activated. The data panel is now open. The task system is operational. The system's voice reverberated in Khan's mind incessantly. Data panel. Upon hearing the character panel had been activated, Khan, knowing that something he had awaited for years had finally materialized, immediately recited silently in his heart. Name: Khan. Age: 14. Occupation: battle mage. Level: 15. The standard level for an ordinary child is 1 for an ordinary adult female, 2, and for an ordinary adult male, 3. Note: level does not solely define physical strength, but correlates with destructive capability. Even a powerful individual of high level can be severely injured or even killed if struck by a strong weapon wielded by a lower level individual, such as being hit by a bullet or cannon blast. Health: 100%. This attribute does not display a specific value and will fluctuate based on physical condition and damage sustained. Magical energy: 2034. This value's recovery and enhancement rate will be influenced by meditation. Weapon: none. Acquired skills: Magic Shield. Khan did not focus on the skill at the bottom, but instead gazed incredulously at the weapon. None on the data panel, then glanced down at the incomplete wooden sword gripped in his right hand. Khan even set down the wooden sword in his hand, only to pick it up again, yet the weapon displayed on the data panel remained unchanged. System: am I not wielding a weapon in my right hand? Why does none appear on the display? Khan earnestly inquired of the system. Initially, when he sought to train, His body was merely 6 years of age, and the villagers, deeming real swords too perilous, forbade him from approaching them. Consequently, Khan was compelled to craft a wooden sword. Although his craftsmanship left much to be desired, the form bore a striking resemblance to a katana, despite the wooden sword's quality barely enduring a week of his training. While it may not qualify as a true katana, it could be begrudgingly classified as a wooden sword. Yet, to his dismay, the system regarded it as if he bore no weapon at all. With this wooden sword, Khan could effortlessly slay beasts. The tranquility surrounding the forest edge stemmed from the fact that, over the past 8 years, he had eradicated the creatures lurking there, leaving only harmless small animals. The larger beasts he had slain were carried down the mountain to share with the villagers. Although this practice yielded a considerable sum of belly, Khan felt a deep sense of gratitude towards the villagers of Wind Village for their care during his upbringing, and thus, he willingly engaged in acts of reciprocity within his means. Only weapons exceeding 2 meters in length qualify as the host's weapon. Only by wielding an appropriate weapon can one enhance proficiency in spear and staff mastery, thereby elevating one's level, the system elucidated in response to Khan's thoughts. Khan furrowed his brow upon hearing the system's mention of a 2-meter length. From his years of experience, he understood that blades shorter than 3 feet were classified as short swords, while those measuring 3 feet, approximately 1 meter, or longer were considered long swords. With 5 foot, around 1.5 meters, swords being designated as simply swords. Blades exceeding 5 feet were deemed great swords. In the world of One Piece, the number of individuals wielding polearms was remarkably scarce compared to those who bore long swords. Among the polearms surpassing 2 meters that lingered in his memory, only Dracula Mihawk's black sword, Yoru, and Whitebeard's colossal Naginata, exceeding 7 meters, stood out. Most other weapons did not exceed 2 meters in length. Whether he could wield Mihawk's Yoru or Whitebeard's Naginata in the future was uncertain, and given his current capabilities, seizing them from those formidable figures was an impossible feat, however. The system was quite clear. Without a polearm, his mastery of spear and staff techniques could not progress. Lacking even the most fundamental weapon would hinder his ability to cultivate and enhance his strength. Does a wooden spear longer than 2 meters qualify as a weapon? Khan pondered. Yes, came the system's reply, illuminating Khan's previously troubled thoughts on how to procure a polearm. The prospect of crafting a wooden sword was already within his capabilities, and producing a wooden spear and a staff would be a trivial task. Consequently, Khan had initially intended to test his techniques. But the absence of a suitable weapon and an inexplicable sticky sensation enveloping him rendered him uncomfortable. Therefore, he resolved to return home for practice and contemplate further plans the following day. Khan casually discarded the wooden sword from his right hand, and with a swift whoosh, the formidable force drove the not particularly sharp, somewhat blunt weapon deep into the earth. Despite having honed his skills in chopping over the past 8 years, allowing him to slay formidable creatures with this wooden sword, it no longer felt like a true weapon to him. Thus, Khan abandoned it. With a gentle push against the ground, he leapt onto a tree trunk soaring over 3 meters high. A light touch on a branch accompanied by the faint rustling of leaves allowed him to glide gracefully among the towering trees, as agile as a swallow. For Khan, who had trained for many years, navigating the branches was hardly a challenge unless fatigue weighed him down. However, the occasional explosive force he exerted could easily snap a branch underfoot. Before ascending the mountain for training, village elders would often remind him to delay his practice and assist with farm chores. He would meticulously time his sessions, descending swiftly through the trees when called. Yet, never before had he felt such lightness in his body or such heightened sensitivity as he did today. Even in the cover of night, while moving rapidly, Khan could discern the subtle movements of leaves on trees hundreds of meters away. This enhancement of his senses astonished him, and each leap he executed felt instinctual, as if imprinted within his very being, enabling him to perform with natural ease, requiring no conscious thought. Khan now reflects on his previous fighting style and realizes that he had previously lacked an understanding of how to effectively harness his own strength. This revelation intensifies Khan's anticipation for the future, as he wonders to what extent his power will increase after validating the various combat techniques swirling in his mind. Chapter 3, Freedom Mission. Subsequently, Khan navigated his way out of the forest's edge, leaping down the intricate stones of the mountain path with the agility of a monkey. By this time, it was already past 9 in the evening, and the lights in the village below had all been extinguished. As he approached the descent, Khan halted his rapid advance. He soon arrived at a modest wooden cabin on the outskirts of the village, measuring less than 50 square meters and standing approximately 3 meters tall, akin to a single-story building. Khan first approached the stone-paved area beside the cabin, where he retrieved a key from among the stones. He then ascended the 2-tiered wooden steps to the front entrance. Noticing a wooden basket placed outside the door, Khan picked it up and opened the door to enter. Once he illuminated the interior, he discovered the basket contained a portion of roasted meat wrapped in cling film, still radiating warmth, accompanied by a note nearby. Upon seeing the note that read today's return gift, Khan's face broke into a smile as he casually placed the basket on the table. The furnishings in the room were sparse, consisting primarily of a wooden bed, a kitchen, a wooden table, wooden chairs, a mirror, an aging refrigerator, and a modest bathroom, essentially the bare necessities for daily living. A few garments, washed clean yet still bearing a certain antiquity, hung on the walls. Notably absent was even the most basic means of communication, the telephone book. However, Khan felt no dissatisfaction. In fact, he was quite content. This wooden cottage had been crafted for him by Uncle Sam, the village carpenter. Upon his arrival in this world and his first visit to the quaint village, moreover, he had yet to leave this small island. And with no friends requiring contact through a telephone bug, he saw no need for one. Khan entered the bathroom and turned on the shower, allowing the steaming hot water to cascade into the wooden bathtub below. Shortly thereafter, after 10 minutes had elapsed, he removed his garments and noticed that his body was encrusted with a layer of grime, rendering it quite filthy. However, Khan paid little heed to this, as during his usual training sessions, he often became heavily perspired, accumulating a great deal of dust. Today, he had also spent a considerable amount of time sprawled on the ground, resulting in his body being considerably dirtier than usual. Subsequently, Khan hung the shower head on the wall and, enveloped in the comforting warmth of the water, sat on a small wooden stool to scrub away the dirt. After more than 20 minutes of cleansing, feeling thoroughly refreshed, Khan finally immersed himself in the wooden bathtub. Ah, what bliss! After immersing his entire body in the wooden tub, Khan couldn't help but exclaim in contentment. Indulging in a warm bath after his daily training was one of the few pleasures that allowed Khan to truly unwind. Khan, immersed in a wooden tub, gazed through the small window on his left. Contrary to the expected pitch darkness outside, the path was surprisingly visible, prompting him to ponder thoughtfully. A battle mage from the demon realm, perhaps? In his past life, Khan was an avid player of the game Dungeon Fighter, well acquainted with the sorcerers commonly referred to as demon realm denizens. This familiarity did not stem from any peculiar fascination with lowly characters, but rather from sharing a name with the first apostle of the fated, Khan, the Demon King. The very essence of the sorcerer class originated from the demon realm under the dominion of the fated Khan, giving rise to 5 principal branches: elementalist, battle mage, summoner, magic scholar, and little sorceress. Among these, the battle mage stands out as an exceptionally formidable class, capable of harnessing the power of the apostles through diligent progression. Excluding the player aspect, there exist 12 apostles within Dungeon Fighter, regarded as the mightiest beings beneath the creator god, Karis. The combined strength of these 12 apostles even managed to vanquish Karis himself. When it comes to class advancement, the battle mage arguably surpasses the various classes of the demon slayer, leaving Khan with little room for discontent regarding his potential. However, he harbored some reservations, particularly concerning the fact that the battle mage does not solely rely on superior martial skills. During an awakening, transformation is a requisite. System. If I wish to fully unleash the power of the god of battle, Bariana, must I transform? Khan inquired, holding on to the hope that reality in the world of One Piece may differ from the game's mechanics. Yes, came the system's prompt response, swift and succinct. Am I to understand that I cannot maintain my gender while exerting my full strength? Khan questioned, the answer aligning with his expectations yet still fostering a glimmer of hope. This inquiry bore significant weight on how he would ultimately harness his capabilities, compelling Khan to seek clarity on the matter. Although Khan had never played the battle mage class in his previous life, he was well aware that it was a noble transformation profession. The allure of the battle mage's first awakening, where Bariana transforms from a cute lowly into a striking mature woman, captivated many players to embrace this vocation. In the context of the game, the adorable little lowly evolving into a stunningly attractive and charismatic mature lady is visually appealing. However, when applied to himself, it left Khan feeling quite unsettled. The transformation into Bariana, the god of war, is inevitable. However, upon achieving the realm of the Ist, the battle spirit through a second awakening, one can maintain their original form even while exerting full power. The system seemed to have sensed Khan's underlying resentment and hope in his inquiry, pausing for a moment before providing this response. When Khan awakens, he realizes that in order to fully harness his potential, transformation is essential. However, upon surpassing the limits of his first awakening and reaching the second level of enlightenment, he can maintain his inherent gender. Although Khan's emotions were somewhat complex, he found himself able to accept the situation, for even with the power of the god of battle, Bariana, he did not necessarily need to transform in order to triumph over his adversaries. Are there any tasks available from the system? He inquired, suddenly recalling that the mission system had also been activated. For free tasks have been detected, the system responded. 1. Eliminate alone. Who has established the evil dragon empire in the village of Kokoyasi? Reward, 1 hour of accelerated learning. 2. Slay Captain Click of the Click Pirates, who is hovering over the East Sea. Reward, 2 hours of accelerated learning. 3. Defeat Buggy the Clown of the Clown Pirates, who is circling over the East Sea. Reward, 3 hours of accelerated learning. 4. Vanquish Monkey D. Garp, located in Windmill Town. Reward, 100 hours of accelerated learning. The system's voice resonated within Khan's mind. What is accelerated learning? Khan, upon hearing about this accelerated learning, was somewhat perplexed. He had assumed that the task rewards would consist of items and equipment from Dungeon and Fighter. Yet he was taken aback to discover it was something entirely unfamiliar to him. In accelerated learning, the host's cultivation achievements are enhanced with 100-fold efficiency. The system succinctly elucidated. Upon hearing this, Khan was taken aback. This meant that the fruits of his 1 hour of cultivation were equivalent to the accomplishments of others over 4 days, perhaps even more. After all, It is improbable for a person to engage in cultivation for a full 24 hours. Achieving 8 hours of practice in a day is already commendable. Those who dedicate over 10 hours to cultivation are truly monstrous beings. However, upon deeper reflection, Khan realized that this was a job transfer system. His ability to transition into a battle mage did not alter the fundamental nature of the system, which primarily revolved around dungeon warriors. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for the task rewards to differ from his initial expectations. What, then, is a free task? Khan inquired nervously, glancing at the final task listed under free tasks. While it would be somewhat perilous to pursue the clown, Buggy, there was still a glimmer of hope. However, if he were compelled to hunt down the hero, Monkey D. Luffy, he might very well risk his life. Free tasks are unrestricted. The host may choose whether or not to undertake them based on personal discretion. The system's voice echoed once more. Khan felt a sense of relief upon learning that the task was not mandatory, signifying that he need not rush to set sail just yet. He could take the time to hone his abilities before embarking on his journey. However, as Khan scrutinized the 4 tasks presented before him, he noted that, apart from the general location and the associated rewards, there was a conspicuous lack of further details. What about their profiles? For instance, what are their strengths? And what approximate level do they possess? Why is this information not included? Khan inquired directly. The mission will only provide a rough location of the target. Without any pertinent information, the host must investigate the target's strength on their own. The system's concise words further solidified his resolve to diligently enhance his own capabilities before venturing out to sea, without any indication of the target's approximate strength and level. If the opponent met his expectations, it would be fortunate if they were weaker. However, should their power exceed his assumptions, it would surely lead to his demise. Will these free missions eventually vanish? Upon hearing this, Khan contemplated a pivotal question and posed it. The target will vanish upon death. The system's words echoed once more. Upon hearing this, Khan felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Although undertaking tasks was undoubtedly the most expedient way to enhance one's strength, one must first possess a solid foundation. Besides, as long as these task objectives remained alive, they would not vanish. Khan did not believe that his recent transition to a battle mage had endowed him with the strength to embark on various missions at sea with impunity. Without any level indicators who could ascertain the perilous nature of the tasks assigned by the system, it would be prudent to enhance his abilities further before contemplating maritime ventures. Thus, he resolved to devote some time to diligent training in order to augment his prowess. Khan is now merely 14 years of age, standing at a height of 158 centimeters, and his physique has yet to fully develop, thus there is no need for haste in embarking upon the seas. The current year is 1515 in the maritime calendar. 15 years have elapsed since the pirate king, Roger, revealed the existence of the great treasure. During these 15 years, due to the influence of Admiral Sengoku, the situation across the seas has remained relatively stable. Khan, in his previous life, had indeed watched One Piece. Yet his understanding was limited to various significant events within that world. He was uncertain about the specific year in the pirate era when Luffy set sail, and consequently, the momentous Marineford War unfolded. However, even if he were aware, it would hold little relevance to him, since the mission was not compulsory. Khan decided not to contemplate embarking on a journey until he felt his strength was sufficient to safely accomplish the various tasks assigned by the system. Chapter 4. Consumed by the Devil Fruit? At 10 o'clock in the evening, Khan rose from the enormous wooden tub. After drying his hair with a towel, he intended to dress and have dinner, allowing about 10 minutes for his hair to dry before resting. This had been his routine for the past 8 years. Just as he reached for the clothes placed outside the bathroom, he noticed a smooth, unblemished hand. Khan was momentarily taken aback upon glimpsing the delicate, fair hand. Khan raised his hands, waving them before his eyes, and beheld the unblemished, pale palms devoid of any calluses. A sense of confusion washed over him from a young age. He had labored in the fields for the villagers, and after 8 years of relentless toil, his hands were accustomed to a thick layer of calluses, and his skin bore the rich hue of bronze. Yet now, he found himself staring in astonishment at these delicate hands before him. A troubling thought crossed his mind, prompting him to swiftly glance down at his body. Fortunately, his brother was still there. Khan exhaled with relief upon glimpsing his younger brother's abdomen, whispering in gratitude, "Where are my abs?" However, his gaze soon fell upon his own flat stomach, and he felt a surge of shock as he realized what had transpired. He had once taken pride in his prominent six-pack, yet now it seemed to have vanished. The battle mage requires an adaptation to high-purity magical energy, as well as a lithe and flexible physique to execute intricate martial techniques, the system explained, perceiving Khan's inquiry and responding with calm assurance. The system's words brought Khan a measure of tranquility. Reflecting on it now, he noted that he could perceive magical elements that had previously eluded him, and he could see them clearly even in the night. Upon returning, he felt a remarkable lightness in his body, likely a result of the transformation the system had mentioned. Understanding the reason behind these changes, Khan donned his clothes and stepped out of the bathroom. At the end of the corridor outside, he caught sight of his reflection in a mirror mounted on the wall. There stood a fair-skinned, somewhat slender youth with striking black hair and an attractive visage. Aside from the disappearance of his well-earned muscles and the newfound pallor that rendered him somewhat frail, he appeared as handsome as ever. And Khan found little reason to dwell on the matter further. Khan did not contemplate discussing with the system the possibility of reverting to his former appearance. For the system had made its stance abundantly clear, only with such a physique could he adapt to the combat style of a battle mage. Although this transformation resulted in the loss of his abdominal muscles, his manhood remained intact, and its appearance was further enhanced by his fair skin, rendering it even more pristine and handsome. Khan approached the table and finished the roasted meat gifted to him by the villagers before returning to his bed. The following morning, at 6 o'clock, Khan awoke and, after a brief morning ablution, resumed his day. Khan stepped out of his home and strolled along the path lined with small trees. "Good morning, Aunt Lena." As Khan strolled along, he greeted a robust middle-aged woman named Lena, who was placing her freshly grown vegetables onto a cart. "Good morning," he said with a smile, before continuing on his way. Lena, upon hearing his voice, responded with a smile of her own. However, when she turned around, she noticed a delicate-looking young man clad in gray, his fair complexion contrasting with the earthy tones of the path as he walked by, exchanging friendly pleasantries with the neighboring villagers. Lena pondered, when did our village acquire such a handsome young fellow? Soon, she observed that the neighbors he greeted responded in kind. After Khan had walked some distance away, Lena approached a nearby house and inquired of Sam, "Do you know that charming young man?" Sam, a sturdy man in his 30s standing at nearly 6 feet tall, shook his head in response. "No, I don't." "Then how come you chatted with him for a bit?" Lena pressed on. "He mentioned that if he could assist in any way, I should feel free to call on him." I simply replied, "All right," Sam explained. Lena reflected, "Isn't that something only Khan would say? How could this boy echo Khan's words?" With a chuckle, Sam remarked, "Now that you mention it, there is a resemblance. But that slender lad could never be Khan." "Just don't say that in front of Khan. It might upset him," Sam added, glancing at the retreating figure of the dark-haired youth. Though this handsome boy bore a similar height to Khan, the latter was a robust, muscular youth, despite being only 14 years old. Khan possessed strength beyond his years, often assisting in moving heavy logs exceeding a ton, and he displayed remarkable courage, having set traps to hunt large animals like bears and wild boars for grand feasts. Who he truly is will be revealed in time. For now, I must head off to Chopwood. Please save me some fresh vegetables. I'll return for them at noon, Sam said with a jovial smile, hefting his axe as he made his way up the mountain. All right, Lena nodded, momentarily setting aside her curiosity about the identity of the handsome youth. She resumed arranging fresh vegetables onto her cart, intending to sell them at the busier intersection. Khan greeted as he made his way into the village, arriving at a spacious courtyard with a grand house. There, he beheld a figure clad in a black, form-fitting outfit, standing at an impressive height of 2 meters 20. The robust and muscular back, along with arms as thick as a thigh, exuded an explosive strength, resembling a formidable bear of a man. He called out, "Good morning, Uncle Ifu." Khan greeted with a familiar nod. Khan has always had his breakfast here, while lunch and dinner are typically obtained by working for the villagers. Khan has arrived. "Breakfast is ready, please go in and eat," said Uncle Yif, the blacksmith of Windy Village, who was watering the plants in his yard. Upon hearing this, a warm smile graced his face as he spoke. "Thank you, Uncle Yif." Upon hearing a courteous expression of gratitude, Khan pushed open the grand door and stepped inside. As Khan approached, he realized that Uncle Ifu exuded an undeniable sense of reliability and strength. With a formidable level of 12, Uncle Ifu had dedicated 8 years to relentless training, ultimately achieving a remarkable level 15, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary humans. It was unexpected to discover that Uncle Ifu possessed such prowess. However, considering Uncle Ifu's robust physique and arms that were thicker than his own thighs, it was evident that his strength was indeed extraordinary. "Young man, who are you?" Uncle Ifu inquired, sensing a gaze upon him. As his eyes shifted from the flowers before him, he noticed a slender youth with fair skin and a handsome countenance entering the scene, who asked curiously, "Uncle Ifu, do you not recognize me?" "It is I, Khan." Upon hearing the uncle's words, Khan approached him, pointing to his own face and inquiring, "Are you jesting with me? My physique is far more robust than yours." In response, Wybie spoke in a booming voice, his tone somewhat unfriendly. Upon hearing these words, Khan sensed the unfamiliar gaze of Uncle Ifu, who had always been kind to him. Looking at himself once more, he recalled the transformation he underwent last night. His physique and appearance had changed slightly, which might explain why Uncle Ifu no longer recognized him. "Uncle Ifu, I truly am Khan. It was you who discovered me during the shipwreck when I was 6 years old and brought me here." Following your introduction, the uncles and aunts in Wind Village, along with the village chief, warmly welcomed me. You even asked Uncle Sam to assist in constructing a house for me in a location away from the village center, Khan earnestly explained. Upon hearing the words of the youth before him, Eve's gaze turned skeptical. Judging by appearances, this young man did bear some resemblance to Khan. However, the Khan he encountered just yesterday was a figure of robust musculature, his skin showcasing a healthy bronze hue, in stark contrast to the fair, slender youth standing before him. It reminded him of an afternoon 3 years prior, when I discovered the unsightly items you had covertly concealed beneath the bed, Uncle Eve. Khan sensed Uncle Ifu's skeptical gaze and pondered how to earn his trust. Soon, he recalled a piece of information unknown to others and spoke up loudly. Whether Uncle Ifu was willing to believe him would undoubtedly affect his breakfast, thus Khan knew he must provide a thorough explanation. Ahem. Hold on. Before Khan could finish his words, Uncle Ifu's face flushed with embarrassment, and he cleared his throat, interrupting Khan's impending remarks. Uncle Ifu, do you now choose to believe me? Khan's face broke into a smile upon hearing this. Although it was somewhat difficult to believe, the matter remained known to no one else but that young man. Let us go in for breakfast, and in the meantime, enlighten me as to why you have transformed in this manner. Upon hearing this, Ifu scrutinized Khan, who was smiling. Paused for a moment, and then replied, all right, thank you, Uncle Ifu. Upon hearing that breakfast was ready, Khan joyfully exclaimed. Eve observed Khan, who, with a light-hearted gait, entered the house, seemingly quite familiar with his surroundings. After following him inside, Eve saw Khan already seated at a grand dining table, indulging in his meal. Khan, what has happened to you? Eve inquired, noticing Khan's hearty appetite. Taking a seat on a massive stool opposite Khan, he continued, I cannot quite fathom it myself. Yesterday, while training in the forest, I stumbled upon a rather peculiar fruit. My stomach was grumbling, so I decided to taste it, and after a brief nap, I suddenly transformed. However, that strange fruit was truly quite unpalatable. Upon hearing this, Khan had already contemplated a way to explain his circumstances and began to speak. The oddly shaped and rather unpalatable fruit made Ivor murmur in reflection, pondering the meaning behind Khan's words. You consumed the devil fruit? Suddenly, a realization struck Ivor, and he sprang to his feet, his eyes wide as copper bells, and exclaimed loudly at Khan, what is the devil fruit? Khan, appearing perplexed, inquired, is there anything wrong? Do you feel any discomfort in your body? Upon hearing this, Ifu had completely convinced himself that the person before him was indeed Khan. However, after a brief pause, Ifu shook his head and replied, I feel no discomfort. In fact, my body feels lighter than before, and I seem to possess considerably more strength. Upon hearing this, Khan spoke up, saying, as long as you feel well, quickly finish your breakfast and go help in the village. Ifu, upon hearing this, smiled and replied, all right. Khan noticed that Uncle Yev had no suspicions and nodded with a smile before continuing his meal. Thank you for the breakfast, Uncle Yev. I shall see who in the village needs assistance. Soon after, having filled his belly and cleaned the dishes, Khan remarked cheerfully, take your time. Yev said with a smile as he watched Khan depart. Chapter 5. For years after Khan closed the door of the house and left, Yev heard the sound of the door shutting. Sitting in his chair, his once robust and upright figure suddenly seemed to age a few years, his back curving slightly. For Yev, the devil fruit represented an ominous omen. 14 years prior, his son had inadvertently consumed a devil fruit, gaining extraordinary powers far beyond the ordinary. He had set out to sea in pursuit of the legendary treasure spoken of by the infamous pirate king, Roger, just before his demise. Roger's words had sparked a surge of pirates across the seas, yet even with supernatural abilities, venturing into the tumultuous waters was not a trivial endeavor. The outcome was predictable. Within less than 6 months of sailing, news of his son's tragic demise reached Yev, leaving him without a grandchild. His wife, burdened by grief from the devastating news, succumbed to illness and passed away. This event had profoundly impacted Yev, plunging him into despair for several years, until more than 8 years ago, he fortuitously encountered Khan, a 6-year-old boy stranded from a shipwreck, whose charming demeanor captivated him. Yev brought Khan back to the village. Although Khan was an outsider, he was remarkably intelligent and polite from a young age, readily assisting the villagers with various tasks, earning their affection. Now at 14, Khan had become a well-known figure in the village. Yev planned to leave this house to Khan upon his coming of age and teach him the craft of blacksmithing, allowing Khan to lead a prosperous life with his skills. Little did he anticipate that after all these years, he would have to wait a few more years for Khan to mature, hoping he would eventually take over his legacy, marry a spirited young woman from the village, and enjoy a peaceful life. However, fate took an unexpected turn when Khan inadvertently consumed a devil fruit. While the powers bestowed by the devil fruit were indeed remarkable, endowed with legendary and extraordinary abilities, the dangers of the open sea filled Yev with trepidation, and he fervently wished for Khan to remain ashore. Is this merely fate? Yev pondered nostalgically about his departed wife and son, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over him. Unbeknownst to Khan, Yev's thoughts about his consumption of the devil fruit were laden with such gravity. Nevertheless, with Yev's example to guide him, Khan explained the situation to the villagers, who gradually came to accept it. After assisting with some farming tasks from 6 in the morning and enjoying a hearty lunch, Khan ventured into the depths of the forest to practice his skills. Khan approached a towering stone, standing over 2 meters high, and retreated to a distance of 10 meters. Khan recalled the techniques and movements swirling in his mind, gathering a sphere of white magic energy in his right palm. With a forceful stamp of his right foot against the ground, he propelled himself forward with the swiftness of a leopard, traversing a distance of 10 meters in the blink of an eye. As he executed the falling blossom palm, it struck the colossal boulder with a resounding crash, producing a thunderous boom. A circular indentation, over half a meter in diameter, marred the surface of the once unyielding stone. Khan sensed the surrounding magical elements suddenly intensify, coalescing before him into a palm-sized crimson orb of magic, within which a flickering flame danced. He gazed at this red magical sphere, recognizing it as the distinctive arcane manifestation characteristic of the battle mage profession. Khan pondered for a moment, lightly touching the ground, and retreated several meters away. A singular thought crossed his mind. Go. Yet, nothing transpired. The crimson shimmering patterns continued to hover around his form, failing to be unleashed. Subsequently, Khan focused intently on a distant boulder, and with a surge of intention, the red patterns traced a swift arc through the air, directly striking the already dented giant stone, penetrating its core. The boulder, which was already on the brink of shattering from Khan's previous blow, erupted violently as the shimmering patterns surged within. Sharp fragments of stone scattered through the air, and as they approached Khan, his body instinctively conjured a magical shield. A pale blue halo enveloped Khan. As the splintered debris struck the luminous aura surrounding him, its velocity and force diminished significantly, allowing Khan to effortlessly evade the oncoming assault. Khan stood 30 meters away, gazing at the shattered fragments of stone that had been obliterated, his smooth and unblemished right hand reflecting a sense of astonishment. Previously, it would take him 2 powerful strikes to fracture a single massive boulder. However, with the application of the falling blossom palm technique, the force transformed from a broad impact to a concentrated point of destruction, although it had yet to penetrate fully. The power of Khan's strike upon a human target was undeniably far superior to his previous might. Most importantly, the crimson patterns that naturally emanated from the falling blossom palm astonished Khan with their sheer potency. He subsequently conducted further tests on the falling blossom palm and the patterns it produced, realizing that the red patterns possessed explosive capabilities. The initial overwhelming force stemmed from the fire attribute patterns penetrating deep within the stone, allowing for the complete obliteration of the boulder. Had he struck an intact boulder directly with the patterns, it would have merely resulted in a small indentation. Khan began to experiment with other techniques. When he employed the spatial magic of the scarecrow, he felt as if he had teleported, finding himself 10 meters away, with a diminutive scarecrow left in his original position. This sensation struck Khan as astonishing, and soon his heart swelled with exhilaration. This was indeed a true life-saving skill, if mastered. It could enable him to evade a lethal strike at crucial moments. However, when Khan attempted to use it again, a thought crossed his mind, and he found himself unable to activate it. In haste, he opened his data panel to scrutinize the skill description of the scarecrow. To his dismay, he discovered that this ability was distinct from others, as it could only be employed once within a span of 30 seconds. Understanding the limitation brought Khan a tinge of disappointment, yet he recognized that this was a vital skill meant for survival. If he could use the scarecrow incessantly, he would be invincible. Consequently, lacking a suitable weapon, Khan tirelessly practiced the falling flower palm and familiarized himself with the art of dazzling patterns, awaiting the moment to utilize the scarecrow again. However, after a mere half hour, he gazed at his dwindling magic power, which had diminished to a mere 500. Khan unleashed a powerful punch, shattering a small tree, which was only slightly thicker than an adult man's arm and over 2 meters long, as it began to topple. He grasped it firmly in his hand and instinctively executed a technique known as Dragon Tooth. In Khan's grasp, the long stick transformed into a magnificent dragon. Striking forward with ferocity, the swift thrust of the wooden pole sliced through the air with a resounding whoosh. Without pausing, Khan performed a swift upward motion with the staff, reminiscent of a soaring dragon. Although the tree had yet to be refined, it evidently qualified as a type of staff in the system's assessment, thus morphing into a formidable weapon in Khan's hands. Immediately, with a flick of his wrist, the staff surged forward in relentless attacks, resembling a torrential downpour upon the void before him. His movements were fluid and precise, as if he possessed an innate understanding of the crude weapon he wielded. Khan was engrossed in his cultivation within the forest, lost in a trance until a powerful pang of hunger gradually brought him back to reality. As he patted his growling stomach, the sensations of fatigue and hunger washed over him, reminding him of his physical exhaustion. Raising his gaze, he noticed that the sky had imperceptibly transitioned into the evening, prompting him to cease his training for the day. Upon returning home, after indulging in a soothing bath and savoring dinner, Khan was on the verge of slumber when the thought of meditation crossed his mind. He opened his data panel and noted the impressive figure of over 200 magic points. Lying on his bed, he endeavored to meditate. As he engaged in this practice, he felt himself transported to a tranquil realm, where faint currents of magic surrounded his being, flowing steadily into him. With the influx of this ethereal energy, Khan could distinctly sense the weariness from a day of rigorous training gradually dissipating. When he perceived a revitalizing lightness enveloping him, brimming with newfound vigor, he opened his eyes. The dawn had softly broken, and upon glancing at his data panel, he noted that although his level had not ascended, his magic points had increased from 2,034 to 234 after a night of meditation. An augmentation in magic points signified that he could devote more time to refining his techniques. After having breakfast at Uncle Eve Place, Khan assisted the villagers until noon before ascending the mountain once more. Thus, the days passed, and Khan's prowess grew stronger with each passing day as he grasped various new techniques. Unbeknownst to him, for years slipped by. In the year 1519 of the sea circle calendar, as dawn broke, a young man, standing at an impressive height of 6 feet 2 inches with fair skin, emerged from his home. Despite donning humble, threadbare garments, his strikingly pale complexion rendered him remarkably handsome. "Good morning, Khan. Are you heading to the mountain to train this afternoon?" inquired Aunt Lena, who lived next door, her face marked by the passage of time but brightened by a warm smile upon seeing the young man. "Good morning, Aunt Lena. However, I believe I shall refrain from climbing the mountain for training today. Upon hearing this, Khan shook his head with a smile and remarked, "Are you not planning to ascend the mountain for training? Does that imply you have no obligations this afternoon? Unbeknownst to you, you have reached the age of 18. And you have grown increasingly handsome. I wonder when you intend to find a wife?" Lena's eyes, imbued with the wear of time, sparkled at Khan's words. In just a few strides, she approached him and said, "I believe my daughter Winnie is quite admirable. She possesses a beauty reminiscent of my youth and is only a year and a half younger than you. Moreover, she has always harbored feelings for you. If you find the time, why not stroll around the village with my child and get to know each other?" Lena's expression was one of delight as she spoke quickly. Having watched Khan grow up, she noted how, after his skin transformed from a bronze hue to a fair complexion, he had become remarkably handsome. Now, for years later, Khan's appearance had only become more refined, making him quite popular among the village's young maidens. Yet, Khan had consistently devoted his mornings to assisting the village before retreating to the mountains for training, entirely avoiding interactions with the blossoming young women of the village. Witnessing the striking young man come of age and realizing her daughter's affections for him, Lena was naturally inclined to facilitate their connection, especially now that Khan seemed disinterested in his training. "Yet Lena, I am not yet inclined towards that notion. When I do consider it, I shall reflect thoroughly." As Khan faced Lena's relentless approach, he took a few steps back and hurriedly said, "When you decide to take action, be sure to inform Auntie. However, you must act swiftly. Once this village is passed, the opportunity may be lost." Observing Khan's earnest demeanor, Aunt Lena ceased her advance and replied with a warm smile. Very well. I shall first visit Uncle Ifu." Upon hearing this, Khan nodded eagerly. After speaking, he swiftly maneuvered past Aunt Lena and made his escape. Despite Aunt Lena having entered middle age and becoming somewhat portly, it is no exaggeration to say that her daughter bears an uncanny resemblance to her youthful self in terms of beauty. Winnie, Aunt Lena's daughter, possesses a captivating charm that has garnered the attention of many young men in the village. However, Khan's thoughts were solely preoccupied with the impending voyage, leaving no room for distractions. Chapter 6. The Gift of Adulthood. After 4 years of rigorous training following his promotion, Khan had remarkably attained level 45 3 days prior, a stark contrast to his former self. Upon reaching this new level, he initially contemplated further immersing himself in training. However, reflecting on the 6 months it took to ascend from level 44 to 45, he realized that if he continued to rely on solitary practice for further enhancement, the duration would be even more protracted, potentially extending to an arduous 7 or 8 months. Thus, considering the impending journey, Khan resolved to set sail and ascertain the strength of the so-called evil dragon within the pirate world, one who was hardly regarded as a formidable adversary. Should the dragon's strength align with his expectations, hovering around level 20, he would then seize the opportunity to embark on a quest to vanquish various powerful foes and utilize his accelerated learning to bolster his abilities. Conversely, if the dragon proved to be significantly stronger than anticipated, he would retreat to continue his diligent training. Now, Khan sought out Uncle Yif to inform him of his upcoming voyage. Since the age of 6, he had been relying on Uncle Yif for meals, and the latter had played a pivotal role in his upbringing. Thus, it was only fitting that Khan shared this news with him before embarking on his journey. Soon, Khan arrived at the threshold of Uncle Yif's courtyard. They quickly settled at the dining table, enjoying breakfast together. "Are you still planning to train in the mountains today, Khan?" Uncle Yif asked with his habitual smile, glancing at Khan, who had grown into a young adult before his eyes. "I'm not planning to go today. I have something important to discuss with you, Uncle Yif." Khan, upon hearing this, spoke with a serious expression. "Are you planning to set sail?" Eve, his enormous figure trembling slightly, replied with a complex gaze. "Yes, you rescued me from the shipwreck and have nurtured me for so long. So I feel it is necessary to inform you before I embark on this journey." Upon hearing this, Khan nodded and spoke. Ifu observed Khan's serious expression and felt a sense of melancholy as he thought to himself, "This day has indeed arrived." After Khan revealed that he had consumed the devil fruit, Ifu had secretly ascended the mountain to observe Khan's training. He discovered that Khan had ceased to practice with the previous crude wooden sword and had instead taken up a polished wooden staff and a wooden spear. Though Ifu, being a blacksmith, regarded Khan's weapons as rudimentary and poorly crafted, the seemingly fragile staff and simple spear in Khan's hands transformed into formidable instruments. With a thrust or a flick, they could effortlessly pierce through solid rock and lift boulders weighing several tons. Furthermore, in the second year after Khan's consumption of the devil fruit, Ifu witnessed Khan's ability to soar through the skies, employing a spherical, luminescent projectile whose power far surpassed that of a bullet, an extraordinary force he had never seen or heard of before. Such incredible abilities manifested within Khan. Khan had never previously mentioned his desire to venture out to sea, yet Eve understood that the day Khan yearned for such an adventure would inevitably arrive. At present, Khan's prowess had surpassed that of humanity, rendering the quaint village of Windy incapable of holding him back. "What do you intend to pursue on the open sea? Do you aspire to seek out the so-called great treasure spoken of by that infamous pirate king, Roger, and become a pirate yourself?" Eve was inundated with thoughts, remaining silent for an extended period as he gazed at Khan. When Roger's name was mentioned, Eve's voice unconsciously grew louder. His own flesh and blood had perished in pursuit of a treasure whose existence was uncertain. The notion that Khan, whom he regarded as a son, Might tread the same perilous path filled Eve with dismay. No, I wish to explore the world beyond. Should danger arise, I shall return. Upon hearing this, Khan looked at his palm, clenched his fist, and felt the power within him yearning for release. With a confident gaze, he spoke. He had been in this world for a full 12 years, diligently honing his strength to navigate through the perilous seas dominated by pirates. Day after day, he had devoted himself to rigorous training. Even after advancing to the rank of battle mage, he did not presume himself invincible enough to venture out to sea. Instead, he intensified his efforts in self-discipline. However, the rate of his personal progress had proven to be exceedingly slow, compelling Khan to contemplate the idea of embarking on a journey across the ocean. Do as you wish, Eve remarked, observing Khan's unwavering confidence. Realizing he could not dissuade him from setting sail, he stood up, turning his back to Khan, and spoke aloud, as if in a display of fierce determination. Khan observed Uncle Ifu's robust and upright back, which, at that moment, appeared somewhat diminished, seemingly displeased with his impending departure. He recognized that he owed Uncle Ifu a debt of gratitude, yet he knew he must leave regardless. Uncle Ifu, I am profoundly grateful for your kindness over the years. I assure you, I shall return alive, so please await my good news at home. Khan rose to his feet and approached Uncle Ifu's side. Although Uncle Ifu did not turn to face him, Khan straightened his back and then bent forward deeply, expressing his gratitude with a tone that was both appreciative and resolute. Just as Khan was about to take his leave after bowing in thanks, a voice called out from behind him, "Wait." As Khan turned at the sound, he beheld 3 objects soaring towards him, which he effortlessly caught with a swift motion. Momentarily, he found himself gazing at 2 elongated sticks, each exceeding 2.5 meters, bound tightly in thick black cloth, along with a heavy fabric bag. He paused in contemplation. How could one traverse the vast ocean armed only with a mere wooden stick and a frail spear? Consider those 2 items as my gift to you for your coming of age. Moreover, without funds, how can you embark on such a journey? That 100,000 belly was initially intended to be saved for your future bride, since you were set on venturing out to sea. Allow it to serve as your fare for the journey ahead. Uncle Ifu observed the bewildered Khan and spoke in a deep, measured tone. I am profoundly grateful for your nurturing, Uncle Ifu. I shall undoubtedly repay your kindness in the future. Upon hearing that it was the life savings left to him by Uncle Ifu, Khan felt a surge of emotion and once again bowed in gratitude. As for the other 2 items, Khan had already discerned their significance. After all, Uncle Ifu was a renowned blacksmith in the village, frequently crafting a variety of agricultural tools for the villagers and even forging long swords. While he may not produce the most famous blades, Uncle Ifu's craftsmanship was undeniably exceptional. And it was from him that Khan had acquired his knowledge of swordsmanship. If you can return alive to see me once more, that will be the greatest gratitude I could receive, Uncle Ifu said, his gaze flickering as he spoke, as Khan bowed again. I will certainly return to see you again. Khan nodded seriously upon hearing the words, and soon left with a smile gracing his face. Although Uncle Yev did not wish for him to venture out to sea, he ultimately supported Khan's decision. Don't let yourself perish out there, lad, Yev murmured as he approached the window, watching Khan's silhouette gradually fade into the distance, feeling a mix of anger and an unspoken reluctance within. After departing from Uncle Yev's estate, Khan stowed away the 2 weapons, wrapped in black cloth, along with a pouch containing 1 million berries into his system backpack. Acquired the forged black iron staff, quality, common iron, moderate. Acquired the forged black iron spear, quality, common iron, moderate. Khan, upon hearing the voice emanating from the system, couldn't help but reflect on the distinction between experts and novices. In the past, when he crafted long staffs and wooden spears, their inclusion in the system's inventory went unnoticed, devoid of any notification, held in his grasp. The system panel displayed these weapons as nothing more than inferior, shabby implements. Yet now, the weapon bestowed upon him by Uncle E, despite its seemingly modest rank, garnered formal recognition from the system. Clearly, the weapons crafted by professionals and amateurs are not to be compared. Although Khan has now mastered the Radiant Dragon's Crescent, conjuring a golden crescent blade of terrifying power through his magical prowess, he still chose to keep 10 shabby long staffs and 10 dilapidated wooden spears in his inventory, ready for immediate use. For while the Radiant Dragon's Crescent is indeed formidable, it demands a staggering expenditure of 100 mana points per second during its use, limiting even him from engaging in prolonged combat with the Azure Dragon's Crescent. Khan glanced at his data panel. Name, Khan age, 18 occupation, battle mage level, 45. The typical level for a child is 1. For an ordinary adult female is 2. And for an ordinary adult male is 3. Note, level does not solely signify physical strength but is correlated with destructive capability. Even a powerful individual at a high level can be gravely injured or even killed by a low-level person wielding formidable weapons such as bullets or artillery shells. Health points, 100%. This attribute does not display a specific value and may fluctuate based on physical condition and incurred damage. Mana points, 23. 305. The recovery rate of this value is influenced by meditation. Weapon, none. Mastered skills, Heavenly Strike level 30, Dragon's Fang level 30, Whirlwind Staff level 30, Scarecrow level 15, Mastery of Staff and Spear level 12, Magic Shield level 10, Double Hammer Strike level 20, Shatter Dominance level 18, Combat Instinct Level 13, Automatic Aura Level 12, Aura Explosive Level 11, Self-Aura Fusion Level 10, Aura Suppression Level 5, Shadow Flash Level 5, Meteor Assault Level 5. Radiant Dragon Barrier Level 1, Radiant Dragon Dance Level 1. Additionally, the Unlevelable Meditation and Witchcraft of the Nivi. Extra Skill, Observation Haki Level 9. His Observation Haki awakened after mastering Combat Instinct at Level 20. Combat Instinct. This ability significantly enhances one's speed, strength, and perception, allowing for rapid discernment of an enemy's intentions and swift reactions during battle. This skill is undeniably formidable. Since its awakening over 3 years ago, Khan has diligently trained his Observation Haki, achieving Level 9, enabling him to sense occurrences within a radius of 5,000 meters. Khan is uncertain about the current level of his Observation Haki within the world of One Piece. However, he believes that while his proficiency in Observation Haki may not be regarded as the pinnacle, it is certainly quite advanced. Despite the smooth awakening of his Observation Haki, he has yet to master Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki. Khan remained indifferent to this, for in recent years he had primarily focused on mastering the use of the magic within him. He aspired to comprehend the intricacies of Armament Haki, intending to seek guidance from a formidable individual. Once he grasped the essential techniques, it should not prove overly challenging. As for Conqueror's Haki, its awakening still eluded him. Perhaps the time had simply not yet come, or perhaps he lacked the requisite qualities. Should he fail to awaken it, Khan would not press the issue. Chapter 7. Setting sail. As Khan walked towards the sea, he pondered the day's significance. It was Saturday, the day when Uncle Jason traditionally transported the week's catch to other islands for sale. Khan was uncertain how far he would venture, for Uncle Jason made the round trip in a single day, resting on Sundays before resuming his fishing endeavors the following week. Khan had long possessed the ability to fly using magic. However, aside from Uncle Ifu, no one else was aware of this. Wishing to venture out to sea without causing a commotion, Khan decided to accompany Uncle Jason to other islands before making further plans. Khan made his way to the coastal port, where he beheld a 20-meter vessel. Beneath the ship, on its side, a middle-aged man clad in a dark brown short-sleeved shirt, revealing his muscular arms, was directing a group of young, vigorous lads as they loaded fish onto the vessel. Uncle Jason. Khan approached the middle-aged man quietly, greeting him with a smile. Khan, what brings you to seek me out today? Did not he say that you should refrain from assisting me, lest the sin of fish clings to you too strongly, making it difficult for you to find a wife? The man, affectionately referred to as Uncle Jason, turned at the sound and smiled as he spoke. Although he had prohibited Khan from aiding him, Khan had consistently lent his assistance to others in the village, which endeared him to Jason, who held a favorable impression of the polite and capable young man. Uncle Jason, I wish for you to take me to the other islands. Upon hearing this, Khan chuckled and inquired, what do you wish to do on other isles? Jason, taken aback by Khan's desire to explore other islands, crossed his robust arms over his chest and gazed at Khan with a look of astonishment before responding, I wish to venture out to sea and behold its wonders. Upon hearing this, Khan elucidated his intent. Is it truly possible that Ifu has consented to your voyage? Jason exclaimed, taken aback, gazing at Khan in disbelief. In their village, it was universally acknowledged that Ifu regarded Khan as a son. Jason had no doubt that if Khan were to marry, Ifu would willingly finance the wedding. Initially, Uncle Ifu had opposed the idea, yet he ultimately acquiesced to my departure. He merely wished for me to return alive to see him once more. Khan sensed the complexity of his emotions reflected in Uncle Jason's gaze, yet he managed to smile as he spoke. Uncle Jason, I must personally inquire with Ifu regarding this matter. If he truly consents, I shall take you out to sea. However, should he refuse, I would prefer not to be cast in the role of the villain, lest I incur Ifu's ire. Upon hearing this, Jason's face exhibited a look of difficulty, and after a moment's contemplation, he earnestly replied, very well, but I hope you will keep the matter of our seafaring excursion to yourself. It suffices to simply ask Uncle Ifu. Upon hearing this, Khan nodded and spoke. Jason noticed that Khan exhibited no signs of distress and did not readily accept his one-sided assertions, prompting him to seek out Eve. This was due to the fact that Eve's biological son had previously embarked on a voyage aboard Khan's vessel, only to receive tragic news within less than 6 months. Although Eve did not cast blame upon him, the incident lingered in Jason's heart like an unresolved knot. Therefore, when confronted with a similar situation once more, Jason felt compelled to seek clarity. Before long, within half an hour, Jason returned to the port. Upon his arrival, he observed that the robust young workers had already loaded the fish onto the ship. After compensating them for their labor, he cast a penetrating glance at Khan, who appeared frail and delicate, with pale skin that suggested a certain fragility. After confirming Eve's intentions and learning of Khan's remarkable strength, which he deemed sufficient for the rigors of the sea, Jason ultimately acquiesced to the arrangement. Khan's physique appeared frail, yet whispers of his extraordinary feats reached Jason's ears. Tales of him effortlessly lifting colossal trees weighing over 2 tons. Jason, however, found it perplexing how such a seemingly unassuming frame could harbor such immense strength. Come aboard. I shall take you to sea, Khan beckoned. Regardless of Jason's understanding, Eve held an unwavering belief in Khan's capabilities to venture into the ocean, leaving him with little to add. Thank you, Uncle Jason, he expressed with gratitude. Upon hearing this, Khan felt a sense of relief and smiled. Subsequently, he boarded the ship with Jason as it set sail. Since it was a vessel for transporting fish, the deck retained a lingering, pungent odor of fish despite frequent cleaning. However, Khan paid no mind to it. He stood on the deck, gazing into the vast, undulating sea, a fire igniting within his heart. After 12 years in this world, on the 21st of May in the year 1519 of the Oceanic era, he departed from the tranquil island that had offered him solace. Leaving behind the kind uncles and aunts of Wind Village who had shown him such warmth and care, embarking on a great journey, he yearned to witness firsthand the true nature of the pirate world. Jason noticed Khan standing still on the slightly swaying deck, and he too acknowledged Deep's words in his heart. Khan, undoubtedly embarking on his maiden voyage, effortlessly acclimated to the swaying of the grand vessel. This alone serves as ample evidence that Khan is far from the frail young man he appears to be. Jason's destination was a small island known as Starmoney Island, which, although not in close proximity, could be traversed in just over 5 hours. As noon approached, Khan found himself aboard Uncle Jason's fishing boat, nearing the vicinity of Starmoney Island. From a distance, Khan observed the beach of the small island, where numerous women clad in swimsuits lounged on sunbeds, basking in the warmth of the sun. A few naval personnel patrolled the area, making it evident that this island was decidedly more affluent and advanced than the one he had originally inhabited. For Wind Village to engage in substantial trade, it would require the efforts of individuals like Uncle Jason to venture out to sea. However, upon merely gazing at the 3 sizable merchant vessels docked at the harbor, Khan realized that this island must be relatively prosperous and bustling with activity. Uncle Jason's fishing boat smoothly approached the harbor. "Khan," he said, as you set sail, "I regret that I do not possess any worthy gifts for you. Please accept this 20,000 belly as a token of my goodwill. Use it to purchase some clothing. And with the remaining funds, you may board other merchant ships to journey to different islands." Before disembarking, Jason approached Khan and handed him a small pouch. Upon hearing this, Khan initially wished to decline, for he already possessed 1 million burley from Uncle Ifu. However, when he caught sight of Uncle Jason's reluctant gaze, Khan nodded in acceptance. "Thank you, Uncle Jason." He mused that if he could not make a name for himself out in the world, he could always return to Wind Village, where a home would forever await him. Observing Khan's acceptance, Jason, with his rugged hands calloused from labor, patted Khan's frail shoulder, a smile gracing his face as he spoke. Indeed, upon hearing those words, Khan felt a surge of warmth in his heart, and he nodded once more. "Take care on your journey." Jason patted Khan's shoulder again and, having spoken, descended the gangplank. Khan held the pouch of coins bestowed upon him by Uncle Jason and proceeded along the path leading to the harbor. Upon reaching the town, he caught the fleeting glances of several young women, their attire resplendent and fashionable. Khan's tall stature and handsome visage certainly drew their attention, however. Their interest waned upon noticing his rather antiquated and somewhat faded gray garment. His appearance suggested that he was a rustic individual from a remote and underdeveloped island, devoid of significant wealth. Even if he were to exhaust all his savings, it was unlikely he could afford even a single piece of their exquisite attire. Khan remained largely indifferent to the heavily adorned women surrounding him. It is quite natural for one to feel a sense of superiority upon encountering those who appear to be in a less favorable situation. The fact that they did not cast disdainful or contemptuous glances at his attire, but rather chose to overlook him entirely, was, in itself, a commendable outcome. Khan wandered around, seeking out a familiar-looking elderly man setting up a stall. He politely inquired about the location of the bar before making his way directly to the local tavern. In the world of One Piece, bars are often a melting pot of diverse characters, primarily consisting of those who have traversed the seas. Thus he hoped to glean directions to Cocoa West Village. Before long, Khan arrived at a bar marked with a sign reading Barbie Tavern. From outside, he could hear a cacophony of shouts and catch the rich aroma of alcohol wafting from within. Although it was midday, the atmosphere inside the bar appeared rather dim. Khan pushed open 2 wooden sliding panels suspended in midair with a creak and stepped inside. Upon entering the bar, he immediately felt the weight of numerous scrutinizing gazes upon him, some of which were laced with ill intentions. However, after observing him for a moment, they seemed to realize he bore no valuable possessions, and one by one, their eyes shifted away as they returned to their drinks. "A pint of ale for me," the proprietor called out. Khan made his way to the bar, settling onto his circular high stool, observing the elderly man, who didn't even spare him a glance upon his arrival. He spoke, 500 Bailey. The bar owner lifted his murky eyes at the mention, casting a glance at Khan, and responded with a voice steeped in age. Khan opened his purse and promptly retrieved the copper coin. Soon, a large mug of murky ale slid across the bar, coming to a precise halt before Khan. "Boss, I would like to inquire about some information." Khan glanced at the beer before him without a moment's consideration and spoke up. He was not particularly fond of alcohol. His knowledge of drinks stemmed primarily from an understanding of bar etiquette. He knew that to glean information, one must partake in the establishment's offerings. For what reason would others have to answer one's inquiries otherwise? "What information do you seek?" The bar owner, seemingly accustomed to Khan's kind, did not bother to raise his gaze. Instead, he continued to polish the glass in his hand with a clean cloth, casually responding, "I wish to know how to reach Cocoa West Village and ideally, I would appreciate it if you could inform me whose boat on the island could take me there directly. Khan observed the proprietor's reaction but chose to disregard it, speaking up without hesitation. Yet, as Khan's words echoed through the air, the previously boisterous tavern fell into an unexpected silence. For those seasoned sailors frequenting the bar, the mysteries of Cocoa West Village were unknown, yet they had often heard whispers of ill-fated ships that, when nearing the small island, would mysteriously encounter calamities at sea, marking it as an ominous place. Cocoa West Village, I know its whereabouts, but alas, there are no direct vessels from our island to reach it. The bar owner, upon hearing Khan's inquiry, lifted his gaze and scrutinized the handsome young man, then spoke, even in the absence of direct routes. If you could simply enlighten me on the fastest way to get there, that would suffice. Upon hearing this, Khan chuckled and said, give me 5,000 berries, and I can introduce you to a merchant vessel nearby, as well as provide you with a sea chart to Cocoa West Village. The bar owner, noticing Khan's smile, replied without hesitation. He was indifferent to the young man's intentions for traveling to Cocoa West Village, nor did he concern himself with what fate awaited Khan upon his arrival. He was merely engaged in this transaction. Upon hearing this, Khan did not engage in further conversation. Instead, he once again retrieved 5,000 berries from his pouch and placed them upon the bar. After a brief moment, the bar owner, noting Khan's promptness, uttered a word of acknowledgement before turning to retreat into the back of the establishment. He instructed Khan to seek out an individual named Ham at the port, whose vessel would be anchored approximately 200 miles from the vicinity of Cocoa West Village. Soon after, the bar owner reemerged, presenting Khan with a rolled-up nautical chart and a note bearing his signature, while discreetly pocketing the 5,000 berries that Khan had left on the bar. Upon learning that he could venture to the nearby waters 200 miles away, Khan glanced at the nautical chart to ensure there were no discrepancies. After folding away the chart and the note, he departed. Chapter 8. The Evil Dragon Pirate Crew after leaving the tavern. Having acquired the nautical chart leading to Cocoa West Village, Khan felt no rush. He first entered a clothing store, selecting 3 loose-fitting, comfortable short-sleeved shirts to don. As Khan emerged from the store, his demeanor appeared significantly more vibrant. After indulging in a hearty meal at a nearby restaurant, he proceeded to the port in search of a man named Ham, as indicated by the tavern owner. Ham was a middle-aged man of considerable girth, his obesity rendering his eyes nearly invisible. Upon receiving the note from the tavern owner, Ham cast a glance at the slender Khan, sensing no threat, and promptly stated, 3,000 berries. Upon hearing this, Khan did not engage in haggling, but promptly handed over 3,000 belly. You seem rather impoverished, yet you are surprisingly generous with your coins, he remarked. Come aboard. We shall set sail in 15 minutes. The journey will take 3 days. Aside from mealtimes and restroom breaks, you are permitted to roam only on the deck. Ham observed as Khan counted the belly, and upon receiving it, he did not bother to recount. His merchant vessel was accompanied by naval escorts. Thus, despite Khan's fierce demeanor, he felt no fear, especially considering Khan was merely an ordinary young man. Khan paid no heed to Ham's claim of poverty and promptly boarded the vessel. Many others joined him, most appearing to be ordinary folk. It was evident that Ham was engaged in the transportation of goods, simultaneously offering passage for a fee, ferrying individuals to islands along the trade route. After all, for a merchant, the more avenues for profit, the better. Khan surveyed his surroundings and noted that most individuals around him were at levels 2 or 3, which fell within the realm of normalcy. Only a handful of robustly built men reached level 5. He glanced at 3 corpulent sailors leaning against the ship's railing, laughing and chatting, each possessing a mere level 8. Inferior even to Uncle Ifu. Yet, Khan reflected on Uncle Ifu, who had spent a lifetime as a blacksmith, laboring with tremendous strength, making him as formidable as a bear, far surpassing these sailors who resembled mere sacks of wine and food. However, Khan's attention was drawn to the firearms clutched by the 3 sailors, and a glimmer of awareness flickered in his eyes. Despite their seemingly lackluster levels, the threat posed by their weapons was substantial. Even a level 15 or 20 individual could suffer grave injury if struck in a vital area, and without timely medical intervention, such wounds could prove fatal. A volley of gunfire would undoubtedly pose a threat to even higher-level beings, as even the most inexperienced sailors wielding firearms could instill considerable fear in ordinary pirates. Yet, this threat was limited to the common folk. For Khan, the presence of these armed sailors bore no peril. Furthermore, there was no rationale for them to engage him. Thus, he swiftly found a place on the deck to sit and entered a state of meditation. The pursuit of strength necessitated accumulation, and although 3 days was a brief span, Khan was determined not to squander it. Before long, the 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During their voyage, the merchant ship encountered a few pirates, but the presence of the 3 sailors dissuaded the adversaries from approaching. In the East Sea, ordinary pirates tended to steer clear of the Navy, unless they possessed confidence in their ability to outpace gunfire. Otherwise, confrontations with the Navy typically resulted in injuries and capture. On this particular noon, the merchant ship, captained by Ham, reached its destination, Clen Island, the very stop where Khan intended to disembark. Upon stepping ashore and standing atop the cliff by the sea, Khan scrutinized the nautical chart in his hands. The tavern owner had not only provided him with a map to the village of Kakaxia but had also included charts detailing much of the East Sea, even marking the renowned rock town. The price exceeded that of charts obtained through conventional channels, yet it was undoubtedly worth the investment. At present, Khan was merely a hand's breadth away from the island of Star Money, where he had originally embarked on his journey, and a mere finger's length from the island marked as Kekoxia village. As for the island where Win Village was located, it was not recorded on this chart, however. Khan had mentally noted its position. Once he reached Star Money Island, returning to Win Village would pose little difficulty. These sea, while not as vast as the Grand Line, still required considerable time for a common sailor to navigate its myriad islands unless one headed directly towards Rog Town. Upon confirming his direction, Khan ascended into the air, soaring towards the village of Kokoasia, located 200 nautical miles away. For Khan, who had mastered the art of magic, the ability to fly was merely a trivial endeavor, a simple application of his magical prowess. As long as he refrained from flying at full speed, the magical energy he consumed each second could be balanced by his rate of recovery, resulting in no net expenditure of power. Although 200 nautical miles would not pose a challenge at full speed, Khan opted for a more measured pace to preserve his full strength and avoid the potential pitfalls of overexerting his magic. Nevertheless, even at a reduced velocity, he glided swiftly across the ocean at a speed of 50 meters per second. As Khan soared through the skies, he pondered the memories of his past life concerning the malevolent dragon. According to Khan's recollections, the dragon had brutally imposed its dominion over 20 villages surrounding the village of Kokoasia. However, the audacity of Ham's journey to Kokoasia, a distance of 200 nautical miles from the island of Klin, suggested that the dragon's reign had not yet extended beyond this considerable expanse. This could be attributed to either the insufficient power of the dragon's minions or the dragon's fear of drawing too much attention, which might expose its deeds to a more formidable naval force, leading to inevitable retribution. Thus, it was highly probable that the dragon's control over the 20 villages was confined to the nearby isles and hamlets surrounding Kokoasia. Khan was not particularly inclined to rescue the village of Kokoasia. Rather, his motivation stemmed from the fact that among the 5 available freedom missions, only the evil dragon and Monkey D. Garp were marked with specific locations. The other 2 targets, Buggy the Clown and Click, had consistently roamed the seas of the East Blue without a fixed abode. Locating them proved to be a formidable challenge, necessitating inquiries and intelligence gathering. Directly seeking out Monkey D. Garp to assess his strength was not a feasible option, thus leaving him with the choice of confronting the evil dragon. The evil dragon was an adversary that Luffy encountered shortly after embarking on his journey, and although not particularly formidable within the world of One Piece, Khan assessed that engaging with the evil dragon, given his current capabilities, would pose minimal danger. This encounter would provide him with an initial understanding of the power dynamics within the One Piece universe, allowing him to determine his future course of action. Additionally, there was a newly emerged freedom mission that had appeared approximately 2 years prior, targeting the assassination of Port Asti, Ace, who was known to linger in the waters of the East Blue, with a reward of accelerated learning set at 10 hours. As 2 years had elapsed, the reward for the mission concerning Port Asti, Ace had escalated significantly, yet it remained unattainable for the time being. During these past 4 years, there were instances when Monkey D. Garp faced similar situations. When a mission could not be undertaken, it signified that the target had departed from his vicinity, leaving Khan uncertain of their whereabouts. Khan remained unhurried. As Port Asti, Ace grew stronger, the rewards would only become more substantial. He was also aware that Ace's future location would be near the New World. As he gradually traversed the vast pirate world, their paths would inevitably cross. In the coastal vicinity of Coco West Village stood a magnificent 5-story mansion, distinctly different from the other structures on the island. Beneath this grand edifice lay a harbor, which had become a diving platform for the fishmen. Some of them leaped from the edge of the dock into the sea, only to resurface moments later, reveling in their play. Brother Arlong, in just a few days we will be able to collect protection fees again. Do you think they will have enough money? Inquired a peculiar fishman with pale skin, short brown hair, and lips protruding like a triggerfish. This kissing fishman was one of the officers of the Arlong pirates, known as Jew, capable of shooting water with bullet-like force. They had already granted the humans a month to gather funds. If insufficient, a few threats would surely compel them to find a way to earn the necessary money. Another figure, a robust man with pale skin, clad in a martial arts uniform and sporting a ponytail with 2 fish fins protruding from his elbows, spoke up. This soft-boned fishman was Kruby, also an officer of the Arlong pirates, a master of fishman karate with a skill level of 40 degrees, able to easily pierce through ships in the sea. Belly is not the issue. What we seek is the new navigational charts brought back by Nami. With updated maps, we can discover the unguarded islands in the East Sea. Once we dominate them, the funds collected monthly will only increase, declared a formidable shark fishman, his blue skin clad in beach attire, grinning widely to reveal his sharp teeth. This shark fishman was Arlong, who deemed the East Sea's navy as weak, yet recognized the threat posed by their weaponry to his fishmen, apart from a few officers. To gain an advantage over the East Sea Navy, his comrades needed to destroy their ships at sea beforehand. Otherwise, encountering the Navy on land would significantly elevate the threat level, given their superior weaponry. Therefore, to expand the influence of the Arlong pirates in the East Sea, they required detailed intelligence and navigational charts, particularly those that documented the lesser-known islands typically omitted from standard cartographic sails. Only after confirming the maritime routes could they proceed to suppress and dominate. After all, not everyone could be easily swayed like Captain Mouse, a drunken fool lost in greed. However, with greater wealth, he could gradually recruit more Navy personnel. Shambodi, yesterday crewbie went a patrol. Today, you will check on their situation, Arlong instructed. Glancing at a pink octopus fishman with 6 arms and white, spiky hair. I will swim a few laps and return, replied Shambodi with a smile. Ready to take the plunge. As he prepared to leap into the sea, Shambodi noticed a distant black dot rapidly approaching. The sun was particularly blinding that day, causing him to squint even while shielding his eyes. Brother Arlong, something is coming, Shambodi exclaimed. What are the 3 brothers on lookout doing? Why have they not reported the approaching navy? Arlong stood up, concern etched on his face. He had dispatched fellow fishermen to monitor the 30 nautical miles radius. If other vessels approached, they needed to ascertain their identities. Should they be Navy, he would contact Captain Mouse for clarification. If they bore the pirate flag, they could be hunted down without hesitation, for it had been a long time since any merchant ships dared to approach Coco Island. Thus, the newcomers were either a pirate crew or the Navy. However, should cannon fire be imminent, he needed to intercept it to prevent injuries to his comrades. As Arlong rose, Ju, holding a telescope, looked in the direction Sabot indicated, his expression turning anxious. Brother Arlong, that is not a cannonball, it is a flying person. And they are moving incredibly fast. What nonsense! A flying human? How could that be in the East Sea? Such individuals should be on the Grand Line by now. Arlong exclaimed incredulously. Though he had heard of certain devil fruit users possessing the ability to fly, such individuals typically resided in the Grand Line, not in this remote area. Yet, as the black figure drew closer, even without a telescope, Arlong discerned the form of the approaching figure. It was a young man with black hair, appearing somewhat frail, almost as if he would succumb to a single punch. As the black-haired youth hovered several meters above them, he surveyed the scene, recognizing that flying adversaries were often formidable. Arlong cautiously scrutinized the young man, despite his initial impression that this human might not be stronger than himself. What brings you here, human? Arlong inquired. Sabot, crewbie. And Ju were astonished that their leader had not immediately resorted to violence, but instead sought to understand the intruder's purpose. Even a robust human would have little chance of resistance before them, and a frail one could easily be dispatched with a single blow. They were taken aback by Arlong's cautious demeanor. However, since he refrained from attacking, none of them dared to act recklessly. Khan gracefully descended to the ground, surveying his surroundings, where he was met with the vigilant gazes of the mermen. These robust and formidable mermen, each boasting a level exceeding 12, stood before him. It is worth noting that in Wind Village, aside from himself, Uncle Ifu, who had spent his life as a blacksmith and was as strong as a bear, had barely reached level 12. The majority of normal adult males typically only achieve level 3, while those who are somewhat sturdier and have undergone some training might reach level 6 or 7. It can be inferred that Kakaxia Village and the nearby Isles likely mirror Wind Village, with only a few exceptions. Thus, they would stand little chance against the 30-odd mermen led by the fearsome level 20 dragon. After 8 arduous years of training, Khan had finally attained level 15. Whereas the dragon, seemingly lacking in any rigorous training, possessed a daunting level 20. The rumors suggesting that mermen possess physical prowess tenfold that of humans appeared to hold a grain of truth. Upon witnessing this black-haired human land 50 meters away, the dragon remained silent, seemingly disregarding Khan's inquiry. Human, I ask, what brings you here? Are you deaf? The dragon's anger surged, prompting him to bellow. I have come to slay you all. Upon hearing the colossal voice of the malevolent dragon, resonating like a sonic wave, Khan lifted his gaze to behold the creature, whose level only reached a mere 20. With a tranquil expression, he remarked calmly. For Khan, regardless of whether the physical prowess of the mermen surpassed that of humans, the dragon's level and strength were somewhat beneath his initial expectations. Khan's words were remarkably calm, yet the utterance sent a chilling wave through the surrounding mermen, causing them to shudder involuntarily. Even the notoriously defiant dragon, upon hearing Khan, could not help but take a step back. How could a mere lowly human instill such fear? However, the dragon soon recognized the absurdity of feeling intimidated by a human and felt a surge of rage swell within him, his eyes turning crimson as he exclaimed loudly. With a powerful thrust of his right foot against the ground, the dragon produced a resounding crash, shattering the tiles beneath him and creating a small pit. His towering frame of 2 meters and 6 centimeters surged forward like a charging tank, swiftly covering a distance of 50 meters, his massive fist, the size of a sandbag, aimed directly at Khan's face. Yet, just as his fist was about to connect, the dragon was suddenly struck by an intense pain radiating from his abdomen. His fist seemed to drift farther away from the human's face, and his body was propelled backward, crashing into the enormous stone door. The impact was thunderous. The sheer force of the dragon's colossal body shattered the door, sending debris raining down upon him, causing a warm surge to rise in his throat as he coughed up a significant amount of blood, the cloud of dust obscuring his vision. The mermen of the crewbie, the dragon pirate crew, gaped in astonishment, unable to fathom the scene before them. Their elder brother Along had been sent flying by a human? Moreover, it was a seemingly frail human wielding nothing but a broken wooden spear? How could he possibly survive such a blow? Khan gazed contemplatively at Along, whose vitality had plunged below 30% following the devastating impact of his dragon tooth attack. and continued to dwindle slowly. He had initially presumed that he had slain a Long with a single shot. However, upon piercing a Long's abdomen and sending him hurtling away, he realized that he had merely inflicted a grave injury. Was it a testament to the resilience of the fishman's life force? Or did the disparity in levels also play a crucial role in the tenacity of one's vitality? Khan's whispers permeated the ranks of the fishmen and the Arlong pirates, akin to the insidious murmurs of a demon. This seemingly unthreatening human, armed only with a wooden spear, effortlessly sent Arlong flying, despite the latter's recent injury, which had left a gaping wound in his abdomen, a grievous injury indeed, not to be taken lightly. The numerous fishmen of the Arlong pirates instinctively raised their feet to flee. But among them, only the small 8 clutched a knife in each hand, while Kirby assumed a defensive posture, ready to strike. Gio attempted to make a hasty retreat to the sea, as he needed water to unleash water bullets with the force of bullets. However, the palpable fear, rage, and desire to escape that coursed through the fishmen were all laid bare before Khan's keen observation hockey. In Khan's perception, both Arlong and the fishmen moved with an exasperating slowness. Small 8 and Kirby could only perceive a fleeting blur before them, as the human vanished in an instant, a speed that made their hearts sink with dread. Khan's figure moved with remarkable swiftness, his spear gliding through the air like a soul-reaping chain. In but a second, it pierced the abdomens of over 30 mermen. Following this, with a powerful swing, the spear executed a sweeping arc of 360 degrees. It cleaved through the air with such velocity that it generated a formidable shockwave, sweeping across the surrounding mermen within 100 meters, severing them in half and casting them away into silence. Along, ensnared within the stone slab, felt the darkness encroaching upon his vision, witnessing the carnage. His eyes reddened with fury as he let out a primal roar of despair, struggling to extricate himself from the stone. The grievous wounds he had sustained rendered standing a laborious endeavor. Yet, indifferent to the gaping wound in his abdomen, he crawled determinedly toward the octopus hand that had fallen before him. With trembling hands, Along grasped the tentacle, raising his gaze to the dark-haired human who stood a short distance away, wielding a wooden spear. He unleashed a wretched scream, akin to that of a vengeful spirit. Human, our evil dragon pirate crew bears you no ill will. Why do you perpetrate such violence? Having roamed the East China Sea for many years, Along was certain that this was indeed the first time he had encountered such a human. Conflict the blood from his spear, and although some of it was absorbed by the wood, a considerable amount splattered onto the stone slab with a resounding thud. You have wielded power over dozens of villages, taking countless lives, yet when it is your turn to become the prey, do you truly fail to comprehend? Then allow me to inquire. The people of the villages under your dominion have committed no wrongs, nor have they offended you in any way. Why then? Do you choose to extinguish their lives? Upon hearing those heart-wrenching words, Khan swiftly approached Aaron, gazing down at him with an expression of utter tranquility. As a villager of Wind Village, Khan understood that most villagers merely sought an ordinary existence, lacking the strength to oppose the powerful. It is because you are inferior beings. Upon hearing this, Aaron attempted to retort loudly, only to be met with a kick to his wounded area from Khan, eliciting a cry of anguish. Khan gazed down calmly at Aaron, who was wailing in agony from the impact of his kick, and slowly began to speak. I hold no objection to your view that humans are inherently ordinary and frail. Indeed, the physical prowess of your kind, the fishmen, is undoubtedly superior to that of humans. However, why do you not seek out those humans who, like you, possess extraordinary strength? Instead of coming to this remote region of the East Sea to dominate those who are defenseless and have never wronged you? I suspect it is because deep down, you are aware that you lack the power to confront formidable beings like myself. Thus, you resort to bullying those who bear no enmity towards you. Weaker humans who fall short of your might. You may find justifications for your actions, whether they be trivial grievances or otherwise. To me, you are merely a feeble fishman. And therefore, I require no reason to extinguish your existence. The words of this human pierced Aaron's heart like daggers, rendering him speechless in the face of such confrontation. Khan observed the self-esteem of Aaron, shattered by his own actions, leading to the loss of vitality in his gaze. Aware that merely allowing Aaron to remain in his current state would inevitably lead to his demise, Khan resolutely made his way into the house, intending to retrieve the accumulated treasures of Bailey that Aaron had gathered over the years. Chapter 10. The flux of the world. Had the vile dragon not been so feeble and easily locatable, Khan would not have felt compelled to venture forth solely to vanquish it. The dragon, notorious for its malevolence, paled in comparison to the countless pirates in this treacherous world, who were far more ruthless than Aaron. Perhaps the villagers under its dominion were innocent and good-hearted, yet Khan felt no obligation to intervene. Humanity is inherently selfish. Despite his formidable strength, the notion of rescuing villagers he had no connection with was utterly implausible. From the moment he embraced his power and set sail, Khan understood he would not become a paragon of virtue. Instead, he yearned to lead a life more vibrant than in his previous existence, to witness landscapes and human experiences that diverged from those he once knew. As for exterminating the fishmen of the dragon pirate crew, Khan felt little emotion. The blood he had witnessed while eradicating the large beasts on the mountains of Wind Village far surpassed the meager spillage of blood from these few fishmen. Khan had long understood that the world of pirates is one governed by the law of the jungle, where only the strong can ensure their safety, acquire their desires, and safeguard the individuals and possessions they cherish. Once a person possesses formidable power, a darker facet of their nature may emerge. It is merely a matter of whether one can uphold their final principles within. Khan's inner principle is to refrain from attacking ordinary humans who have not offended him. During the recent battle, Khan utilized his observation haki to ascertain the location of Arlong's belly. Although Khan still possesses the funds provided by Uncle Ifu, the belly given by Uncle Jason is nearly depleted. Thus, with an opportunity to seize more belly at hand, Khan naturally feels no hesitation. As Khan ascended the staircase to the top floor, a voice resonated in his mind. The mission to slay the dragon has been successfully completed. Reward: 1 hour of accelerated learning. The world fluctuation rate is at 1%. The implications remain uncertain. The world fluctuation rate? What could that possibly mean? Khan was momentarily taken aback by the response and promptly inquired, "Is my host level insufficient to be informed?" The system's calm voice resonated within Khan's mind. "I am already at level 45. Is that still inadequate?" It was the first time Khan had encountered a question that the system could not answer, leaving him utterly astonished. "Insufficient," came the system's succinct reply, effectively extinguishing Khan's desire to engage in theoretical discourse with it. He understood that, given the system's response, there was no way he could extract any further information. It was reminiscent of the period shortly after he had bound himself to the system, until he reached level 15. No matter how fervently he called upon it, the system remained utterly silent. Although the notion of worldline fluctuation did not strike Khan as particularly favorable, potentially rendering the world more perilous, he reassured himself that as long as his strength was sufficiently formidable, it would suffice. As Khan pondered, he opened the door to the stairway, revealing a veritable mountain of berries piled within. He harnessed his magical powers to directly transfer these berries into the adjacent sacks, subsequently integrating them into his system. There were merely over 10 million berries, leaving him to wonder what Arlong had expended them on. Before departing, Khan also took the liberty of removing Arlong's corpse. Anything lifeless could be stored within the confines of his system's backpack, and Arlong's body was worth at least 20 million berries. With a sufficient amount of berries, he could indeed procure a vessel for sailing. However, Khan had no immediate plans to claim a reward, as the current sum was adequate for his needs, allowing him to gather information and search for the whereabouts of the clown Buggy and Kuro. Khan intends to eliminate all the pirates in the Freedom Mission before proceeding further. As for Monkey D. Garp, although the reward appears exceptionally generous, amounting to an astonishing 100 hours of accelerated learning time, Khan feels that his current strength is insufficient and thus chooses to refrain from pursuing this target for the time being. Khan harbors no animosity towards Monkey D. Garp, but neither does he hold any particular fondness. Garp, while celebrated as a hero of the Navy, has also sheltered the biological son of the Pirate King, Gold, Roger. Yet, it is acknowledged that the child bears no guilt, and such protection is somewhat justifiable. However, as a powerful Navy officer, Garp had the capacity to impose restrictions and prevent Port Asti, Ace from setting sail, yet he allowed Ace to venture out, ultimately leading to the cataclysmic Marineford War that shocked the world. Furthermore, despite having confronted his grandson, Luffy, after the chaos in the Seven Seas, Garp failed to detain him and impart proper guidance, which resulted in Luffy continuing his reckless adventures at sea, thereby releasing countless pirates from Impel Down. Khan believes that even if Luffy had already been placed under a bounty, if Garp had forcibly brought him back for personal discipline, Sengoku would surely have turned a blind eye out of respect for an old comrade. However, Garp chose not to take such action. Several significant events that would profoundly impact the future are intermittently connected to Garp. To assert that he had no involvement in them would be unequivocally implausible. Khan understood that human nature is inherently selfish, thus, he held neither affection nor animosity towards Cap. As for Luffy, Khan harbored no positive sentiments whatsoever. Even though Luffy had begun to liberate many, the release of countless villains from Impel Down was sufficient to negate any good deeds he had previously accomplished. The prisoners confined within that wretched place were notorious criminals, their hands stained with the blood of innumerable victims. By setting them free, Luffy unknowingly endangered countless lives. However, at present, Khan had not placed a bounty on Luffy, perhaps due to the latter's insufficient strength or the fact that Luffy had yet to commit any indirectly lethal acts. Therefore, Khan chose to remain indifferent for now. Yet, should their paths cross in the future, he would not hesitate to show no mercy. Khan swiftly returned to Kling Island, inquiring around but discovering that no one had any knowledge of the whereabouts of the clown Buggy and the pirate clique. After indulging in a hearty meal, he spent 3 million berries to purchase a 30-meter merchant vessel. He hired a maritime chef and 5 crew members skilled in navigation, setting sail into the vast sea. Since he was not aboard another ship and there were no additional passengers, Khan relished the luxury of several spacious cabins all to himself. Though venturing directly into the Grand Line would likely present him with numerous opportunities for freedom, Khan felt compelled to traverse the East Sea in search of Buggy and clique, determined to eliminate them. Otherwise, their unpredictable course could lead them to Wine Village one day, which would spell disaster. Khan's recollection of Clique's strength was somewhat hazy. He vaguely remembered that Clique had once been pursued back to the East Sea by the formidable warlord, Hawkeye. However, given the substantial bounty surpassing that of the dragon, Clique's destructive capabilities were likely marginally greater. As for Buggy the Clown, a fragmented devil fruit user, while his physical prowess might not rival that of the dragon, His destructive potential far exceeded it. Khan recalled that Buggy possessed a bomb concealed within his shoe, capable of creating a significant crater, effectively rendering him a walking artillery piece. Additionally, Buggy's capricious nature was etched in Khan's memory, often leading him to unleash chaos upon towns due to fleeting whims. Khan emerged from his quarters and stepped onto the deck. "Good day, Captain," called out the vigilant crew member, acknowledging him with respect. "Good day, Captain," echoed the voices of 3 other crew members, who were diligently cleaning the deck. The exact name of the captain remained a mystery to them. Yet his youthful appearance and unassuming attire belied the extravagant nature of his generosity. The remuneration he offered was thrice that of their previous vessels, securing their positions aboard for a monthly sum of 60,000 belly. Moreover, he assured them that should they be repatriated during the voyage, he would directly compensate them for an entire year, amounting to 720,000 belly. Such a magnanimous captain was a rarity for these seamen in their 30s. "There is no need for excessive formality or flattery," he stated. "Simply attend to your duties. Work when it is time to work, and rest when it is time to rest. Everything shall proceed as we discussed prior to boarding." Khan observed their respectful demeanor, offering them a slight nod as he casually remarked, "Indeed." Even the crew members navigating the vessel responded with a hearty affirmation. This young master certainly appeared to be quite amiable. Khan observed their earnest expressions and chose to disregard them. In his eyes, these crew members were merely ordinary individuals striving to earn a living. As long as they performed their duties competently, Khan had no intention of deliberately withholding their rightful rewards. Having acquired over 10 million berries from the dragon, he spent approximately 1/3 of that sum on purchasing a ship and providing these sailors with half a year's wages. He still found himself in a comfortable financial position, not to mention the dragon's carcass yet to be claimed for a reward, which promised an additional 20 million berries. Khan intended to wait until he had eliminated the clown Baki and Click before claiming the bounty, after which he planned to return to Wind Village to provide the residents with some financial assistance, enabling them to lead better lives. Shortly thereafter, Khan ascended to the deck. This was now a ship, devoid of any fixed operational boundaries. Naturally, Khan would not confine himself to mere meditation, which could be reserved for his nighttime repose. Before resting, he was determined to engage in some fundamental cultivation. Given the modest size of the vessel, Khan refrained from employing any formidable techniques, opting instead to practice the 5 most basic skills: Dragon Tooth, Heavenly Strike, Magic Shield, Scarecrow, and Combat Instinct. The crew members nearby, witnessing the sudden appearance of a wooden spear in the hands of their young captain, rubbed their eyes in disbelief, realizing they were not mistaken. They recalled Khan's earlier instruction to disregard his actions, and thus remained silent. In an instant, Khan brandished the wooden spear, unleashing a dragon tooth with a piercing sound that shattered the air. Subsequently, he vanished from his original position, reappearing 5 meters away to execute a series of heavenly strikes. Khan pivoted gracefully, maneuvering within a 5-meter radius, his right hand transforming into a blur as he deftly executed the dragon tooth and sky strike, each movement flowing seamlessly like a river. The surrounding crew, upon witnessing Khan's precise and fluid motions paired with his astonishing speed, began to comprehend why this young captain had chosen them merely for the ordinary tasks of navigating and maintaining the merchant vessel, rather than enlisting several naval officers as other captains typically would. It was entirely due to the fact that this captain's prowess far exceeded their wildest imaginations. Khan, regardless of their opinions, regarded both the Heavenly Strike and Dragon's Tooth as fundamental techniques for battle mages. However, he never underestimated these techniques. He had slain a malevolent dragon with a simple thrust of Dragon's Tooth, effortlessly taking its life. Although this was partly due to the dragon's significantly lower level compared to his, Khan was confident that against equally matched opponents, his Dragon's Tooth thrust could unleash formidable destructive power. Moreover, it seemed that, for the time being, there was no upper limit to skill levels. So Khan diligently continued his training. Chapter 11. The discovery of clues. On an afternoon 2 days later, Ajian, the village guard of Cocoa West Village, along with a stunning woman with short blue hair, stumbled upon the gruesome scene of corpses scattered throughout the lair established by the malevolent dragon. The blue-haired beauty was Nami's sister, Nokigo, and the horrific sight before her rendered her body weak, causing her to collapse onto the ground, the bag she held spilling its contents. A wave of nausea surged within her, prompting her to retch uncontrollably. Beside her stood a man clad in a black officer's uniform, adorned with a military cap, his face marked by several ghastly scars. Upon witnessing the hellish scene, his complexion paled as well, even as a law enforcement officer. This was his first encounter with such a gruesome spectacle. The reason for their presence was that, despite the daily patrols by the cadre-level fishmen of the Dragon Pirates to prevent any escape to islands with communication bugs to contact other navies besides Colonel Mouse, none had appeared in the past 2 days. Today was supposed to be the day the Dragon Pirates collected protection fees, and to avoid delays, they had unexpectedly arrived to demand payment, startling the villagers. Ajian had initially intended to go alone but realized he could not carry the required amount of berries by himself, prompting Nokigo to accompany him. Unexpectedly, the Dragon Pirates had been slaughtered by an unknown assailant. "I will go and take a look," Ajian declared, his legs trembling, yet he voiced his desire to investigate. The true terror of the Dragon Pirates lay not in the fishmen, but in their leader, Arlong. Even if all the fishmen were dead, as long as Arlong remained, There was a possibility he could return. Summoning his courage, Aegean navigated through the corpses, noting the deep, concave marks on the large door of the main house and the gruesome bloodstains on the ground. He could ascertain that the indentation in the stone slab and the horrific bloodstains were the result of Arlong's body crashing into the stone and collapsing atop it. For only Arlong possessed a physique akin to that of a small giant within the entirety of the dragon pirates. Ultimately, Aegean ventured into the house, thoroughly searching each room, yet finding no trace of Arlong. Arlong is dead. The dragon pirates are finished. Aegean's face illuminated with a smile of relief as he swiftly rushed downstairs, shouting as he ran. 7 years prior, Arlong had suddenly arrived, dominating the village and suffocating Aegean, the village guard, with his oppressive rule. The scars on Aegean's face were largely a result of confrontations with Arlong's pirates. His hatred for the tyrant was no less than anyone else's, yet despite his resentment, they were powerless against him. Aegean was unaware of who had annihilated the dragon pirates, but their demise signified that Cocoa West Village would no longer suffer under their oppression. The dragon pirates have been eradicated? Nokigo, her face pale from retching, whispered in disbelief upon hearing Aegean's words. Indeed. I confirmed that the massive bloodstain at the entrance is Arlong's, and there are no signs of him or any other fishmen in the house. Despite feeling uneasy at the sight of the fishermen's corpses surrounding them, the news of Arlong's death alleviated Aegean's discomfort. Soon, with Aegean's assistance, Nokigo began to head towards the village, disregarding the large bag of berries that lay scattered on the ground. Their sole desire was to hastily convey this good news to the villagers and nearby residents. Furthermore, without Arlong's backing, as soon as word spread about his collusion with Colonel Mouse, it would not be long before the latter faced retribution. On another front, after more than 2 days of navigation, Khan gazed at the distant island, where a quaint town flourished, a smile gracing his lips. The vessel did possess bathing facilities, however, the water could not be compared to that found on land. Though he had only been at sea for a short while, and was not prone to seasickness, he had yet to acclimate to prolonged voyages. Most importantly, he relished the freedom to choose their docking location. Let us take a day's respite here. Colin, please seek out the naval personnel to assist in inspecting the ship and accompany them to procure some fresh provisions, fruits, and a water supply. Khan gazed at the small town in the distance, where countless lights began to twinkle as dusk descended. Casually, he tossed a pouch containing 3,000 belly towards a man clad in a white chef's uniform, and spoke. Yes, boss. Colin responded loudly as he received the pouch from Khan. He was the chef hired by Khan, and through their days together, he had discerned that this young master seldom spoke. As long as they fulfilled their duties within the stipulated time, they were free to rest at their leisure. There were no instances of overtime or rushed work. Although he would express his culinary preferences, he refrained from instructing the professionals, making it his first encounter in many years as a chef with such a commendable employer. Furthermore, in recent days, the young master's personal training on deck had utterly captivated both the crew and him. Thank you, boss. The 5 crew members aboard were elated upon hearing they could dock and rest for the night, each exclaiming joyfully, as the helmsman adjusted the ship's course. The other 4 crew members swiftly hoisted the sails, steering towards the northern island. They were not naval officers, merely laborers compelled by the need to earn a living. Spending their days aboard the ship, life at sea could be exceedingly monotonous, and the prospect of resting on a different island adorned with vibrant scenery, even for a day, was an occasion for heartfelt gratitude. Khan observed their eager expressions but chose to remain silent. He had yet to acclimate to life aboard the vessel, necessitating a gradual adjustment period. He felt compelled to venture into town, seeking to gather information. Over the past couple of days, they had traversed more than 500 nautical miles, passing by various small islands. However, those islands only harbored a few villages, and thus Khan had been unable to glean any significant information before departing. Now, having finally discovered a town that appeared to be relatively sizable, he naturally wished to dock there. A town with a larger population and visitors would likely offer greater opportunities to acquire the intelligence he sought. The merchant ship belonging to Khan soon docked. After Colin disembarked, he sought out the island's naval authorities to clarify that it was not a merchant vessel but merely a stopover for the ship's owner, who intended to rest for a day. After a brief discussion, they agreed on a fee of 2,000 bailey for the supervision of the vessel overnight. A young naval officer accepted the task, as receiving payment naturally entailed the obligation to fulfill the service. He promptly took up his post. The arrangements have been made, sir, he reported. Colin returned to the ship, intending to return the remaining 1,000 bailey to Khan. You may keep the rest of the money for yourself. Khan, utilizing his observation skills, discerned Colin's negotiations and, through this dialogue, identified a suitable candidate to guard the vessels. This individual, notably young yet possessing a commendable level 9 proficiency, was adequately armed to assist in the watch. Undoubtedly, this was a testament to Colin's own merit, and he had no grounds to reclaim it. Thank you, boss, Colin responded, momentarily taken aback by Khan's words, yet soon a smile graced his face as he expressed his gratitude. Let us all take a moment to rest in town. Ensure that the tasks I have entrusted to you are completed by noon tomorrow, and then we shall set forth. Khan, feeling a sense of gratitude from Colin, casually remarked, I shall certainly take care of it for you. A smile graced Colin's face as he earnestly replied. Subsequently, Khan disembarked from the vessel, with no need for sentinels aboard. The crew members jovially descended the ship to seek merriment in the town. On board, they were prohibited from indulging in libations, as it could easily lead to mishaps. Hence, whenever they reached a different island for respite, they would invariably seek out a tavern for a drink. Khan followed the winding path until he arrived at the entrance of the quaint town, where he beheld the name Pokhara inscribed above. As he ventured inside, the night sky had already descended, yet the town of Pokhara remained vibrant and bustling, illuminated by the warm glow of lights from every household. In contrast to the early rising and retiring lifestyle of Wind Village, this place, while teeming with gaiety and amusement, also bore the weight of fatigue and pressure that accompanied such vibrancy. Nevertheless, what rendered this town particularly enviable was the presence of a naval base stationed on the island. As evening settled in, the sailors appeared to have completed their duties, gathered in various shops along the roadside, engaging in casual banter and sharing tales of their daily lives. In a world rife with piracy, this simple existence was a coveted dream for countless ordinary individuals, escaping the toils of a demanding day to enjoy a night free from the threat of marauding pirates. From Khan's observations of the few islands he had traversed, it was evident that the local residents, when not disturbed by pirates, lived a remarkably comfortable life. Khan wandered about, eventually entering an izakaya that emanated an enticing aroma. The establishment was bustling with patrons, whose hearty laughter resonated throughout the space. "I would like to order a grilled meat set, please." Khan casually selected an empty seat and glanced at the menu above, calling out softly, "How many guests?" A waitress, upon hearing his voice, approached and inquired, "Just one?" Upon hearing this, Khan spoke up, stating that the portion size of the barbecue set is somewhat excessive. "If you were dining alone, I would recommend ordering a pair of roasted lamb legs." The waitress, with a polite smile, suggested, "Then I shall bring you a pair of roasted lamb legs." Khan, upon hearing the suggestion, gazed at the waitress's polite smile and spoke, "Is there anything else you would like to drink?" The waitress replied, "A glass of plain water will suffice." Upon hearing this, Khan spoke up, "This is an izakaya." Yet Khan harbored no interest in alcohol. He had entered solely drawn by the alluring aroma of the charcoal grill. "Very well, please wait a moment," the waitress said with a smile, undeterred by Khan's lack of a drink order, before she departed. As Khan sat in anticipation of the roasted leg of lamb, he overheard a conversation nearby. To his surprise, it was revealed that the clown, Buggy, had managed to escape. "There is nothing we can do. Colonel Belling's jurisdiction only extends to this area, and once he crosses a certain boundary, he falls beyond our authority." "I understand. But the bounty on Buggy has reached 20 million. I wonder how much it will increase after Colonel Belling reports this incident." "It should rise by several million at least, considering he managed to elude Colonel Belling." Two youthful men were engaged in this discussion. "Are those two Navy gentlemen referring to the clown Buggy who has a bounty on his head?" Khan approached with a benevolent smile upon hearing the voice and inquired politely. "Indeed, but rest assured, he has already been driven away by our Navy." At this moment, the two young sailors, barely in their 20s, looked at Khan, who appeared harmless and unassuming, and chuckled. Chapter 12, The Pursuit. "May I inquire in which direction he fled?" one asked. "My ship is set to sail to another island tomorrow, and if our paths happen to cross, I may need to extend my departure." Upon hearing the name of the jester, Bucky, Khan chuckled and remarked, "That was a matter of the morning." The jester Bucky was pursued by our Colonel Belling towards the southwest. If your intended course at sea aligns with his, it would be prudent to remain here for a few days or to abandon that direction altogether. That jester Bucky is quite cunning and unpredictable. Were it not for Colonel Belling, our Navy would not dare attempt to apprehend him. A young naval officer, upon hearing Khan's words, expressed no skepticism and replied, "Thank you both, esteemed naval gentlemen, for your wise counsel. Allow me the pleasure of treating you to this evening's meal." Upon hearing this, Khan memorized the direction and placed 2 coins, each worth 500, totaling 1,000, on the table with a smile. "It's merely a reminder. I cannot accept this," he said. The two young naval officers, filled with a sense of justice, promptly declined Khan's offer. "This reminder is of utmost importance to me. Had it not been for your timely advice, I might have wasted a considerable amount of time tomorrow upon my departure. To express my gratitude, I would like to treat you both to dinner. Please accept it." Upon hearing this, Khan's face displayed an expression of gratitude intertwined with earnestness. "Very well." The two young naval officers, unable to decline Khan's sincere demeanor, accepted it nonetheless. "Thus, I shall not further disturb the esteemed gentlemen of the Navy." Khan observed their acceptance with a smile before returning to his position. He had not anticipated that before he could gather any intelligence in town, he would learn of the news that the clown Buggy had recently escaped from the vicinity of this small island. Although the two sailors only provided him with a general direction, for Khan, having a direction was sufficient to initiate action. Both Buggy the Clown and Kuriko were pirates who roamed the East China Sea without a definite stronghold, without reliable intelligence. It would be unlikely for him to encounter them even after traversing the entire East China Sea. Khan harbors a certain fondness for the Navy, which embodies the spirit of justice and is inclined to protect the ordinary citizens. However, this sentiment is only mild, as Khan is acutely aware of the profound complexities within the Navy. Most of those who genuinely uphold justice tend to be relatively youthful members, It remains uncertain whether the older, seasoned officers, who have navigated the murky waters of the Navy and witnessed its myriad sordid affairs, still possess the fervor of youthful righteousness. In the treacherous world of pirates, there are indeed those who conspire with brigands, leveraging their authority to exploit the common folk. And even some who have defected from the Navy to become pirates themselves. The Navy is not devoid of unscrupulous individuals, which is why Khan's regard for them is tempered. It is yet to reach the level of respect. Nevertheless, Khan is not inclined to provoke unnecessary conflict with the Navy, as he currently seeks to collect bounties by presenting the corpses of other pirates, although he previously acquired over 10 million berries from Arlong. This does not imply that every pirate possesses a similar fortune. Generally, pirates are a reckless lot, indulging in their ill-gotten gains before their inevitable demise, and only a handful likely manage to save any wealth. Furthermore, in these vast seas, the Navy remains the predominant force. And until Khan gains a clearer understanding of the true might of the admirals, it would be unwise to instigate significant confrontations. Shortly thereafter, a delectable roasted leg of lamb was brought to him by a female server. After Khan swiftly finished his meal and settled the bill, he found a cozy inn. After indulging in a relaxing bath, he sat on the bed and began his meditation. The following day, he would set forth in pursuit of the jester, Baki. Even if he did not encounter him directly, he could surely glean clues by inquiring on the islands along that route. Soon enough, by midday the next day, when Khan returned to the ship, the proprietor greeted him with respect, stating, "The fresh provisions have been replenished, sir." "Then let us embark," heading southwest, Khan replied. Khan nodded in response and spoke. Upon hearing the command to head southwest, the crew swiftly raised the anchor and set sail. "Boss, where are we headed this time?" Colin inquired cautiously, having prepared a sumptuous lunch for Khan and watching him savor each bite. A few days prior, Khan had not provided a clear direction, merely instructing them to roam the East China Sea. Today, however, he had suddenly issued a definitive course, piquing Colin's curiosity. "We are going to find someone." Khan was intent on committing murder this time. However, the individuals aboard the vessel were merely ordinary people. Elaborating on his intentions would likely instill fear within them. Thus he chose to remain vague. Although Colin felt a tinge of curiosity upon hearing this, he discerned Khan's reluctance to delve deeper and refrained from further inquiries. After a modest meal, Khan commenced his fundamental training. It was during his voyage southwest, several hours in, that the afternoon sun began to lose its oppressive heat. A newsbird soared through the sky, alighting upon the ship's railing upon spotting Khan's vessel. "Would you like a newspaper?" "Just 50 belly," the newsbird inquired. Colin, noticing the arrival of the newsbird, glanced at Khan, who was diligently practicing. "A newspaper, please," he requested. Khan sensed Colin's gaze and remarked lightly, "The information published in the newspapers is, in fact, quite limited. Most of it consists merely of news that can be made public. It is virtually impossible to glean any more clandestine intelligence from such sources. Nevertheless, it is merely 50 Bailey per copy, so acquiring one casually is of no consequence." Khan casually tossed a copper coin valued at 50 Bailey, which sailed effortlessly into the backpack of the newsbird. The newsbird, upon retrieving a newspaper from within, placed it upon the deck before taking flight once more. Khan ceased his training, picked up the towel that lay to the side to wipe the sweat from his brow, and began to peruse the newspaper. Within its pages, there was news of the annihilation of the dragon pirates, alongside a litany of crimes committed by their leader, Arlong. At the conclusion of the article, there were expressions of gratitude from Cocoa West Village, acknowledging the unknown hero who had liberated them. It was evident that, after several days, Cocoa West Village had come to recognize the demise of the dragon pirates and had reported the matter to the Navy. Khan harbored no doubt that the collusion between Colonel Mouse and the malevolent dragon had been exposed, though it remained unpublished. Should the news of bribery within the Navy surface, it would undoubtedly escalate into a scandal of monumental proportions. As he casually flipped through the folded newspaper, he stumbled upon a bounty notice. The image depicted was none other than that of the notorious clown, Buggy. At present, Buggy's bounty had surged to 15 million. The newspaper warned the general populace that Buggy was a formidable user of the fragmented devil fruit, advising them that upon encountering him, their priority should be to seek refuge rather than hastily reporting to the Navy. Furthermore, the article meticulously chronicled Buggy's heinous crimes, including the bombing of towns and the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. However, it failed to disclose any information regarding Buggy's escape route. The remaining text recounted various pirate raids across different locales, yet lacking even a bounty. Khan paid them little heed, casually placing the notice on the table, weighted down by a coaster. "If we navigate in this direction and encounter a pirate ship, we shall halt. I will take care of it." Khan looked up at the signalman standing on the flagpole and spoke. "Yes," replied the crew member above, who was gazing into the distance through binoculars. Under ordinary circumstances, if a merchant vessel encountered pirates without naval protection, it would typically flee. However, this young master was enigmatic and appeared remarkably formidable. Thus, having said this, he merely needed to issue commands. Colin, observing Khan, who resumed his training after a sip of water, understood his intentions. Khan's search is not for ordinary individuals but for pirates. This young proprietor, despite his tender age, is remarkably generous with his rewards. Initially, Colin found this perplexing, but he has now come to understand that Khan is, in fact, a bounty hunter specializing in the pursuit of pirates. Such a profession is fraught with peril yet laden with the promise of wealth. With sufficient strength, one might reap rewards amounting to tens of millions of berries, making the expenditure less burdensome. Colin is somewhat in awe. Con, appearing delicate and unassuming, resembles an ordinary person, yet he unexpectedly embodies the prowess of a formidable bounty hunter. Con remained oblivious to Colin's inner thoughts, tirelessly repeating basic exercises time and again. As 5 days swiftly passed, Con found himself on other islands, inquiring whether anyone had glimpsed the elusive Joker Baki in the distance, yet his efforts yielded no results. On this particular day, as dusk approached, the seagulls in the sky emitted a soothing chorus of calls. Con sat upon the deck, perusing several newspapers in his hands, none of which reported the exploits of the clown, Baki. After nearly a week without any leads, he pondered whether Baki had veered off in another direction, causing them to miss each other entirely. This left Con contemplating whether to abandon his pursuit and instead recommence the gathering of intelligence. Suddenly, a long-awaited voice echoed from above. "Boss, we have spotted a vessel approximately 3,000 meters away on the water. It is not particularly large, and it appears that the other party has furled their sails, leaving us uncertain as to whether it is a merchant ship or a pirate vessel. However, there is a lion on the deck of that ship." The crew above, adhering to Con's directives, promptly reported the sighting of the ship. Upon hearing this, Con rose to his feet, immediately unleashing his observation haki. This formidable aura enveloped a radius of 5,000 meters, revealing a man of imposing stature, standing at nearly 6 feet tall, adorned in a flowing cloak, and crowned with a pirate hat emblazoned with a skull. His visage was that of a jester, accentuated by an enormous red nose. Following the directions provided by the previous 2 young naval officers, Con had pursued tirelessly for 4 days, finally making contact. In Colin's eyes, the once unassuming proprietor, engrossed in a newspaper, transformed as he stood, his gaze turned serene, emanating a palpable aura of danger that Colin had never before encountered. The instinctual fear compelled him to instinctively retreat a few steps. "Cease the ship's movement. I shall return shortly." Con left behind a remark. And before the crew could comprehend what he meant by returning swiftly, they witnessed the young captain ascend into the air. This astonishing spectacle left them utterly astounded. Individuals capable of flight were figures they had only encountered in the news, feats accomplished solely by those who had consumed the enigmatic devil fruits. Little did they expect that the young captain they had been following for a week was, in fact, a wielder of such extraordinary powers. Chapter 13. The demise of Buggy. A mere distance of 3,000 meters was but a fleeting moment of just over 10 seconds for Con, who was propelling forward at full speed. Con soared through the air with breathtaking velocity, creating a cacophony of sonic booms and crashing waves that struck terror in the hearts of onlookers. Meanwhile, the jester Buggy lay asleep, having fled the town of Pokhara just days prior, pursued relentlessly by the formidable Colonel Belling, despite his specially designed bombs potentially being lethal to the colonel. The overwhelming presence of the Navy in the town compelled them to retreat, as advised by Chief of Staff Kabaji. Upon their escape, they discovered that their bounty had increased, which, while a boon, also meant that Colonel Belling would have alerted the neighboring islands, readying them for a swift capture should they be spotted. Thus, to evade the Navy's scrutiny, they resolved to remain at sea, where ample provisions awaited them. Now on the 6th day of their seafaring seclusion, they intended to wait a couple more days until their food supplies dwindled, after which a week would have elapsed, significantly reducing the Navy's search efforts, allowing Buggy to resume his treasure-hunting escapades on other islands. However, just as Buggy was deep in slumber, the tranquility was shattered by a deafening sonic boom and the violent crashing of waves. Startled, he opened his eyes to witness an enormous wave surging towards him, sending his head reeling in fright, his eyes wide with shock. In that instant, a hand grasped his head tightly. "Who dares? Release me at once. I am the illustrious Captain Buggy," he protested with a haughty voice, struggling against his captor. Yet, the grip only tightened, inflicting pain that elicited a desperate scream from him. "Captain Buggy," cried a young man wearing a doll-like headpiece and a fuzzy vest, who had just appeared and seized Buggy's head. Alarmed, Machi quickly reacted, drawing a whip to strike at this unwelcome intruder. With a resounding crack, Buggy received a bloody mark across his face, amplifying his cries of anguish. However, Buggy was not one to remain passive. His body, resting on the deck, split apart as he drew 2 long knives from his waist, slashing backward in defense. Yet, he soon felt his head sway dangerously, narrowly avoiding a self-inflicted injury as he hastily ceased his attack, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "Buggy, it truly took me a while to find you," the young man remarked with a hint of exasperation. Con beheld the clown, Buggy, and at the most critical moment, he halted the lethal arc of his blade, turning Buggy's head to face him. With an emotionless voice, he addressed Buggy. As Buggy's gaze met that of a strikingly handsome man with short black hair, he was struck by the chilling intent in Con's words and the indifference reflected in his eyes. Buggy's mind raced in an attempt to recall when he might have offended this terrifying individual. Yet, despite his fervent contemplation, he found no recollections of this man. It was undoubtedly their first encounter, yet here he stood, poised to take his life. "Have we met before, young man?" Buggy feigned calmness, striving to buy some time for his companions to react and mount an assault against Con, hoping to carve out a fleeting chance for escape. In that brief span, Buggy's mind conjured a route for his escape. As a user of the chop fruit, he understood that this man, possessing the ability to fly, was also a devil fruit user. Being fellow users of such powers meant neither could venture into the sea. Although the odds of survival were slim should he choose to leap into the ocean, they were evidently more favorable than facing this man. This is indeed our first meeting. However, are you aware that your head has been valued at 15 million berries? Khan observed the ever-watchful and circling figure of the clown Buggy and spoke calmly. His desire to eliminate Buggy stemmed primarily from a mission assigned by the system. But there was another underlying motive. He intended to eradicate the more perilous pirates of the East Sea. This would significantly diminish the likelihood of Wind Village encountering those ruthless marauders who reveled in the senseless slaughter of innocent residents. Upon realizing that his adversary sought his head merely to claim a bounty, Buggy began to sweat profusely. If the assailant was driven solely by monetary gain, he thought, he might easily secure his life by offering greater rewards. After all, few would turn down the allure of wealth. If it's merely a matter of trading my head for 15 million berries, I can provide that, or even more, Buggy attempted to articulate. However, before he could finish his plea, he noticed a subtle shift in the calm demeanor of his opponent. Just give me 2 days, he implored. There's a small island ahead. Buggy hoped to sway the man intent on his demise, but before he could utter another word, a wooden spear pierced through him, silencing his thoughts forever. As Buggy succumbed to his fate, the system's voice echoed simultaneously. Freedom task. Elimination of Clown Buggy has been completed. Reward. 3 hours of accelerated learning. Host now possesses a total of 4 hours of accelerated learning time. World fluctuation rate increased by 1%, currently at 2%. Impact unknown. Khan perceived a voice resonating within his mind as a dazzling streak surged downward toward the ship below. The streak descended with astonishing speed, creating a piercing whoosh that punctured the vessel of the clown Captain Buggy. A torrent of seawater began to flood in through the gaping hole. Had Captain Buggy met his demise? The first mate of the Buggy pirates, Machi, stood frozen, staring at the dismembered remains of his captain, who had collapsed in a cacophony of chaos. At that moment, Kabaji, who had just emerged from below deck, witnessed the disheartening sight of Captain Buggy's severed hands sinking into the ocean, followed by his fallen body. The scene rendered him momentarily speechless. However, the unmistakable sound of rushing seawater jolted him back to reality. Under normal circumstances, encountering their ship would render other vessels powerless against the captain's specially crafted cannons. Moreover, the clown captain possessed the ability to fly within a certain range, which had always granted them an advantage over rival pirate ships. Thus, their vessel lacked lifeboats. Yet, regardless of the absence of lifeboats, it was inconceivable for them to simply sit idly by when survival was at stake. Undoubtedly, Kabaji's attention was drawn to the frail young man soaring above their ship. If even Captain Buggy had succumbed to this adversary, their meager circus skills were no match for the prowess of the individual before them. Machi, jump into the sea. As the strategist of the Buggy pirates, Kabaji maintained his composure amidst the escalating crisis, urgently calling out to the dazed Machi. Yet, as Machi heard Kabaji's voice, he snapped back to reality and pointed toward Khan above, struggling to articulate his thoughts. He is a devil fruit user. If we jump into the sea, we might still have a chance to survive. Even if we seek vengeance, we must first ensure our survival to have any hope. As Kabaji observed Machi's sluggish response, he shouted in desperation, eager to rush over and assist him. However, within those fleeting seconds, a torrent of seawater surged into the vast chasm below, causing the entire ship's deck to tilt perilously. This abrupt inclination caused Kabaji to lose his balance, his head colliding forcefully with the deck. A searing pain accompanied by dizziness etched a grimace upon his face. In the past, they often obliterated other vessels, relishing the sight of their adversary ships slowly succumbing to the depths. Yet this time, Captain Buggy lay lifeless, slain by a man he had neither seen nor heard of before. And their own ship was now sinking. Had he managed to react swiftly and avoid injury, plunging into the sea, even without any nearby islands, he might have clung to a sliver of hope for survival. But now, Kabaji felt a warm trickle cascading down from his head, signaling that the recent impact had inflicted a wound upon him. To plunge into the ocean bearing such an injury heralded only death. The overwhelming dizziness soon enveloped him, and Kabaji succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, the members of the Buggy pirates, caught in the violent tilt, were also cast into the unforgiving sea. Upon witnessing the complete submersion of the Buggy pirates' vessel, Khan stowed his spear and the head of Buggy into his system backpack before soaring into the sky. The jester Buggy, possessing a mere level of 15, lacked formidable physical strength. However, the information regarding the fragmented nature of his devil fruit abilities, coupled with the presence of the specialized equipment known as the Buggy Bomb, significantly heightened his threat level. Nevertheless, such peril was rendered moot. For the moment Khan seized Buggy's head, which had taken flight in fright, the jester found himself devoid of any opportunity to retaliate. Set sail. Khan swiftly returned to his merchant vessel, observing the crew who appeared utterly stunned. He spoke. Indeed, the helmsman, jolted back to reality by Khan's words, responded loudly despite his trembling legs. The surrounding crew members cast furtive glances at Khan. This young master was nothing short of a monster. They had confirmed that the individuals on the ship moments ago were none other than the notorious clown, Buggy, who had recently been placed under a bounty of 15 million. A merciless pirate, yet before this young master, there was no room for resistance. There is no need to look at me like that. I only deal with pirates. As long as you perform your duties diligently, I will ensure you receive your due payment in berries, as well as the subsequent repatriation fees. Khan sensed the fearful glances of the crew surrounding him, their expressions marked by trepidation. Furrowing his brow, he spoke. He had only taken the lives of pirates. As for these unarmed ordinary people, he would never entertain the thought of harming them unless they consistently overstepped their bounds. Just as Ham remarked upon his apparent poverty, Khan held no desire to engage in a dispute with him. To Khan, Ham was merely an ordinary merchant ship owner, and any judgment of his wealth was based solely on his attire and appearance at that moment, which was entirely reasonable. Chapter 14. The ship's cook. Upon hearing Khan's words, the crew members aboard the merchant vessel refrained from speaking carelessly. Boss, where are we headed next? Colin mustered the courage to inquire after Khan's pronouncement. We shall continue to sail across the East China Sea. Khan observed that Colin did not exhibit any fear in his gaze and, after issuing a brief command, swiftly retreated to his quarters aboard the ship. Once Khan departed, a thud echoed as 5 crew members, their bodies rendered limp, sank down onto the deck, confronted by a formidable figure who had effortlessly vanquished a band of ruthless pirates before their very eyes. It was already remarkable that these ordinary men had not succumbed to terror. To expect them to inquire of Khan regarding their next course of action was utterly implausible. Their employer was a seasoned hunter specializing in capturing pirates. Nonetheless, through their interactions over the past few days, they had come to understand that he was a man of few words, yet remarkably kind towards them. Let us all exert ourselves and attend diligently to our duties. I shall commence preparing dinner, Colin remarked, offering a few words of comfort before turning towards the kitchen. Khan returned to his room and sat on the bed, lost in contemplation. His intention was to complete several objectives he had scheduled in the East Sea before returning to Wind Village, and subsequently, when he planned to set forth on the Grand Line, to pay a repatriation fee to facilitate their departure. However, if, in a few days, they remained fearful of him, he would have no choice but to send them back, although it seemed extravagant to pay each of them over 700,000 berries for merely a week as assistance. Should circumstances devolve into such a scenario, he would reluctantly accept it as compensation for their psychological distress. Soon after, Khan set this matter aside and turned his thoughts to another issue. Previously, his level had been insufficient for the system to provide him with a detailed account of the world's volatility. But that did not mean he refrained from pondering the matter. On the contrary, the system's inability to inform him only intensified his concern. Khan initially believed that the volatility of the world was intricately linked to the significance of his actions in relation to Luffy. This notion stemmed from the influence of the dragon on Nami, who might become Luffy's navigator. By eliminating the dragon, he introduced an element of uncertainty into Nami's future, thereby contributing to the world's volatility. However, the existence of the clown Buggy should have been inconsequential to Luffy. Yet, after Khan dispatched Buggy, the world's volatility still escalated. This perplexity left Khan in a state of confusion. Lying in bed, he pondered extensively but found no discernible connections. Consequently, Khan resolved to validate his earlier hypotheses. His next course of action would be to seek out Click in the East Sea. By eliminating Click, he might uncover clues regarding the system's assertions about the world's volatility. When Khan had made up his mind, several minutes had already elapsed. He stepped out of the room once more, only to find a few crew members on the deck, their bodies appearing somewhat stiff. Khan did not speak immediately. Instead, he made his way to a seat on the deck, allowing the evening breeze to caress him as he awaited the arrival of dinner. It was June, and even as night fell, the sea breeze offered only a refreshing chill. He pondered whether to repatriate the crew members. At that moment, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen of the merchant vessel. Colin, clad in a pristine white chef's uniform and a chef's hat, emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 large plates. Sir, tonight's offerings include Hungarian cheese and Parmigiano Reggiano souffle. In a moment, there will be trout mousse accompanied by lobster sauce and fresh cod for you to savor as an appetizer. Colin approached Colin with steady hands, placing the plates before him before speaking. Enjoy. Khan observed Colin as he presented the dishes, merely nodding in acknowledgement before picking up his knife and fork to begin his meal. Colin watched Khan from the side, feeling a sense of reflection. Approaching the age of 25, having embarked on the culinary journey at the tender age of 8, he had been immersed in this profession for over a decade, encountering countless guests and employers. Some of these employers, despite their wealth, were excessively critical, always seeking flaws in the dishes, even when none existed, merely to showcase their own culinary experiences. Others, appearing refined like successful individuals, were surprisingly petty, fabricating complaints about hair or flies in an attempt to negotiate a discount or evade payment altogether. There were also those who shamelessly indulged in the art of dining and dashed away without settling the bill. Such characters were the bane of Colin's existence. However, the young employer before him was a refreshing exception. He was the most agreeable and trustworthy employer Colin had ever encountered. His conviction stemmed from the past week, during which he had prepared over 30 distinct dishes. Yet, this young employer had merely tasted them without offering any critique or displaying any signs of discontent. Colin upheld a stringent standard for his culinary creations, confident that each dish would meet the employer's expectations. The meals he prepared for the other crew members consistently garnered their unanimous approval. In the presence of this young employer, his sole responsibility was to prepare breakfast, lunch, and dinner punctually, allowing Khan to savor each course at his leisure when they docked at a particular island. As long as Colin communicated his intention to experiment with new culinary creations, Khan would not object, merely requesting that he complete the task within half an hour and providing the necessary funds to procure ingredients. The opportunity to explore and craft new dishes from the depths of his imagination was an exquisite delight for any chef. Thus, Colin felt no apprehension towards Khan, trusting his judgment and discerning character. Khan, on the other hand, did not ponder deeply. He hired Colin solely based on the impressive 6th-level ranking listed in his credentials, noting that Colin was slightly stronger than the average adult male. However, Khan's true motivation for selecting Colin lay in his culinary skill, which was rated an exceptional 9th level. To put this into perspective, before setting sail, Khan had encountered a local chef in Wind Village who excelled in preparing a variety of dishes yet only boasted a 5th-level culinary skill, which had always left him thoroughly satisfied. The distinction of Colin's 9th-level expertise was evident in every dish he prepared, both in presentation and flavor, leaving no room for criticism. The crew members observed their employer, as usual, seated comfortably on the deck, savoring his dinner. Throughout the week, Colin's culinary prowess had won over the crew, erasing any fear they might have had towards their employer. This prompted them to ponder why they had ever felt intimidated by someone who had never imposed stringent demands upon them. Although their employer was indeed a bounty hunter, reputed for vanquishing nefarious pirates, he posed no threat to them personally. Reflecting on Colin's words, they recalled that their employer had assured them that their compensation would not diminish. Gradually, the crew's apprehensive gazes transformed back into respect for Khan. Setting aside the recent events of pirate slaying, from the perspective of an employer and employee, this young man indeed epitomized the virtues of a trustworthy and honorable boss. Khan sensed the shift in their gazes and glanced up at Colin, who stood 5 meters away. He understood that without Colin leading the way and displaying a lack of fear towards him, it would be quite challenging to ensure that these crew members felt unafraid, given their personalities. This realization sparked new thoughts within Khan. Should he venture into the Grand Line, he would not mind continuing to employ Colin as a ship's chef, provided Colin was willing. Life aboard a ship could be significantly more monotonous than on land, and if the culinary offerings were equally dull and uninspiring, such an existence would scarcely be an adventure into the new world beyond the horizon, but rather a journey of hardship. The 36 diverse dishes you have prepared have thoroughly delighted me, and I eagerly anticipate the new creations you will develop. After savoring the 2 dishes Colin subsequently presented, Khan wiped his mouth with a napkin and cast an appreciative glance at Colin, who stood by, poised to clear the table once he departed. Upon hearing Khan's words, Colin momentarily froze before quickly regaining his composure, a smile illuminating his face. "Thank you for the praise, boss." Khan nodded, retreated to his room to take a shower, and then entered a state of meditation. Colin remained on deck, feeling extraordinarily joyous. Indeed, the proprietor spoke little, yet he retained a keen memory of various small details, even recalling precisely the myriad dishes Colin had prepared since coming aboard. Being in the presence of such an employer would undoubtedly provide greater opportunities for the expansion of his culinary skills. "Colin, what is the meal for tonight?" The other crew members inquired, their faces illuminated with smiles as they approached the complimented Colin, rubbing their hands together in anticipation. "Seafood risotto and Provençal pasta." Colin replied with a grin. "Splendid. We can indulge ourselves once more," exclaimed several crew members, their spirits lifted at the prospect of the evening's meal. Working on this vessel was not only manageable, but the chef's meticulously crafted meals left them utterly satisfied, an experience they had never encountered in their previous maritime endeavors. Despite Khan's formidable prowess, he treated his ordinary subordinates with remarkable consideration. As the crew gradually shed their apprehension towards Khan, the merchant ship continued its journey, accompanied by their laughter and merriment. Chapter 15. The vast pirate fleet. Half a month had swiftly passed, and whispers began to circulate about Khan's merchant ship across various islands. Tales emerged of a mysterious vessel in the East Sea, even when other sailors attempted to engage the ship's crew to inquire about transporting goods to other islands. They were met with the response that their employer held no interest in such matters. This was an exceedingly peculiar circumstance for a merchant ship. Thus, on this day, under the azure sky, Khan was performing fundamental exercises on the deck of a modest 30-meter merchant vessel when he suddenly heard the lookout call out, "Boss, the Navy is approaching our direction." Khan was momentarily taken aback by the statement. What could the Navy possibly want with his merchant vessel? He had slain the malevolent dragon and the jester buggy, yet he had yet to claim the bounty. And thus it was only logical that the news of his deeds had not spread. The ship was merely drifting about in the East Sea. So how had it attracted the attention of the Navy? Regardless of his confusion, Khan activated his observation hotkey, allowing him to sense everything within a 5-kilometer radius. He soon detected a military ship, over 20 meters in length, approaching his direction. Given that the vessel belonged to the Navy, he decided to halt the ship and ascertain their intentions. Khan spoke up. "Very well, Captain." The bald helmsman deftly adjusted the ship's course, positioning it sideways to face the approaching naval vessel, while the other crew members began to lower the sails and drop anchor. The naval ship, over 3,000 meters away, swiftly closed the distance to Khan's merchant vessel. As the two ships were on the verge of docking, the naval vessel came to a precise halt. A towering figure, standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, clad in a naval uniform and adorned with a naval cap, stepped onto the deck. He bore a menacing scar across his right cheek, exuding an aura of intimidation. With a commanding voice, he announced, "Colonel Spencer from the nearby island of Walltown wishes to speak with the owner of your merchant ship. I request his presence." Upon witnessing the naval officer leap such a significant distance onto the deck, the crew members gaped in astonishment, their expressions tinged with anxiety. The sailors, accustomed to familiar naval personnel, often felt a surge of trepidation when confronted by an unknown officer, especially one as fearsome as Colonel Spencer. "I am the owner of this vessel," Khan replied, "though I am curious as to what matters prompt your visit, Colonel Spencer." Upon hearing this, Khan stepped forward and politely inquired. The dossier on Colonel Spencer indicated that he was at level 20, having mastered the Navy's 6th technique. Although these skills were only at level 1, such prowess was already considered remarkably formidable in the waters of the East China Sea. Should a malevolent dragon encounter him, it would not simply annihilate him in the sea. Rather, if they were to engage on land, the dragon, also at level 20, would have to approach this Colonel Spencer with utmost seriousness. "Are you the owner of this mysterious merchant vessel?" Upon hearing this, Spencer scrutinized the young man before him, who possessed a somewhat delicate and handsome appearance, stood a few centimeters shorter than himself, and had a fair complexion that suggested a certain frailty. His tone was tinged with surprise. Ordinary merchant ships do not rival naval warships in size by mere multiples. However, a vessel exceeding 30 meters in length is not something an ordinary individual could easily procure. Soon, Spencer conjectured that this seemingly pampered youth, who appeared to have endured little hardship, was likely the scion of some affluent magnate. "I am indeed the owner of this ship. May I inquire, Colonel Spencer, what business brings you to me?" Khan regarded Colonel Spence with indifference, yet politely inquired once more. When it comes to ordinary naval officers, Khan does not seek confrontation, except when it involves the pirate target of his mission. From the files alone, it is evident that Colonel Spence is a man of substance, unlike the mere buffoon Captain Mouse. The scar on his face likely a remnant from his pursuits against pirates, a detail Khan finds quite respectable. "I have heard whispers of your ship's enigma, neither transporting passengers nor cargo, merely meandering among the islands of the East Sea. Is there truth to this?" Upon hearing Khan reiterate the same query, Spence's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he responded, "Indeed, there is truth to it. But is there anything amiss with my actions?" Upon hearing this, Khan displayed no sign of guilt, but rather a look of confusion, and inquired further. "Ordinary merchant vessels need not fear encounters with the Navy, as the Navy is precisely tasked with safeguarding vessels like theirs. While there was nothing amiss before, the waters surrounding them are far more perilous than those he had previously traversed. As an unarmed ordinary individual, it would be prudent for you to depart swiftly before encountering that band of pirates." Spence, observing Khan's unwavering demeanor and lack of any sign of trepidation, was convinced by his words and offered a cautionary reminder. "May I ask, Colonel Spence, what exactly makes this area so dangerous? The waters here appear calm and tranquil, not dissimilar to the regions I have previously navigated." Upon hearing this, Khan's heart stirred, yet he maintained an air of nonchalance as he inquired, "It matters not to share this with you. Just the day before yesterday, I received information from another naval division that the Click Pirates are heading in this direction. The Click Pirates boast thousands of followers, and even I do not dare to confront them. Thus, it would be wise for you to hasten your departure. Should you encounter them, escape may not be an option." Spencer observed the young man before him, who displayed no intent to retreat. Rather, his curiosity was piqued. He resolved to employ genuine intelligence to dissuade Khan. A wealthy scion like Khan would harbor a greater fear of pirates, for those of affluence are frequently targeted by such marauders. Although Khan's attire did not resemble that of the affluent individual Spencer had encountered, he speculated that this very garb might have spared Khan from the pirates' attention. The Click Pirates commanded a formidable fleet of 5,000 men, wielding lethal poison projectiles and exhibiting considerable military prowess. Consequently, news regarding Click within the East Sea has consistently been suppressed, as reporting on his whereabouts is deemed perilous. Recently, however, he had heard from other naval divisions about this peculiar merchant vessel, and in order to prevent this unusual ship from inadvertently venturing into these treacherous waters of the East Sea, he had already issued orders to establish surveillance. Indeed, this led him directly to Khan. Khan, upon hearing Spencer's somewhat discouraging words, pondered how to articulate his thoughts in a manner that would allow Spencer to disregard his concerns. "Colonel Spencer, you must be referring to the infamous Click pirate crew, correct?" he inquired. Suddenly, Khan's observation hockey detected thousands of unfamiliar presences emanating from a colossal pirate ship in the southeast. Even without the use of hockey, Khan could vividly discern the terrifying fleet of dozens of pirate vessels. As Spencer followed Khan's gaze, he beheld a massive pirate ship, exceeding 50 meters in length, adorned with a menacing skull flag, his complexion paling. Click's crew boasted no less than 5,000 pirates, if the Navy headquarters chose to turn a blind eye. The East Blue Navy would have little chance of eradicating Click without incurring heavy casualties. However, the naval forces stationed in this relatively safe region primarily sought stability and comfort in their homeland, lacking the fervor to engage in combat with such a fearsome pirate crew. "Follow my warship," Should they approach, I shall handle the negotiations, Spencer declared, his expression turning grave. Not to capture them, but to negotiate? Upon hearing this, Khan spoke up, stating, in order to ensure the safety of the residents of Wool Town, I cannot take the initiative to apprehend them. Khan's words struck Spencer's heart like a sharp blade, leaving him with a pang of inner anguish. Nevertheless, he maintained a serious demeanor, despite being a naval officer and operating in the vicinity of his own controlled island. He felt a profound irony in his inability to apprehend the pirate clique. The disparity in strength, both in manpower and circumstances, rendered him and his subordinate crew utterly incapable of confronting the formidable clique pirate crew head-on. Simply follow my warship and steer clear, he instructed. Once this peril has passed, remember to refrain from entering these waters again. With that, Spencer turned and returned to his warship. He briefed his naval subordinates on the situation and directed them to alter their course in order to escort Khan's merchant vessel safely out of the treacherous waters. Boss, what should we do? Inquired the bald crew member at the helm, observing the naval ship changing its direction. Let us pursue, came the reply. Upon hearing this, Khan cast a profound glance at Spencer, who had returned to the warship with a visage of unease, and spoke. Very well. Only after receiving the command did the bald helmsman adjust the course, following closely behind Spencer's warship. Khan stood on the deck, gazing at the densely packed fleet of pirates in the distance, his expression remarkably serene, although he could effortlessly soar over and obliterate the clique pirate crew at that very moment. The sheer number of pirates present would undoubtedly transform the vicinity into a veritable sea of blood if he were to unleash a slaughter in front of this naval officer, who, despite being in his mid-years, still harbored a heart of justice. Khan, wishing to spare his crew from undue fear, decided against taking action for the time being. He resolved to confront Colonel Spencer only after the latter's departure. Observing his employer's demeanor, Colin recognized the shift from polite respect and confusion in the face of Colonel Spencer to a calm demeanor, indicating that something significant was about to transpire. Standing on the deck, Colin gazed at the immense fleet in the distance, his body betraying no tremor of fear. Just the sight of the clique pirate crew, led by a colossal ship measuring over 50 meters, accompanied by a fleet of pirates, suggested that their captain was a formidable pirate, possibly of the caliber of an East Blue overlord, even more fearsome than the clown buggy. Colin had previously discerned that his employer's aim in traversing the East Blue was undoubtedly to seek out pirates. However, he had been unclear about whom his employer intended to capture, as they had been aimlessly stopping at various islands before departing once again. It now appeared that the target was indeed the clique pirate crew. With their discovery, Colin could sense the unvoiced resolve in his employer's heart to take action against them. Colin was uncertain of his employer's true strength as a mere chef. He only possessed slightly more strength than the average person due to years of wielding a chef's knife, which left him unable to fully comprehend the might of a true warrior. Nevertheless, even in the face of the vast clique pirate crew, he doubted that they could survive against a man who, despite appearing ordinary, possessed terrifying power. Chapter 16. Hell on Earth on the far-off ship, the Deladano de Saberu. The lookout spotted a merchant vessel and a naval warship attempting to flee. Captain, 4,000 meters away, there is a naval ship and a merchant vessel. What should we do? Should we intercept them? The lookout reported promptly. The captain, a robust man with lavender hair tied in a bandana, clad in golden armor and black boots, exuding an imposing presence even while seated, inquired casually, can we identify that naval ship? It is confirmed to be Colonel Spencer from the nearby town of Wall, the lookout replied, raising the telescope once more for a clearer view. As the clique pirate crew was the overlord of the East Blue, it was imperative for them to be aware of the naval forces stationed in the area before embarking on their plundering endeavors. Bring me any information regarding Spencer, Click commanded. A pirate swiftly dashed into the cabin and returned with a stack of papers. Click glanced over the intelligence gathered on Spencer. Upon learning that Spencer was 38 years old, a former lieutenant from the Navy headquarters who had risen to the rank of colonel due to his efforts in capturing minor pirates, Click's interest waned. Let him be. He is merely an inconsequential naval officer. We shall adhere to our planned route. We need ample supplies before entering the Grand Line. Placing the documents aside, Click expressed his thoughts. Having navigated the East Blue for many years, he was acutely aware of the Navy's character and capabilities. Rather than squander time intercepting such a feeble adversary, it would be more prudent to prepare sufficient resources for their expedition into the Grand Line. Click had heard tales of the Grand Line's vastly different scenery, which sparked his desire to explore it. With a pirate fleet of 5,000 men, he was confident they would thrive in the Grand Line just as they did in the East Blue. However, managing supplies for such a sizable fleet was no small feat, necessitating meticulous planning for their intended raids. Their presence in this area was a strategic move to follow their anticipated initial route toward the Grand Line. The crew of the Click pirate crew, upon hearing their captain's words, voiced no objections. The Navy was hardly a lucrative target, and although a merchant vessel was nearby, a 30-meter merchant ship would not yield substantial riches, merely a modest fortune compared to the average. Thus, the Click pirate crew chose not to alter their course to encircle Colonel Spencer's warship and Khan's merchant vessel, allowing them to pass by unchallenged. On the other side, Spencer breathed a sigh of relief as he noted the Click pirate crew's lack of pursuit. Since they are not following us, I shall return to Wall. You may follow the same route back, he called out to Khan, who stood on the deck of the merchant ship across from him. "Thank you, Colonel Spencer, for your protection." Upon hearing this, Khan turned his head to look at Spencer, a grateful smile gracing his face. Although he did not require protection, Spencer's earnest desire to escort him away was indeed worthy of thanks. "No need to mention it," Spencer replied, and despite his fearsome visage resembling that of a malevolent spirit, a smile emerged on his scarred face. Though the expression might appear somewhat intimidating, it still conveyed his joy. Soon after, Spencer directed his subordinates to alter their course, intending to return to Walltown. The arrival of the Click pirates in this maritime region was ominous news, both for him and the inhabitants of Walltown. Khan's vessel, before Spencer's very eyes, gradually made its way back along the path it had come. Half an hour passed until Khan's ship was entirely out of sight of Spence. And assured that the distance was sufficiently great, he ordered the vessel to halt and wait for him. Khan spoke, and with a swift turn, his body soared into the air, heading towards the direction the Click pirate crew had taken. The crew aboard the merchant ship, upon hearing his words for the second time, promptly furled the sails and halted their vessel. The intentions of their captain were not a matter for them to ponder. Given the formidable task of confronting thousands of pirates, Khan conserved his magical energy, flying at a speed of 50 meters per second. Despite having sailed for half an hour from the opposite direction, Khan spotted the vast fleet of the Click pirate crew in the distance after merely 20 minutes. Khan entered a state of primal combat instinct, fully unleashing his observation hockey. In his mind, he heard the pirates of the Click pirate crew discussing which island to plunder, their words a nightmare for ordinary residents. This realization rendered Khan's gaze increasingly serene. As he approached within 2,000 meters, a magnificent dragon-shaped blade, forged from concentrated magical energy, materialized in his hand and vanished into the air, its speed surpassing the sound barrier, causing the sea to erupt in a torrent of waves. The pirates aboard the Click pirate crew's flagship, laughing boisterously, suddenly noticed the distant ocean churning violently, the sound of crashing waves arriving too late for them to comprehend. A sense of dread enveloped them as the immense waves drew nearer, signaling the approach of an ominous force. The terrifying scene left the crew in a state of shock. An enemy was upon them. Seconds passed before one pirate finally reacted, shouting loudly. Though he could not discern what was approaching, the horrifying spectacle of the surging waves demanded that he urgently relay the message to their captain. Yet, as the words left his lips, a blinding flash of golden light erupted, and their ship was severed in two. It was only as they began to plummet that the crew members realized the deck above them was rising higher, their terrified cries for help echoing into the chaos. Help? What is this monstrous entity? As they fell, they beheld a colossal golden light surging forward, cleaving through their ship, accompanied by the wails of the dying and torrents of blood raining down, transforming the once grand vessel into a sinking wreck. When faced with imminent peril, one's senses sharpened dramatically. The last remaining pirates, in their descent, glimpsed a hellscape unfolding before them, witnessing a figure soaring through the air, wielding an enormous golden scythe. This scythe, measuring several meters in length, appeared far too immense for any mere human to wield. Yet, in the hands of a man who seemed almost diminutive in stature, it moved with a grace that belied its weight, each swing cutting through the air and claiming the lives of his comrades, severing their grand ship with ease. Before this formidable man, the once proud pirates felt as fragile as ants, utterly unable to resist. Suddenly, one pirate felt a drop of liquid on his head. Upon touching it, he discovered it was crimson. Looking up at the blood raining down and the dismembered limbs flying past him, he was struck with terror and fainted, his body plummeting into the ocean like a discarded doll. In mere seconds, the lookout on the flagship of the Click pirate crew, the Deladano de Sabre, heard the chilling screams from behind, accompanied by frantic whispers of monsters and demons. Turning to investigate, he was met with the horrifying sight of their once mighty ship split in half, torrents of blood transforming the azure sea into a shocking crimson, with corpses floating amidst the carnage, a scene that could only be described as a hell on earth. "Willie, what is happening back there?" Click, the captain, heard the cries and quickly rose to inquire of his lookout. Willie, at the crow's nest, dropped his binoculars in shock, the sound of shattering glass resonating through the air. "Willie, what did you see?" Click demanded, his voice filled with urgency. Willie, usually quick to respond, stood paralyzed by the nightmarish tableau behind him, unable to process Click's question. Though they often preyed upon the weak, treating defenseless civilians as their quarry, the reversal of roles struck a paralyzing fear within them when faced with an insurmountable force. Knowing their demise was imminent, Click observed Willie's silence, a stark contrast to the usual swift communication of danger from his crew. The incessant screams from behind grew ever closer, enveloping Click's heart in a shroud of dread, a feeling he had never known despite his fearless demeanor. He yearned to overcome the obstacles in his path and behold the horror that lay beyond, yet his instincts warned him against it. "Captain Click, we must flee." A heart-wrenching voice pierced the air. "Akin? What has transpired?" Click shouted in alarm, but received no reply, increasing his anxiety. Gathering his courage, he leapt atop the 3-meter-high roof of the helm. Upon reaching the rooftop, Click witnessed a sight that would haunt him for a lifetime. A slender, unassuming man wielded a colossal golden scythe, ruthlessly dismantling his fleet and slaying his crew. Gazing into the eyes of this demon, Click was engulfed by an unfathomable fear. The indifference in the man's gaze as he slaughtered Click's men was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Even the most ruthless of his crew, known as the bloodthirsty Akin, displayed some emotion while killing. But this man, amidst the cacophony of suffering, remained eerily apathetic. He was no longer human but an unyielding monster. Chapter 17. The monster with a resounding silence. The ship trembled violently as colossal waves crashed against it, shaking Click's grand vessel to its core. Khan had completely obliterated Click's formidable fleet of 50 pirate ships, leaving only the flagship, the Deladano de Sabre, commanded by Click himself. To his observation hockey, Khan discerned a vast treasure trove of riches and berries concealed within the ship's hold. Consequently, he sheathed his resplendent dragon crescent blade and descended onto the stern of Click's vessel. This must be a dream, utterly impossible. Click's countenance turned pale with terror as he beheld the immense golden Naginata vanish from the man's grasp and subsequently found the intruder aboard his ship. Trembling uncontrollably, he shook his head in denial, his voice quaking as he spoke. For years, he had roamed the East Blue, engaging in fierce battles with the Navy and emerging unscathed. He had intended to gather supplies and embark on a new journey into the Grand Line. Click had envisioned the formidable figures that awaited him in the Grand Line, never once contemplating that his fleet could be vanquished by another. Yet, the once mighty vessels of his fleet were now succumbing to the depths of the ocean, the crimson-stained waters starkly revealing the grim reality of his defeat. His fleet had not fallen to the hands of the Navy, but rather to a seemingly ordinary young man. Khan gazed at the level 20 statistics of Click, noting that his physical attributes were at most comparable to that of a fearsome dragon. Yet, Click adorned himself in an impressive array of equipment. He wielded a colossal war rifle, laden with 2,000 pounds of gunpowder, donned iron armor, and was cloaked in a cape bristling with barbs. His hands were sheathed in diamond gloves, and he possessed the most perilous substance, MH5, which could prove fatal upon mere inhalation. With such formidable gear, there was no doubt that on land, Click far surpassed any dragon of the same rank. Particularly, the bioweapon MH5 posed a significant threat. Even foes of superior levels could succumb to its toxic gas if caught unaware. It is no surprise that Click commanded such a vast following, establishing himself as the sovereign of the East Sea. In this realm, unless he were to cross paths with Monkey D. Garp, who occasionally returned to Windmill Village, Click undoubtedly reigned supreme. Earlier, Khan had aimed to swiftly dismantle Click's pirate fleet using the Radiant Dragon Moon, but with only this single ship remaining and faced with a band of petrified pirates, there was no need for him to employ such a potent technique. Khan merely directed several enormous, radiant patterns floating behind him straight at the terrified Click, who was still reluctant to confront the reality before him. The assault immediately pierced through Click's steel armor, feeling an agonizing pain in his chest. Click gazed at the monstrous figure merely 20 meters away, attempting to utter a few words. However, the fatal wound rendered him powerless, and he collapsed to the ground. "You monster." These were Click's final words before death, his eyes losing all expression, falling silent. As Click breathed his last, a voice echoed in Khan's mind. The mission to eliminate Click has been accomplished. Reward, 2 hours of accelerated learning time. The world fluctuation rate has increased by 1%, currently at 3%. With unknown effects, the host now possesses a total of 6 hours of accelerated learning time. Khan pondered the voice echoing in his mind. Logically, one might wonder whether Click would wreak havoc at the Redfoot Zepp's maritime restaurant, ultimately influencing whether Sanji would accompany Luffy on his voyage. The slaying of both the evil dragon and Click had indeed heightened the world's volatility, a notion Khan could comprehend. Yet, he found himself utterly perplexed as to why the demise of the clown buggy had similarly contributed to this upheaval. Momentarily setting aside these musings, Khan turned his gaze to the pirates, rendered motionless by fear, and directly entered the cabin of the ship, the Deladano de Sabre. After Khan swiftly utilized his magical prowess to gather the berries and treasures within the cabin, he discovered an astonishing sum exceeding 50 million berries, along with treasures that could be exchanged for tangible berries in trade, while such a fortune would be deemed immense for other pirate crews. Within the context of the Clique pirate fleet, which boasts a staggering crew of over 5,000, it is merely a fleeting sustenance. Khan lifted Creek's lifeless body into the air, and once again, a magnificent 40-meter-long sword, the Huanglong Yinwei, materialized in his hand. With a mere sweep, a radiant beam of golden light descended from the heavens. With a resounding crash, the colossal pirate ship, measuring over 50 meters, began its descent, accompanied by the desperate cries of the pirates aboard as it gradually sank beneath the waves. Khan sheathed his weapon and swiftly took to the skies. The blood of 5,000 pirates from the Clique pirate crew stained the ocean crimson. After a brief span of 10 minutes, Khan returned to the deck of his merchant vessel. "Set sail for Star Money Island," he commanded. Khan's expression remained largely unchanged from his departure to his return. He simply indicated, "Yes." The bald helmsman, for the first time hearing the captain mention a designated island, appeared somewhat taken aback, yet he promptly nodded in agreement. The other crew members swiftly sprang into action, hoisting the sails as Khan's merchant vessel set sail once more. Those aboard the ship were well aware of Khan's likely activities during his absence, yet not a single soul dared to inquire or discuss the matter. Khan initially harbored a conjecture regarding the fluctuations of the world, particularly related to the mortality of figures such as Luffy. However, the emergence of the clown buggy has introduced complexities that Khan cannot fathom. Consequently, he has decided to set this matter aside for the time being, hoping that his journey to the Grand Line will unveil new insights. Presently, Khan possesses the corpses of the dragon with a bounty of 20 million. Buggy with a bounty of 15 million, and Click with a bounty of 17 million. Additionally, the infamous akin of the Click pirates carries a bounty of 12 million, culminating in a total of 64 million berries, alongside the over 50 million berries and various treasures recently acquired from the Click pirates ship. Khan has ascended to the status of a billionaire. It is noteworthy that at the outset of his voyage, he had merely a few tens of thousands of berries bestowed by Uncle Jason and 1 million as a dowry from Uncle If, yet within a mere month, he has transformed into a millionaire. This rapid accumulation of wealth prompts Khan to reflect on the allure of the pirate world, where individuals of strength or those fortunate enough to consume a devil fruit often choose to venture into piracy due to the astonishing speed at which riches can be acquired. However, he currently harbors no desire to become a pirate or a member of the Navy. For now, he wishes to traverse the seas as a bounty hunter. As a bounty hunter, he is free from the fear of naval pursuit, while also able to amass considerable wealth through his exploits. This role allows him to gradually familiarize himself with the prowess of those who inhabit the upper echelons of the pirate world, before fully grasping the true nature of power within the realm of pirates. It would be recklessly perilous for him to consider forming a pirate crew and hoisting the pirate flag while evading the Navy's pursuit. As for the Navy, such a path is entirely unfeasible, given that he has already slain numerous pirates shortly after setting sail. Khan is acutely aware that his current actions are not reflective of a virtuous individual. His moral boundary is defined by his reluctance to harm ordinary civilians. But this restraint has its limits. Unlike the recently encountered Colonel Spencer, who possessed a sense of justice, Khan does not find himself inclined to rescue common folk from peril if there is no personal stake involved. At present, the only individuals he holds dear in this pirate world are the uncles and aunts from Windy Village, who watched him grow and have, to some extent, nurtured him. Khan is contemplating how much money to allocate to the villagers of Wind Village upon his return. He feels that giving too much might not be advisable, as an excess of wealth could potentially alter the inherently simple nature of the villagers. After careful consideration, Khan swiftly arrived at a conclusion. Granting Uncle Yev 2 million belly would allow him to retire comfortably. His return was merely to assure Uncle Yev that he had fared well outside. For the other villagers who had aided him, a sum of 100,000 belly each would suffice. Offering too much might lead them to believe he had acquired the funds through unscrupulous means. With the entire population of Wind Village numbering just over 100, and excluding his peers who had grown up alongside him, he would need to provide for 53 individuals. A total of less than 10 million belly was not a substantial amount for Khan at this moment. He was more than willing to offer such modest gifts as a token of gratitude to the villagers. Having made up his mind, Khan closed his eyes and began to meditate. Although the use of the Flame Dragon Dance had not significantly drained his energy, it had still taken a toll. Flame Dragon Yinyu Level 1 condenses magical energy into a Flame Dragon Yinyu, which can be thrust forward to pierce an enemy, unleashing a powerful burst of dazzling energy dependent on the amount of magic gathered. Flame Dragon Dance Level 1 allows the wielder to conjure the Flame Dragon Yinyu for combat. The recent encounter with the Click pirate crew had lasted approximately a minute, during which they offered little resistance before he vanquished them entirely. The magical energy consumed in manifesting the Flame Dragon Yinyu was minimal. However, maintaining high-speed flight for over a minute had depleted over 2,000 of Khan's magical energy. Although this was only a fraction of his total capacity, Khan preferred to keep his magical reserves at their peak. From the battle, Khan realized that regarding the power of the weapons manifested through the Flame Dragon Dance, he would need to exercise discretion in future encounters. His ability to unleash such might was contingent upon the absence of civilian presence. He had only employed the Flame Dragon Yinyu because it was the fastest means to dismantle the pirate ships. Reflecting on the situation, he understood that if he were to confront pirates on land populated by ordinary citizens, he would have to resort to alternative methods to eliminate them. To navigate the seas as a bounty hunter, he could not endanger innocent lives. Should a confrontation with pirates inadvertently harm civilians, even if unintentional, he would be branded a pirate himself and subsequently pursued by the Navy. Chapter 18. Homeward bound as Khan embarked on his journey home aboard a merchant ship in the early hours, just past 2 in the morning. Spencer at the naval base in Wooltown was abruptly awakened by a series of urgent knocks. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he hastily donned his naval uniform and exited his quarters within 30 seconds. "What is the emergency?" Spencer inquired, observing the 2 young naval soldiers, barely 18, whose faces were ashen with fear. "Colonel Spencer, while on a patrol around the island, we heard a strange noise. Following the sound, we discovered a body impaled by a sharp piece of wood, covered in blood," one of the trembling soldiers reported. Hearing the calmness in Spencer's voice helped to steady their nerves, yet the horror of the situation still left them shaken. Having only recently graduated from the naval training camp, this was their first encounter with a corpse, particularly one with such a gruesome appearance. "Where is the body?" "Take me there," Spencer commanded, his expression turning serious. "Yes, sir," the young soldiers replied in unison. Before long, Spencer, cloaked in the darkness of night, followed the soldiers to the rocky shore of the small island. Upon arrival, he was met with the sound of crashing waves mingled with an eerie thudding noise. "Colonel Spencer, the body is near the Black Rock Reef where the sound is coming from," one soldier pointed, halting in fear. Spencer, understanding their trepidation, did not chastise them. He proceeded toward the source of the sound, ascending a black rock ledge. as he shone his flashlight down. He was met with a shocking sight that even a seasoned officer like him found unsettling. Below him lay the body the soldiers had described, bloodied, with a gaping wound in the chest from the sharp wood, and the right arm severed. The victim's face was unrecognizable, marred by the injury and swollen from exposure to the sea, rendering it grotesque. As the waves ebbed and flowed, the sharp wood occasionally struck the rocks, producing that disquieting thud. Spencer strained to discern the identity of the victim, but the blood obscured any clues. "Lieutenant Charles, go to the coroner's office and await my instructions," Spencer ordered gravely, turning to the two soldiers who dared not approach. "Yes, sir." Two young naval soldiers, upon hearing they could leave this place, shouted in unison and dashed away. After the two young sailors had departed, Spencer, suppressing his nausea, jumped down to retrieve the body and bring it back to the naval base. Fortunately, the discovery was made at night. Had it been during the day, it might have terrified the townsfolk. Soon, after Charles examined the corpse and identified its owner through the clothing and the now faded tattoos, he compared them with the various tattoos of the East Sea pirate crew and established the individual's identity. This was a pirate, a member of the Click pirate crew, whose cause of death was a sharp wooden object that had pierced from above. Upon hearing this, Spencer deduced the drifting route of the individual using maritime charts and set sail that very night in pursuit of the direction indicated. As they approached the maritime route, naval soldiers continuously reported sightings of terrifying bodies on the surface of the sea. Ultimately, as dawn broke, Spencer and many soldiers aboard his ship beheld the blood-stained waters and the shattered remains of a vessel adrift. This horrifying scene even shook Spencer, who had weathered many storms, leaving his complexion pale. Eventually, he issued orders to search the surrounding area. After more than a day of searching and identifying, Spencer confirmed that these were indeed members of the Click pirate crew, with the death toll exceeding 4,000. Some pirates, whose faces were recognizable, bore expressions of terror, as if they had witnessed the most horrifying scenes before their demise. Subsequently, Spencer contacted the nearby naval bases and discovered that none had encountered the Click pirate crew. After 4 days of investigation, Spencer ascertained the news of the Click pirate crew's annihilation, although he remained unaware of the identity of their conqueror. He organized the details and informed the other naval divisions. The news of the Click pirate crew's mysterious downfall spread rapidly, inciting jubilant celebrations across the naval divisions of the East Sea. Concurrently, a report regarding the downfall of the Click pirate crew circulated throughout the East Sea. The announcement of their demise elicited widespread applause from countless residents, who were relieved, for the Click pirate crew had committed innumerable atrocities. Their acts of arson, murder, and plunder, masquerading as a naval fleet to attack naval bases and rob small islands, had long provoked a deep-seated hatred among the populace. Although the news did not specify who had vanquished the Click pirate crew, many expressed gratitude towards the unknown hero. After 4 days at sea, Khan's merchant ship returned to Star Money Island. "You will remain on this island for a few days. I shall return to find you. At that time, you will take me to Logtown, and I will pay you the previously agreed-upon repatriation fee," Khan addressed his crew one afternoon. Yes, the crew members responded enthusiastically. Only Colin, upon hearing of their impending repatriation, felt a slight rigidity in his body but nodded in agreement nonetheless. Thereafter, Khan departed swiftly. Although Wind Village is not marked on the East Sea map, it is only half a day's journey, approximately 100 nautical miles from Star Money Island. For Khan, this distance was a mere trifle, and he could not help but smile at the thought of reuniting with Uncle Ifu and the villagers. In a blacksmith shop in Wind Village, a burly, bear-like middle-aged man wielded a hammer, striking the red-hot iron anvil before him. This was Ifu, the blacksmith of Wind Village, whose repeated blows gradually transformed the scorching iron into a new shape. Over a month had passed since Khan's departure, and the villagers had already heard of his maritime adventure. Some expressed joy, believing that a young man as astute as Khan ought to embark on such ventures, while others refrained from discussing it out of concern for his well-being. He felt a mixture of worry and reluctance, yet he recalled Jason's words upon his return, revealing that Khan, despite his maiden voyage, had adapted remarkably well to the swaying vessel, showing none of the typical seasickness that often afflicts first-time sailors. Gradually, Eve came to understand that Wind Village, with its mere 100 inhabitants, could not hold back someone like Khan. Before consuming the devil fruit, Khan had already eradicated all the large wild animals on the mountain, although he falsely claimed to have done so using traps. However, Ifu, having lived for over 50 years, could not possibly be deceived by Khan. Even as a child, Khan had exhibited extraordinary strength and a keen intellect. After he consumed the devil fruit, his power reached an incomprehensible level, even to himself. Over a month had passed without a single piece of news regarding Khan, nor had there been any reports of new pirates emerging from the surrounding islands. This was undoubtedly a good sign. The absence of such news implied that Khan had not become a pirate. As long as he remained untainted by that life, the likelihood of him encountering danger would diminish significantly. Perhaps Khan truly could return to fulfill his promise of visiting me. While Ifu methodically hammered away at the iron block before him, producing rhythmic clanging sounds, a voice filled with mirth suddenly emerged from behind. Uncle Ifu. Upon hearing the familiar tone, Ifu's hammer paused mid-air, his expression transforming into one of disbelief. He turned to see Khan, whose delicate and fair visage bore a slightly frail frame, yet remained largely unchanged since over a month ago. realizing that Khan had returned unscathed. Ifu set aside his work and approached him. Are you planning to stay in the village, or have you come merely to visit us? Ifu inquired, his voice trembling slightly. I have returned to see you, Khan replied, and to bring some gifts for you and the elders of the village. Though the gifts may not be grand, I wish to express my gratitude for the care you have bestowed upon me all these years. Upon hearing Uncle Ifu's voice, tinged with a slight tremor, Khan felt a warmth in his heart and smiled as he spoke. Silly child, there is no need for any gifts. When Ifu learned that Khan intended to return for a visit, bringing a present with him, he could not contain his joy and responded with a smile. It is already past 3 in the afternoon. Although you usually finish work at 5, why not take an early rest today and accompany me to see the gift? Khan chuckled upon hearing this. Very well, allow me a moment to tidy up before we return together. Ifu nodded in response to Khan's words and replied, Indeed. I shall await your return. Upon hearing this, Khan nodded with a smile. Shortly after, Ifu tidied up some trivial matters in the blacksmith shop and, upon emerging, glanced at Khan, who was waiting. The two then proceeded towards his residence. How long do you plan to stay this time? Ifu inquired as they walked alongside each other. I should stay for about 3 days, Khan replied. Khan began to walk with Ifu, and upon hearing the words, he chuckled in response, Only 3 days? Why not linger a bit longer? Ifu, somewhat dissatisfied with Khan's reply, remarked, I have other matters to attend to outside, so 3 days will suffice. After all, I shall return to visit you again in the future. Khan chuckled in response. Is that so? Well, that's quite acceptable. Upon hearing this, Eve burst into laughter. Chapter 19. The gift. As Eve and Khan made their way home, they encountered several villagers, including a few elderly men and women, as well as some young children. Khan's brother is back. A child exclaimed joyfully, dashing towards the village to share the delightful news with everyone. I heard you went sailing, Khan. Did you bring back anything of interest? Inquired a woman in her 30s, who still retained the youthful charm of her earlier years, gazing at Khan with a smile. I have indeed brought back a few treasures, Khan replied. This time, I have brought some small gifts for Aunt Heidi and Aunt Jennifer, which I will present to you shortly. Khan chuckled in response, remarking that the child was indeed as endearing as ever. How about joining me for dinner at my home this evening? Khan's words brought smiles to the faces of several elderly ladies, who then spoke up. Thank you for your kind intentions, but I have already promised to dine at Uncle Ifu's home this evening, so I must defer to another occasion. Upon hearing this, Khan politely replied, Let us speak of it another time. The 3 aunts smiled in response. Subsequently, Khan followed Uncle Ifu, greeting each villager along the way and expressing that he had brought gifts for them. A sum of 100,000 Berry was not particularly significant for Khan, however. For the many residents of Wintertown, it represented a sum that would typically require around 6 months of diligent saving. Most villagers earn between 20 to 30,000 Berry each month, yet the concepts of earning and saving are fundamentally distinct. Daily expenses inevitably erode their hard-earned income, making frugality essential to amass any savings. Among the island's wealthiest was Uncle Jason, who earned his living by fishing and selling his catch each week. Yet, the persistent odor of fish that clung to him from years at sea was not a burden that many would willingly bear. Moreover, fishing was considered arduous labor compared to the more leisurely occupations available in the village. Thus, it could be said that Uncle Jason's earnings were truly hard-won. The direct infusion of 100,000 Berry would undoubtedly bolster the savings of each household, offering a slight improvement in their quality of life without drastically altering the villager's existence or character. Khan does not refuse to provide more Bailey, rather. He wishes to prevent the simple villagers from altering their long-standing way of life due to an influx of Bailey. As for Uncle Ifu, it is impossible for him to remain on the island indefinitely to care for himself. Therefore, Khan hopes that Uncle Ifu can take on an apprentice in the village without worrying about Bailey, allowing him to gradually retreat and enjoy his twilight years. To his knowledge, there are several young individuals in the village eager to apprentice under Uncle Ifu, especially since his home in Wind Village has become quite luxurious. After exchanging pleasantries for over half an hour, Khan and Uncle Ifu finally returned outside the mansion. Uncle Ifu, please wait a moment. I shall fetch the gift I have for you. Before entering, Khan smiled and uttered a phrase, then vanished into thin air. When he reappeared, a large bag was in his hand. Uncle Ifu, upon hearing Khan's movements and the metallic sound of the bag's contents clashing, exhibited a subtle change in his gaze and swiftly grasped Khan's hand, ushering him into the house. Khan did not resist this seemingly feeble force in his eyes. Khan, where did you acquire all this wealth? Upon closing the door, Ifu turned around and spoke with a hint of anger in his voice. Although he was unaware of the exact amount of berries contained within Khan's large bag, its size was significantly greater than the one he had previously given Khan. It was evident that the bag held over 1,000,000 berries. If Khan had been away for over half a year, it would not have surprised him to return with such a sum. Opportunities for earning money in the vast sea far exceeded those in the underdeveloped village of Windy. And with Khan's astute mind, making a fortune would not be a challenge. However, Khan had been gone for merely about a month, and the sheer amount of wealth he brought back made Ifu suspect that Khan had engaged in dubious activities. Uncle Ifu, you're mistaken. I am now a bounty hunter. By capturing pirates, I can earn a considerable amount of berries. Khan discerned the anger in Uncle Ifu's voice and promptly inquired, have you truly become a bounty hunter? Upon hearing this, Ifu's inner fury diminished significantly, and he responded with a hint of skepticism. Indeed, after venturing out to sea, I discovered that the rewards for capturing a pirate range from hundreds of thousands to millions of berries. Upon further investigation, I realized that being a bounty hunter does not attract the same pursuit from the Navy as being a pirate does. Moreover, if one selects to pursue pirates with lower bounties, the risks are considerably minimized. Thus, after careful contemplation, I chose to embrace the path of a bounty hunter. Khan observed the gradual subsiding of Uncle Eve's anger and seized the opportunity to explain himself. His words contained a significant measure of truth, albeit with a hint of deception. He indeed harbored aspirations of becoming a bounty hunter and wished to venture into the wider world to witness its wonders. However, the funds he possessed were procured from the malevolent dragon and clique, merely awaiting his claim of the bounty. Upon hearing Khan's declaration, Eve, recalling the recent absence of any news regarding Khan's piratical endeavors, found himself inclined to believe him. So, how much have you earned thus far? Eve inquired casually as he passed by Khan. I believe it amounts to over 10 million berries, Khan replied. Upon hearing this, Khan chuckled. The staggering figure caused Ifu to stagger, nearly collapsing to the ground, but Khan swiftly caught him. How much? Ifu, supported by Khan, turned his head to gaze at the slender man who could effortlessly uphold him, his speech faltering. To be precise, it's approximately 13 million. Upon witnessing Uncle Ifu's reaction, Khan assisted him to a sofa in the hall, smiling as he spoke. He had anticipated such a response and thus refrained from revealing that he had amassed over 100 million berries. It is indeed remarkable. Merely capturing some less perilous pirates can yield such a fortune. Upon hearing this substantial figure, Ifu's expression grew somewhat complex as he remarked. Over 10 million berries, an ordinary person might earn a sum comparable to that over their entire lifetime. In a mere month, Khan had earned what would take an average individual a lifetime to accumulate. Acknowledging that Khan had achieved this through his own abilities, Ifu recognized the validity of Khan's endeavors. Thus, my return is not solely to present you with a gift. I have also brought offerings for the other villagers. Within this bag lies over 2 million berries. A modest token of gratitude for your years of nurturing me. I shall return again, and I promise to bring even greater surprises. Khan, upon seeing Uncle Eve, felt a sense of relief as he noticed the latter's indifference towards his work. With a smile, he expressed that his primary purpose for returning this time was to ensure that the aging Uncle Eve could rest easy, without the burden of worry over his maritime ventures affecting his health. Just your thoughtfulness brings me great joy, Khan added. At these words, Eve's eyes sparkled with pride, and a comforting smile graced his wrinkled face, revealing his contentment. Khan exceeds his own expectations far more than he could have imagined. However, what fills him with pride and comfort is that he has accumulated a substantial fortune while remaining fundamentally unchanged in character, still cherishing the memory of the humble village of Winder. Ifu understands that human nature is inherently fickle, especially for someone like Khan, who once lived a simple life in the ordinary village of Winder. One would assume that acquiring such wealth would alter his demeanor. Yet Khan has not succumbed to this transformation, which is undoubtedly a rare and admirable quality. Although Ifu does not require such wealth in Winder, he recognizes that this is Khan's way of expressing gratitude, so he graciously accepts Khan's goodwill. Now, I shall proceed to deliver some small gifts to the villagers. Upon seeing Uncle Ifu's acquiescence, Khan smiled and remarked, very well, I shall prepare dinner. Do remember to join us later. In response, Ifu chuckled and affirmed, certainly. Upon hearing this, Khan nodded and subsequently exited. He then retrieved a bag containing 100,000 berries, which he had prepared in advance, and delivered it to each household. The recipients initially resisted accepting Khan's generous gift, fully aware that while he had amassed considerable wealth, earning such riches was no simple feat. The thought of unconditionally accepting Khan's offering weighed heavily on their conscience. However, upon learning that this act was Khan's way of expressing gratitude for their kindness, they found themselves unable to refuse, reluctantly accepting the gifts. After receiving the money, they extolled Khan's virtues, proclaiming that he had matured and truly made something of himself. Some even sought to discuss matters of marriage with Khan, but he skillfully evaded such conversations with excuses. It was not until Khan delivered the final bag of 100,000 berries to Aunt Lena next door that he completed his generous endeavor. Khan opened the small cabin that had remained untouched for over a month. Despite his absence, the cabin appeared as though it had been regularly maintained, devoid of any dust, and preserved in a pristine state reminiscent of the moment he first departed. Khan caressed the somewhat worn furniture that had accompanied him through 12 years, his gaze flickering restlessly. Although he professed that he would return, Khan understood that this time, should he set sail again, he would embark on the Great Route. At that point, his return would not be a mere 4-day voyage, it could take 6 months or even longer. Thus, prior to venturing onto the Great Route, he resolved to come back for a brief visit. Only by temporarily resolving some of his inner thoughts could he depart with a lighter heart. Ready to explore the perilous waters teeming with rampant pirates, Khan took a refreshing bath, donned a pristine white outfit, and then sought out Uncle Ifu, relishing the long-awaited flavors of his cooking. Upon returning to the quaint wooden cabin, Khan chose not to meditate but instead indulged in a rare and restful slumber. During the day, he assisted the villagers with their tasks, just as he had done in the past. In the afternoons, he practiced his techniques on the mountains. And in the evenings, he engaged in meditation. After 3 tranquil days spent in the serene Wind Village, time seemed to flow effortlessly. Khan bid farewell to Uncle Ifu once more, retreating to a secluded spot on the island, from where he ascended into the sky. This time, his journey was towards the magnificent sea route. Chapter 20, Colin's Awakening. As Khan returned to his merchant vessel on Star Money Island, Colin and 5 crew members were already awaiting his arrival. Boss, the provisions and water have been replenished, and we are ready to set sail at any moment. Colin approached Khan's side, his gaze imbued with respect as he spoke. In that case, let us embark. Khan, taken aback by Colin's words, nevertheless signaled for departure. Aye, came the resounding reply from the crew aboard the merchant vessel. In recent days, news of the demise of the clique pirate crew had spread across the myriad islands and villages of the East Sea. The 5 crew members aboard the ship were aware that their employer was likely seeking retribution against the clique pirates. Yet they were still astonished to witness it confirmed through the news. Although it was a mere coincidence and fleeting, it was undeniable that they were currently working under the aegis of a formidable and powerful individual. Each crew member deftly handled the ropes of the sails, their voices ringing out with spirited shouts of heave ho. As the merchant ship swiftly set sail into the open sea, Khan observed the excited demeanor of his companions, initially suspecting they had ingested something peculiar. However, upon noticing several fresh newspapers on the table beside his usual chair on the deck, he casually glanced through them. The articles expressed gratitude towards an unknown hero, which enlightened him. Unlike the others, the crew of the merchant ship, along with Colin, were aware of his prior endeavor to seek out Click, leading these crew members to perceive themselves as heroes. Subsequently, Khan paid little heed to their exuberance, settling into his chair to savor the orange juice that Colin had long prepared for him. Predictably, he parted ways with the 5 crew members responsible for cleaning, repairs, and navigation. Khan intended to extend an invitation to Colin, gauging whether he would be willing to continue serving as his ship's cook. Nevertheless, he would not pressure Colin to join him, recognizing that the Grand Line posed dangers far surpassing those of the East Sea. Having already eliminated several formidable pirates from the East Sea, he deemed the remaining naval forces sufficient to manage the remaining threats, rendering the East Sea a remarkably comfortable domain for retirement. Before embarking on his journey to the Grand Line, Khan planned to assess the abilities of Smoker, the Logia-type smoke devil fruit user. His intent was not to engage in combat, but rather to utilize Smoker as a benchmark for estimating the overall strength of pirates in the Grand Line. Given Smoker's prowess, he could navigate the first half of the Grand Line with relative ease, largely attributed to the innate elemental advantages of the Logia-type fruit. To injure a Logia-type devil fruit user, one must rely on haki or weapons crafted from sea prism stone. Khan remains unaware of his own magical prowess and whether it can inflict harm upon Smoker. This uncertainty is of paramount importance for his forthcoming journey. Thus he must devise a means to test his capabilities. Engaging in direct combat with Smoker is unnecessary. He merely needs to encounter the elemental manifestation of Smoker. Such opportunities, Khan believes, will be abundant in Logtown, a frequent destination for pirates, so he harbors little concern. Khan resumed his fundamental training aboard the ship, understanding that in this world fraught with pirates, survival necessitated strength. This arduous regimen might seem monotonous, yet Khan relished the gradual enhancement of his power, savoring the sensation of seizing control over his own fate. In this realm of ruthless competition, where the weak are devoured by the strong, possessing formidable abilities is indispensable for pursuing one's desires. The crew, including the chef Colin, gazed with admiration at their youthful captain, whose name they still did not know. As he persisted in his training, this young captain had vanquished the clown buggy pirates and the click pirates. The bounties alone on those 2 pirate captains exceeded 30 million berries. With such a fortune, one could indulge in a life of luxury that would be envied by many in the East Sea. However, this seemingly youthful captain maintained his disciplined approach, dedicating himself to the cultivation of his strength, a quality that commanded their respect. Observing Khan's unwavering commitment, Colin pondered for several days before resolutely making a decision. Although Star Money Island was some distance away from Log Town, after 10 days, Khan's seemingly ordinary merchant vessel arrived in the vicinity. While they had yet to reach Log Town, it served as the gateway to the Grand Line, and the route was already bustling with massive warships. From a distance, the harbor of Log Town, teeming with vessels, revealed a level of prosperity far surpassing any island in the East Sea. "Captain, we shall soon arrive," announced the bald helmsman. "As agreed, I will provide you with 12 months' wages as severance pay upon your return. The berries have been placed in your respective quarters. Once we dock, you may take the money and depart. It is common knowledge to keep wealth discreet. Given your ages, I trust you understand this, so I shall refrain from elaborating further." Upon hearing this, Khan rose and surveyed the crew around him before speaking. The waters near Rogue Town are arguably the most perilous in the East China Sea, for it is here that the infamous pirate king, Roger, was executed, drawing many to this place. Even pirates who have ventured from other seas into the Grand Line often come to witness the execution platform for themselves. Although his bond with these crew members was not particularly deep, they had all diligently fulfilled their duties over the past month, just as they had when he initially hired them. Naturally, Khan would honor his promise and provide them with the compensation they deserved. "Thank you, Captain." The 5 crew members on deck responded, their faces lighting up with grateful smiles. "Captain, I have a request," Colin said, his expression serious. Do you wish to accompany me into the Grand Line? Upon hearing this, Khan turned his head and saw Colin's expression, imbued with utmost seriousness. He spoke, indeed. Colin, feeling as though Khan had pierced through the veil of his thoughts, was momentarily shaken, yet he promptly nodded in affirmation. The surrounding crew members widened their eyes in astonishment, unable to fathom that young Colin wished to continue following their master. Are you aware of the perils that lie along the Grand Line? Khan paid no heed to the gazes of the surrounding crew members, instead fixing his gaze upon Colin and inquired. He had only encountered snippets of information in books and news articles, for it was a realm of enchanting islands starkly distinct from the East China Sea. Upon hearing this, Colin fell silent for a moment and shook his head. However, it must be noted that there is far more than just that. The conditions there are infinitely more harsh than those of the East China Sea. Khan gazed deeply at Colin, whose short black hair framed a face that radiated vitality. Clad in a pristine white chef's uniform, standing upright with remarkable poise, he spoke slowly, in the Grand Line, as he once believed, the notorious and formidable pirate Jester Buggy, along with others like Click, are merely commonplace. In fact, there exists an abundance of pirates whose strength surpasses theirs. It is quite possible that even the most unassuming pirate you encounter in the Grand Line possesses the capability to extinguish your life at any moment. For an ordinary person, to navigate the Grand Line is, without exaggeration, to place oneself in a perilous environment, where one could easily become a target and face imminent death. I, too, am uncertain whether my strength can guarantee my safety within the Grand Line, and thus, I cannot assure your safety either. Given this knowledge, are you still resolute in your decision to accompany me on this journey to the Grand Line? Khan paused at this point, his calm gaze fixed upon Colin's somewhat wavering dark eyes. During the more than a month since Colin had taken on the role of chef aboard Khan's vessel, he had been treated to a diverse array of culinary delights. Undoubtedly, Colin exhibited a remarkable sense of responsibility, ensuring that breakfast, lunch, afternoon desserts, and dinner were all prepared punctually, which brought him considerable satisfaction. Khan was eager to invite Colin to continue as the ship's chef, for such companionship would alleviate the monotony of life at sea. However, before extending this invitation, he felt it imperative to clarify certain matters with Colin. Colin's rank was merely a few levels above that of an ordinary adult male, positioning him as a commonplace individual within the East Sea. Should Colin lack the requisite awareness, making a hasty decision to accompany him on the journey to the Grand Line could lead to a lifetime of regret. The 5 crew members nearby swallowed hard. Though the young captain spoke in a calm tone, the scenarios he painted were enough to instill trepidation in countless ordinary souls like themselves. Despite this, Colin felt an unwavering desire to follow him. Gazing into the captain's serene eyes, which belied a flicker of uncertainty, Colin ultimately resolved to express his steadfast intention, declaring, "Even if it leads to death, I shall not regret it." Khan's expression remained unchanged as he gazed into Colin's eyes and inquired. My heart whispered that if I were to let this opportunity slip away, I would return to a remote corner of the East Sea, living out my life as an ordinary chef. The Grand Line may indeed be fraught with dangers as you described, yet it also harbors the myriad islands I have long yearned for. I am acutely aware that, given my current abilities, I would merely be a burden to you on the Grand Line. Should we encounter adversaries even you cannot contend with, I would not blame you for abandoning me. I implore you to allow me to accompany you on your journey to the Grand Line. Colin met Khan's eerily calm gaze without flinching, his determination unwavering. After speaking, he straightened his back and bowed deeply to Khan. Since you have made such a resolution, I shall grant your request. I will compensate you at double the previous rate. Khan observed Colin's bow, and upon utilizing his Kenbuncha Kahaki to perceive the unwavering conviction behind Colin's words, his gaze exhibited a subtle shift. He spoke with gratitude. Thank you, boss. Upon hearing Khan's affirmation, Colin's body trembled slightly as he straightened up, a smile of appreciation gracing his face. Chapter 21. The exchange system. Follow me and focus on your duties. As for whether to abandon you, I shall make that judgment myself. Khan observed the expression of gratitude illuminating Colin's face and spoke. Thank you, boss. Everything will proceed as we initially agreed. I shall diligently fulfill my responsibilities. Upon hearing these words, Colin's face radiated a joyful smile. It is time to prepare. Let us head to the port. Khan averted his gaze and spoke. Aside from the helmsman, the other 4 crew members gently patted Colin on the shoulder. The words Colin had just uttered were sentiments they had once harbored in their youth. Had they still been young, they might have chosen to follow their captain into a life filled with peril yet extraordinary. In the brief span of just over a month, they had traversed more islands alongside this youthful captain than they had in over 30 years. Now, they found themselves in Logtown, the legendary gateway to the Grand Line, a place spoken of countless times even among the people of East Blue. However, their ages had already surpassed 30, and they had families back home. Unlike the youthful 24-year-old Colin, they could not simply abandon everything to express their desire to continue following. Soon, Khan's merchant ship smoothly merged with the currents and arrived at the harbor of Logtown. The crew members promptly received the repatriation funds as promised by their captain in their respective quarters. Thank you for your remuneration, Captain. It has been a pleasure working under your command, they said, bowing in gratitude before Khan. Do take care on your journey back. Khan expressed his gratitude with a bow, his eyes momentarily glimmering as he spoke. Yes, The 5 crew members responded loudly to their young captain's final words of concern. Subsequently, they disembarked, each bearing their respective bundles. Colin, here are 100,000 berries to secure accommodations for the merchant ship with the Navy. Then, inquire about a comfortable inn, as we may need to stay here for a while. Once the crew had departed, Con retrieved a small cloth pouch and said, "All right." Colin carefully accepted the pouch, refraining from questioning the need to linger in Rocktown. His primary duty was to prepare daily meals for Con aboard the ship, procure necessary supplies, and manage various trivial tasks. Though this resembled the responsibilities of a steward, Colin, having been a chef for many years, possessed ample experience in negotiation and handling minor affairs, thus executing his duties with remarkable efficiency. Shortly thereafter, Con disembarked, and Colin set about attending to the tasks Con had assigned. Upon disembarking, Con seamlessly merged into the throng of people, akin to a drop of water joining the vast ocean's current. Passing beneath a triangular archway, he beheld a multitude of shops that coalesced into a corridor-like passageway. Con surveyed the crowd around him. Rocktown served as the confluence of the East Sea, a necessary waypoint for anyone embarking on the Grand Line. Consequently, it was teeming with a multitude of conspicuous outsiders. Having dispatched the recent crew members, only Colin remained aboard, leaving the vessel devoid of any capable navigators. He now found himself in search of more formidable seamen skilled in the art of sailing. Additionally, the absence of a navigator on his ship necessitated the acquisition of several permanent log poses. Con was aware that his journey to the Grand Line would inevitably trigger numerous freedom quests involving the elimination of pirates, if he wished to swiftly enhance his abilities. Undertaking these tasks was essential, thus, a permanent log pose was indispensable. Logtown thrived in prosperity, with individuals adorned in lavish attire alongside those clad in simple garments, all entering a myriad of diverse shops. Con casually wandered into a shop, inquiring about the location where one could purchase a permanent compass for the Grand Line. Upon learning that it was situated at the end of the shop's corridor, he expressed his gratitude and continued to meander leisurely through the crowd. Occasionally, some peculiar trinkets would catch Con's attention. However, after a brief inspection, he would soon lose interest upon realizing they were merely intricately carved curiosities employing various techniques. Ding. Detecting exchangeable energy treasures. Just as Con was aimlessly strolling and seeking individuals who met the crew's criteria, a sudden voice from the system echoed in his mind, prompting him to pause. What exactly is an exchangeable energy treasure? Con glanced around, finding no targets that aligned with his desires, and inwardly inquired of the system. Treasures imbued with magic and certain attributes are all classified as energy artifacts. The system's voice echoed in Con's mind. How far am I from such an energy artifact? Con, upon hearing the voice, glanced around but found nothing that matched his expectations. He inquired further. Within 1,000 meters of the host, the system promptly responded to Con's query. Upon hearing this, Con unleashed his observation hockey, scanning his surroundings until he stumbled upon an inconspicuous weapon shop. Could it be that particular item? Upon hearing this, Con gazed at the weapon shop before him, contemplating silently. As he did not wield a blade, Con initially held no particular interest in the demon blade, ghostly severance. However, if the demon blade were a redeemable energy treasure, how could he possibly resist its allure? Although he remained unaware of what exactly could be exchanged, the system's explicit notification indicated its undeniable significance. Con entered the shop, where the proprietor, a diminutive figure clad in blue attire, possessed hair as dark and twisted as the horns of a ram. Con cast a glance at the profile of the individual known by the alias One Knife. "Welcome. Take your time," the owner of One Knife remarked. Perhaps due to the prolonged absence of patrons, upon noticing Con's arrival, he promptly turned over the front desk, rubbing his hands together, his face adorned with a quintessential smile. "Do you happen to possess the legendary demon blade, the third-generation kitchet?" Con observed the smile on the face of the vendor, who was known as One Blade, as he began to search within the shop. There certainly was information to be found, but from where did you acquire such news? Upon hearing Con's words, the smile on One Blade's face shifted to a serious expression, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he spoke. If the intelligence had indeed been obtained, it implied that this young man before him could potentially be a pirate engaged in murder and smuggling. How much is it worth in berries? Upon hearing this, Con refrained from providing an explanation and instead inquired, 1,000,000 Bailey. The seller, observing the figure before him, standing at approximately 6 feet tall, with fair skin and an unassuming, handsome appearance that betrayed no hint of danger, resembling an ordinary person, swallowed hard and ultimately articulated a figure. "Bring it forth for me to inspect, should it pique my interest. I shall make the purchase." Upon hearing this, Con produced a substantial pouch of coins and spoke. He had no desire to haggle with the seller. He merely wished to acquire what he sought. "Are you certain you wish to proceed with the purchase? That is a cursed blade, and many renowned swordsmen who have possessed it met with tragic fates." The proprietor, upon witnessing the money pouch and hearing the clinking of coins within, felt a stir of temptation, yet he hesitated. The individual before him appeared so youthful. Should he sell the cursed sword and soon thereafter receive news of the young man's demise, he would be burdened by guilt. "You need not concern yourself with that. Simply count the money. As long as the sum is correct, hand me the sword." Con placed the pouch of money on the table after speaking. The knife seller, observing the demeanor of the young man, chose not to insist further, due to Smog's presence in the town. It had been quite some time since his weapon shop had the fortune of such affluent clientele. After opening the pouch and confirming that it indeed contained 1,000,000 berries, the seller searched among the display of blades. He then retrieved a sword adorned with a head and a small pommel, its cross-shaped guard crafted from shark skin, and handed it to Khan. Upon receiving the demon blade, the third generation, Ghost Slash, Khan heard a voice resonating within his mind. Ding. Detecting an exchangeable energy treasure. The exchange system has been activated. The energy treasure in the host's possession is cursed with ghostly power and can be decomposed into 20 energy points. Does the host wish to decompose the treasure into 20 energy points? Upon hearing the voice within his mind, Khan did not even unsheath the knife in his hand. Instead, he simply took it and departed. What a peculiar young man he is. The vendor, upon seeing this youth, did not bother to ascertain whether he was indeed the third generation of the ghostly blade and merely muttered to himself as he left. Subsequently, after exiting the weapon shop, the third generation ghostly blade vanished from Khan's grasp, having been stored within his system's backpack. What treasures lie within the exchange system? Khan immediately voiced his inquiries to the system. Following his question, a list materialized before him, yet it was composed entirely of black question marks. At the top, there was only one option available for exchange: accelerated learning, with a conversion rate of 1 unit of energy equating to 1 hour of accelerated learning. He had slain the wicked dragon, the Jesterbaki, and Kleek in merely 6 hours, yet this demonic blade, the third generation of Kitsch, could be exchanged for a staggering 20 hours. This revelation left Khan somewhat astonished. Is accelerated learning the sole option available for exchange within the system? With a sigh of contemplation, Khan, upon noticing the row of question marks, inquired of the system. The host's level is insufficient, thus unable to display. Does the host wish to deconstruct the treasures within the backpack for 20 energy points? After the system's notification, it proceeded to ask Khan whether he desired to dismantle the third generation of the cursed demon sword. Confirmed. Upon hearing that his level was insufficient once more, Khan, in a state of resignation, uttered his confirmation. Dismantling successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 20 energy points. Upon seeing the display indicating 20 energy points, Khan observed the disappearance of the demon blade, Sandai Katetsu, from his system backpack. If he were to exchange for 20 hours now, combined with the previous 6 hours, he could potentially dedicate a total of 26 hours to cultivation, thereby enhancing his strength by approximately 1 level. However, Khan refrained from redeeming the accelerated learning time, as other tasks would also yield rewards during that period. The system indicated that the current display was not available simply due to his insufficient level. Until the other items in the exchange system were revealed, Khan had no intention of utilizing these energy points. Presently, he pondered a question. If the demon blade, Sandai Katetsu, could be exchanged for energy points, could the devil fruits also be exchanged? The answer would be revealed when he encountered a devil fruit in the future. The activation of the exchange system was undoubtedly excellent news for him. Chapter 22. Smoker Khan meandered along, pausing intermittently, hoping to encounter treasures imbued with energy. Yet, aside from the recently discovered cursed blade, the third generation Onakiri, no other artifacts of power had revealed themselves. Khan made his way to the end of the porch, arriving at a vast square teeming with an innumerable crowd, which could be considered the heart of Rogue Town. By following the path along the harbor, one could easily arrive here. Is that the execution platform of the Pirate King, GOLD? Roger? It certainly appears towering. Khan heard scattered discussions around him and lifted his gaze to the front. Before him stood a wooden platform nearly 20 meters high. The platform was quite small, barely large enough to accommodate a single person standing upon it. In truth, this unremarkable platform had gained notoriety for the execution of a renowned figure, drawing countless ordinary citizens and pirates alike. It was here that the infamous Pirate King, GOLD, Roger, met his end, resulting in the square being teeming with people. Among the throngs of the crowd, several naval officers patrolled, indicating that despite the bustling atmosphere, the area was far from secure. Khan gazed at the elevated platform for a moment, then withdrew his sight, unleashing his observation haki in search of the shopkeeper he had previously inquired about. The one selling permanent pointers. Such items are only beneficial in the Grand Line. In the East Sea, a simple nautical chart and a compass, along with a capable navigator, suffice for unrestricted sailing. However, within the tumultuous and ever-changing weather and currents of the Grand Line, the absence of a permanent pointer can easily lead one astray amidst the vast ocean. Those seeking to purchase a permanent pointer are either Navy personnel intending to voyage to an island within the Grand Line or pirates. The Navy in the East Sea predominantly consists of retired personnel stationed for defense, and with Smoker's presence in Logtown, the trade of permanent pointers is undoubtedly not thriving. Otherwise, it would not be displayed in the midst of this chaotic and bustling marketplace. Khan unleashed his observation haki, attuning himself to the conversations of those around him, and swiftly pinpointed a direction to pursue. Ultimately, he arrived at a modest stall nestled in the corner of the square's edge. In stark contrast to the bustling stalls nearby, which peddled sweets and peculiar trinkets, this particular stall seemed to languish in obscurity. The proprietor, a rather rotund man, appeared to be suffering from a lack of customers. As he sat languidly on a small stool behind the stall, yawning intermittently, His corpulent figure creaked the wooden chair beneath him, producing a series of squeaks. "How much do you sell your permanent pointers for?" Khan inquired. Khan approached the small stall, gazing at the various pointers, each inscribed with the names of distant islands. He inquired, 3,000 berries each? Upon hearing this, the rotund proprietor sprang from his diminutive chair, a genial smile illuminating his glistening visage. These permanent pointers are crafted from guiding compasses, and with a little effort, one could produce thousands of such permanent pointers for voyages to diverse islands. Merchants, pirates, naval officers, and adventurers alike can create them at a remarkably low cost, thus their selling price remains quite modest. How many island pointers from the Grand Line do you have here? Upon hearing the price, Khan pondered for a moment before inquiring once more. If the guest intends to indulge in leisure, I would recommend purchasing an island featuring a gourmet city and a carnival realm, where one can witness a world of opulence that starkly contrasts with the East Sea. There are also enchanting islands well suited for vacations, adorned with breathtaking scenery. However, I am curious as to which type of island the guest wishes to acquire. The proprietor scrutinized Khan with a cheerful demeanor. Having sold permanent pointers in Rogtown for many years, he was well versed in discerning the identities and backgrounds of his customers. This young man before him exuded no ominous aura, nor did his gaze harbor any malice. His fair complexion and handsome features suggested a modest attire, perhaps a deliberate effort to conceal his true identity. He likely aspired to explore the Grand Line and witness the diverse islands as a minor affluent individual. The proprietor's principle had always been to offer suitable products to varied clientele, thereby enhancing sales. Previously adhering to this philosophy, his former establishment was situated among the row of storefronts ahead. However, since Smoker took command of the Navy base in Rocktown, the number of pirates had dwindled by over 90%, resulting in a downturn for his business, ultimately compelling him to relocate here. "Just provide me with one permanent pointer from each island along the Grand Line," he requested. Upon hearing this, Khan did not hesitate and replied directly. "Every single one?" The plump boss, taken aback by Khan's words, displayed a look of astonishment and inquired, "Indeed, you possess various permanent pointers here. I would like to have one of each." Khan, under the astonished gaze of the corpulent proprietor, nodded slightly and spoke. "I possess a total of 37 permanent pointers from various islands, amounting to a sum of 111,000 berries. If you desire, I can offer them to you for a price of 100,000. Upon hearing this, the portly owner gazed at Khan's refined visage and inquired, "Most individuals acquire permanent pointers with specific intentions. Purchasing one or two is quite common. Yet I have rarely encountered a customer willing to procure so many at once." "Very well, let it be 100,000 berries." Upon hearing that there were only 37, Khan felt it was sufficient. He reached into his pocket and produced a stack of bills. Of course, his money was not in his pocket but rather in the system's backpack. Still, in such a public setting, he felt the need to conceal it. "All right. Allow me to select for you," he said. The portly proprietor, upon catching sight of the gleaming cash in Khan's hand, instantly widened his previously squinting eyes and promptly turned to rummage through the packages behind him. Before long, the rotund owner emerged with 37 permanent pointers, each labeled with a different name. Khan casually cast a glance and noticed the absence of islands such as Amazon Island, Navy Headquarters, and Impel Down, which are typically inaccessible to the average person. Aside from these few exceptions, the map clearly depicted the presence of islands like the archipelago of Sabot, the city of Queen Spring, the Culinary City, and Carnival Island. It can be said that the permanent pointer in the hands of this corpulent proprietor is remarkably comprehensive. "Please fetch me a bag to contain it." Upon confirmation from Khan, he promptly handed over the cash in his possession and remarked, "Very well." The rotund proprietor, witnessing Khan's lavishness, hastily placed the perpetual pointer into a cloth bag, as Khan stealthily blended into the crowd with a burlap sack. Intending to find a discreet place to stow it away, a sudden uproar erupted ahead. "Ah, so this is the very gallows where the Pirate King was executed. It certainly possesses an imposing aura. Keep it down. This is the territory of Smoker in Logtown. Are you courting death? That is Knighton, with a bounty of 9 million. Run. Summon Smoker." Some individuals seemed to recognize the source of the commotion and began to flee in haste. Those with bounties placed by the Navy were typically notorious for their acts of pillaging or murder. Encountering such pirates without fleeing would likely result in becoming a target, leading to imminent demise. As soon as the name was uttered, chaos erupted throughout the square. Khan's body moved subtly, effortlessly sidestepping the panicked individual fleeing before him. His gaze was drawn to a man clad in a jacket and cloak, who appeared rather peculiar. Upon noticing that the man was merely level 10, Khan verified the task system and found no missions associated with him, leading him to dismiss the matter entirely. To say that a mere level 10, or even someone above level 5, could easily possess the capability to take down ordinary individuals would be an understatement. This man might have been marked for a bounty due to past misdeeds. However, the absence of a mission related to him provided Khan with no justification to intervene. The square was teeming with civilians, and any act of violence in such a public setting would yield him a meager reward of 9 million berries. Should he inadvertently involve bystanders in his actions, he could find himself facing a bounty instead. Furthermore, Khan had already observed the encroachment of the Navy towards the square. With one officer communicating through a din-din mushy, Khan halted his steps upon hearing the naval officer mention Colonel Smoker, awaiting the latter's arrival. "I told you not to raise your voice. Hurry and flee," exclaimed a bespectacled man, whose demeanor appeared rather refined, as his complexion turned pale at the mention of Smoker. A peculiar-looking man clad in a jacket was being tugged along by the bespectacled individual, accompanied by a towering muscular figure exceeding 2 meters in height. The trio's pace was brisk, and they swiftly covered a distance of 500 meters. However, at that moment, a man with short silver hair, adorned in an oversized coat emblazoned with the word justice on the back and donning wind goggles around his neck, rapidly approached through the air, exuding wisps of white smoke. As he drew nearer, smoke continuously emanated from his hands, unfurling in the air to form circular wisps of white mist. Khan observed the rapid spread of the smoke, estimating it to be nearly 20 meters per second, though he wondered if this was indeed Smoker's full power. Even after Naden and his companions fled to 800 meters away, they were swiftly pursued and bound tightly within less than a minute. "We merely came to pay homage to the execution platform of the Pirate King, Roger. We meant no disturbance," they protested. "Moreover, the bounty placed upon us is a grave injustice." The 3 bound individuals attempted to struggle, but upon realizing their futile predicament, expressions of innocence adorned their faces as they shouted, "Take us back." Whether they were truly innocent would soon be revealed during their interrogation. Smoker, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, emitted plumes of white smoke from his feet as if propelled by jets, maintaining a steady flight in the air. Upon hearing the pleas for justice from below, he responded with a deep, resonant voice imbued with magnetism. Chapter 23, Are you interested in joining the Navy? Khan stood amidst the crowd, scrutinizing the dossier on Smoker. Name, Smoker. Age, 36. Occupation, user of the Smokefrit. A natural type, devil fruit. Level, 30. Health, 100%. Weapon, 10 hands, crafted from a special blend of sea prism stone. Acquired skills, elementalization, marine 6 styles, white fist, white snake, white vine, white smoke launcher, white gale. Additional skill, level 1 armament hockey. Upon observing Smoker's level and capabilities, Khan pondered thoughtfully. Smoker's rank was significantly lower than he had anticipated. He had expected someone capable of effortlessly vanquishing numerous pirates in the first half of the Grand Line to be at least at level 40. Yet he was astonished to find him at merely level 30. Moreover, Khan noted Smoker's elementalization ability, which allowed him to disregard all physical attacks once activated. The annotation regarding Smoker's rudimentary armament hockey indicated that although he had grasped the basics, he did not place much emphasis on it. This technique involved harnessing one's internal hockey to form an invisible armor around the body, which could also be infused into attacks, bestowing them with hockey energy. With this in mind, Khan surmised that Smoker's magical prowess should easily enable him to strike down even those with elementalization abilities. The observation hockey, in essence, was a fundamental manipulation of one's internal energy, which could be enhanced through training to amplify hockey's potency. With this understanding, Khan felt reassured. Armament hockey was indeed a formidable ability. Generally, even a layperson who mastered the basics and trained for some time could contend with blades and firearms, while those who were stronger could effortlessly shatter a small mountain. However, possessing a magical power far superior to armament hockey, Khan saw no necessity to master such a rudimentary form of energy. As Smoker instructed his subordinates to escort 3 captured pirates away, he sensed a gaze directed towards him. Upon focusing his perception, Smoker turned to see a young man with a fair complexion and unassuming attire, his countenance strikingly handsome. The majority of the residents of Logtown regarded him with a mix of resentment and fear. However, in this man's eyes, Smoker discerned no hint of such emotions, only an expression of intrigue as he appraised him. Upon noticing Smoker's gaze upon him, Khan promptly averted his eyes and followed the soldiers escorting the prisoners towards the naval headquarters. Realizing that his magical prowess could indeed strike at elemental beings, and considering Smoker's mere level of 30, Khan mused that eliminating Smoker would pose little more challenge than vanquishing the likes of the Joker, Buggy, and their ilk. However, Khan harbored little interest in those who had not been marked as targets by the Freedom Task, especially since his previous life had revealed Smoker to be a commendable Marine, imbued with a sense of justice, dutifulness, and gratitude. With Smoker neither designated as a target by the system nor being a malefactor, Khan found no justification to act against him. Even if Smoker were to become a designated target, Khan would refrain from engaging with the Marines at this juncture. He did not wish to attract their scrutiny prematurely. Most crucially, he desired to continue operating under the advantageous guise of a pirate hunter. Thus, he would temporarily abstain from undertaking any bounty missions against the Marines, albeit this was only a transient decision for Monkey D. Garp offered a substantial reward of 100 hours of accelerated learning. After he had resolved the majority of the bounty missions against pirates, he would certainly seek out Monkey D. Garp. Khan followed the naval soldiers closely, drawing the attention of Smoker. Just moments ago, this young man had been observing him, and now he trailed behind his subordinates. This struck Smoker as somewhat peculiar. However, upon scrutinizing Khan and detecting no hint of danger emanating from him, Smoker dismissed the thought, attributing Khan's presence to mere coincidence. As the minutes passed and they drew nearer to the Navy's outpost in Logtown, Smoker noted that the young man had indeed altered his course. Take them to the interrogation room, and also summon Dashki. She has much to learn, Smoker instructed his soldiers. Dashki was a person of righteous spirit, endowed with talent. Although her demeanor could be somewhat erratic, with proper guidance, she could undoubtedly evolve into an exceptional naval officer. The soldiers stationed behind him responded respectfully and departed. Just as Smoker was about to step through the gates of the naval headquarters, a voice rang out from behind him. "Hello, I wish to claim a bounty on pirates." Upon hearing this unexpected voice, Smoker's gaze sharpened, and he turned to discover the handsome man who had departed earlier now stood 5 meters behind him. The absence of any discernible presence from the young man sent a bead of cold sweat trickling down Smoker's forehead. Had this youth been wielding a sea prism stone weapon, he could have easily dealt a fatal blow. "Which bounties do you wish to claim?" Smoker inquired, noticing the 4 elongated bags behind the young man, from which a scent of blood emanated. He recalled the young man's earlier statements and continued to question him. "The captain of the Arlong pirates, Arlong, with a bounty of 20 million. The captain of the Buggy pirates, Buggy the Clown, with a bounty of 15 million. The captain of the Cleek pirates, Cleek, with a bounty of 17 million, and a subordinate, the Demon Mannequin, with a bounty of 12 million. Khan's face revealed a faint smile as he spoke. He had just departed to retrieve 4 bags containing corpses from his system backpack. Although he could have concealed this act using his devil fruit abilities even in front of Smoker, he understood the potential for scrutiny that such a flimsy excuse might provoke. Therefore, to circumvent any complications, Khan wisely opted for the more straightforward approach. The surrounding Navy soldiers, upon hearing the names uttered by Khan, widened their eyes in astonishment. Recently, the notorious Dragon pirate crew had met an unknown demise, along with the peculiar downfall of the Cleek pirate crew, which had stirred considerable speculation. The identities behind these sensational events remained a mystery, with no one stepping forward to claim the bounty. To their surprise, today they encountered the formidable figure behind it all. Smoker's gaze flickered upon hearing the names proclaimed by this young man. As the overseer of the gateway from the East Blue to the Grand Line, he was well aware that Lowtown was the hub of information in the East Blue, and he had indeed heard whispers of the recent occurrences. However, the news of the fall of the Buggy pirate crew reached him for the first time. The newcomer brought the bags from behind him inside. After a moment of contemplation, Smoker issued instructions to the soldiers at his side. To claim the pirate bounty, certain formalities must be completed. If it is truly the 4 of them, I shall prepare your reward. Follow me. He then addressed the young man before him, whose gentle smile and slender frame exuded an air of harmlessness. "Very well," he said. Upon hearing this, Khan expressed no objections and followed Smoker into the naval branch. The other soldiers lifted the several cloth bags that Khan had left behind and carried them inside. Although the naval branch in Rogue Town was merely a division, the premises were remarkably spacious, and numerous naval personnel were bustling about within. Khan followed closely behind Smoker, drawing the attention of the other naval officers within the division, who speculated about the reason the seemingly ordinary young man accompanied Colonel Smoker. "You go in first and wait for a moment. I need to verify their identities," Smoker instructed as he approached a door. Upon hearing this, Khan did not engage in any further conversation. He simply pushed open the door and stepped inside. The room was spacious, exceeding 40 square meters, and contained a round white table adorned with an array of fresh fruits, clearly indicating it was a reception area. Although a place such as the Naval Division was not typically frequented by ordinary individuals, Khan was aware that he had committed no crime, thus he felt no trepidation. He approached the chair at the table and sat down, casually picking up an apple to indulge in its crispness. Ascertain the identities of the individuals within those 4 bags, and compile the information to be delivered to my office, Smoker instructed the soldiers standing by after witnessing Khan's entrance. "Yes, sir." Several naval soldiers promptly responded, hefting the heavy bags towards the morgue. Smoker lingered outside, peering through the transparent window of the door, observing Khan's relaxed demeanor and actions before turning away. Half an hour later, Smoker found himself in an office, a cigar resting between his lips as he scrutinized the reports prepared by the soldiers. The documents detailed the causes of death for the individuals, revealing that each had been pierced through the chest by a sharp weapon, clearly the work of a singular assailant. In Smoker's estimation, the strength of these pirates was negligible. However, the Cleek pirates boasted a formidable crew of 5,000 men. Even with his own forces, annihilating them would prove to be a daunting task. With a flicker of determination in his gaze, Smoker resolved to inquire personally. Before long, he arrived at the threshold of the reception area, pushing the door open and stepping inside. "Colonel Smoker, has the identification been successfully completed?" Khan beheld Smoker, who entered by pushing the door open, a benevolent smile gracing his visage as he inquired. There were indeed no issues concerning identity, however. Some time was required to arrange your remuneration. During this brief interval of preparation, I have a few questions I wish to pose to you. Smoker took a seat opposite Khan and began to speak. "I wonder what inquiries Colonel Smoker intends to make." Khan, maintaining his smile, inquired, "What is your name?" Smog replied, "Khan." Upon hearing this, Khan did not hesitate to inquire directly, "What is the purpose behind your killings? Is it fueled by personal animosity? Or have you been commissioned by others to carry out these murders?" Smog pondered for a moment, unable to recall any relevant associations with that name, and continued to question. "Typically, bounty hunters apprehend pirates to deliver them to the nearest naval base for reporting. It is rather uncommon to opt for direct execution. I harbor no enmity towards them, nor am I acting on behalf of anyone. it is solely because their demise yields a substantial bounty. Upon hearing this sensitive inquiry, Khan's smile vanished, and he regarded Smoker with a serene gaze before speaking. Are you merely motivated by monetary gain in your desire to become a pirate hunter? Smoker, sensing a palpable aura of danger in Khan's calm demeanor, felt an unsettling tension and asked, Is that so? Khan spoke up in response. Smoker, observing Khan's unwavering reply, fell into contemplation. The young man before him possessed the strength to slay the fearsome dragon, Click, and had he any history of taking lives, word would have spread throughout the various branches in the East Sea. However, he had never heard of Khan before, and the youth's seemingly tender age suggested that he might be a formidable force who had only recently ventured into the seas. At such a young age, you wield such immense power. Have you considered joining the Navy? Capturing pirates comes with bounties, and there are opportunities for promotion as well, Smoker inquired, crossing his arms and resting his elbows on the table before him as he gazed at Khan. Chapter 24. Acting on behalf, seeking collection. No. Upon hearing Smoker's invitation, Khan responded with remarkable swiftness, devoid of any hesitation, momentarily leaving Smoker taken aback. Since you have no desire to join the Navy, I extend a warm welcome for you to hunt down more pirates and claim their bounties. However, there is one point you must heed. Should you be discovered by our Navy committing the indiscriminate slaughter of innocent lives, you will find yourself pursued by us without mercy. Smoker gazed at Khan before pausing and speaking, I am aware, which is precisely why I refrained from engaging those pirates in the square earlier. Colonel Smoker, do you have any further inquiries? Khan, upon hearing this, replied nonchalantly, There is nothing left. Please come in with the money. Smoker, upon hearing these words, recognized that the young man before him was not as naive and reckless as his appearance suggested. He understood that persuading Khan to join the Navy was utterly futile. Shaking his head, he proclaimed loudly. As Smoker's words echoed, the door swung open once more. 2 soldiers, adorned with Navy caps, entered, carrying a massive bag. The bag thudded heavily upon being set down, indicating its considerable weight. Reporting, Colonel, the bounty on the dragon, Arlong, is 20 million. The clown, Buggy, is 15 million. Kuro, 17 million. And the demon, Akin, is 12 million, totaling 64 million berries, all contained within this bag. After placing the enormous sack down, the 2 soldiers saluted Smoker and declared loudly, You are free to take the money. We hope to never hear news of your bounty again. Gazing at Khan, whose expression remained unchanged despite the wealth now before him, Smoker spoke, Thank you for the reminder, Colonel Smoker. I shall take my leave now. Upon hearing this, Khan rose to his feet, effortlessly lifting the large cloth bag as he departed. As for the matter of advising Smoker to pay greater attention to hockey, he harbored no such intentions. He indeed regarded Smoker as a commendable Marine, yet merely as that, a commendable Marine. His purpose in visiting was solely to collect the reward he was due from Smoker. In the future, it was conceivable that Smoker might stand as his adversary. Why should he impart counsel to someone who could potentially become an enemy, urging them to enhance their strength and complicate his own affairs? Smoker observed Khan's lack of confirmation regarding the amount of berries before departing directly, his gaze flickering slightly. Although the young man's act of counting berries in his presence might seem somewhat impolite, he would not reproach Khan. Nonetheless, a sense of dissatisfaction lingered within him. Yet, Khan's demeanor since their meeting, exuding a calmness that belied his apparent age of merely 17 or 18, was reminiscent of a seasoned adult who had long grasped the complexities of human nature, acting with neither arrogance nor haste, but rather with a clear purpose. In contrast to the pirates who, having fortuitously acquired devil fruits, gained power yet remained somewhat naive due to their youth, a person like Khan, should he choose the path of piracy, would undoubtedly evolve into a formidable presence. The possibility of Khan becoming a pirate had already emerged when he declined the invitation to join the Navy. For even within the ranks of the Navy, one could potentially abandon their post and turn to piracy, free from any constraints, with countless examples of bounty hunters who had once hunted down pirates themselves. However, Smoker could neither prevent nor had any justification to do so, as these were merely potential futures. At this moment, Khan had committed no wrongdoing. Rather, he had eliminated many troubles for the East Blue Navy by dispatching pirates, thus he could not forcibly act against him. At that moment, a young woman with striking features, short black hair, and glasses hurried down the corridor, only to pause and turn back upon noticing something. Colonel Smoker, you called for me? Tashiji entered the room, bowed respectfully, and inquired directly. Follow me. We've just captured a few pirates. You need to interrogate them and report back the results, Smoker replied, momentarily setting aside his thoughts about Khan upon Tashiji's return. Colonel Smoker, aren't you coming? Tashiji asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. I have some matters to attend to, Smoker stated, stepping past her. If one were not a Navy officer, capturing a person with a bounty exceeding 2 million berries, provided it was confirmed that the individual had not harmed any innocent lives, would earn them the title of bounty hunter. The recent downfall of the Dragon Pirates and the Click Pirates had stirred considerable buzz, and the Navy was diligently seeking to uncover the identity of that unknown formidable individual. Now that this information was at hand, it was imperative to organize the intelligence and disseminate it accordingly. Once Khan had successfully exited the Navy headquarters, he quickly made his way to a secluded alley, stowing away the bag and feeling a sense of satisfaction upon seeing the amount of 64 million berries displayed within. The exhilarating sensation of having wealth at his disposal allowed him to pursue items of interest without the constraints of financial limitations. Next, he aimed to find at least 5 individuals in Logue Town who possessed strength exceeding level 8, were skilled in navigation, and had experience in ship care. With a sufficient number of capable individuals and a clear division of labor, he anticipated no grievances arising from exploitation, as Khan wished to avoid the petty troubles that often accompanied such circumstances. However, locating individuals of level 8 or above, whose abilities far surpassed those of ordinary folk, would prove to be no easy task. Khan wandered around the square, and as noon approached, he still had not found a suitable candidate. It was not that there were no individuals of level 8 or above amidst the bustling crowds of Rogue Town. Rather, most of them were already occupied with significant responsibilities, serving as bodyguards for affluent patrons, or had become shipowners, engaging in the trade of maritime commerce. As the day began to wane, Khan pondered for a moment before returning to his merchant vessel. He needed to devise a strategy to find those willing to venture out to sea, followed by a careful selection process. Otherwise, his aimless wandering in search of a target would prove exceedingly challenging. "Boss, I have secured accommodations at the inn," Colin remarked respectfully. Accustomed to the sight of his employer returning empty-handed, he had observed the boss enter the island numerous times, only to spend the better part of the day wandering about. Yet each time he returned, he mysteriously produced items that had not been seen before. What exactly this ability was, Colin dared not inquire, choosing instead to believe that the boss possessed a unique talent for concealing such treasures. "Very well, lead the way," Colin replied. Upon hearing this, Colin nodded slightly and spoke. Colin acknowledged with a nod and descended the gangplank. The two made their way to a modest 4-story inn adorned with the sign of Windflower. Knowing that the proprietor favored simplicity over opulence, Colin opted for a well-equipped yet unpretentious establishment. As they approached the inn's entrance, they observed several patrons scattered throughout the first floor, relishing their evening meals. The arrival of Khan and Colin garnered little more than a fleeting glance from the diners. "Young man, the dinner you requested will be delivered shortly," remarked the innkeeper, a woman in her 30s, with a warm smile upon seeing Colin. "Thank you, I appreciate it," Colin replied courteously. Subsequently, Khan followed Colin up the staircase to the 4th-floor room. "Boss, my room is right next door. Should you require any assistance, feel free to call on me," Colin said respectfully as he opened the door to room 408 for Khan. "Colin, it seems you have swiftly acclimatized to Rogue Town," Khan remarked. Khan, upon hearing the directive, gazed at Colin and spoke. "Indeed, the inhabitants of Rogertown are not vastly different from those I encountered on my previous island." Thus I swiftly gleaned the various information I sought. Colin, upon hearing this, chuckled and replied, "Then you are aware of how to inquire about where to find more formidable crew members? I wish to recruit 5 individuals whose prowess exceeds that of the average person, possessing extensive maritime experience, preferably those who have traversed the Grand Line." Upon hearing this, Khan spoke up. "Regarding this matter, if the boss is not in a hurry, I should be able to resolve it within 5 days. However, the compensation aspect will require your personal negotiation. Do you think that is agreeable?" Colin pondered for a moment before responding. "Certainly, I shall entrust this to you. How many Bailey would facilitate your efforts?" Khan nodded upon hearing this and inquired. "The payment given to me by the boss today is sufficient. I merely need to arrange for someone to post a few recruitment notices, which does not require much compensation." Colin replied with a smile, "It is quite customary for merchant vessels to advertise for crew members, and the Navy certainly does not impose any restrictions. However, the boss is specifically seeking crew with experience navigating the Grand Line, which undoubtedly presents a greater challenge. This is why Colin requested at least 5 days, as it remains uncertain whether those responding to the recruitment notices will meet the boss's expectations. Thus, I shall leave this task in your capable hands." Khan, hearing the appreciative remarks directed at Colin, spoke up. He had been troubled by how to find crew members. Yet Colin's words illuminated the fact that he was still constrained by his previous mindset. Now, with considerable wealth at his disposal, he could simply post a recruitment notice, allowing qualified individuals to come to him, rather than aimlessly wandering about. Colin then inquired, a hint of a smile gracing his face, about the location for the interviews. Would the employer prefer them to be on the ship, or here? "On the ship," Khan replied. "Those bold enough to approach my merchant vessel guarded by the Navy are unlikely to be individuals with a criminal history." Upon hearing this, Khan spoke up. "Very well. I shall take care of it tomorrow." Colin, recognizing his boss's earnestness, nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Khan entered the room, which was quite spacious, encompassing over 30 square meters. Complete with a bathroom, a large bed, and a dining table, truly a comprehensive arrangement. As night fell in the small town of Donghai, a certain liveliness lingered in the air. And this was even more pronounced in a bustling town like Rogue, where crowds amassed more than in other towns of Donghai. The sounds of passers-by and their conversations filtered through, contributing to a somewhat noisy environment. However, being on the 4th floor and with the soundproofing of the room, the noise was considerably diminished. To experience true tranquility, one would have to wait until around 11 o'clock at night when the various shops closed their doors, bringing a significant calm to the surroundings. Khan paid no heed to the surrounding commotion, as he had originally intended to allocate a few days for recruitment. With Colin assisting him in handling matters, he could indeed spare more time for contemplation. Chapter 25, Spreading the Word in Recruitment. Soon, the chime of the doorbell resonated. And as Khan opened the door, a server entered bearing a plate of omelette rice accompanied by a side salad. Khan was not particularly fastidious about his diet. During their time aboard the ship, he allowed Colin to exercise his own discretion. After merely satisfying his hunger and indulging in a bath, he reclined on his bed to engage in meditation. The following day, Colin sought Khan's guidance before venturing out on an errand. This prompted a sense of reflection in Khan. Despite Colin's relatively modest abilities, his adeptness in interpersonal dealings and task execution was undeniably impressive. With Colin's assistance, Khan was able to alleviate numerous trivial concerns. Throughout the day, Khan immersed himself in a meditative state, only breaking his focus to nourish himself at mealtimes, dedicating the remainder of his hours to profound contemplation. Thus, Khan remained oblivious to the world beyond, wholly engrossed in his practice, and 4 days slipped by unnoticed. Outside, news circulated regarding the recent obliteration of the Dragon Pirate crew, the Buggy Pirate crew, and the Click Pirate crew, with Smoker revealing the identity of the formidable pirate hunter responsible, a man named Khan. Smoker personally disseminated this information, which, within just a few days, sparked a tempest of excitement in the East Blue. Countless individuals speculated about the appearance of this renowned pirate hunter, whose triumph over the Click Pirate crew had significantly stabilized the region, granting ordinary citizens greater peace of mind to engage in maritime trade and tourism. Curiously, while the Navy would typically release a bounty poster depicting the likeness of captured pirates, the same was not true for pirate hunters. To ensure their effectiveness, the Navy refrained from disclosing the physical attributes of these hunters, opting instead to announce only their names and the exploits related to the pirates they had apprehended or vanquished. Whether through capture or direct elimination, the actions of the pirate hunter ultimately aided the Navy, and it was prudent not to increase the associated risks. Even the residents of Wind Village caught wind of this publication. Could this pirate hunter possibly be our own brother Khan? How remarkable. Some children, upon seeing the name in the paper, widened their eyes in disbelief, while others beamed with joy. That rascal had the audacity to claim he was merely capturing pirates with bounties of a few million, Ifu exclaimed, puffing out his cheeks and glaring at the paper. Well, regardless of the pirates he catches, what matters is that he succeeded and earned a fortune, right? Now, who in the village doesn't know that Khan has made something of himself? Jason remarked with a grin, prompting Ifu to exhibit a glimmer of pride in his gaze in response to Jason's words. Although Khan deceived him, he truly ventured out to become a pirate hunter rather than a pirate, which is sufficient. In Logtown, many residents were engaged in discussions about Khan. Within the naval base of Logtown, a bespectacled beauty with short black hair curiously inquired of Colonel Smoker, who was seated on the sofa in his office. Pray tell, what is Khan truly like? He possesses a somewhat delicate appearance. Aside from that, he is akin to an ordinary young man, Smoker replied, his impatience evident in his tone. What does being akin to an ordinary person entail? Dasiki pressed further, her curiosity piqued by Smoker's reluctant admission. Could it be that young man I encountered a few days ago, who happened to exit the naval base and appeared to be around my age? Upon recalling the encounter, Dasiki posed her question. Indeed, that is him, Smoker acknowledged, surprised that Dasiki had crossed paths with Khan. Yet, he appears so youthful and lacks any aura of a formidable warrior, Dasiki remarked, reflecting on the pale-skinned, slender young man she had briefly encountered before being hastily summoned back, her words trailing off hesitantly. It is difficult to believe that this man could be the one who annihilated 5,000 members of the Krieg pirates. Is that what you imply? Smoker, noting the doubt in his subordinate's mind, replied in a somber tone. Indeed, Dasiki nodded in agreement. If you were to confront him directly, you would come to believe it. He is an exceedingly formidable young man, Smoker stated, inhaling deeply from his cigar, releasing a cloud of smoke that slowly dissipated. His voice laden with gravity. Khan had slain numerous pirates without exuding an ounce of malice, a fact that was almost unfathomable. Yet, the composure he displayed was undeniably genuine. Smoker was certain that Khan's tranquility was a manifestation of his profound self-confidence in his own abilities. Thus, Smoker had no doubts that the corpses Khan had brought were indeed those of individuals who had commissioned him for the bounty. Do you know how to locate him? Or has he already departed? Dasky inquired, her curiosity piqued. A formidable bounty hunter could command considerable respect from the Navy, despite bounty hunters lacking superiors. Their endeavors mirrored those of the Navy, focusing on the capture and eradication of pirates to foster a more serene maritime environment. I cannot say for certain, but his actions seem very purposeful. He has likely already left, Smoker replied dismissively, waving his hand. Has he truly departed? It would be wonderful to encounter him someday. Dasky murmured, a hint of disappointment in her voice, though she quickly rekindled her hope. If you wish to meet him, you must first earn a promotion. Do you think your current position allows you to leave Logtown? Moreover, if you aspire to advance, standing here for eternity will not suffice, Smoker asserted loudly. Yes, sir. Dasky responded promptly, saluting before hastily exiting the room. Smoker felt a twinge of helplessness at Dasky's nonchalance. Yet, compared to her desire to meet Khan, he had no inclination to encounter him at all. unless by some peculiar happenstance they crossed paths on the same island. The Navy typically encountered individuals during missions to apprehend them. Given Khan's previous conduct, his transition to piracy would pose a far greater threat than that of other pirates. A day passed, marking the 5th day since Khan had entrusted the recruitment of crew members to Colin. Early that morning, after refreshing himself, Khan made his way out of the inn towards his merchant ship. The recruitment notice posted by Colin indicated that on this 5th day, prospective applicants were to assemble at a designated location. This arrangement relieved Khan of the necessity to remain aboard, awaiting potential crew members. And he was exceedingly pleased with Colin's suggestion. The inn where Khan resided was a mere 20-minute journey from the harbor. Soon, he arrived at the port and beheld that his merchant vessel was accompanied by 13 robust men of considerable stature. As Khan approached the merchant vessel and descended the gangplank onto its deck, he caught the attention of the men who had been waiting for an hour aboard the ship. They regarded the young man, who stood approximately 6 feet tall, with a fair complexion and a somewhat delicate appearance, although Khan's height was considered tall among ordinary folk. To them, he appeared somewhat diminutive. They had anticipated that the employer, seeking to recruit them as crew members for an expedition into the Grand Line, would be a robust or imposing figure. Instead, they were met with an unassuming individual. "Boss, breakfast has been prepared for you. These are the candidates wishing to join the crew," Colin stated respectfully as he approached Khan upon his arrival. Indeed, upon hearing this, Khan took a seat at the table on the deck and cast a glance at the muscular men standing before him, each possessing arms that were nearly as thick as his thighs. These 13 individuals were indeed worthy of their audacity in applying. Each one boasted a level exceeding 8. With the highest reaching an impressive 13, Khan pointed out 5 individuals among the 13, stating, You, and you may remain, the rest may take their leave." One towering man, standing at 2 meters 3, with a shock of golden buzzed hair, interjected loudly, his forehead veined with tension. His voice resonated like a powerful megaphone, causing a reverberation that made the ears ring. Colin covered his ears, pondering the employer's intentions regarding their recruitment, a matter beyond his purview. There is nothing unreasonable about it. I require 5 crew members, and among those I have selected, 4 are the strongest among you, while 1 is the most proficient of the 3 shipwrights. Hence, those not chosen may depart. Confronted by the boisterous inquiries of the bearded man, Khan calmly replied, "On what grounds do you assert that they surpass me? Even if we merely consider physique, I." The blond man with a buzz cut widened his eyes, eager to articulate a response. However, upon meeting the unwavering gaze of the young man seated before him, a chilling sensation surged from his feet to his mind, rendering him utterly rigid and unable to articulate the words that had initially formed in his thoughts. "I do not wish to elaborate excessively. Our interaction is one of a fair recruitment process. I possess my own criteria for assessment, and those not chosen by me are free to depart." Khan cast a calm glance at the muscular men standing in a line 10 meters away from him and spoke. The golden-haired man with a buzz cut initially intended to say something further, but, feeling a chill within, decided to turn away. The others who were not selected made no fuss and departed, as the recruitment notice had clearly stated the need for only 5 individuals. Although they felt somewhat disgruntled by the immediate assertion of the chosen 5 without any inquiry into their respective skills, that singular glance had made them realize that this seemingly feeble young boss was far from simple. Chapter 26. A new task. Now, let us discuss the matter of remuneration. After the departure of the 8 candidates, Khan regarded the 5 individuals standing 10 meters away and spoke. "Since this is a face-to-face discussion, may I inquire what compensation the boss is willing to offer?" asked a 2-meter-tall man, appearing to be in his mid-20s, clad in a white tank top that showcased his robust physique. "Considering the perils of entering the Grand Line, I am prepared to offer you for a monthly salary of 150,000 berries. Do you accept this proposal?" Upon hearing this, Khan pointed to 4 individuals and promptly stated the remuneration he was willing to offer. It is no wonder that the recruitment notice indicated the employer's considerable wealth. "I am Barrett, pleased to make your acquaintance," declared a robust man with black hair, towering over 2 meters in height, a smile gracing his face. This man was the 13th rank that Khan had observed. "I am David, delighted to meet you," announced a golden-haired man, also standing 2 meters tall, clad in a black tank top and shorts. "I am Morton, a pleasure to meet you," chimed in a bald, burly man wearing a white t-shirt adorned with a fishing rod emblem, smiling broadly. "I am Ellis, pleased to make your acquaintance," said another man in a short-sleeved shirt, sporting a head of tousled black hair, also smiling. "As for your ship repair skills, you will be required to perform your designated duties just like the others. Therefore, I will offer you an additional 30,000 baileys, a monthly salary of 180,000 baileys. What do you think?" Khan gazed upon a man with sun-kissed bronze skin and chestnut hair, and began to speak. This man was at level 9, yet his records indicated proficiency in level 7 repair skills. The 2 individuals he had just dismissed were of a higher level, but possessed only level 4 repair skills. Naturally, Khan would unhesitatingly choose the former, as he sought individuals capable of assisting him in navigating and maintaining his vessel, rather than enforcers. "I am Gal. It is a pleasure to meet you." The bronze-skinned man nodded and replied, "I will pay you 3 months' wages up front. If you wish to send money to your families, it would be best to resolve that within 2 hours." In 2 hours, I shall embark on my journey to the Grand Line. Are there any questions? Upon witnessing unanimous agreement, Khan rose to his feet and spoke. No. The 5 new crew members, upon hearing this, shook their heads and replied. Upon hearing this, Khan retreated to his chamber and, in less than a minute, emerged with 5 cloth bags which he placed upon the table. Thank you, boss, he expressed. One by one. The 5 individuals took their respective bags, counted the berries within, and left with expressions of sheer delight. The notion of fleeing had never crossed their minds. There exists a code of conduct among crew members. To abscond with the money would tarnish their reputation, rendering them unhireable in the future. Moreover, considering the generous nature of such a prosperous employer, remaining in his service promised to yield an income equivalent to 3 years' worth of earnings within just a single year. It was imperative to continue this endeavor. Here lies 100,000 berries. Upon their return, take them to procure essential provisions and water for the ship. Khan glanced towards Colin and inquired, is everything in order? Yes, boss, Colin replied with a nod. He did not dwell on how Khan discerned the strength of the 5 individuals. After all, Khan possessed an unimaginable power. Shortly thereafter, within half an hour, the 5 returned to the ship. Colin guided them ashore to procure provisions, and within 2 hours, Khan's merchant vessel set sail. As it was merely a merchant ship and none aboard were fugitives, Khan paid a modest fee of 10,000 berries per person to the Navy, allowing them access to the route designated for ordinary travelers. The crimson cliffs and the opposing currents of the sea. Was this truly the Grand Line? It was a sight to behold. Colin leaned against the ship's railing, reflecting on the extraordinary scenery before him. Had he chosen to return to the East Blue, he would likely have never witnessed such grandeur. Colin, I presume this is your first time on the Grand Line, remarked Barrett, the robust, black-haired man at the helm. With a smile, here lies the Red Line, an immense barrier separating the 4 seas from the Grand Line. The awe of nature is indeed overwhelming for those who see it for the first time. However, within the Grand Line, there are numerous islands that starkly contrast with the East Blue. You will surely be even more astonished by what you encounter in the future. Colin nodded. Lifting his gaze to the swiftly passing red terrain, Khan gazed upon the enormous crimson cliff before him, his eyes flickering with a myriad of emotions. In his previous life, he had understood that the Red Earth continent served as a formidable barrier between the 4 seas and the Grand Line, a colossal entity beyond comprehension. However, it was only when he truly embarked upon the currents of the sea that he grasped the sheer magnitude of the Red Earth continent. Evoking a profound sense of humility in the face of such grandeur as a mere human being, simultaneously, Khan awaited something, according to his expectations. Entering the waters of the Grand Line would herald the emergence of new objectives and quests. As this was a paid passage, the waters flowed gently. And after approximately 10 minutes of navigation, he continued on his journey. The merchant vessel of Khan commenced its descent. Detection has identified 1,300 targets in the vicinity. Eliminate Mr. Zero, Sir Crocodile, located in Alabasta, and receive a reward of 30 hours of accelerated learning. Eliminate Miss Sunday, Nico Robin, situated in Alabasta, and receive a reward of 10 hours of accelerated learning. Eliminate Mr. One, Daz Bones, in Alabasta, and receive a reward of 8 hours of accelerated learning. Eliminate Miss Double Finger, Bola, located in Alabasta, and receive a reward of 7 hours of accelerated learning. Eliminate Mr. 2, Von Clay, in Alabasta, and receive a reward of 6 hours of accelerated learning. Eliminate Mr. 3, Khalifa, in Alabasta, and receive a reward of 4 hours of accelerated learning. A side quest has been initiated to eradicate the Baroque works. Slaying all the aforementioned targets will yield an additional reward of 10 hours of accelerated learning. Eliminate Moonlight Moria in the Devil's Triangle and receive a reward of 25 hours of accelerated learning. Eliminate Dracul Mihawk on Karigan Island and receive a reward of 50 hours of accelerated learning. Eliminate the Pirate King Silver's Rayleigh in the Sabot archipelago and receive a reward of 100 hours of accelerated learning. Eliminate the target located in Marineford. Khan gazed intently at the task panel before him, where several prominent names and rewards stood out conspicuously, causing his heart to race with fervor. Indeed, as he had surmised, enhancing one's strength in the Grand Line was the most expedient path to power, without delving into the myriad opportunities available. The cumulative rewards from the Baroque work side quest alone amounted to a staggering 75 hours. Should he successfully complete this particular side quest, leveraging those 75 hours in conjunction with his current 6 hours, he could undoubtedly elevate his abilities significantly after a few days of dedicated training in a suitable location. Previously, he had not contemplated that utilizing those 20 energy points to acquire accelerated learning time was indeed a prudent decision. However, upon further reflection, Khan realized that his only course of action was to eliminate the other members of Baroque Works, rather than directly confronting the warlord Crocodile in Alabasta. Despite his awareness that Baroque Works was a clandestine criminal organization led by the notorious Mr. Zero, Crocodile was, on the surface, a legitimate warlord of the sea, effectively an agent of the world government, unless he was willing to relinquish his identity as a pirate hunter. His aspirations for the side quest and the reward for defeating Crocodile would jeopardize that very identity. Khan was reluctant to enter the Grand Line only to find himself targeted by the Navy, as this would undoubtedly complicate his navigational endeavors. Considering that Nico Robin was located near Sir Crocodile, his bounty had been reduced by 50 hours, leaving him with merely 25 hours. Nevertheless, 20 hours was still considerable. And since the target was nearby, eliminating them would not pose a significant challenge. Thus, Khan remained undeterred. Although he felt confident in his ability to best Sir Crocodile after assessing Smoker's capabilities, he understood that confronting the warlord directly would be unwise. While vanquishing Sir Crocodile would grant him an additional 50 hours of accelerated learning, it would also jeopardize his identity as a bounty hunter. On the other hand, opting not to eliminate him would facilitate his future endeavors. It was evident that certain sacrifices were imperative. Khan has chosen the latter path among the two options presented. As long as he is not branded with the identity of a pirate, his freedom to navigate the Grand Line is vast. Moreover, his identity as a bounty hunter allows him to eliminate pirates and earn a greater fortune in berries. It is noteworthy that, considering the example of the legendary sword, Yado, the devil fruit may well be a treasure capable of transforming into energy points. The likelihood of stumbling upon a devil fruit by chance is exceedingly low. Thus, the most prudent method to acquire one would be to purchase it with berries. However, Khan currently possesses merely around 100 million berries, which would scarcely suffice to procure even a few devil fruits if they indeed possess the ability to decompose. Even if he momentarily refrains from provoking the Navy and the Seven Warlords, his objectives remain plentiful. Nevertheless, Khan harbors a desire to meet Silver's Rayleigh, the former first mate of the Roger Pirates, should the opportunity arise. If he were to find himself stronger than Rayleigh, the generous reward for 100 hours of effort would compel Khan to act without hesitation. He does not perceive Rayleigh as a virtuous individual among countless pirates. Only Rayleigh bears the title of the Dark King, which suggests the bloodshed he must have inflicted in his youth. As Khan's merchant vessel glides along the currents and safely descends to sea level, his destination is set for Alabasta. Khan produced a permanent pointer and casually tossed it towards Barrett, who was currently steering the ship. Having observed Smoker's mere 30-level status, Khan was confident that his current strength should enable him to sweep through the majority of pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. Nevertheless, he understood the necessity of completing the relatively simple free missions to further enhance his strength. As he remained unaware of the true power levels of the world's few strongest individuals, swiftly augmenting his abilities seemed to be the most prudent course of action. Chapter 27. Please. However, it would have been preferable if you had come a few years earlier, boss. Alabasta is a desert kingdom. Yet it experiences rain from time to time. It is remarkably prosperous, showcasing a unique landscape of desert oases unlike any other nation. Unfortunately, the lack of rainfall over the past 2 years has exacerbated the already arid conditions of this desert nation. Boss, you should consider changing your attire before you go, for your delicate skin is likely to suffer from sunburn in such an environment. Barrett, who was navigating the ship, accepted the permanent pointer and remarked with a smile. Having served as a crew member on ships that traversed the Grand Line on multiple occasions, Barrett possessed a certain familiarity with its islands. Although he had not personally visited Alabasta, he had heard numerous tales about it as one of the most renowned superpowers recently entered into the Grand Line. He was aware that Alabasta had not received rain for several consecutive years, a peculiar circumstance for the kingdom. Nonetheless, this did not deter the tourist from seeking to experience the distinct desert landscape that contrasted sharply with the ocean. As Barrett spoke, he gazed at the permanent pointer inscribed with the name Alabasta and began to adjust the ship's course to the left, aligning it with the indicated direction. Given that Alabasta was not directly along their route, they would need to navigate through a stretch of sea to reach it. Therefore, it would be necessary for you to procure some clothing before the journey. Khan did not take offense when Barrett referred to his delicate skin, for it was evident that he did not appear to be someone who had endured hardship. At present, he lacked the nautical charts of the Grand Line, leaving him uncertain of the locations of certain designated islands for freedom missions. Thus, he prioritized a journey to the relatively nearby island of Alabasta, intending to complete his tasks while seeking to acquire a general map of the Grand Line. Although Khan was unable to eliminate Sir Crocodile, clearing a few targets of the Baroque works would grant him a generous reward of 19 hours of accelerated learning time. He was aware that the prolonged drought-afflicting Alabasta was entirely orchestrated by Sir Crocodile. Were he a pirate, Khan would not hesitate to resolve the plight of Alabasta and liberate the kingdom. However, as a bounty hunter, he could not afford to be rewarded by the Navy for the sake of rescuing Alabasta. Leave this to me, Barrett said, extending his right hand to pat his well-defined chest muscles with a grin. Upon hearing of their destination, Barrett perceived that the young captain intended to explore some safe islands along the Grand Line. Colin, however, surmised that since the captain had chosen Alabasta, he must have gleaned some intelligence about capturing pirates and would depart swiftly upon success. Yet, he felt a certain longing for the desert nation. Having only seen depictions of desert oases in books, he had yet to behold them with his own eyes. Even if the captain was engaged in business there, it was unlikely he would leave immediately, granting Colin the opportunity to discover culinary delights vastly different from his own past experiences. As evening approached, Colin entered the kitchen to prepare dinner. An hour later, as darkness enveloped the sky, enticing aromas wafted from the kitchen. Tonight's feast comprised king crab, giant tuna, lobster macaroni, and a newly concocted beverage named Azure Starshine, which would be served shortly. Please enjoy, boss, Colin said with a smile, placing two enormous plates before Khan and arranging cutlery in a pristine napkin. As he lifted the lids, a wave of delectable fragrance filled the air. The other crew members aboard the ship, drawn by the enticing sight and scent of the meal, found themselves unconsciously swallowing. They knew that their captain spared no expense. Thus the ship's chef must be of the highest caliber. Yet, what lay before them transcended mere excellence. It was the handiwork of chefs from some of the finest establishments. With Colin's culinary skills, even a simple working meal promised to be a delightful experience. Colin then returned to the kitchen, preparing to serve the exquisite dishes shortly thereafter. Con savored his dinner with great delight, relishing the culinary expertise of Colin, the skilled chef aboard. Each mealtime became a true indulgence. After Con had his fill, he returned to his quarters for a refreshing bath, subsequently engaging in meditation. Once Con entered his room, the other crew members aboard the ship finally had the opportunity to enjoy their meal, feasting on lobster macaroni alongside Colin. Colin, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. After years of working as a deckhand on the ship, I have never tasted anything as exquisite as this. I sincerely hope we can continue to enjoy such delicious fare in the future, praised one crew member. Thank you for the compliments. As long as you stay aboard, you will certainly have the pleasure of my dishes, Colin replied with a smile. I have a question for you all. Do you know how one might enhance their strength? Why do you ask this, Colin? Strengthening one's abilities is a concern primarily for those of us who rely on brute force, Barrett inquired, curiosity piqued. I have heard from the captain that the Grand Line is fraught with danger, so I wish to bolster my self-preservation skills. You are all esteemed by the captain for your prowess, so surely you must know how to improve one's strength, Colin explained, his eyes glinting with intent. To enhance one's strength, one must engage in consistent and rigorous training. It is not something that can be achieved overnight. However, if you wish to develop your self-defense skills, it would be prudent to improve your stamina. If you can outrun pirates, you can save your life. If you are willing to endure some hardship, I could teach you how to train effectively, Barrett suggested after a moment of contemplation. I would be most grateful for your guidance, Colin responded with appreciation. The captain often practiced aboard the ship, and Colin initially aspired to emulate the captain's techniques. However, after a discreet attempt in Rowtown, he realized that the captain's movements were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual like himself. He believed himself to possess considerable strength, yet as a chef, one must have ample endurance and power to excel. When he attempted to wield a 2-meter-long staff, he found it exceedingly difficult, let alone executing the swift maneuvers akin to the captain's spear thrusts and sweeping strikes. After a near injury during one such attempt, Colin resigned himself to abandoning that particular training. Nevertheless, he resolved to enhance his abilities to avoid being left behind by the captain. It is no trouble at all. You create such delectable meals, Colin, that any assistance is a mere trifle, Barrett chuckled, patting Colin on the shoulder with his sturdy hand. Colin's willingness to engage in conversation with them was a boon. Had he been a more aloof and proud chef, they might have needed to find ways to curry his favor. After the crew and Colin had thoroughly satisfied their appetites, aside from those steering the ship, they retired to their quarters for rest. The following morning, after breakfast, Barrett was taken aback when he noticed the captain wielding a wooden spear taller than himself, measuring over 2 meters. How on earth did that spear come into being? He pondered, scrutinizing the captain's slender physique, unable to fathom where the spear could have been concealed. The captain is about to commence training. Best not to disturb him, Colin remarked while tidying up the dishes left by Con, having observed Barrett's astonished expression. And if we were to disturb him, what would happen? Barrett queried, curiosity still evident. I cannot say for certain, however, unless it is of utmost importance. It is best not to interrupt the captain, Colin advised, shaking his head. Barrett watched in astonishment as the seemingly frail captain engaged in what appeared to be foundational training. The speed of his thrusts, upward strikes, and sweeping motions creating afterimages. Just yesterday, Barrett had assumed the captain was merely a tourist, visiting Alabasta to recruit naval forces and explore various islands, yet he was far more formidable than he had initially imagined. Colin, you must have been with the captain for quite some time. Do you know his name? Barrett inquired, hastily approaching the kitchen where Colin was washing dishes. I have been with the captain for nearly 2 months, but he has never disclosed his name to me, regardless of what he is called. Our duty aboard is simply to perform our tasks well. The captain is a powerful bounty hunter, capable of dealing with any pirates we may encounter, Colin replied, shaking his head slowly. For Colin, the captain's name held little significance. He recognized the captain's strength and appreciated the opportunity to continue accompanying him along the Grand Line. Having only just embarked upon this journey, he had already witnessed sights beyond his wildest imagination, previously confined to his homeland. He firmly believed that by remaining in the captain's company, he would learn countless new recipes and discover enchanting islands. As Barrett stepped out of the kitchen, he gazed at the captain training on the deck, moving with a speed that was nearly impossible to track, and his eyes widened in shock. Given the captain's displayed prowess, Barrett had never encountered a bounty hunter as formidable. Even within a mere 5-meter radius, the captain's training produced afterimages, demonstrating impeccable control over both speed and strength, an extraordinary feat he had never heard of before. Chapter 28, Arrival in Alabasta accompanying the captain. Barrett felt he might finally visit the islands he had only heard tales of, yet never had the chance to explore. After all, Who would want to behold sights previously unimaginable? Following the cleaning of the deck and enjoying lunch, Barrett began to instruct Colin on the fundamentals of physical training as previously agreed. To grow stronger, one must elevate their physical condition, for without sufficient stamina, even the most skilled techniques would be beyond reach. Con observed with contemplation as Colin expressed his intention to embark on a journey of self-cultivation. In the tumultuous waters of the New World, safeguarding a chef like Colin might prove to be a formidable challenge. However, within the more tranquil realms of the first half of the Grand Line, extending his protection to Colin seemed a feasible endeavor. At the age of 25, Colin's physique had largely solidified, and the aspiration to fortify himself at this stage posed significant difficulties, though not insurmountable. For an ordinary individual to gain strength, the most straightforward route would be to consume a devil fruit. Yet, the exorbitant cost of these fruits often deters countless aspirants. Nevertheless, if Colin remained by his side, diligently fulfilling his duties as a chef and alleviating some of Con's burdens, the prospect of rewarding him with a devil fruit could be considered. The prices of devil fruits vary greatly. Some may be acquired for a mere few million berries, while others command tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. A fruit valued in the tens of billions would certainly be beyond Con's means to bestow upon Colin. Yet a fruit priced in the hundreds of millions might warrant further contemplation. The bounties placed on pirates within the Grand Line surpassed those in the East Blue by a considerable margin. In due course, Con could procure a commendable devil fruit by vanquishing formidable pirates. Of course, this notion remained a mere consideration, for the formidable power of a devil fruit could profoundly alter the trajectory of one's life. As a chef, Colin's desire to train stemmed primarily from the need to enhance his physical capabilities for survival in the New World. With that, Con momentarily set aside his musings and resumed his own training, recognizing that dwelling on such matters would yield little benefit at this juncture. He resolved to wait until an opportunity to obtain a devil fruit presented itself. Subsequently, 3 days elapsed. From a distance, Con beheld an endless expanse of desert, where the unrelenting sun, unencumbered by any clouds, cast a piercing light that distorted the very air itself, evoking an overwhelming sense of heat merely by sight. As Con's merchant vessel approached the desert, even the sea breeze transformed into a sweltering gust that assailed him. "Barrett, are you certain this place is suitable for sightseeing?" Colin, clad in a pristine white chef's uniform, felt the oppressive heat and sweat began to bead on his forehead as he inquired in discomfort. "From what I've heard, it is indeed an appropriate location for exploration. However, perhaps due to the lack of rain over the past 2 years, the current state of Alabaston has undergone some changes." Barrett replied, his own face glistening with perspiration from the heat. "Even from afar, the intensity of the sun makes one feel faint, if we truly set foot on land." "I fear we may succumb to heat stroke," Colin remarked. The merchant vessel gradually navigated into the inland sea. Typically one would seek a sheltered or shaded spot to anchor. Yet the desolation of Alabaston afforded no refuge from the scorching sun. Thus, they were compelled to dock haphazardly near the shore. "Boss, allow me to procure a cloak to shield you from the sand and wind." "Please wait on the ship for a while," Barrett suggested, recalling his earlier assurances as he glanced towards his employer in the distance. "Here are 50,000 belly. Be swift and return promptly." Con, perceiving Barrett's intentions, refrained from intervening and casually tossed him a small pouch of coins. "Very well." Barrett accepted the money, gulped down a generous draught of water, and promptly disembarked. In such sweltering weather, failing to adequately replenish his hydration before setting forth could lead him to faint from thirst along the way. Hiss! How scorching! As Barrett leapt off the vessel and made contact with the land, even with the protection of sandals, the searing ground compelled him to cry out, his body soaring over 7 meters high. In terms of physical prowess, Barrett had already surpassed the capabilities of an ordinary human. "Are you all right, Barrett? If you can't manage, I'll take over," chortled the robust crew members aboard the ship, observing Barrett's predicament with amusement. Hearing their laughter, Barrett's expression shifted to one of seriousness. With a powerful push from his legs, the ground beneath him yielded to form a small crater, and he propelled himself several dozen meters forward, sprinting towards the quaint little town he had glimpsed just before the ship anchored near the island. Before the searing heat could once again reach his soles, Barrett sprang into the air once more, swiftly diminishing the distance between himself and his destination. Con stood on the deck, observing Barrett's charge. Yet his mind was preoccupied with other matters. Despite the sweltering climate of Arabasta, Con felt not a single bead of sweat. However, he needed to venture further into Arabasta to ascertain the whereabouts of several targets, making it imperative to maintain a facade for his cover. The Baroque Works was a clandestine criminal organization founded by Crocodile, where members referred to one another solely by their code names. As long as he operated discreetly, he should be able to extricate himself without ever encountering Crocodile directly. Moreover, those who bore codenames were, for the most part, notorious pirates with bounties on their heads. Even if he were to eliminate a few members, Crocodile would likely refrain from a direct confrontation due to the implications of his own identity. The crux of the matter lay in the necessity of his actions being sufficiently stealthy and swift. Otherwise, any encounter with Crocodile could lead to complications. After Barrett departed, the crew members on the ship retreated into the cabin. Although it remained somewhat oppressive, it was preferable to being scorched by the sun. An hour later, Barrett returned, clad in a cloak with a mask obscuring his face, his attire appearing rather peculiar, accompanied by an array of sand-draped garments. Upon his arrival on the ship, he immediately placed the cloak on a nearby table and hurried into the kitchen, gulping down several large glasses of water. I have some matters to attend to and must go below deck. In the meantime, feel free to move about, but remember not to stray too far from the ship. Khan glanced at the cloaks, took a gray one, and draped it over his shoulders, speaking, "Very well, boss. Please take care on your journey." Collins, witnessing his employer's intention to act alone, expressed no surprise and respectfully acknowledged him. Khan nodded and leaped down from the merchant ship, a height of over 10 meters. He unleashed his observation hockey and, upon confirming the absence of any presence around him, swiftly propelled himself away, covering dozens of meters in a single bound. To maintain his concealment, he refrained from utilizing his flying abilities, lest he attract the attention of Crocodile and invite unnecessary trouble. Indeed, the boss's strength is formidable. Barrett, having just quenched his thirst, remarked with a hint of awe as he observed the figure that moved at an astonishing speed, far surpassing his own. "Barrett, did you find anything at the location you visited?" Colin inquired, surprised that the boss had not departed by air, yet he refrained from commenting further. Directing his gaze towards Barrett, "The town I visited had a rather peculiar name, Canola Flower. It was quite strange. However, it possessed things that were entirely different from those on other islands. Had I not been eager to return with the goods, I would have rendered a creature known as a camel," Barrett replied. "What is a camel?" Colin asked, astonished by the unfamiliar term. "You might not know just from the name alone. Regardless, we have some time to ourselves until the boss returns, and it's not far from here. Let us change our clothes, and I'll take you to see it," Barrett chuckled, patting Colin on the shoulder. Arriving in the Grand Line is all about witnessing diverse landscapes. Although it was Barrett's first encounter with the peculiar creature called a camel, he had heard it was a unique mode of transportation in Alabasta. "All right," Colin responded with a smile. Meanwhile, Khan continued his rapid advance, diligently releasing his observation hockey. It was only after detecting numerous presences 5,000 meters away that he began to slow his pace, cautiously making his way towards the source of the energy. After 10 minutes of traversing the 5,000-meter distance, he proceeded with measured steps. As Khan approached the town, he beheld the peculiar name of the settlement, carved into a large stone and depicting rapeseed flowers. He found himself at a loss for words, pondering how anyone could bestow such an eccentric name upon this quaint locale. Subsequently, Khan made his way into the town, his figure draped in a gray cloak, which garnered little attention from the townsfolk. The architecture of the town appeared predominantly stone, presumably to withstand the relentless assault of wind and sand. Despite the sweltering climate of Alabastan, the town exuded a sense of prosperity, with its inhabitants clad in sun-shielding cloaks. As Khan strolled along, he stumbled upon a merchant peddling nautical charts. Apart from a few islands belonging to the Navy, there were also uncharted isles, most of which detail the initial segments of the great maritime routes. After a brief negotiation, Khan procured an extensive scroll of charts for the sum of 50,000 berries. Having accomplished his primary objective in arriving at Alabasta, Khan directly inquired of the elderly gentleman before him. "Dear sir, if you are seeking the spider bar, I regret to inform you that you have come to the wrong place," the man, cloaked in a white sand-draping poncho, replied. "The spider bar is located across the desert on the opposite shore, not here. Do you happen to know its precise location?" Khan pressed further. Upon hearing this, Khan inquired, "I am not quite certain. I have merely heard whispers of a spider-themed tavern run by a beautiful woman located in the desert near the Rainland, where the legendary Shaklocta resides. However, I have never ventured there myself, so my knowledge is rather limited. I apologize. Despite your generous patronage, I am unable to assist you." The elder shook his head and replied, "No matter. I appreciate your help, kind sir. I shall take my leave now." Upon realizing that he could not procure any further information, Khan smiled and remarked, "Well, you are welcome to visit again next time." The proprietor, observing Khan's handsome and courteous demeanor, waved his hand and chuckled in response. After a brief farewell, Khan, clutching a nautical chart, vanished into the throngs, making his way towards the outskirts of the town. Chapter 29, Anticipation and Assault. Khan had just exited the town, and upon unleashing his observation hockey to ascertain that no one was in the vicinity, he stowed away the nautical chart in his system backpack. He proceeded directly toward the direction indicated by the uncle to the opposite shore. Their vessel had indeed anchored at that location, which, for Khan, was not a harbinger of misfortune but rather a stroke of good luck. Crossing the relatively narrow sea posed no challenge for him. He could simply soar across it with ease. Moreover, the mention of Rain Base rekindled his recollection of the comparative information regarding Alabasta, if memory served him right. The members of the Baroque Works were largely unaware that Sir Crocodile was their superior, implying that Crocodile had never set foot in the Spider CAF. Given that Baroque Works was established by Sir Crocodile, the clandestine base at the Spider CAF should not be far removed from Rain Base, merely a few hours' journey. Yet, those few hours were sufficient for him to achieve his objectives and depart unscathed. With the knowledge that Sir Crocodile would not be present at the Spider CAF, Khan's strategy could undergo a transformation. As long as he arrived there ahead of time and bided his moment, he could eliminate his primary target upon their arrival and swiftly return to the shore, all without encountering Sir Crocodile along the way. Khan moved with remarkable swiftness, swiftly arriving at the shoreline. Upon sensing the absence of any human presence within a 5-kilometer radius, he ascended into the air, soaring towards the desert on the opposite shore. In less than 10 minutes, Khan reached his destination and continued his flight, engaging in rapid movement. Simultaneously, his observation hockey was in constant operation. The moment he detected any presence within 5 kilometers, he would promptly descend to evade detection by others. After half a day's diligent search, Khan discovered a bar nestled among a labyrinth of rugged stone mountains. By this time, night had descended, and the once scorching heat of Alabaston gave way to a sudden drop in temperature. Khan crouched atop a massive stone mountain near the spider bar, employing his observation hockey to sense the happenings within. This establishment, situated in the heart of the desert, was surprisingly populated, boasting at least 6 patrons. However, aside from the blue-haired woman, Miss Shuangshu, none of the others were of interest to him. Although Khan was not one to show mercy, he opted to bide his time to avoid alerting the pirates, rather than seeking the bounty by eliminating them. His primary objective remained the rewards associated with the task at hand. Khan remained until 10 o'clock in the evening, only to discover that no one else had arrived. He opted to return to his vessel to partake in dinner. Uncertain of how long he would need to wait, Khan felt no urgency upon completion. He would receive a generous reward of 25 hours of accelerated learning time, coupled with the 6 hours he had previously accumulated. This would grant him a total of 31 hours of enhanced learning. Such an abundance of time should suffice to elevate the recently mastered skills of the Glorious Dragon's Crescent and the Glorious Dragon's Dance by a level or 2. When Khan returned to the ship, Colin was engaged in conversation with Barrett and the others about the diverse customs and traditions they had encountered in the town of Rapeseed Flowers that day. Although Colin found it peculiar that his boss returned so late, he promptly prepared a dinner for him. "There is no need to prepare breakfast for me. I shall return for lunch and dinner. If you wish to venture elsewhere, please prepare the meal and leave it in the kitchen." After Khan swiftly finished his meal, he spoke up, "Very well." Colin, upon hearing this, did not inquire further but merely acquiesced. Following this, Khan took a bath and then engaged in meditation. The next day, at the break of dawn, Khan set out once more, intending to surveil the vicinity of the spider bar. Yet, before he knew it, an entire week had elapsed. In recent days, Khan had observed numerous agents possessing code names visiting this location. However, there were no signs of the agent designated as MR1-bonus. Nevertheless, Khan, utilizing his observation hockey, sensed that yesterday, MS Dual Fingers received a summons indicating that a significant mission was forthcoming, necessitating the gathering of senior agents from the Baroque works. Today marked the time of assembly, so Khan continued to wait patiently. As dusk approached, around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, several senior agents began to arrive. Among them was MR2 Von Clay, a Paramecia-type user of the Mimic Fruit, with a bounty of 32 million berries. Additionally, there was MR3 Gallons Dino, a Paramecia-type user of the Wax Fruit, who bore a bounty of 24 million berries. Furthermore, MS Dual Fingers, who had not departed, a Paramecia-type user of the Thorns Fruit, carried a bounty of 35 million berries, with 3 agents present. It was merely a matter of awaiting the arrival of MR1-bonus, a Paramecia-type user of the Cut Fruit, before Khan could act. The bounty on MR1-bonus was a staggering 75 million berries. Should he eliminate these for individuals, not only would he reap substantial rewards from the system's accelerated learning time, amounting to a total of 166 million berries, but with the additional 100 million berries he possessed, his fortune would exceed 250 million. The more berries he accumulated, the more easily he could procure some devil fruits, even if a single devil fruit yielded a modest number of energy points upon disassembly. Khan was certainly inclined to purchase them directly with his amassed wealth. After all, he remained uncertain about what more valuable items might emerge within the exchange system. Thus, it was prudent to prepare in advance. As time trickled by, the clock struck 8 in the evening. Khan had already overheard complaints within the spider bar regarding the tardiness of certain individuals. It was at that moment that a man, standing at an impressive height of 2 meters, with a muscular physique and clad in attire reminiscent of a Shaolin monk, adorned with serpentine patterns on either side of his chest and a tattoo of the character emblazoned upon his bald head, entered Khan's perceptive realm. Aware of the man's presence, Khan refrained from immediate action. He had been waiting here for an entire week, and although the thrill of imminent success stirred a profound excitement within him, urging him to act without delay, he was not immune to such emotions. After taking several deep breaths to quell his inner tumult, his gaze transformed into one of serene composure. Khan understood that his objective extended beyond merely eliminating a few targets. The paramount concern was to carry out the deed without revealing his whereabouts. Therefore, despite possessing the strength to swiftly vanquish Mr. One, caution dictated that he must await the man's entry into the spider bar before he could proceed. For Bonus, endowed with superhuman abilities, the 5,000-meter distance was negligible as he approached with measured strides. Khan perused the dossier of the man before him. Name, Bonus. Age, 28. Profession, superhuman type. Cutter Devil Fruit user level, 25 health, 100% special defense, impervious to blades and bullets, his body is hard as steel. Weapon, none. Mastered skills, human slash. Master slash, dust slash, annihilation slash, spiral slash, foam daisy slash, dust slash speed. Upon noting Daz bonus's level of 25, Khan felt no surprise. As one progresses in levels, the difficulty of advancement becomes increasingly daunting. After encountering Smoker, he understood that there exists a ceiling to the growth of different devil fruit users. Indeed, even Smoker, the Logia-type smoke fruit user, was only at level 30. At such a tier, aside from the potential awakening of the natural devil fruit, the only other avenue for enhancement lay in mastering Haki. However, both awakening a devil fruit's powers and mastering Haki are not easily grasped without proper guidance, making it all too easy for one to reach their limits. Daz bonus, achieving level 25 with the superhuman-type cutter fruit, was already quite remarkable. It was evident that he had not yet mastered Haki, the quickest means of enhancing one's strength, nor had his fruit abilities reached the point of awakening. At precisely 8 o'clock, Daz bonus pushed open the door of the spider bar. In that very moment, he sensed an ominous intent approaching from behind. Instinctively attuned to danger, he did not immediately turn around. Instead, he activated his impervious body, rendering it even more resilient. With this technique, Daz bonus had withstood numerous assaults unscathed. Yet this time, an unimaginable force struck him from behind, akin to a colossal vessel crashing with terrifying might. The impact sent his insides churning, and as he was propelled forward, an unusual pull yanked him upward with a thunderous crash, sending him arcing through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Gasp! 2 waves of horrifying impact surged forth, causing even the impervious Daz bonus to spew forth a mouthful of blood. Quick, cover MR1, shouted Pola, a blue-haired figure, as she observed MR1 bleeding profusely. With a swift motion, her right hand transformed into a long whip of thorns, aimed directly at the shadowy figure draped in a gray cloak that had suddenly appeared. The thorns sliced through the air with a whoosh, their speed remarkable. Yet, just as Pola's thorny whip was poised to strike, a pale blue halo emerged. The man merely tilted his body slightly, effortlessly evading the assault. Before stepping on her thorny whip, the immense force tugging Pola forward as if intending to draw her closer. Her expression shifted in alarm, and she decisively severed the thorny whip. "Who are you?" Pola demanded, her gaze fixed on the cloaked figure whose features remained obscured, fear evident in her eyes. "I am here to eliminate you pirates." Khan, upon hearing those words, lifted his gaze to the terrified expression on Bora's face and spoke. The calmness in his voice belied a terrifying intent to kill, causing the seasoned agents within the bar, accustomed to the specter of death, to feel as though they were being stalked by a ferocious beast, their hair standing on end, though they had previously taken lives, leading to bounties placed on their heads by the Navy. Each had since concealed their identities upon joining the Baroque works, referring to one another solely by code names. Even they were oblivious to the true backgrounds of their colleagues, let alone outsiders. Yet the figure clad in a gray cloak appeared to possess knowledge of their origins. Chapter 30, Agreements and Departures. Suddenly, Khan retreated swiftly from the establishment, exiting into the open air. In the very spot he had occupied, 2 hands transformed into blades intersected in midair, creating a violent gust that resonated with a thunderous crash as the ceiling of the spider bar was sliced into fragments. MS. Double Finger, Mr. 2 Von Clay, and Mr. 3 Gallons D. Eno, witnessing the crumbling ceiling above, were propelled through the shattered window, escaping outside. Before the debris could settle, the sound of blades slicing through the air echoed, and the entirety of the spider bar was reduced to numerous blocks, each merely several decimeters in size. Within the span of a single second, countless stone fragments rained down, accompanied by a resounding rumble that stirred up a cloud of dust. Within mere moments, Daz bonus, his hands still transformed into blades, emerged from the haze. "What is your name?" he inquired, his back throbbing painfully as he regarded the shadowy figure clad in gray. 50 meters away, a hint of wariness flickering in his eyes. Had he not reacted swiftly enough to enhance his own hardness through his technique, that peculiar strike could have potentially claimed his life. Moreover, during the earlier exchange with MS Double Finger, this enigmatic man had somehow sensed his attack. It was notable that, despite his swift and unthreatening approach, this nameless figure in the gray cloak was the first to evade his assault. A dying man need not know. Khan observed the resilient Daz bonus, who, despite suffering from his dragon tooth and rondo strike, was merely wounded and not critically injured. It was no wonder, given that he had consumed the superhuman cutting fruit, endowing him with an extraordinary defense impervious to blades and bullets. Had that strike been delivered to any other individual, Khan was confident it would have shattered their spine. Yet against Daz bonus, it had only inflicted minor injuries, leaving his vitality at over 70%. Khan marveled at his opponent's superhuman physique, recognizing that regardless of Daz bonus's apparent invulnerability, he was not a match for him. "Bola, MR3, MR4. Hasten away and contact the boss. I will hold him off," Khan commanded. Daz bonus, hearing the ominous intent in the words of this unidentified adversary, replied, "We are partners. If we can fight side by side." However, Bola, upon hearing Daz bonus's words, remained steadfast and hesitated to speak. "This enemy is beyond our combined strength. Seek out the boss quickly," he urged, his gaze piercing as he admonished her. Although Daz bonus could still stand, he understood that in true battle, he could not contend with the gray-cloaked figure. The ferocity of this foe's attacks was overwhelming. Without resorting to his slashing form, he would be unable to withstand them. Yet to engage that form required his full concentration, rendering him immobile. Thus, he could only hope the enemy would be willing to engage him in combat. Don't die. Bola, witnessing Desbonus in such a state for the first time, nodded in response. As she spoke, spikes sprouted from her feet as she prepared to flee with all her might. However, just as her feet struck the ground, a thunderous sound echoed as the spikes pierced the earth. At that moment, a voice, haunting as a nightmare, resonated beside her. Do you think you can escape before me? Bola's eyes widened as she turned toward the source of the voice. The figure in the gray cloak, once 50 meters away, had eerily appeared at her side. The cloaked figure wore a mask, obscuring their visage, yet she could see her own reflection in their dark eyes. Bola, Desbonus exclaimed, noticing the gray-cloaked figure beside her, his eyes narrowing in alarm. Just as he shouted, he attempted to rush to her aid, but as he lifted his leg, a wooden spear pierced Bola's abdomen with a sickening sound. Hearing Desbonus's call, she struggled to turn and see the figure rushing to her aid. Yet, the excruciating pain in her stomach and the rapid loss of blood sapped her strength, making even the simple act of turning her head a monumental task. Although she had consumed the thorn demon fruit, granting her thorn-like body the ability to pierce stone with ease, her physical prowess was only marginally superior to that of an ordinary person. She was hardly superhuman. What manner of monster is this? Mr. Tu Von Clay gasped. Witnessing the spectre-like speed and the spear that had impaled Bola, his body weakened, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground, his face adorned with bizarre makeup, revealing sheer terror. Mr. 3 Gallons Dino's legs trembled uncontrollably, his complexion paling, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Yet, he desperately conjured wax to erect a wall for protection, although he knew that his wax barrier would not withstand this terrifying unknown creature for long. Escaping from this enemy was an utterly unrealistic notion. I will not spare you, Desbonus declared, witnessing Bola's body fall forward, trembling as anger flushed his face. His eyes ablaze with fury as if they would erupt into flames. Khan paid no heed to the furious roars that reverberated behind him. For an entire week, he had employed his observation hockey in this vicinity, discovering that only Ms. Fingerpora possessed a din mushy capable of contacting Nico Robin, while the others held no such means. Consequently, he could afford to disregard the rest for the time being. However, it was imperative that he eliminate Pora first, for he had no desire to encounter Crocodile at this juncture. It was only when Khan heard the voice of the system echoing in his mind that he was roused. Free mission. Eliminate Baroque Works member Ms. Fingerpora. Completed. Reward, 7 hours of accelerated learning time. Upon receiving the notification of task completion, Khan glanced over 50 meters away at Mr. Tu Von Clay, who lay paralyzed on the ground in fear, and at Mr. 3 Gallons Dino, who had vanished once more, now forming a wall on the other side. With merely 2 swift strikes of the dragon tooth, the lives of these 2 individuals were extinguished. The freedom task of eliminating Baroque Works member Mr. Tu Von Clay has been completed. Reward, 6 hours of accelerated learning time. The freedom task of eliminating Baroque Works member Mr. 3 Gallons Dino has been completed. Reward, 4 hours of accelerated learning time. Khan heard the voice in his mind echo once more and turned to face Desbonus, whose eyes blazed with fury. Beast! Desbonus roared as he beheld the figure cloaked in gray, who had swiftly dispatched his 3 companions with ghostly speed. Despite the knowledge that he stood no chance against this adversary, he understood that fleeing would be futile. This enigmatic gray-cloaked figure would not allow him to escape. Since evasion was not an option, he resolved to engage in a desperate struggle, hoping to sever this foe's arm and inflict a wound that would leave a lasting impact. His blade could effortlessly cleave through stone, and if it merely grazed his opponent, it could deliver a devastating blow. Khan observed Desbonus, who was determined to fight desperately. 2 radiant streaks, naturally formed from dragon fangs, shot forth with a swift whoosh, directly striking Desbonus. Enveloped in fury, Desbonus was unable to utilize his lethal strike in time, as the 2 streaks pierced through his chest and abdomen. His forward momentum propelled him violently onward, causing him to crash face first into the ground with a resounding thud, sliding over 10 meters before coming to rest at Khan's feet. Though I know not who you are, rest assured that the boss will not spare you. Desbonus, feeling the life force within him rapidly dissipate, managed to lift his head just enough to cast a venomous glare towards the figure in the gray cloak, situated 10 meters away. With the last vestige of his strength, he uttered a final proclamation. As his voice faded into silence, the system's announcement echoed once more. Free mission, elimination of Baroque Works member Mr. 1 bonus has been completed. Reward, 8 hours of accelerated learning time. Current total of accelerated learning time, 31 hours. Khan swiftly stowed the 4 corpses into his system backpack and soared into the sky, departing with remarkable speed. His objective had been accomplished. As long as he exited the confines of Alabasta without confronting Crocodile directly, he would be safe. Given Crocodile's cold and ruthless nature, even if he were to discover later that Khan was the perpetrator, he would likely refrain from pursuing him. Even if he did value his subordinates and felt compelled to seek vengeance, his status as one of the 7 warlords would prevent him from acting against Khan. After all, Crocodile was currently engaged in a grand display of heroism. To attack a mere bounty hunter without just cause would undermine the very image he sought to project. Khan moved with remarkable swiftness, swiftly crossing to the opposite shore under the cover of night. He then made his way back to his merchant vessel, and upon returning, he shed his gray cloak. "Sir, please wait a moment. I shall prepare your dinner immediately," Colin remarked, glancing at the clock. Noting it was merely 8:30 in the evening. It was unusual for his employer to return so early, yet he refrained from inquiring further. Addressing him with utmost respect, "Thank you for your assistance. We shall set sail for Gaia Island tonight." Khan spoke directly, urging, "Let us take action. The captain has announced our departure." Barrett, who had been engaged in his exercises, immediately sprang to his feet upon hearing the call to embark, exclaiming energetically. The sound of his exclamation resonated throughout the cabin, prompting the crew members to swiftly emerge one by one. Throughout the past week, the captain had maintained a routine of leaving at noon and returning in the evening, offering them minimal guidance. Although they had the freedom to roam, they were cautioned not to stray too far, resulting in their leisurely exploration of the quaint port town of Canola Blossom. Initially, they reveled in the enchantment of the desert ambience, yet as the week progressed, they had thoroughly explored the town's sights and distinctive charm, leaving them with little novelty to discover. Coupled with the sweltering heat of Alabasta, the crew had grown increasingly eager to depart. Thus, upon hearing the announcement of their imminent journey, even at the late hour of 8 o'clock, the crew was filled with renewed vigor. With a resounding clatter, the anchor was raised, and the sails were unfurled without delay. Under the cover of night, Khan's merchant vessel swiftly departed. Chapter 31. No clue. Barrett navigated with the permanent pointer bestowed by his employer. Gaia Island was the closest to Alabasta, and his mission targets numbered 31, all located on Gaia Island. Among them, the highest was Bellamy, requiring only 7 hours, while most others demanded merely 1 hour, with a few extending to 2. Altogether, this amounted to 42 hours, surpassing the reward for the 4 he had eliminated, Das Bonus, after a week of lurking. Thus, a visit was undoubtedly warranted. Many of his targets were situated in the Sabot archipelago, likely due to the presence of the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo, who frequently held auctions, and the fact that most individuals could only coat their ships there, resulting in over 200 task targets reported in that vicinity. However, Khan intended to first eliminate the targets on the nearby islands, taking the opportunity to enhance his strength before venturing to the Shambodi archipelago. This was particularly pertinent as the infamous Silvers Rayleigh resided there, and Khan desired to amass more berries to participate in the auction, hoping to procure a devil fruit. Yet, he pondered why the world exchange rate had not increased despite the elimination of those 4 individuals. The principles governing this world change rate perplexed him increasingly. After much contemplation, with no clarity in sight, Khan dismissed the matter from his mind, savoring the exquisite dinner prepared by Colin. The following afternoon, in Alabasta, amidst the rain, within a resplendent hall of a grand building, a man with slick black hair and a prominent scar across his face sat in an imposing chair, a cigar held between his lips. Did a client lodge a complaint? Hearing the words from a woman with brown skin standing a few meters away, Crocodile's gaze sharpened, his tone turning ominous. Yes, a client complained that they were supposed to meet the agents at noon and inquired why no one had appeared. I have contacted Mr. 1 and Ms. Doublefinger multiple times, yet there has been no response since noon. A beautiful woman with long black hair and brown skin spoke up. Arrange for a land and sea transport and accompany me. Crocodile felt a sense of foreboding, rising from his seat. Nico Robin nodded knowingly, aware that if there were no exceptionally unusual circumstances, high-ranking agents would not neglect their communication devices. The silence indicated that something amiss had occurred beyond their knowledge. Crocodile and Nico Robin traveled by transport for over an hour, arriving at the spider bar. As Crocodile alighted, he was met with the sight of splintered wood and stone, along with pools of blood scattered about, his expression darkening. It was evident that Mr. 1, Das Bonus, had demolished the bar. Yet he could not fathom why Das Bonus would attack the spider bar unless a battle had ensued. Observing the bloodstains in various locations, the debris of clothing pierced by thorns, remnants of melting wax, and several small craters on the ground, it became clear that Mr. 1, Ms. Doublefinger, and the other agents had met with dire fates. The enemy was formidable. So much so that they had not even had the opportunity to communicate with Nico Robin before being eliminated, their bodies subsequently removed. If they were indeed powerful pirates, Crocodile should have received some intelligence regarding their presence. Given Das Bonus's strength, he should have faced no significant adversaries near this juncture of the Grand Line. Who, then, had dispatched his elite agents, leaving Crocodile in a state of confusion? With his vision for a utopia within reach, now thwarted by the deaths of these 4 agents, Crocodile's anger simmered. He possessed immense power, yet due to his status as a warlord and the constraints of his plans, he relied on his elite agents to handle tasks that required discretion. Das Bonus had been a particularly valuable asset, strong, composed, and taciturn, adept at resolving issues that would otherwise necessitate his direct involvement. Now, with Das Bonus gone, his ambitions for Alabasta faced an unwelcome delay, igniting Crocodile's fury. Investigate thoroughly. Ascertain who has recently landed on this island. Spare no detail. Crocodile's countenance darkened as he spoke with intensity. Uncertain of who had obstructed his plans, he was determined to uncover the recent visitors to the island, convinced that no unknown enemy could have evaded his surveillance. Understood. Nico Robin, sensing the ominous shift in Crocodile's demeanor, cautiously stepped back, responding. The two swiftly returned to the rain-soaked streets, where Nico mobilized hundreds of Baroque Works agents to investigate who had disembarked on the island. By nightfall, she presented Crocodile with a list before promptly exiting the room. Seated at a large table, Crocodile scrutinized the list, his expression growing darker. It contained the names of over 100 individuals who had traversed the coastal area. Yet most were familiar faces. The Rain Party was renowned as Alabastus' largest casino, attracting numerous affluent gamblers. These wealthy individuals, while rich, lacked strength, and their hired bodyguards would never match Das Bonus. The remaining names belonged to ordinary residents from both the coast and the opposite shore, who could not possibly have slain Das Bonus. What incensed him further was the absence of any unfamiliar names on the list. Crocodile had considered that perhaps a powerful foe with flight capabilities had assassinated Das Bonus, but such abilities were exceedingly rare, and he had knowledge of most who possessed them. The few who did were either imprisoned and impelled down or situated in the New World. With no recent news of any New World pirate returning to the earlier portions of the Grand Line, he had not contemplated the Navy's involvement. As a warlord, Alabasta was his domain, and the Navy would not interfere in local matters. The death of his trusted subordinate Das Bonus and the obstruction of his plans fueled Crocodile's desire for vengeance against his unknown adversary. Yet he found himself devoid of any leads. Useless, a bunch of useless fools. Just when I was on the cusp of success, everything falls apart. In a fit of rage, Crocodile slammed his hand on the table, scattering the documents before him, his voice echoing in fury. Nico Robin stood outside, hearing the furious roars within the room, akin to a beast in rage, and dared not utter a single sound. This man, Sir Crocodile, possessed an exceedingly cruel disposition. Should she inadvertently provoke him in his wrath, while she might not meet her demise, given that he still required her knowledge, she would undoubtedly endure considerable suffering. Nevertheless, a flicker of curiosity ignited within Nico Robin as she pondered the identity of the one capable of executing such a feat in silence. Setting aside the other three individuals, Mr. 1, Das Bones, was an exceptionally formidable adversary, boasting a bounty of 75 million berries. Her bounty, amounting to 79 million berries, stemmed from her unique status. Unlike Das Bones, who attained his bounty through sheer strength, possessing the powers of the chop-chop fruit, he was impervious to blades and firearms, effortlessly shattering stone. Throughout his tenure within the Baroque Works, Das Bones had always ranked just below Sir Crocodile, thus never failing in his missions. Yet, astonishingly, he was slain without a sound yesterday, unable to even inform his comrades of the impending danger. The identity of the enemy remained unknown, as did their numbers and intentions. Even the means by which they accessed the island to eliminate Das Bones was shrouded in mystery. It was the first time Nico Robin had encountered an adversary with such capabilities. I hope to never face such a foe again, she thought, shivering at the recollection. Meanwhile, on the other side, Con's merchant ship, after 2 days of sailing, approached the vicinity of Gaia Island. From the deck of the ship, a distant view revealed an island with an extraordinarily skeletal appearance. What a peculiar island. It seems rather ominous, Colin remarked nervously upon sighting it. This island harbors many pirates. So once we draw near the coast, do not disembark. I shall attend to some matters, and will return shortly. Upon hearing this, Con spoke up, stating that this was not the territory of the 7 warlords, which meant that numerous pirates would either pass through Gaia Island or choose to linger here indefinitely. Consequently, the number of pirates on this island amounted to at least several hundred. However, his targets were limited to 34 individuals. While the majority of those undetected by the system were likely to be insignificant pirates, whose bounties had scarcely reached 10 million. If he were to eliminate every pirate recently awarded bounties in the tens of millions, it would be an endless endeavor. This was not the East Blue. The navy within the Grand Line was far superior to that of the East Blue. Those pirates whose bounties had not even surpassed 10 million were merely bold enough to remain on this island, too fearful to venture further. For sailing the Grand Line would render them vulnerable to capture by the navy. Chapter 32, Gaia Island. Understood, Barrett replied loudly upon hearing his boss's instruction to remain above. In truth, even he felt a twinge of fear, for from a distance, he could see the shores of Gaia Island, ominously resembling a skull, dotted with numerous ships bearing pirate flags. His physical prowess was indeed above the norm, yet he lacked genuine combat experience, making him hesitant to confront those who had taken lives. The arrival of the merchant ship Con stirred considerable excitement among the pirates on Gaia Island. Within the Grand Line, it is predominantly naval warships and pirate vessels that traverse the seas, with merchant ships typically absent, especially those flying no flag. Generally, aside from certain exceptionally protected routes under naval escort, merchant vessels are a rare sight, even when they do appear on other maritime paths. They are usually accompanied by naval ships for protection. However, at this moment, the merchant ship approached without any naval escort, seemingly intent on landing on the island, igniting a fervor among the pirates present. Though the merchant vessel appeared modest in size, it was widely recognized that most merchant ships carried substantial wealth. Capturing the ship's owner could potentially lead to extorting even greater sums. As the ship drew nearer, hundreds of pirates on Gaia Island began to flex their muscles, arming themselves and preparing to storm the shores for a direct raid. Initially inspired by the words of pirate King Joel D. Roger, many pirates ventured out to sea, only to confront the brutal realities that awaited them. They soon realized that violence often served as the solution to myriad challenges encountered on the ocean, leaving no hope of return to their previous lives. Moreover, the speed at which pirates could amass wealth by seizing a single ship often surpassed what they could earn through decades of hard labor back home. With sufficient strength, they could indulge in luxuries they had never before imagined, alongside beautiful women from various lands. While the ocean was fraught with dangers, rival pirates seeking to claim their bounty, and the relentless pursuit of the Navy, those who successfully fended off attacks and evaded capture could find themselves on an island ripe for plunder, ushering in a new and exhilarating chapter of life. This existence, sustained by plunder, captivated countless pirates, rendering them reluctant to return home, even if they became wanted criminals. Despised by those in their hometown, it mattered little. The outside world was far more vibrant than their previous impoverished lives, prompting many pirates to forego any intentions of returning. Khan stood upon the deck of the merchant vessel, unleashing his observation haki to perceive the distant pirates, their eyes gleaming with malice. His gaze gradually turned icy, then settled into a serene calm. He had initially come here solely to eliminate his target and depart, for he harbored no concern for the fate of those who were not part of his mission. However, witnessing the chaotic scene before him, Khan's mindset shifted. Since he was already present, it was imperative to thoroughly cleanse the island. As they approached within 50 meters, he commanded the crew to turn the ship around. No matter what sounds may ensue, do not look back, he warned. Otherwise, you may find yourselves plagued by nightmares tonight. Do not say I did not forewarn you. Khan spoke with a tranquil gaze. Upon hearing this, Barrett felt a twinge of confusion within. They were not mere children. How could they possibly be haunted by nightmares simply from witnessing or hearing something? Yet, just as Barrett contemplated voicing his thoughts, Colin's voice broke in beside him. Seeing Colin's serious expression, Barrett suppressed his inner questions and nodded in agreement. As the merchant ship drew within 100 meters, a barrage of coarse, violent language reached them. I only want the women aboard. The money is for you to divide among yourselves. If there are no women on deck, are you prepared to settle for the dregs? Merchant vessels traversing the seas typically belonged to the affluent. The women they desired were unlikely to be of poor quality. Hearing you say that piques my interest. Let us not dwell on the details. We must act swiftly before the hyena Bellamy arrives. If we delay, we may end up with nothing but scraps. Colin aboard the merchant ship turned pale at these words. It was his first encounter with such a multitude of pirates, and the murderous intent conveyed through their words struck him profoundly. Turn the ship around. Khan observed Colin's expression of fear and merely remarked as he leapt, his form soaring as if propelled, towards the distant shore over 80 meters away. He could have flown there effortlessly, yet the knowledge of his ability to fly was a secret shared only between Uncle Ifu and Colin. Should his capacity for flight be revealed, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of many, both from the Navy and pirates alike. Therefore, Khan was resolute in concealing his ability, preferring to refrain from utilizing it directly. Is this truly human? Such an extraordinary leap. He must be a wielder of a devil fruit. Caution. A group of pirates on the shores of Gaia Island gasped in astonishment at the sight of an individual jumping such a distance. Fire. Even if he possesses the powers of a devil fruit, he cannot evade bullets, commanded a portly pirate, waving his hand. Upon hearing his words, hundreds of pirates on the shore, more than 50 of whom were armed, immediately raised their weapons. However, as they did so, a resounding crash echoed as a figure landed upon a rocky outcrop, its surface, hardened by the relentless waves, shattering beneath his weight. At last, some pirates aimed their firearms at this sudden arrival and unleashed a barrage of bullets. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire reverberated through the air, accompanied by the swift cutting sound of bullets slicing through the atmosphere towards Khan. Khan faced the barrage of bullets with an unwavering gaze. Upon the rocky outcrop, his form moved with an uncanny grace, deftly evading the onslaught of projectiles. The bullets whizzed past, some striking the pirate ship that lingered behind him. A creature of legend. Why had no one ever spoken of this individual? As some pirates witnessed their coordinated assault fail to harm the young man, expressions of fear emerged. Some stood frozen in shock, while others cried out in terror. They had encountered devil fruit users before, such as the spring fruit wielder Bellamy, whose agility, though impressive, remained within the realm of their understanding. Yet this youth exhibited no such transformations. He merely relied on his extraordinary speed to evade the bullets, effortlessly covering a distance of over 80 meters, his strength beyond their comprehension. To initiate such a confrontation was hardly prudent behavior. Khan surveyed the multitude of pirates, most of whom were merely at levels 8 or 9, with the highest barely reaching level 15. He spoke coldly, and then a wooden spear materialized in his hand. In an instant, he traversed several dozen meters, landing amidst a cluster of pirates, where he unleashed a sweeping strike that obliterated over 10 of them. The fierce gust generated by his attack sent pirates within 100 meters sprawling backward, shrieking in terror. With fluid precision, he executed a series of techniques: Dragon Tooth, Heavenly Strike, and Falling Blossom Palm, each blow effortlessly claiming the life of a pirate. Simultaneously, mesmerizing patterns manifested in the air, some of which indiscriminately took multiple lives in a single sweep. Ah, it was they who struck at you. We did not lay a hand upon you. I should not have harbored such thoughts against you. I beg for your mercy. Barite, heeding Khan's command, swiftly turned the ship's bow. Hearing the distant cries of anguish and pleas for mercy, he shut his eyes tightly. He recalled his employer's warning that witnessing such horrors could lead to nightmares. The mere sound of countless screams conjured visions of hell in his mind. He feared that should he witness the carnage firsthand, restful sleep would become a distant memory. The other crew members aboard the ship wore expressions of dread, for they understood, without the need to look, the terrifying fate that awaited the pirates. Khan remained impervious to their pleas for mercy. These pirates were unfortunate to encounter his vessel. In their previous maritime escapades, they had undoubtedly stained their hands with the blood of others upon crossing paths with different ships. Ordinary civilians, when confronted by pirates, often found that even their cries for mercy were in vain, falling victim to immediate execution. Women of even modest beauty, should they catch the eye of these marauders, faced an even more tragic fate. The screams of despair echoed for less than 5 minutes before all 400 pirates met their demise. Khan meticulously collected all the corpses into his system backpack. Although the bounty on these pirates might not be substantial, the accumulation of hundreds of them represents a considerable fortune. After securing the bodies, Khan gently lifted his weapon, revealing a golden, resplendent crescent blade. With a mere twist, a thunderous blast resonated, unleashing a ferocious gale that swept across the blood-soaked shore, obliterating the remnants of severed limbs strewn about. Even the ocean, tainted with crimson blood, was stirred by the shockwave, sending waves crashing down to the depths below. Please wait for me at a distance. I shall explore the island for a while, and will return to you shortly. Khan retracted his gaze from the radiant dragon, the moonlight, and spoke. Among the 400 pirates, he had slain 30 of his targets, accruing an additional 35 hours of accelerated learning time. Coupled with the original 31 hours, his total accelerated learning time had now reached 66 hours. On this island, only Bellamy remained unvanquished. The absence of Bellamy suggested he had not received news of the merchant ship's arrival. Thus, he had not made an appearance. However, this posed no issue for Khan, who intended to personally seek out Bellamy. Once he eliminated him, he would attain 73 hours of accelerated learning time. 1 hour of accelerated learning roughly equated to 4 days of training, meaning that 73 hours would allow him to train for approximately a week, effectively translating to a year's worth of practice. This should suffice to elevate him to a higher level and refine his techniques significantly. Yet, after dispatching over 400 pirates, he discovered that the world fluctuation rate had inexplicably increased by 2%, now standing at 5%. This development perplexed Khan. It was not fear of the rising fluctuation rate that troubled him, for he would not allow such changes to impede his progress. Rather, he found himself unable to comprehend the principles behind this increase. The two pirates resembling gorillas, both at level 15, did not seem to hold any significant status, so it was bewildering that they had contributed to the world fluctuation rate. Chapter 33. The chaotic island. Khan sensed that the fluctuations of this world would inevitably have an impact on something, yet he currently found himself devoid of any clues. The system's notifications also indicated that the effects were unknown. Perhaps it would only be when he truly confronted the situation that he would comprehend the essence of these world fluctuations. Khan traversed the coastline step by step, intending to seek out the Bellamy pirates in the small town nestled on the island. Soon, he crossed a lengthy path through the woods and entered the quaint settlement. As he stepped into the town, he caught a glimpse of the sign overhead, Mogu Town. At that moment, he encountered two towering figures with rather menacing appearances. Are you blind while walking? Do you wish to meet your demise? Bellowed a burly man, standing nearly 2 meters tall, as he glared at the man before him, who donned a cowboy hat and stood around 8 meters in height. However, scarcely had the words left his lips when a deafening gunshot rang out, and the giant collapsed to the ground. The townsfolk showed no signs of panic or screams. Most merely proceeded into the various shops lining the street, absorbed in their own affairs. It is my fault for colliding with you, yet you deny me the chance to apologize and instead spit in my face. Do you seek death? Spoke the cowboy-hatted man, as he deftly holstered his firearm beneath his cloak, casting a glance at the dying man at his feet. That was the infamous sharpshooter, Mackie, with a bounty of 21 million berries. The nearby pirates recognized the stylish manner in which he stowed his weapon and his distinctive attire, exclaiming in awe, Mogu Town was a unique settlement forged by extravagant pirates. Here, the higher the bounty, the greater the respect commanded. The residents had long grown accustomed to the battles and fatalities arising from mere disputes. Khan observed that the men surrounding the small town generally bore fierce and menacing expressions, most of them being above level 10. However, Khan remained unfazed. His recent dispatch of several hundred pirates was merely a reaction to their unwarranted fixation upon him. While exterminating all the pirates in this town would pose no challenge, Khan harbored concerns regarding the potential presence of ordinary folk among them. Fearing that they might inadvertently become collateral damage in the tumult of his battle, Khan wandered about and soon stumbled upon a restaurant, which was evidently quite popular in this quaint town. He confidently pushed open the hovering barrier and stepped inside. When Khan entered, he merely attracted the attention of a few pirates within the establishment. However, upon realizing that Khan did not resemble a wealthy patron, they returned to their meals, indulging in their lunch and drink. "What is the finest dish you offer here, my good sir?" Khan approached the bar and took a seat, inquiring with a gentle tone. The proprietor of the establishment was a middle-aged man with dark brown skin, adorned with an orange turban, his hairline showing signs of age-related decline. "Cherry pie or barbecue? Which would you prefer, dear guest?" The owner, momentarily taken aback by Khan's youthful and refined appearance, spoke up. Individuals like Khan, so young and devoid of any scars, with a gaze that bore no hint of menace, were rather rare in the town of Magic Ancient. "Then, I shall have a serving of your finest barbecue," Khan replied. Upon hearing that there would be a barbecue, Khan felt a surge of appetite and spoke up. Colin's culinary skills were exceptional, yet Khan had never had the pleasure of tasting Colin's barbecue. He never doubted Colin's ability to grill. Perhaps it was merely that Colin believed such fare lacked nutritional balance. Now that an opportunity for barbecue had presented itself, Khan was certainly eager to indulge. The proprietor, upon hearing this, promptly retreated to the kitchen to issue a few simple instructions before re-emerging. "What brings you to Mobile Town?" he inquired, placing a glass of plain water before Khan. Typically, patrons who enter the establishment without immediately requesting alcoholic beverages tend to opt for plain water or juices. They are generally here to seek someone. Upon hearing this, Khan cast a glance at his employer and spoke up. "This small town is rife with nefarious characters, hence the abundance of troubles. However, if you are seeking someone, do let me know. I may have heard of them, allowing you to find them swiftly and depart." The employer, upon listening to Khan's words, replied, "I am in search of Bellamy." Upon hearing this, Khan responded directly. As his words fell, the previously bustling restaurant fell silent, and all eyes turned to Khan. Was this young lad truly seeking Bellamy? Could he possibly be a relative or friend of Bellamy? The whispers among some pirates revealed their skepticism. If you are looking for Bellamy, he is typically found in a villa within the town. If you wish to find him, you may head there shortly. You are likely to locate him, offered one of the patrons. Upon hearing that this young man intended to seek out Bellamy, the proprietor's expression shifted, his gaze imbued with a hint of detachment as he spoke. In this town, no one wished to associate with Bellamy, for he held a bounty of 55 million for his spring devil fruit abilities, the highest bounty in the current Mogu town. His formidable strength was well known, and unlike other pirates, Bellamy possessed a certain malicious streak, relishing in the act of seizing the hard-earned possessions of others, earning him the moniker of hyena. Consequently, many in the town lived in fear of Bellamy, including the innkeeper himself. "May I inquire as to the location of the inn you mentioned?" Khan sensed a shift in his employer's demeanor, yet he remained unfazed and spoke up. "If you wish to seek out Bellamy, simply exit my establishment and proceed southward. You will soon encounter a tropical lodge, distinct in its decor from the surrounding buildings, making it quite easy to locate." The proprietor, in response, exhibited a willingness to comply. Recognizing the potential consequences of leaving a negative impression on this young man, who might indeed be a relative of Bellamy, there is no need for haste. Let us first enjoy our meal. Upon hearing the precise location, Khan chuckled. Observing Khan's demeanor, the boss promptly rushed to the kitchen, urging the chefs to expedite the preparation of the barbecue, eager to hasten the departure of the young man, who might have some connection to Bellamy. Thus, within a mere 10 minutes, a delightful array of grilled fish, chicken wings, and drumsticks was swiftly presented before Khan. Khan leisurely indulged in his meal, and in just 10 minutes, he finished an array of over 10 different barbecued dishes before him. How much did this feast cost? After finishing his meal, Khan gently stroked his slightly full belly and inquired. The barbecue at this restaurant was indeed quite delectable. No wonder it attracted so many patrons. 3,000 berries, the owner remarked, casting a glance at Khan. It was originally supposed to be 5,000 berries, but in this pirate-infested town of Mogu, the pirates were generally extravagant spenders, leading to relatively high prices. However, the owner hesitated to charge Khan the original price, fearing it might provoke Bellamy. "Then I am most grateful. The barbecue was exquisite." Upon hearing this, Khan did not linger and promptly handed over 3,000 belly before standing up to depart. He then proceeded towards the southern direction as directed by the proprietor. Indeed, as the owner had mentioned, after walking for just a few minutes, he came upon a grand hotel that stood apart from the other establishments in the town. Its exterior alone suggested that the expenses associated with this hotel were not modest. At that moment, a diminutive man adorned with a white headscarf and dressed in white garments, sporting patterned shorts and a peculiar mustache, hurriedly emerged. This establishment has been reserved exclusively by Lord Bellamy and his entourage today. Therefore, entry is prohibited for the general public. If Lord Bellamy discovers you here, the consequences could be dire. I kindly ask you to leave immediately, the mustachioed proprietor said, rubbing his hands together with a look of contrition on his face. Lord Bellamy's reputation in Magic Town had reached a level that instilled fear in many, and the proprietor wished to avoid any confrontation. However, refusing service might provoke Bellamy's wrath, potentially resulting in the destruction of his hotel, leaving him with no recourse for lamentation. Could you kindly inform Lord Bellamy that someone wishes to speak with him? It is imperative that he comes out to meet me, Khan requested. Khan, upon hearing this, did not wish to put the man with the mustache in a difficult position, and thus spoke up. Do you happen to know Lord Bellamy? The mustachioed proprietor, upon hearing Khan's words, inquired with a hint of nervousness. Of course. Upon hearing this, Khan's face broke into a smile as he spoke. Let me inquire on your behalf. However, you must not enter without permission, or else the situation may become quite troublesome. The mustachioed proprietor, after assessing the young man before him, agreed, but not before offering Khan a serious warning before his departure. Khan nodded in acknowledgement upon hearing. It was not that he could not directly enter to seek Bellamy, but the potential for a confrontation upon their meeting could likely result in the destruction of the inn. The mustachioed man possessed only a level 5 strength, which, while surpassing that of an average adult male, rendered him merely an ordinary individual in the lawless town of Magic Ancient, where pirates roamed freely. Khan, however, exhibited considerable patience towards common folk. The mustachioed proprietor hastily entered and observed a gathering of pirates, each cradling a woman in their arms. He cautiously approached a large sofa, standing a few meters away. Upon the sofa sat a man with golden hair and dark brown skin, a long scar crossing his left eye, his youthful visage betraying an inherently menacing aura. Lord Bellamy, there is a young man outside who wishes to see you, the mustachioed owner said, rubbing his hands together, visibly anxious. A young man seeks me? Is he a bounty pirate or a naval officer? Bellamy inquired, fixing his gaze upon the owner. I am unsure. But the young man claims he has come specifically to find you. The owner stammered under Bellamy's watchful eyes. Let us go out and see, Bellamy said with newfound interest, rising to his feet. Could it be that he wishes to join our ranks? Remarked a beautiful woman with red hair and a teardrop mole at the corner of her eye. Perhaps he truly does, chuckled a man with shoulder-length white hair and a purple transparent eye patch. Chapter 34. I am a pirate hunter, seeking recommendations. Bellamy and his crew stepped out of the inn, laughter echoing as they entered the open air. Has anyone seen him? Upon emerging, Bellamy noticed Khan's refined features and stroked his chin, addressing his companions. No, replied Sargis, the man with shoulder-length white hair and a purple eye patch. Shaking his head. Though he appears rather clean-cut, he seems somewhat frail and thus not particularly formidable, commented the red-haired beauty after scrutinizing Khan's appearance. Khan, with his fair complexion and handsome countenance, naturally caught the attention of several female members of Bellamy's crew. You there, I am Bellamy. What business do you have with me? Bellamy proclaimed, a brazen smile adorning his face as he approached Khan, towering over the young man who stood at a mere 1 meter 80. This is not an ideal place for conversation. I wonder if you might accompany me to another location? Khan gazed upon the towering figure of Bellamy before speaking. I wish to take you to a certain location. You shall be my escort. Bellamy, taken aback, regarded Khan with a hint of curiosity. This seemingly frail individual suddenly sought an audience with him, and now proposed a change of venue, evoking the impression of being a mere errand boy. Some matters are rather inconvenient here. It would be prudent to select a more discreet locale. Khan, without confirming or denying, spoke up. Is it something inconvenient to discuss here? He mentioned a secluded location that he was familiar with, offering, if it suits you, I could take you there. Bellamy, intrigued by the proposition, responded casually. He sought to gauge the intentions of this mysterious individual. If the other party insisted on choosing the location, it would likely indicate ulterior motives. However, if the choice were left to him, he would be indifferent to potential issues, as long as it was indeed a discreet setting. I am amenable to any secluded place, he declared. Upon hearing this, Khan nodded slightly. He was aware that Bellamy was testing him, yet he chose not to reveal this outwardly. Observing Khan's willingness to cooperate, Bellamy exchanged a knowing glance with his companion and then proceeded to lead the way. Khan followed closely behind. Several comrades of the Bellamy pirates received Bellamy's signal and also pursued without hesitation. Khan followed Bellamy and his group into a forest located behind the inn. The crowd observed the young man, hoping to discern traces of fear from his gaze and movements. However, this young man of unknown identity appeared entirely unfazed, as if he were blissfully unaware of the peril that lurked behind him. Khan observed the dossier of Bellamy. Name, Bellamy. Age, 22. Occupation, superhuman, possessor of the spring fruit. Level, 23. Health, 100%. Weapon, none. Mastered skills, spring sniping, spring jumping. Among the other crew members, the highest level was merely 13, belonging to Sachi's. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the entire Bellamy pirate crew relied solely on Bellamy's strength. After delving 5 kilometers into the forest, Khan's observation Haki sensed the absence of any other presence. This shall suffice. Khan's footsteps came to a halt as he spoke. Indeed, this place is quite secluded. By the way, I almost forgot to ask, what is your name? Bellamy, observing Khan's unexpected pause, gestured for everyone to cease their movements and inquired. My name is of little significance. However, I am a bounty hunter, and my purpose here, of course, is to end your life. Upon hearing this, Khan spoke up. Did you hear that? This lad claims to be a bounty hunter, intent on taking my life. Bellamy, undeterred and rather pleased, pointed at Khan from a distance of 20 meters. Indeed, at last, a bounty hunter has come seeking you, chuckled Sachi's in response. This signifies that your reputation, Bellamy, has spread far and wide. The red-haired woman, Mirai, added her praise. Impressive, Captain Bellamy. After all my time at sea, this is my first encounter with a bounty hunter. The other crew members of the pirate ship shared in the joy, laughter echoing among them. Yes, it is indeed my first sighting of a bounty hunter. Since he comes to kill me, then? Bellamy nodded, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Before he could finish his sentence, his legs coiled like springs, and with a resounding thud, he propelled himself forward, leaving a crater in the forest path, vanishing from his previous spot. If the opponent sought to claim his head for a reward, Bellamy would certainly not be courteous, despite the seeming frailty of his adversary. He would never hesitate to launch a surprise attack when the opportunity arose. In the next moment, Bellamy appeared before Khan, his right fist aimed directly at Khan's face. However, Khan merely tilted his head slightly, evading the strike with a nonchalance that startled Bellamy. With a swift contraction of his spring-like legs, Bellamy sprang back into action, bouncing off the massive trees surrounding them, each impact resonating with a thunderous crash. Initially, a shadow could be seen, but as the frequency of his leaps increased, his speed became so great that it culminated in a mere sound, rendering his form nearly impossible to discern. Fall back, Sachi shouted, witnessing Bellamy employ his spring jump technique right from the start. As he spoke, Sachi's retreated, aware that Bellamy's increasing speed could easily lead to collateral damage. With each leap, the trees and ground around him suffered as if struck by cannon fire, creating immense gaps in their wake. Bellamy, bounty of 55 million berries, Sachi's, bounty of 38 million berries, and a few lesser pirates. I shall collect your heads, Khan declared. Khan stood still, his gaze tranquil as he spoke, a wooden spear materializing in his hand. My strength is not merely reflected in the 55 million bounty, it is only a current valuation. Moreover, you cannot even keep pace with my speed, yet you dare to hunt me? Do not make me laugh. Bellamy's voice echoed through the forest, but to the ordinary eye, his movements were imperceptible. As his words faded, Bellamy aimed at Khan's position, ultimately landing on a massive tree behind him. With an abundance of elastic potential, Bellamy propelled himself like a cannonball, crashing into the tree with a resounding thud. His fists, akin to swiftly launched projectiles, hurtled toward Khan's back. Should he land a blow, he was confident he could shatter the enemy's spinal column. Yet, to his astonishment, the seemingly fragile adversary turned to face him. How can he perceive my speed? Bellamy pondered, bewildered that this individual could pivot to look at him. Since acquiring the spring fruit, no one had been able to match his velocity. This was Bellamy's final thought when, with a sudden puncture, he collided with the spear's sharp tip, his body pierced and rendered silent. Task completed. Eliminate Bellamy located on Gaia Island. Reward, 7 hours of accelerated learning time. Total accelerated learning time now amounts to 73 hours. Hearing the system's voice echo in his mind, Khan nonchalantly flicked his wrist, sending Bellamy's body hurtling through the air with a resounding thud as it collided with a massive tree. The subsequent crash reverberated through the surroundings. The other members of the Bellamy pirates, momentarily halted by the sudden silence, turned to witness the shocking spectacle of Bellamy being flung away. They stood frozen in disbelief, realizing that their carefree existence in Magu town, where they could kill at will and seize whatever they desired, was entirely reliant on Bellamy's formidable presence. In their eyes, the once mighty Bellamy, capable of dominating an entire island, had been effortlessly dispatched by this seemingly frail young man. Khan observed the terror etched in their eyes as they vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, he traversed over 200 meters, his dragon tooth piercing through Sachi's, swiftly decimating the foes before him like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. He showed no mercy to the members of the Bellamy pirates, as the mere mention of his intent to seek Bellamy hinted at an association with him. The pirates in Magic Ancient Town regarded him with a wary respect, fearful of incurring his wrath. Those who truly had ties to Bellamy were undoubtedly emboldened by his power and renown, flaunting their bravado in this realm. Furthermore, Khan preferred to keep his origins shrouded in secrecy. Operating from the shadows afforded him the greatest freedom of action. After half a minute, Khan meticulously stored the lifeless bodies in his system backpack, ensuring no remnants of clothing or debris remained. Once satisfied that no trace was left, he departed quietly. Unlike the coastline, erasing evidence here was feasible, yet the commotion it would generate posed a risk of attracting unwanted attention. As long as no fabric remnants were found, any bloodstains discovered would merely suggest that a death had occurred, leaving the identity of the deceased a mystery. Khan emerged from the forest via an alternate route, heading towards the coastline. In a mere 5 minutes, he arrived at the shore, waving at a merchant vessel that lay over 2,000 meters from Gaia Island. Upon seeing Khan's signal, the crew aboard the ship, anchored a few hundred meters from Magu town, responded promptly and set sail towards him. Chapter 35, The Perils of Greed. Let us proceed. After Khan boarded the vessel, he inquired, "Where are we headed now, boss?" Barrett, feeling somewhat anxious, mustered his courage to ask. Just moments ago, young Colin had mentioned that although the boss is a merciless pirate hunter, he only exhibits such ruthlessness towards pirates. In everyday interactions with ordinary individuals who have committed no crimes, his demeanor is remarkably cordial. "We are bound for Shell Island, which is relatively nearby." Khan sensed the palpable tension and trepidation emanating from Barrett and casually tossed a permanent pointer, initiating a conversation. He had long devised a strategy to first eliminate the surrounding targets before honing his skills to enhance his strength, ultimately setting his sights on the perilous archipelago of Sabot, teeming with pirates. Upon arrival, the likelihood of concealing his identity and whereabouts would diminish significantly, necessitating a substantial augmentation of his capabilities. Very well, Barrett acknowledged as he received the pointer from Khan, nodding in agreement. "Are all the islands we will subsequently visit inhabited by ruthless pirates?" Colin inquired, observing Khan seated in contemplation. "In the Grand Line, virtually every island is plagued by pirates, varying only in their numbers. However, the only island from which you cannot disembark is the one we just discussed." Khan spoke calmly in response. "Why is it that only that island is off limits?" Colin inquired, somewhat perplexed. "Because that island is inhabited entirely by pirates. It is teeming with them. As an ordinary person, stepping foot there could result in your demise at any moment." Upon hearing this, Khan cast a glance at Colin and explained candidly without reservation. Colin had resolutely decided to accompany him to the Grand Line. Although Khan had initially stated that he might not be able to ensure Colin's safety, he would never allow Colin to venture into such perilous territory. Just like the recently departed Gaia Island, even minor disputes and physical altercations in Magu town could result in loss of life. Thus, he would certainly not permit Colin to descend into such danger. After all, Colin's presence alleviated many of Khan's everyday troubles, and his culinary skills were exceptional, providing delightful dishes that were hard to come by in a reliable chef. "Thank you, boss." Colin expressed his understanding of the situation with heartfelt gratitude. "Is that island entirely inhabited by pirates?" "No wonder there wasn't a single proper ship along the coast. Only pirate vessels," Barrett remarked, coming to the same realization. "Now that you understand, let us take our leave. If you find interest in the next island, feel free to explore. But it is advisable not to stray too far from the merchant ships." Upon hearing the words, Khan spoke up. Soon after, he calmed himself and began to tally the gains from this journey. His expedition to Gaia Island had granted him an additional 45 hours of accelerated training time, bringing his total to a remarkable 73 hours. If he devoted this time entirely to cultivation, he should, barring any unforeseen circumstances, be able to elevate his power to a new level. Additionally, the corpses in his system's inventory, if he were to claim the bounties, would likely amount to approximately 3 to 400 million berries. This journey had indeed proven to be exceedingly fruitful. Should he manage to clear all the task targets in the surrounding waters, he would possess over 500 hours of accelerated learning time, which would undoubtedly enhance his strength significantly. A day after Khan's merchant ship departed, the pirates on Gaia Island discovered the coastline, which had mysteriously lost half a meter in height. It seemed a formidable presence had arrived in the town. Why was this speculation rife? Along the shore, there lay a section approximately several hundred meters wide that appeared to have been blasted, with the height diminished by over a meter. Was this truly credible? To have removed such a thick layer of sand, could a mere human achieve this? Of course, it was true. If one were skeptical, they could investigate the area themselves, as that spot was evidently lower than the surrounding coast. Moreover, hadn't T1 noticed that there were considerably fewer people in town today compared to yesterday? Now that you mention it, I didn't see Harris, who usually appears at noon, either yesterday or today. Are you suggesting that it could possibly be him? Many pirates in Magu town were engaged in heated discussions. Upon hearing of the arrival of a new formidable figure, the townsfolk remained cautiously indoors, hesitant to venture out. If they were unaware of the identity of this newcomer, any inadvertent offense could jeopardize their lives. Meanwhile, the owner of the tropical inn, sporting a handlebar mustache, noted that Bellamy and his group had not returned since they followed a young man the previous day. Given that the other pirates on the island knew his establishment had been booked by Bellamy, no new guests had arrived today. He refrained from advertising for new patrons, as it would be quite inappropriate to evict paying customers should Bellamy suddenly return. After careful consideration, The mustached owner instructed the inn's bodyguards to investigate the forest where Bellamy and his companions had ventured. The forest was vast, yet only 3 broad paths existed. By dusk, one of the bodyguards discovered signs of a struggle within the woods, as the ground bore the unmistakable marks of trees that appeared to have been bombarded. They scrutinized the bloodstains on the ground, unfazed, for bloodshed was a common occurrence in Magu town. If one were to fear the sight of blood, they would have to bid farewell to the town. However, despite their exhaustive search, they uncovered no evidence that could identify the source of the blood, and so they returned to report their findings to the innkeeper. Upon learning of the bloodstains and the mysterious absence of Bellamy and his crew, the innkeeper decided to keep the establishment closed for the time being, even at the cost of some financial loss, as it was preferable to the risk of Bellamy returning and wrecking his business. As 2 days passed, the townsfolk began to realize that at least 400 pirates were missing, although their ships remained anchored at the harbor. Some brave pirates even ventured aboard the vessels, only to find them deserted, leading to a spree of looting. When others learned that even Bellamy's ship was unguarded, the pirates of Magu town were stirred into action. Whoever could seize these ships, regardless of their contents, could profit handsomely by refurbishing and selling them for tens of millions of berries. Driven by greed, a fierce battle erupted by the harbor, staining the waters red with blood as bodies floated upon the surface, painting a grim picture reminiscent of hell on earth. As the number of deceased pirates continued to rise, the number of empty ships at the harbor increased, escalating the chaos and ultimately resulting in the demise of over 2,000 pirates in Magu town. Ironically, this turmoil allowed the previously uninterested shopkeepers to seize an unexpected opportunity, collectively claiming over 30 pirate ships. Meanwhile, the Navy headquarters received news of the upheaval, yet none deemed it worthy of intervention. The absence of normalcy on Gaia Island meant that the pirates' brutal conflict was, in fact, beneficial to them. Only Smoker in Rogue Town took note of the reports regarding Bellamy's mysterious disappearance. Has he already reached that location? Smoker exhaled a plume of smoke, pondering silently. He was nearly certain that Khan was responsible for Bellamy's vanishing act, as he had previously observed similar occurrences. Had Khan not come to him for a bounty, he would have remained unaware that the eradication of the evil dragon pirates and Click's crew was orchestrated by Khan, a young man with a delicate appearance, fair skin, and a seemingly frail physique, akin to one accustomed to pampered living. While it was common for somewhat renowned pirates to vanish within the Grand Line, it was unusual for them to abandon their ships without cause. Such disappearances often implied foul play. Previously, Bellamy had made headlines with his exploits on Gaia Island, leading to a steady increase in his bounty, as the island was predominantly inhabited by pirates, leaving the Navy indifferent to Bellamy's actions. Bellamy, being astute, had chosen to linger on the island for the time being. However, this time, with Bellamy's bounty set at 55 million berries, alongside his first mate Sarkis's bounty of 38 million, it was evident that the formidable bounty hunter Khan had set his sights on them. Smoker recalled Khan's assertion that his pursuit of pirates was purely for monetary gain. Upon learning of the whereabouts of these 2 individuals, how could he resist investigating? Yet, the display of Khan's power left Smoker somewhat unsettled. Bellamy, a user of the spring fruit, possessed remarkable speed, so swift that ordinary eyes could scarcely follow his movements. Yet Khan had managed to stealthily eliminate him. This indicated that Khan's strength had surpassed Bellamy's 55 million bounty, and it was clear that this was not Khan's full potential. Eventually, Smoker set aside these thoughts for the time being. His responsibilities lay solely within Rogue Town, and regardless of how formidable Khan's abilities and demeanor appeared, it was not yet his concern. On the vast expanse of the sea, Khan's merchant ship sailed steadily, having acquired the latest news from the newspaper vendor. The island truly harbored such a multitude of pirates. Barrett, staring at the newspaper detailing the death toll exceeding 2,000 pirates, was taken aback, incredulously exclaiming, "Is it possible?" Indeed, over 2,000 had perished, yet there were still pirates remaining to take advantage of the situation. Colin, who had not doubted the owner's claims of the island being infested with pirates, felt a twinge of shock upon witnessing the evidence firsthand. The notion of an island overrun by pirates sent shivers down Colin's spine. Colin was not particularly surprised by the news. Originally, the presence of Bellamy had kept the pirates on the island in check, forcing them to behave cautiously. However, upon learning of Bellamy's absence, their true natures began to emerge. Had Bellamy still been around, the pirates in Mogu town might have been tempted by the unguarded pirate ships, but as soon as Bellamy received word and arrived, none would dare contest him. Although Khan viewed Bellamy as lacking in strength, he was, nonetheless, the most formidable presence on Gaia Island. Chapter 36. Colonel Tina. After more than 2 days of sailing, Khan's merchant ship arrived at Shell Island. True to its name, even from a distance, one could see the coastline and pathways adorned with shells. The buildings themselves were constructed from shells, their roofs crowned with enormous closed shells measuring between 3 to 5 meters in diameter. Colin's first impression of the island was that it offered excellent opportunities to learn about seafood cuisine. However, this was contingent upon how long the owner intended to stay. Khan observed 3 marked individuals on Shell Island within the system. Although the rewards were not particularly substantial, the cumulative total amounted to 9 hours. However, this location was the nearest to Jia Island on the nautical charts, and Khan was eager to experience the diverse scenery of different islands. Moreover, it was on his way, so he decided to proceed. Even the slightest gain is worthwhile, once he completed the myriad of free tasks leading to the entrance of the Grand Line. The accumulation of knowledge could potentially result in an astonishing amount of accelerated learning time. Khan was not the sole merchant vessel in this area. Various other merchant ships traversed the waters, accompanied by naval warships. It appeared that this maritime route was under the protection of the Navy. Boss, 3 naval warships are approaching from the southeast, Barrett reported as the warships altered their course upon spotting their merchant vessel. Anchor the ship and allow them to come closer. Upon hearing this, Khan turned his gaze towards the unexpected figure aboard the warship and spoke. Indeed, the crew members aboard the vessel sprang into action. As Barrett adjusted the ship's heading, lowering the sails and dropping anchor, bringing the ship to a halt. Moments later, 3 naval warships approached within mere meters of them. From the main ship, a tall and alluring woman with flowing pink hair, clad in a navy cloak and donning dark sunglasses, leapt across the distance, landing gracefully on Khan's vessel. I am Colonel Tina from the naval headquarters. What cargo is your merchant ship transporting? The pink-haired beauty inquired after taking a puff from a slender cigarette and surveying the people on board. I merely wish to witness the breathtaking scenery of the Grand Line. Hence I am not transporting any cargo. Khan beamed upon Tina's arrival and inquired, are you the owner of this vessel? Tina, observing the youthful figure before her, who bore a striking resemblance in height and charm, responded with a simple affirmation, yes. Khan sensed Tina's scrutinizing gaze, yet his expression remained unchanged as he smiled and remarked, where are the bodyguards you hired? Upon hearing this, Tina surveyed the crew aboard the ship, but failed to identify anyone with a formidable presence. Today, she had coincidentally arrived at Shell Island to apprehend a few pirates and had noticed Khan's merchant vessel, which appeared unprotected by the Navy, brazenly present in the area. Intrigued, she approached to inquire about the situation. There are no bodyguards on my ship, Khan replied. Upon hearing this, Khan shook his head and spoke. Barrett and Colin, standing nearby, felt somewhat embarrassed. If this esteemed employer were to consider hiring a bodyguard, one could only imagine the extraordinary caliber required to impress him. Without naval protection and without hiring a bodyguard, how did you manage to arrive here? Tina, hearing these words, looked at Khan with a hint of skepticism and inquired. I simply sailed all the way here. Upon hearing this, Khan inquired, have you not encountered any pirate ambushes along your journey? Tina, upon hearing this, cast a skeptical glance at the remarkably youthful man before her. Not at all, she replied. Khan shook his head upon hearing her words and spoke. He was not lying, for since entering the Grand Line, he had traversed through Alabasta and Gaia Island, and up until this moment at Shell Island. He had indeed encountered no pirate ships attempting to seize his vessel. This could be attributed to the nature of their route, which was not fixed, but rather a winding traverse among various islands. Just like this journey to Shell Island, he had taken a different path, thus avoiding any pirate encounters at sea. Tina observed the young man's immediate response and the unwavering determination in his gaze, pondering thoughtfully. In the relatively peaceful waters of the Four Seas, the presence of merchant ships like Khan's was not unusual, as they primarily transported goods between nearby islands. However, in the perilous realm of the Grand Line, teeming with pirates, it was indeed peculiar that a merchant vessel like Khan's could reach this island without the protection of the Navy. It is worth noting that to arrive at this island, one must navigate through 4 others, and the fact that he faced neither pirates nor dangers along the way was rather extraordinary. What is your purpose for coming to this island? Tina inquired, having decided to further probe the young man after some contemplation. Colonel Tina, Khan replied, I have already mentioned my desire to experience the scenic beauty of the various islands along the Grand Line, which is why I find myself here. Upon hearing this, Khan chuckled and inquired, would it be convenient for my soldiers to enter your cabin for a brief inspection? Tina, realizing she had posed a redundant question, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. However, she quickly composed herself and replied, although you have asserted that this vessel carries no cargo and is merely here for leisure, the circumstances surrounding your ship's presence are rather peculiar, and I must ascertain the truth. Of course, came the response. Upon hearing this, Khan did not hesitate to respond. Have someone come to inspect the ship's cabin, he instructed. Tina, noticing Khan's prompt agreement, waved her hand and declared loudly. Shortly thereafter, a plank was extended, and several naval soldiers entered the cabin. Tina observed the young man's reactions, while Khan was also scrutinizing Tina's profile. Name, Tina. Age, 31. Gender, female. Level, 27. Occupation, superhuman. Barrier fruit user skills, barrier wings additional skills. Armament hockey level 3. Observation hockey level 2. Khan had little impression of Tina, only recalling that she was an acquaintance of Colonel Smog, and like him, a dedicated member of the Navy. Khan harbored a certain admiration for the Navy's efforts to assist ordinary civilians while capturing pirates. Thus, He perceived Tina's probing as merely a routine formality and had no intention of putting her in a difficult position. Tina noted that even when soldiers entered the cabin, the young man exhibited neither panic nor evasive behavior, which largely confirmed the truth of Khan's words. 10 minutes later, 5 Navy soldiers emerged from the cabin, reporting to Colonel Tina that there was nothing of significance inside, only some fresh provisions and essential daily supplies. One soldier saluted Tina and declared loudly, "All clear, ma'am." "That will suffice. You may return," Tina responded, realizing from Khan's expression that her suspicions were unfounded. She waved her hand dismissively. "Yes, ma'am." Several Navy soldiers replied in unison as they made their way back to the warship. "Though I am uncertain of the remarkable means by which you safely arrived here, if you wish to continue your voyage on the Grand Line, it would be prudent to employ a formidable bodyguard or seek our Navy's protection. The costs may be substantial, but it is certainly preferable to losing one's life." Tina gazed intently at Khan, realizing that none of the bounties she had seen matched the young man's description. And then she spoke. "Thank you for your kind advice, Colonel Tina. I shall keep it in mind." Upon hearing this, Khan chuckled. Tina discerned that Khan seemed disinclined to seek protection and thus refrained from further comment. With a swift motion of her right foot, she propelled herself back onto her warship, preparing to disembark for the island. After Tina's return, Khan spoke up. The crew of the merchant vessel, upon hearing the command, promptly sprang into action, and the ship soon set sail toward Shell Island. Nearby, Tina noticed Khan's merchant ship making its way to the island. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she pondered the opportunity to observe this young man once on the island. After more than 20 minutes of navigation, Khan's ship successfully docked at the port of Shell Island. With Colonel Tina leading the naval forces, you are free to roam the island. However, it is advisable to avoid sparsely populated areas and to remain within the sight of the Navy. Before disembarking, Khan spoke up. Although there were only 3 pirates on the island, it was difficult to ensure that they would not resort to violence. "Understood, boss," Khan acknowledged with a nod, recognizing that the words were directed at him. Subsequently, Khan stepped off the vessel. As Khan trod upon the shell-paved path, a crisp crackling sound resonated, imparting a sense of novelty. However, as the naval officers, who had disembarked alongside him, approached the port, the once melodious sound transformed into a cacophony. Tina gazed at the youthful figure strolling along the shell-strewn road, her beautiful eyes flickering with intrigue. She sensed an oddity in this seemingly delicate youth, who stood approximately 6 feet tall and appeared as unremarkable as any ordinary individual. Nevertheless, regardless of his peculiar demeanor, Tina prioritized her mission. She had arrived on the island to apprehend pirates. Once she successfully captured the 3 notorious brothers, the Lex brothers, each carrying a bounty of 25 million, she would have ample time to observe this strange young man. The combined bounty of the Blade brothers amounted to 75 million, a sum far exceeding the capabilities of ordinary naval personnel, which prompted her swift arrival upon hearing the news. Tina and Khan subsequently ventured into the quaint town on Shell Island. Khan's observation Haki sensed Tina approaching from behind, a smile gracing his face. He had come here to hunt pirates, and Tina, as a colonel from the Navy headquarters, could not have arrived without purpose. She must have received some vital intelligence. It was highly probable that her objectives aligned with his own. Consequently, Khan was keenly observing Tina with his Haki, hoping to glean information regarding the 3 targets through her. Chapter 37. The Blade brothers. As Khan observed Tina with his observation Haki, he marveled at the town that starkly contrasted with other islands. Even before setting foot on the island, he had noticed that it appeared to be almost entirely constructed from shells, and now, up close, it exuded a uniquely refreshing allure. The houses flanking the roads, built from shells, appeared somewhat uneven yet possessed a distinctive aesthetic charm. The bustling sounds of the crowd filled the air, with residents and shopkeepers alike displaying warm smiles, illustrating that even within the Grand Line, this island, safeguarded by the Navy, remained largely untroubled by pirates. The shops offered an array of shell-crafted necklaces, sculptures, and exquisite bowls, while the air wafted with the fresh scents of shellfish emanating from nearby inns and restaurants. Once he completed his errands, he was determined to indulge in the island's renowned shell feast. As he strolled, Khan sensed that Tina, who was about 100 meters behind him, suddenly altered her course and entered a quaint tavern. Khan continued to wander the streets, unperturbed, while utilizing his observation Haki to sense that Tina had entered an izakaya and found a middle-aged naval officer with a bushy beard and bandaged hands. Inside the izakaya, the officer saluted respectfully upon Tina's arrival, addressing her as Colonel Tina. The rank of colonel within the Navy is a significant achievement, one that most sailors aspire to throughout their careers, often requiring the capture of formidable pirates or notable feats to attain. He had heard of Tina's exploits, frequently apprehending pirates with bounties under 50 million. "Let us dispense with pleasantries and proceed with the report," Tina said, dismissing the officer's salute with a wave of her hand. "Yes, ma'am. 5 days ago, I received intelligence regarding the Blade brothers making their way to Shell Island. As soon as they landed, I led 16 soldiers in an ambush. However, their strength proved formidable. After a fierce engagement, we managed to injure one of them, but just as we were about to capture them, they resorted to trickery and escaped into the labyrinthine shell mountain. I could pursue them, but it may take considerable time. To avert more serious repercussions, I sought assistance from the Navy headquarters. The officer recounted, his voice tinged with frustration. He had been the first to act, only to be outmaneuvered. Had he not sustained injuries in that encounter, he was certain he would have captured the Blade brothers. Even now, despite his wounds, he could engage in a war of attrition with the pirates hidden in the mountains, as one of them was injured. The longer this dragged on, the more it favored him. However, engaging in such a drawn-out battle could potentially lead to dire consequences, for they were in the Grand Line, a territory rife with piracy, where other marauders could arrive at any moment. Reluctantly, the officer decided to seek aid from the Navy headquarters, understanding that though he might relinquish a forthcoming achievement to more powerful naval forces, the risk of civilian casualties on his watch could lead to demotion. Losing a commendation was trifling compared to the challenges of regaining rank after a demotion. 5 days ago, you can confirm they are still on the island, correct? Tina inquired, unfazed by the officer's evident discontent. They are undoubtedly still here. I have already stationed informants at the base of Shell Mountain, effectively sealing off their escape routes, and have temporarily secured the mountain, the officer replied with grave seriousness. Very well, I shall pay them a visit, Tina declared as she rose from her seat. If I manage to locate the 3 of them, I will ensure the headquarters acknowledges your setup of informants as well. Before departing, Tina exhaled a cloud of smoke and cast a glance at the earnest officer. Thank you for your support, Colonel Tina, he expressed, gratitude illuminating his features. Do not rejoice too soon. Let us wait until I have captured them atop the mountain, Tina replied, her expression unchanged despite his evident appreciation. Colonel Tina will surely succeed. Please exercise caution, the officer urged, still displaying his gratitude. Tina simply nodded in acknowledgement and exited the izakaya, making her way toward the coastline, intending to direct her soldiers to encircle the mountain, ensuring that the pirates could not evade her and escape downwards. Meanwhile, Khan had already discreetly departed upon hearing that the 3 targets were atop the mountain. Khan followed the broad path and arrived at the foot of a mountain also adorned with a carpet of shells. Upon his arrival, Khan's keen observation, enhanced by his haki, revealed the presence of over 40 naval officers nearby, each armed and patrolling in scattered groups of 5. Khan gazed upward and observed that the mountain was adorned with a myriad of stones of varying sizes, intricately arranged and embellished with a kaleidoscope of colorful shells. Following the sole mountain path, one could behold a remarkable scenery. Conversely, traversing other trails induced a disorienting sensation. Amidst this grand mountain, locating 3 individuals solely by sight proved to be quite a challenge. Perhaps this was why the patrolling naval soldiers only roamed the periphery of Shell Mountain. Furthermore, it was evident that this Shell Mountain was under strict prohibition. With the crunching sound of the shell path underfoot, any descent would alert over 40 soldiers, who would swiftly identify the source of the disturbance and open fire. For an ordinary person, evading their watchful gaze while ascending the mountain was impossible, as the sound of the shells would betray one's presence. Yet Khan, with a ghostly agility, maneuvered seamlessly through the patrols without a whisper, stealthily making his way upward. Upon first landing on the island, he had intentionally created those crunching sounds to avoid raising Colonel Tina's suspicions, but in truth, Khan could tread upon the shells without eliciting a sound. Once past the naval soldier's line of sight, Khan's observation haki allowed him to sense the myriad of information surrounding Shell Mountain. Utilizing natural cover, he advanced swiftly, and in less than 5 minutes, he detected 3 distinct presences, clearly the 3 brothers, the Blades, hiding within the mountain. Simultaneously, Khan's gaze began to settle into a tranquil calmness. Halfway up Shell Mountain, beneath a colossal shell, the eldest brother spoke. It has been 5 days. If we do not descend soon, the wound on the youngest will pose a lifelong threat. A towering man, standing at 6 feet 3 inches, his muscular frame evident, continued, I am aware. Had we been on any other island or mountain, I would have descended long ago. But on this peculiar island strewn with shells, our descent would surely attract the attention of the patrolling navy below. We were barely able to fend off the naval lieutenant and his men when we landed. Now, there are at least dozens of soldiers patrolling below. Do you wish for us to be riddled with bullets? A man, towering at nearly 6.5 feet, glared at the speaker with bloodshot eyes, retorting loudly. But we cannot continue to delay. The man standing at 6 feet 2 inches, agitated by his brother's glare, replied, Brother, if it comes to that, leave me behind. As long as you 2 do not carry this burden, I am certain you can escape. At that moment, a man, leaning against a rock, draped in a gray coat, his pallid complexion glistening with cold sweat, spoke through clenched teeth, I bear a wound wrapped in a bandage that has darkened with blood. Although we are all capable of extraordinary recovery due to our animal-type devil fruit powers, without a skilled doctor to treat my injury and remove the bullet, I will not heal. Rather, my condition worsens with each passing day. He realized that he had become a liability to his elder brothers, who possessed greater strength. They could have escaped long ago had it not been for him. Upon hearing this, The previously quarreling brothers exchanged glances, recognizing the regret etched upon each other's faces. Originating from the West Sea, they had once been impoverished and powerless. Together, they consumed the devil fruit, gaining powers far beyond the ordinary, and spent a year rampaging through the West Sea, indulging in a luxurious lifestyle they had never dared to imagine. They seized the women they desired and claimed possessions with brute force. Their bounties increased as they acted in unison. However, upon hearing tales of the vast seas of the Grand Line, they yearned to explore this different world. Yet, shortly after entering, they encountered Navy forces far more formidable than the pathetic soldiers they had faced before, compelling them to confront the harsh reality of possibly abandoning their own brother. Just as the two were about to make a decision, the injured man noticed a figure wielding a spear, appearing like a specter behind his brothers. "Brother, there is an enemy behind you. Quickly evade." He perceived the calmness in the man's eyes, a chilling sensation creeping up his spine, and felt a terrifying aura of danger, urging them to act. Despite his own desire to rise and fight, his injury rendered him nearly immobile. The eldest and second brothers, upon hearing the warning, instinctively bristled, preparing to transform and escape. Yet Khan's attack had already been unleashed, a sweeping strike so swift it sliced through the air with a piercing sound. They had no time to evade, and were struck, sent hurtling away with a thunderous crash as the massive stone that had concealed them for days was shattered by the force of Khan's blow. Even the solid rock was cleaved in two, and the fate of the three brothers was sealed as they flew outward, silenced. As the fractured boulder threatened to crash down below, Khan moved again, conjuring a magical orb of energy within his palm. With a deft strike, he unleashed the orb upon the boulder, sending tremors through his body as the force dissipated into the stone, reducing the massive fragment to dust that scattered downward. He could not afford to attract the attention of the Navy below by allowing such a heavy stone to fall. Chapter 38. The Marks Left Behind. Seeking Recommendations. Freedom Task. Eliminate Blade Warden on Shell Island. Reward. 3 hours of accelerated learning. Freedom Task. Eliminate Blade Woken on Shell Island. Reward. 3 hours of accelerated learning. Freedom Task. Eliminate Blade Wall on Shell Island. Reward. 3 hours of accelerated learning. All three brothers were of level 20, each possessing the abilities of an animal-type devil fruit in their feline forms. Khan decisively eliminated them and, after dealing with the fallen rocks, promptly stored the three corpses in his system backpack and swiftly descended the mountain. He harbored no sympathy for the trio of seemingly loyal pirates, for they were each marked with a bounty of 25 million. Their history of pillaging and violence was undoubtedly extensive. Just as Khan stealthily blended into the crowd of the town below, he sensed the approach of Colonel Tina, accompanied by over 30 naval soldiers, each bearing a serious demeanor and poised with their weapons at the ready. "Madam, how much for this?" Without waiting for their proximity, Khan averted his gaze and picked up a beautifully crafted white shell necklace that caught his eye. "Young man, seeing how handsome you are, I'll take a small loss. Others usually pay 2,500 berries for this, but I'll give it to you for 2,000, said the proprietor, a plump woman in her mid-years, her face lighting up with a warm smile at the sight of Khan's youthful charm. "Just for that, I'll buy it," Khan replied. Upon hearing this, Khan retrieved 2,000 berries from his pocket and placed them on the stall. With a smile, he remarked, "Young man, with your striking looks, I am certain you possess an undeniable charm with the opposite sex. I have a plethora of items here that would be perfect for gifting to your female friends. Purchasing a few more would surely endear you to them." The proprietress, observing this dashing young man making his payment with such decisiveness, beamed with delight and responded, "One is sufficient, thank you, dear lady." Upon hearing this, Khan chuckled and shook his head, welcoming the next visit. The middle-aged lady, having heard that only one item was purchased, did not alter her expression, but smiled and waved her hand. Khan slipped the shell necklace into his pocket and turned, seemingly just discovering Tina, his eyes wide with surprise, yet he chose to depart without further ado. Tina noticed Khan purchasing items and observed the look of astonishment that crossed his face upon realizing her presence. It was entirely understandable that Khan did not approach her to greet. After all, anyone possessing a modicum of awareness would refrain from such an act upon seeing her accompanied by dozens of naval soldiers. Nevertheless, Tina instructed a soldier to keep watch over Khan, ensuring that any unusual behavior he exhibited would be reported to her. To be candid, Tina remained somewhat intrigued by how Khan's merchant vessel, devoid of any formidable guardians, had managed to safely arrive at this island. Khan sensed a soldier stealthily trailing him from a distance of 100 meters, yet he paid it no mind. Having completed his systematic free tasks, he felt assured that he had exhibited no conspicuous signs. Furthermore, he had no intention of departing immediately. Colin, too, appeared eager to explore the culinary delights of the island, yearning to savor a variety of flavors. Thus, he wandered about aimlessly until he found himself entering a restaurant, where delightful aromas wafted through the air. "One shellfish banquet, please," he requested of the server. As Khan approached, he called out loudly, "Welcome, please follow me." A female server, upon hearing him, displayed a standardized smile and escorted Khan to a room. How many guests do we have? The server inquired. Just one, Khan replied. Khan spoke up, all right. The waitress, taken aback by his words, nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, the naval officers who had been monitoring Khan entered the restaurant and settled themselves in a well-placed area of the dining hall, ordering 2 servings of shellfish sashimi. Although he was perplexed as to why Colonel Tina had instructed him to keep a close watch on this seemingly ordinary young man, he understood that it was his duty to comply with the order. Khan found himself waiting, as the restaurant's chefs, more than one, ensured that dishes were served promptly. Soon, a waiter began to present the meals. As for someone like Khan, the restaurant owner had no fear of him dining and dashing. After all, a naval major was present on the island. Even if this young man were unable to settle his bill, they could still acquire a cheap laborer to toil for them. Meanwhile, Tina arrived at the outskirts of Shell Mountain with a contingent of naval soldiers. The area was off-limits to the colonel. The patrolling sailors, upon noticing her approach, were about to issue a warning, but upon seeing her in a colonel's coat, they immediately saluted and exclaimed, "You all guard the descent. I shall ascend." Tina, observing the soldiers' abrupt change in demeanor, disregarded the slight and nodded slightly, turning to issue instructions to her own soldiers. "Yes, ma'am," they responded in unison. Their regular duties often involved apprehensions, particularly when dealing with formidable pirates, a task usually undertaken personally by Colonel Tina. With nimble steps, Tina swiftly ascended the mountain. However, as her high-heeled shoes struck the shell-paved path, the unmistakable crisp sound of crunching shells resonated beneath her, leaving her momentarily astonished. It soon became clear to her why Major Beard was so confident that no one could escape undetected. Traversing the shells, whether ascending or descending, made stealth virtually impossible. Despite her considerable strength and mastery over her abilities, the shells betrayed her presence, forming a natural barrier against stealth. Tina also employed her observation haki. Unlike Smoker, whose powerful smoked devil fruit overshadowed his training in hockey, she had diligently honed her own abilities. While her barrier fruit powers were not to be underestimated, they paled in comparison to the natural elemental fruits. Though her mastery of observation hockey was still developing, allowing her to sense life forces within a 500-meter radius. Even this limited perception profoundly enhanced her capabilities. Pirates with bounties below 50 million were unlikely to evade her pursuit. As she climbed higher, Tina continued to unleash her observation hockey, paying no mind to the crunching of the shells underfoot. As long as she could detect the 3 life forces mentioned by Major Beard, she would be able to capture them. However, after half an hour of climbing, she reached the summit without sensing any other life forms aside from herself. Standing atop a massive rock, she surveyed the surroundings. Major Beard would not deceive her regarding such matters. Any descent would surely cause a commotion, and the 40-odd patrolling soldiers could not possibly overlook anything amiss. Yet, despite her ascent, she had encountered no signs of life. After a moment's contemplation, Tina resolved to continue her search on the mountain, seeking the presence of the Blade brothers. She chose a lateral path to descend, gracefully leaping between the stones of Shell Mountain at great speed. However, as she reached the halfway point, she suddenly stumbled upon a pool of crimson blood and a shattered boulder. This sight brought her to a halt as she stood on a rock, gazing 20 meters away at the massive stone that appeared to have been cleaved in two by a heavy weapon, surrounded by splatters of blood. With a click, Tina retrieved a cigarette from her pocket, placing it between her vibrant lips before igniting it. Taking a deep drag, she approached, scrutinizing the 3 pools of blood scattered across the nearby stones, pondering the situation at hand. The blood could very well belong to the Blade brothers. Its lack of coagulation suggested it had been shed not long ago. The sight of such significant bloodshed led her to conclude that the Blade brothers had met their demise. Yet the identity of their assailant and the method by which this person had managed to kill 3 men under the watchful eyes of 40 soldiers remained a mystery. Here on Shell Mountain, where the ground was entirely covered in shells, even her own footsteps produced a conspicuous sound. Turning her gaze back to the massive boulder that had been cleaved in two, she observed it with growing concern. The stone was over 10 meters thick. The individual capable of executing such a feat and reducing it to mere powder possessed extraordinary strength, far surpassing her own. This power could even be likened to that of her former mentor, Zifa, whom she had seen shatter a small mountain with a single punch while utilizing his hockey. Yet, Zifa's destruction was one thing. This unknown assailant had transformed a boulder of considerable height into dust. At that moment, Tina realized that she had unconsciously begun to compare this unknown powerhouse to Zifa, her eyes reflecting her astonishment. Zifa was a former admiral of the Navy, renowned for his prowess. The strength displayed by this individual left her with the unsettling impression that they could rival Zifa himself. How could someone comparable to Zifa target these 3 nameless individuals? She mused, a hint of self-mockery creeping into her thoughts. After 2 hours of searching, she discovered remnants of clothing stained with congealed blood, presumably belonging to the Blade brothers, before beginning her descent. As she made her way down, a perplexing question consumed her thoughts. How had this person silently ascended the mountain, killed the 3 men, and then departed without a trace? Her mission to capture the Blade brothers was based on prior intelligence, which indicated that the brothers were all over 6 feet tall, with the eldest, Blade Warden, towering over 2 meters. Each was also an animal-type devil fruit user, notorious for their rampage across the West Sea before recently arriving in the Grand Line. Given their considerable size, it was unfathomable that anyone could discreetly remove their bodies. How could they have ascended so quietly and then vanished? Tina pondered, lost in the labyrinth of possibilities. Upon reaching the bottom, she encountered the soldier she had dispatched to observe Khan, the peculiar young man. Did you notice anything unusual about him? Tina inquired directly. Report. No abnormalities detected. He simply wandered around town, sampling the unique cuisine that differs from other islands. The naval soldier replied loudly. Chapter 39. Initial objectives achieved. Could it truly be my overthinking? Tina contemplated thoughtfully upon hearing the report. Colonel, that young man is currently resting at an inn in town. Should we continue to follow him? As the naval soldier observed the colonel's silent demeanor, he inquired once more. No need, she replied. The mission targets are all deceased. Instruct them to withdraw. The remainder of the time will be free for personal activities. Assemble tomorrow at noon. Tina glanced at the encroaching twilight and waved her hand, affirming her orders. The soldier, upon hearing of the target's demise, felt a chill run through him and responded loudly. It was unusual for Colonel Tina, who was typically focused on capturing targets, to exhibit such lethal intent. However, since she had granted permission for withdrawal, he dared not question further. Where's that young man now? Just as the soldier intended to inform his colleagues of the retreat, Tina's voice resonated from behind. He is currently at the Bayou Inn. The soldier felt a peculiar sensation, having served with Colonel Tina for several years. He had never witnessed her take such an interest in a man. Nevertheless, he promptly replied, I never imagined Colonel Tina would fancy such a fragile type. Subsequently, as he observed her departing figure, he flexed his muscular arm, touched his rugged face, adorned with stubble, and felt a twinge of disappointment. Colonel Tina was undeniably a beauty and had always been an object of their admiration. Yet, he realized that she had never shown any particular concern for any of them. Perhaps the issue lay in the fact that they were a band of rough men. Upon learning of Khan's whereabouts, Tina first briefed the burly man on the situation. The Blades brothers are dead? He exclaimed in disbelief. When I arrived, I only found 3 pools of still fresh blood and some remnants of clothing scattered about. I have matters to attend to. With that, Tina departed, unconcerned whether the burly man believed her words, for a simple inquiry would reveal the truth. Before her departure the next day, Tina resolved to investigate the peculiar young man. Upon reflection, she realized she had yet to inquire about his name. She casually asked around and arrived at an inn constructed from shells. The architectural style of the island was indeed distinctive, and one could easily be tempted to linger here for a while to experience its unique charm. Entering the inn, Tina noted the bustling lobby filled with patrons, yet she did not see Khan among them. However, she refrained from seeking him out directly, fearing it might reveal her investigative intentions. Her purpose for being there was simply to spend the night, confident she would encounter Khan in the morning. The innkeeper, a middle-aged woman, bore the marks of time upon her face, yet remnants of her youthful beauty shone through her features. What can I assist you with, esteemed naval colonel? Dining or lodging? She inquired with a warm smile. The finest room, along with a sumptuous dinner, to be served in my quarters, Tina replied, producing a 10,000 belly note from her wallet. During her missions, Tina had never considered skimping on herself. Capturing a mere pirate could yield tens of millions of belly, leaving her financially untroubled. You may stay for 3 nights. Your room is the 3rd on the left on the 5th floor. Here is your key. The innkeeper beamed at the sight of the 10,000 belly note, retrieving a key marked with the number 503 from a ring behind her. Tina paid little heed to the mention of her 3-night stay, took the key, and ascended the stairs directly. Khan was engaged in meditation and cultivation in his room on the 5th floor. After spending a considerable part of the day exploring, he felt immensely satisfied by the contrasting architectural styles and landscapes surrounding him. The shellfish cuisine here showcased the innate fragrance and sweetness of the mollusks, a freshness unparalleled by other ingredients, which delighted Khan immensely. Although he knew that indulging excessively might lead to monotony, he decided to linger for a few more days before departing, particularly since he had spotted Colin walking towards the family restaurant. With Colin's expertise as a 9th-level chef, it was likely that he could replicate the dishes after tasting them. Thus, Khan was more than willing to grant Colin a few extra days to master the essence of the local cuisine. After all, during the monotonous voyage across the vast ocean, having the opportunity to savor diverse flavors was indeed a pleasure. The following morning, at 7 o'clock, Tina rose early, aware that she would be leaving by noon. She enjoyed a breakfast crafted from various shellfish in the lobby on the 1st floor. While dining, Tina kept a vigilant eye on the staircase, hoping to feign a chance encounter with Khan. However, as noon approached and she prepared to depart, Khan had yet to appear from the stairs. Instead, a waitress made 2 trips carrying breakfast and lunch upstairs. Tina understood that since Khan was the owner of a merchant ship exploring the Grand Line, it was reasonable that he might not feel the need to come down, given his affluence. Nevertheless, as the time ticked towards noon and after finishing her lunch, Tina could only leave in disappointment, having not seen Khan. Khan was leisurely enjoying his lunch in the room, awaiting Collins to complete his tasks and join him. Thus far, he had accumulated 82 hours of accelerated learning, with numerous objectives still ahead. However, Khan remained unperturbed. His journey to the sea was not solely to enhance his prowess. It was equally an opportunity to savor the unique cultures of various islands. Previously, he had visited Alabasta, which boasted beautiful scenery, yet was overshadowed by the presence of the warlord, Crocodile. He felt compelled to hasten his tasks and depart. On the other hand, Gaia Island, a chaotic hub populated entirely by pirates, offered little in terms of distinctive sights, leaving him no moment to immerse himself in the local customs. Nonetheless, islands like Shell Island, which lay within the protected naval routes and offered a more tranquil environment, piqued Khan's interest, prompting him to pause and explore. Khan, while enjoying his lunch, examined the nautical chart retrieved from his system backpack, contemplating the islands he intended to visit. The current maritime route he was charting was evidently under the protection of the Navy, featuring relatively tranquil islands such as Carnival City, Gourmet Island, and the City of the Spring Queen. His mission objectives were scattered across these islands. However, given their peaceful nature, any aggressive action might inadvertently harm innocent civilians, jeopardizing his identity as a pirate hunter. Thus, he resolved to refrain from any confrontations for the time being. Khan contemplated for a moment before adhering to his original plan. Subsequently, he instructed the waiter to clear away the dishes and began to meditate within the confines of his chamber. In the blink of an eye, 2 days slipped by. On the morning of the third day, Khan returned to the ship. In this brief span of 2.5 days, Colin had already mastered the signature dishes of Shell Island. With his objectives fulfilled, Khan's merchant vessel set sail once more. If only all islands were as tranquil as this one, I could explore diverse lands and learn the unique culinary arts they offer, Colin mused, gazing at the increasingly distant Shell Island from the deck. Khan was enjoying his breakfast when he glanced at Colin upon hearing those words, yet offered no response. Colin's seemingly simple statement encapsulated a dream that the Navy had strived to achieve for many years, but to no avail. Khan harbors no grand ambitions. His sole desire is to safeguard his own interests. Although he is currently engaged in the pursuit of pirates, there exists the possibility that one day he may find himself on the wanted list of the Navy, branded a pirate, and subsequently targeted by other formidable adversaries. Therefore, before such a scenario unfolds, he must strive to enhance his own strength. In this treacherous world of piracy, survival hinges upon possessing sufficient power to wield the right of choice. Khan's merchant ship set sail towards the Delos Islands. After silently accomplishing its mission, the vessel would linger for several days, allowing Colin to explore various culinary delights. Unbeknownst to them, over the course of 3 months, Khan had successfully completed his objectives on the surrounding islands, and the total hours dedicated to accelerated learning had reached 624. As Khan's merchant ship set sail from a snow-laden island, Barrett, swathed in a thick cotton coat resembling a plump dumpling, pushed open Khan's door and inquired, "Boss, where are we headed next?" For over 3 months, it had been Barrett who routinely sought clarification on their next destination, and this time was no exception. "We are bound for Nicolo Island." At this moment, Khan, clad in thin garments, sat by a hearth, savoring citrus fruits as he spoke. "Have we not already visited Nicolo Island?" Barrett inquired, his tone tinged with confusion. Nicolo Island is a verdant isle, densely populated with trees, in contrast to more bustling islands. It remains a pristine, undeveloped sanctuary, not devoid of inhabitants, but rather seldom trodden by human feet. Venturing into that vast, untamed forest can easily lead one astray. On a previous occasion, he had followed along and found himself lost amidst the woods, nearly becoming prey to the island's formidable fauna. Fortunately, it was the proprietor who came to his rescue. Otherwise, his life would have been forfeited there. Thus, Barrett's impression of Nicolo Island is indelible. However, it has always been the case that the proprietor seldom revisits islands once explored, which left Barrett perplexed at the notion of returning to Nicolo Island. "When I instruct you to go, you shall comply." Khan cast a glance at Barrett upon hearing his words. Indeed, the calmness in Khan's gaze sent a shiver through Barrett's already cold body, prompting him to nod hurriedly before exiting the room. After Barrett's departure, Khan leisurely peeled an orange and savored its sweetness. His journey to Nicolo Island was not without purpose. He had already accomplished the preliminary objectives he had set. Thus, he intended to utilize the 624 hours of accelerated learning time he had accumulated before heading to the Shambodi archipelago. To fully immerse himself in cultivation, it was essential to find a secluded place where he wouldn't have to worry about food or accidentally harming others during his practice. Having visited dozens of islands, he found that only Nicolo Island met these criteria. Chapter 40. Cultivation in just 4 days. Khan's merchant ship arrived at a vast island. "I plan to stay here for over a month. During this time, I will not interfere with whatever you wish to do on this island, as long as you don't perish. In the evenings, I shall return with provisions. Are there any questions remaining?" Khan's merchant ship docked beside a grand tree, and before disembarking, Khan spoke up. No. Upon hearing this, Khan immediately replied. Neither do we, Barrett exclaimed loudly as well. Upon hearing this, Khan disembarked and ventured deep into the forest. After his departure, Colin, Barrett, and several crew members gathered together. What on earth does the captain intend to do? This seems to be the first time we are staying for such an extended period, one crew member remarked in surprise. Indeed, after more than 3 months. This is our first instance, Barrett nodded in agreement. Since aligning with the captain, they had not lingered anywhere for over a week, typically only pausing for a few days on various islands. However, this time, the captain had audaciously declared a stay of more than a month, an extraordinary occurrence. What the captain is up to is not our concern, Colin stated calmly. That may be true, but aren't you even a little curious about what the captain is doing, Colin? Barrett replied. Curiosity is one thing, but sometimes, knowing too much can be detrimental to oneself. It is best to heed the captain's instructions, Colin responded coolly. Barrett felt a shiver upon hearing Colin's words. Having followed the captain for over 3 months, they still knew very little about his background, only that he was a bounty hunter. And they did not even know his name. Clearly, the captain preferred to keep such matters private, and probing into them could indeed lead to unforeseen dangers. Though I may not know the captain's intentions, a stay of over a month should provide me with ample opportunity for training, Colin optimistically declared. Then I shall join you in practice, Barrett said with a smile, setting aside his curiosity about the captain's actions. Meanwhile, Khan entered the forest and examined his system panel. Name: Khan. Age: 18. Occupation: Battle Mage. Level: 45. The average level for a child is 1, for an adult female is 2, and for an adult male is 3. Note: the level does not solely represent physical strength, but rather correlates with destructive capability. Even a high-level warrior can be gravely injured or killed by a low-level individual wielding powerful weapons such as bullets or cannon fire. Health: 100%. This attribute does not display a specific value and fluctuates based on physical condition and damage sustained. Magic points: 29. 305. This value's recovery rate and enhancement are influenced by meditation. Weapon: none. Acquired skills: Heavenly Strike level 32, Dragon Fang level 32, Rondo Staff level 32, Falling Blossom Palm level 33, Scarecrow level 15, Mastery of Staff and Spear level 13, Magic Shield level 10, Double Hammer Strike level 20, Shatter Dominance level 18, Combat Instinct level 14, Automatic Radiance level 12, Radiance Explosive level 11, Self-Radiance Fusion level 10, Radiance Pressure level 5, Shadow Flicker level 5, Meteor Strike level 5, Glorious Dragon Moon and Glorious Dragon Dance level 1. Additional skill: Observation Hockey level 9. Due to the inability to train aboard the ship, aside from foundational techniques, his skill advancements were limited to Heavenly Strike, Dragon Fang, Rondo Staff, Combat Instinct, and Mastery of Staff and Spear. The purpose of arriving at the remote Nicolo Island was to significantly enhance his abilities. The accelerated learning would amplify his training results 100-fold, meaning that 1 hour of practice would equate to 4 days of effort for others. 100 hours would correspond to over a year of training for others. With 624 hours at his disposal, if he dedicated himself to 15 hours of daily practice, approximately 1.5 months of training would amount to about 7 years of experience. Furthermore, this calculation did not account for the foundational effects of the 100-fold training boost, leaving uncertainty as to whether it offered additional benefits. Nevertheless, even without those, after sailing for over 4 months and completing numerous tasks, combined with the upcoming month-long training, he would have amassed what felt like 7 years of growth within a mere half-year. This was precisely what Khan desired. Khan silently recited, "Engage accelerated learning time." The host's total accelerated learning time amounts to 624 hours. Accelerated learning time is now activated. Following the resonant voice of the system in Khan's mind, he beheld a countdown timer: 623 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds, steadily diminishing with the passage of time. Khan understood that time waits for no one. A war spear materialized in his hand as he intended to first test the fundamental technique, Dragon's Tooth. An unprecedented revelation surged within him. Although it was merely a single execution of Dragon's Tooth, it felt as though he had performed it countless times in his mind, each instance imparting a distinct insight. To elevate an already formidable fundamental technique to greater heights, one must endure thousands upon thousands of repetitions, continuously honing their skills over time. With accelerated learning, each application of the technique equated to its most exquisite execution, directly yielding profound insights. The efficiency of his cultivation surpassed even 100-fold, as every fleeting second bestowed upon him unique realizations, fortifying his strength. Khan's gaze became hollow, as various techniques flowed effortlessly from his hands: Heavenly Strike, Circular Staff, Double Hammer Blow, Shattered Dominance, and the combat instincts of the Radiant Dragon's Moon and the Radiant Dragon's Dance. A slender figure wielding a spear immersed in the primordial forest. Each flourish of the spear and execution of techniques emanated an air of innate grace. Khan was immersed in his relentless training, yet the surrounding environment bore the brunt of his fervor. With a mere thrust of his spear, he could effortlessly pierce through a colossal tree, one that would require the embrace of several adults to encircle, leaving behind a gaping hole. A single blast of shattering force unleashed a terrifying shockwave, cleaving trees asunder. With a deft execution of the falling flower palm, he reduced a massive boulder to mere dust, particularly when employing the radiant dragon moon. Wielding a golden spear several dozen meters long, he could sever trees within a radius of hundreds of meters with a single strike. The thunderous crash of the fallen trees echoed through the forest, sending the wild beasts within into a panicked flight. By the time Khan regained his senses, he realized that the sky had darkened into an inky blackness. The entire forest had succumbed to the shadows, and as the evening breeze rustled the leaves of the towering trees, a gentle whispering sound emerged, instilling a sense of tranquility within one's soul. Khan surveyed the chaotic surroundings without concern, decisively activating his system panel. Upon observing the displayed data, his eyes were filled with awe. Although his level and magical power remained unchanged, the skills he had mastered, Heaven's Strike, Dragon's Fang, and Dance of the Staff, had all advanced from level 32 to 34. Furthermore, his falling flower palm improved from level 33 to 35, and his proficiency in both staff and spear mastery elevated from level 13 to 14. The magical shield, which he had diligently trained for a long time without any enhancement, finally transcended the 10th level limit, now reaching level 11. The dual hammer strike progressed from level 21 to 22, while shatter dominance rose from level 19 to 21, and his combat instinct reached level 16. Most importantly, both Radiant Dragon's Moon and Radiant Dragon's Dance surged directly from level 1 to level 3. Deactivate super learning time. In a state of exhilaration, Khan gazed at the ceaseless flow of accelerated learning time, silently contemplating its significance. Soon, he found himself lost in reflection. The essence of accelerated learning time extended far beyond his initial assumptions. An hour equating to 4 days of others' training was merely a simplistic notion. If it were solely an hour that mirrored 4 days, his prowess could not have escalated so swiftly. Each instance he employed a technique during this accelerated learning period enabled him to discover, at an unparalleled speed, the most refined methods of execution, which he then internalized as his own insights, thus enhancing his strength. Khan gazed at the remaining 614 hours of accelerated learning time, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Should he convert all this time into strength, his power could surpass even his own expectations. Soon after, Khan felt the pangs of hunger and made his way towards the merchant ship. Along the way, he casually dispatched a wild boar, bringing it back with him. Planning to stay here for over a month, he knew that the provisions aboard the ship would certainly be insufficient. This was also one of the reasons Khan had chosen this island. In such a relatively primitive locale, he need not worry about a shortage of supplies. The cook had already prepared dinner, but the boar would not be ready to enjoy until at least the following day. If the cook is not in a hurry, I can prepare it in various flavors, though this will require some time, Khan remarked. On the ship, Colin observed as the cook single-handedly lifted the enormous wild boar and said, "As long as it tastes delicious, you can handle the preparations." Upon hearing this, Khan remained unfazed and spoke up, saying, "All right." Colin, noticing his employer's calm demeanor, chuckled in response. As noon approached, while he and Barrett were jogging in the vicinity, they both heard a tremendous sound emanating from the depths of the forest. Even from a considerable distance, they could perceive a subtle tremor, highlighting the sheer magnitude of their employer's cultivation. Fortunately, their curiosity did not compel them to venture closer. Otherwise, they might have met with a fatal shock from the force of their employer's training before they even had the chance to draw near. After indulging in a hearty meal and taking a refreshing bath, Khan entered a meditative state. For the next month and beyond, he would immerse himself in true cultivation, thus refusing to squander any precious time. Chapter 41. Smoker's Determination. While Khan diligently practiced on Nicolo Island, an unnoticed fortnight slipped by in the outside world. In the preceding 3 months, reports had emerged almost every few days regarding the mysterious disappearances of pirates from various islands, each boasting bounties exceeding 10 million. Strangely, only traces of battle and remnants of blood were found at the scenes, with no bodies to be discovered. Consequently, many pirates speculated that an enigmatic bounty hunter had arrived in the Grand Line, systematically eliminating pirates. However, this time, a duration of 2 weeks passed without such news, leading some pirates in the Grand Line to conjecture whether the hunter had departed or was lurking on an island, preparing for a significant undertaking targeting higher bounty pirates. Situated at the entrance of the Grand Line in East Blue, Lobetown, Smoker was keenly attuned to the recent developments. In a mere span of 3 months, a total of 800 pirates had vanished, each with bounties exceeding 10 million, the highest being Bellamy at 55 million berries. The sheer volume of disappearances had even attracted the attention of the Navy headquarters, prompting an investigation into the identity of this unknown powerhouse they sought to recruit. Yet, while others remained oblivious, Smoker was acutely aware that Khan was undoubtedly the architect behind these events. However, As the number of vanished pirates continued to rise, Smoker found himself increasingly wary of Khan. His apprehension did not stem from Khan's ability to eliminate so many pirates. After all, apprehending those with bounties below 55 million berries was a task of little difficulty for him. What truly unsettled him was the fact that Khan had executed these deeds without any other party realizing his involvement. Whispers among the pirates of the Grand Line spoke of an unknown force relentlessly hunting them down, and the terror that anonymity incited was far more profound than any other fear. This dread prompted some pirates to hastily abandon their pursuits, seeking refuge back in East Blue, consequently bustling Lowtown with activity. Gazing at the nautical chart of the Grand Line spread before him, Smoker traced lines across the map. The islands marked by these lines were where pirates had inexplicably vanished, islands that Khan had previously traversed. Khan traversed over 30 islands, reaching the next one in an average of 3 days. In just 3 months, he had nearly visited more than half of the islands along the Great Route. Originally, Smoker anticipated that Khan would head towards the Shambodi archipelago, as Khan had hunted numerous pirates and would inevitably seek his bounty. However, Khan's sudden silence for half a month left Smoker perplexed, unable to discern the young man's intentions. After much contemplation, Smoker resolved to take action. A few years ago, he had ceased rigorous training, believing his strength sufficient. Yet, upon encountering Khan, a young man of unfathomable power, Smoker realized his own strength was lacking. The mere thought of Khan potentially becoming his adversary sent tremors through him. This sensation was rare for Smoker, yet he recognized it as fear, deep within. He harbored no confidence in capturing Khan. The only way to dispel this fear was to strengthen himself, to become formidable enough to confront Khan directly. However, Smoker found himself lost in thought regarding how to enhance his strength. His mastery of the smoke fruit was nearly exhausted, and he felt confident in defeating many vice admirals of the Navy. The ability to fly granted by the smoke fruit afforded him an unparalleled advantage over others at sea, enabling him to outmaneuver and eliminate foes stronger than himself without direct confrontation. In his battle with former Admiral Zephyr, Smoker's aerial advantage had rendered Zephyr unable to contend with him, though he held the rank of Navy Colonel. It was merely a choice to avoid entanglement in the complex factional struggles within the Navy, opting instead for a tranquil existence in the East Blue. Yet, Khan's presence instilled a fear in him that surpassed even that of Zephyr. Thus, to prepare for the potential threat of this formidable young man, strengthening himself was imperative. Nevertheless, the manner of enhancement was a critical concern. Smoker understood that while his smoke fruit lacked the devastating offensive power of the 3 admirals, it possessed significant growth potential as a Logia-type fruit. While expanding his attack range could be a viable avenue, it would merely serve as a temporary solution. Increasing his attack range could indeed augment his power, but when facing a singular opponent of superior strength, the size of his attack range would have little impact on the outcome. Reflecting on his abilities, Smoker retrieved a Den Mushi and contacted an individual he had not spoken to in years. The Den Mushi emitted a series of sounds before a calm, benevolent voice inquired, "Who is it?" "Teacher Zephyr, this is your student Smoker. I wish to consult you regarding hockey," he stated. "Today a sun certainly did not rise in the west. You seek my counsel on hockey?" Zephyr replied incredulously. He recognized Smoker's strength and sense of justice, yet knew him to be averse to social interactions. Their previous duel had ended in a stalemate, as Smoker's aerial prowess rendered Zephyr incapable of gaining the upper hand. Following that encounter, Smoker had abandoned the pursuit of mastering Busashoka hockey, believing himself adequately equipped to handle any adversary. Zephyr had previously remarked on Smoker's unique ability to fly, a talent unmatched by even his strongest students, such as Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji. While Kizaru could execute brief bursts of flight, he required reflective surfaces for prolonged aerial movement, a concern Smoker did not share. Now, the fact that his long-absent student sought to reconnect and inquire about the cultivation of hockey left Zephyr astonished. A powerful foe may soon become an enemy of the Navy, yet I possess no confidence to face him. Thus, I seek to further enhance my strength. Smoker asserted with gravity. It is impossible for me to train you personally, but I can impart methods for cultivation and enhancement, provided you wish to learn, Zephyr replied thoughtfully. Merely knowing how to cultivate and enhance is sufficient. Thank you, Teacher Zephyr, Smoker responded without hesitation. Upon hearing Smoker's resolute words, Zephyr continued. You have previously grasped Busashoka hockey, yet you have not devoted much effort to mastering Kinbunshika hockey, which could significantly augment your capabilities. Therefore, before I teach you how to strengthen Busashoka hockey, you must first learn Kinbunshika hockey. Given your foundation, awakening Kinbunshika hockey should not prove difficult. Allow me to clarify its function. Kinbunshika hockey enables you to sense life forces beyond your line of sight, discern the positions and movements of enemies, and anticipate their intentions, affording you ample time to respond. For one with the smoke fruit's abilities, you should comprehend the magnitude of this advantage. Listen closely to the methods of comprehension I will share with you. While Zephyr could no longer provide personal instruction, guiding Smoker in his training was well within his capacity. Smoker, once a source of pride as a student, now gazed in astonishment as he grasped the formidable power of observation hockey. He was struck by the realization of how much he had squandered over the years. Had he mastered this technique and honed it to an extraordinary level, he could have stood his ground against the Navy's mightiest forces, the three admirals. Aside from the formidable Admiral Kizaru, whose speed might overwhelm him, he believed he could at least hold his own against the other two. Although Smoker was uncertain whether his mastery of observation hockey would suffice against Khan, he understood that acquiring this skill would result in a monumental transformation of his strength. With this newfound awareness of the potential it offered, Smoker listened intently to the teachings imparted by his former mentor, Admiral Zephyr. Chapter 42. Sabot, Archipelago, Seeking Recommendations. Time passed swiftly, and a month had elapsed. With no further mysterious disappearances of pirates during this period, those who had previously laid low in the Grand Line regained their audacity. Reports of various pirates causing disturbances surfaced from numerous islands across the Grand Line. The Navy headquarters, having dispatched personnel to investigate, found no intelligence after a month and thus rescinded their orders, instead mobilizing adequate forces to apprehend these unruly pirates. Amidst the tranquility of Nicro Island, a slender man with a delicate visage savored a substantial piece of roasted meat. Colin prepared his provisions, readying himself for departure to the Sabot archipelago. Khan leisurely savored his meal as he spoke. Indeed, standing a few meters away from Khan was a man clad in a pristine white chef's uniform, who nodded in agreement. After a month and a half, they were finally departing from this desolate place. A towering man, 2 meters tall with dark hair, beamed with joy upon hearing the news. The other crew members also displayed smiles, although their time here was relatively free aside from the occasional deck cleaning. Enduring over a month in such a remote location threatened to drive them mad, were it not for the presence of others. Captain, to which island shall we journey next? Barrett inquired, glancing at Khan, who was still enjoying his lunch. To the Sargasso Islands. As Khan spoke, he deftly used his knife and fork to savor a perfectly roasted piece of meat. All right, everyone, let us assist young Colin in retrieving the smoked game meat. We are about to embark. Upon hearing that they were headed to an uncharted island, Barrett felt a wave of relief wash over him and exclaimed loudly. After Barrett's declaration, he took the lead, and the other crew members, invigorated as if by a stimulant, swiftly descended to the shore. Were it not for Colin's culinary prowess, which provided them with a variety of delectable dishes each day, the monotony of their 1.5-month stay would have driven them to madness. At last, with the prospect of departure in sight, they hastily gathered the dark, smoked meat in under 5 minutes. Subsequently, Barrett effortlessly hoisted the ship's anchor while the others raised the sails, and they set forth on their journey. Khan savored the delectable roasted meat while gazing at his current data panel. Name: Khan. Age: 18. Occupation: Battle Mage. Level: 49. The average child is level 1. The average adult female level 2, and the average adult male level 3. Note: the level does not solely indicate physical strength, but rather correlates with destructive capability. Even a high-level warrior can suffer severe injury or even death when struck by a low-level opponent wielding powerful weapons, such as a bullet or a cannonball. Health points: 100%. This attribute does not display a specific value and fluctuates based on physical condition and incurred damage. Mana points: 56. 305. The recovery rate of this value is influenced by meditation. Weapon: none. Mastered skills: Heavenly Strike level 40, Dragon's Tooth level 40, Whirlwind Staff level 40, Falling Blossom Palm level 40, Scarecrow level 17, Mastery of Staff and Spear level 18, Magic Shield level 13. Double Hammer Strike level 24, Shatter Dominance level 24, Combat Instinct level 17, Automatic Aura Pattern level 14, Aura Pattern Explosive level 13, Self-Aura Fusion level 11, Aura Pattern Suppression level 10, Flowing Shadow Flash Strike level 10, Meteor Assault level 10, Radiant Dragon Moon Barrier level 8, Radiant Dragon Dance level 8. Additional skill: Observation Hockey level 12. With 624 hours of accelerated learning, his strength had grown significantly, now merely 1 level away from the awakening at level 50. Moreover, the enhancement of his observation hockey granted him a formidable ability. Upon reaching level 10, although the coverage range of his observation hockey did not increase, it awakened within him the power of foresight. Upon advancing to level 12, the coverage extended to a radius of 15,000 meters. Within this sphere, all life forces, thoughts, and movements lay within his perceptive grasp. Thanks to accelerated learning, his observation hockey seemed to transcend a critical threshold, reaching realms unattainable by others. Khan is still unaware of the true strength possessed by the formidable beings at the pinnacle of this world. However, with his current capabilities, he should be sufficiently equipped for self-preservation. After Khan's merchant ship had been sailing for half a day, a newsbird approached. Would you like some news? Just 50 Bailey. The newsbird inquired. Do you have news from the past month or so? Khan noticed the arrival of the newsbird and inquired. I must return to fetch it. Upon hearing that the guest sought news from the past month, the newsbird immediately perked up and replied, Please do fetch it for me. I shall purchase it from you for 100 Bailey per piece. Upon hearing this, Khan spoke up, having devoted himself to his training for a month and a half. He was eager to set sail once more and wished to ascertain what intriguing events had transpired upon the vast ocean during his absence. Do not stray from this course. I shall return shortly, he instructed. The news bird, upon hearing Khan's words, promptly nodded and took flight with great haste. Its decision to approach was motivated by the fact that this was a merchant vessel. Typically, the proprietors of such ships were eager to purchase any newsprint available. However, it was quite unexpected that the order would be of such magnitude. After all, a newspaper priced at 100 Bailey was a rate generally reserved for sales during the doldrums. Shortly thereafter, the newsbird returned swiftly, and within half an hour, it arrived with a backpack that was significantly larger than its own neck, flapping its wings vigorously. When the newsbird alighted on Khan's ship, it was panting heavily. This is 5,000 Bailey, it announced. Khan observed the weary and exhausted demeanor of the newsbird and, with a gesture of generosity, placed a sum of money before it while simultaneously retrieving the backpack the newsbird had brought. Upon seeing the 5,000 belly, the newsbird's eyes gleamed with excitement. It realized that it could discreetly keep at least 3,000 belly for itself, a sum that nearly equated to its weekly wages. Consequently, the newsbird departed, beaming with delight as it clutched the money. Khan sat before a table, slowly perusing the oldest newspaper within. After finishing the reading, he realized that during his period of cultivation, no significant events had transpired upon the sea. The most notable incident involving pirates occurred 3 days prior. It appeared that these pirates had coordinated their actions, as signs of unrest were evident across various islands over the past 3 days, with the bounties for several hundred pirates steadily increasing. Bounties exceeding 10 million had also appeared among his system's tasks. However, Khan was not inclined to hunt down those scattered pirates at this moment. He already possessed the corpses of over 800 pirates, and he understood that claiming rewards for them would likely attract the attention of the Navy, potentially branding him as a person of interest under surveillance. Therefore, he refrained from seeking the Navy's bounty hastily. Nevertheless, his strength had significantly increased, and while the timing was not yet perfect, given that he had not reached the stage of awakening, it had matured sufficiently. Thus, his purpose for visiting the Shambodi archipelago was not to eliminate other pirates, but rather to claim his bounty at Marineford. After over a month of continuous cultivation, Khan planned to rest for a few days before resuming his training, although his evening meditation would persist. Since Nicolo Island was not far from the Shambodi archipelago, the journey would take merely a week. Khan's merchant vessel smoothly arrived near the Shambodi Islands. What could possibly be the origin of the immense bubbles that abound on this island? Khan and his companions gazed in astonishment at the distant island, where colossal bubbles continuously ascended into the sky. They had accompanied their employer to desolate islands, those adorned with shells, snow-capped islands, and others boasting breathtaking landscapes. Yet, they had never encountered an island like this one, with enormous tree roots embedded deep in the seabed, perpetually releasing bubbles into the air. In due time, when you disembark, you shall inquire among the island's inhabitants to uncover the truth. Khan gazed at the translucent bubbles rising in the distance and spoke. He recalled that the Shambodi archipelago was renowned for its bubbles, yet he could not vividly remember the origins of these peculiar phenomena. Boss, are we truly able to disembark on this island? Barrett inquired, his voice tinged with apprehension. They were still quite far from the Shambodi archipelago, yet numerous pirate ships accompanied them on their journey. Barrett was not particularly fearful. With the boss by their side, the presence of additional pirate vessels posed little threat. However, the sheer number of pirate ships anchored in the harbor, amounting to several dozen, was greater than that encountered at Gaio Island. Every time the boss ventured onto a different island, he would embark on a solitary exploration for a period. If they were to recklessly disembark for leisure, the specter of death could loom at any moment. This island marked the terminus of the first half of the Grand Line, naturally attracting a multitude of pirates. Nevertheless, certain areas of the island were safeguarded by the Navy, and it would be prudent for them to remain within those secure zones. As long as they stayed within the protective boundaries, their safety would be comparatively assured. Khan observed the visibly apprehensive Barrett, yet instead of mocking him, he patiently offered explanations. It had been over 5 months since Barrett had joined his merchant vessel, and during this relatively leisurely period, he had diligently trained, elevating his level from 13 to 17. In terms of strength, Barrett was capable of effortlessly dispatching numerous pirates. However, he had never engaged in a genuine battle, and his fear of pirates was entirely understandable. With the presence of the Navy on the island, I feel considerably more at ease, Barrett remarked, his initial tension dissipating upon learning of the naval forces stationed there. Although pirates roamed the seas with impunity, they dared not wreak havoc in areas patrolled by the Navy. As Khan's merchant ship approached the harbor of the Shambodi archipelago, a number of pirate vessels nearby took notice of the unescorted ship. They began to conspire, intrigued by the boldness of such a merchant vessel appearing without naval protection. However, none were quick to act, for the sight of an unaccompanied merchant ship so close to the Shambodi archipelago was indeed peculiar. To launch an attack on this seemingly strange vessel, They knew they must gather intelligence and ascertain who was providing protection for the ship. Otherwise, an ill-timed assault could lead to their demise if they encountered formidable opposition. The islands that had successfully navigated the Grand Line to reach the Shambodi archipelago were primarily inhabited by shrewd individuals, well aware that successful plundering required careful selection of targets. Khan's observation Haki discerned that they had no intention of engaging in conflict, nor did he wish to create a disturbance here. The merchant vessel began to navigate around the Shambodi archipelago, following the markings on the colossal tree, in search of areas where the navy was present. Along the way, Khan's Haki detected several pirates emerging from the ship's hold, accompanied by individuals clad in tattered garments and a few merfolk, all of whom were evidently slaves captured by the pirates. On this island, governed by the celestial dragons, the trade of humans and merfolk was tacitly accepted, and the rules governing this place were undeniably distorted. However, Khan had no intention of intervening in these matters that bore no relevance to him. He was not so arrogant as to believe he could easily rectify such twisted regulations. Although eliminating the celestial dragons was within his capability, he was well aware that doing so would prompt the immediate dispatch of an admiral to apprehend him. He had no desire to provoke a significant conflict with the navy over trivialities that did not concern him. The Shambodi archipelago was vast, and it was not until the merchant vessel had navigated for over 2 hours and arrived at Area 60 that Khan finally spotted some navy soldiers in their uniforms. "You may disembark here. I have matters to attend to," he instructed. Khan perceived the situation. Although the navy personnel stationed there were engaged in aimless chatter, he furrowed his brow and spoke up. Despite their seemingly unreliable demeanor, they were, after all, navy men. As long as Barrett and Colin did not wander off and remained in the vicinity, they would be safe. Indeed, upon hearing this, Barrett immediately took the helm and steered toward the harbor at Zone 60. As the merchant vessel docked, Colin took the initiative to engage in conversation with the navy. "Boss, we've encountered some trouble." He soon returned to the ship, frowning as he approached Khan, hesitating momentarily before speaking. "Here are 50,000 belly. Give it to them." Khan observed Colin's hesitance and promptly retrieved a handful of banknotes from his pocket, stating, "In the past, docking at a naval harbor necessitated merely a few thousand berries as a guarding fee. Yet, these naval officers audaciously demand 50,000 berries." However, Khan had no intention of bargaining with them, as he wished to avert any complications that might hinder his objectives. Was it not apparent that the fee for docking and guarding was exorbitantly inflated? Barrett, unable to discern the conversation between Colin and the naval personnel below, recognized the gravity of the situation upon hearing his employer's words and widened his eyes, eager to voice his concerns. Before Barrett could articulate his thoughts, Colin swiftly covered his mouth. Gesturing for silence towards the muttering Barrett, Colin understood that, given the circumstances, they were on naval territory. Should Barrett's words reach the ears of the officers below, it might provoke an even steeper demand. Moreover, Khan had already relinquished the funds, signaling his intent to avoid further entanglement in this matter. Acknowledging Colin's gesture, Barrett nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Colin descended the ship with the money in hand. Adhering to protocol would mitigate numerous complications, which was deemed sufficient. Khan observed Barrett, whose face flushed crimson from the fear of speaking out. He remarked, "But this is utterly unacceptable. It is akin to a disgrace within the Navy." Upon hearing his employer's words, Barrett, albeit with a tone tinged with indignation, responded in a hushed voice. Working for the audacious Khan, his monthly salary amounted to a mere 150,000 Bailey, while with any other employer, it would only be 50,000 Bailey. Reflecting on his previous job, he realized that during a mere few days of docking, the sailors would demand wages equivalent to 1 or 2 months' pay. A notion that Barrett found intolerable. On this island, where rules were distorted, few could remain true to their principles. Upon hearing this, Khan's eyes flickered momentarily as he spoke. "Why do you say this is a distorted island, boss?" Barrett inquired, somewhat perplexed. "When you uncover the true nature of this island, you will understand," Khan replied. Khan remarked with profound significance. Initially, these naval officers, newly assigned to the Shambodi archipelago, were likely filled with a fervent sense of justice, eager to apprehend more pirates and achieve great deeds to enhance their careers and personal worth. However, on this island, the tacit endorsement of human trafficking prevailed, and as long as the pirates did not cause excessive disturbances, these naval officers appeared compelled to turn a blind eye to their presence. After all, if all the pirates were captured, the issue of human trafficking would cease to exist. In this distorted haven, it would be remarkable to find even one naval officer among 100 who remained true to their principles. Khan was able to comprehend the shifting sentiments of the Navy. However, it was rather ironic that the Shambodi archipelago, being one of the closest islands to the naval headquarters at Marineford, had become a lawless haven for pirates. Subsequently, Colin communicated with the sailors below and returned to the ship. "I have matters to attend to. Stay close to this place until I return, otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety." Before departing, Khan spoke, "We will take heed." Upon hearing his superior's words, Colin understood that Khan intended to delve deeper into the island. He responded with earnest respect. Subsequently, Khan disembarked. Colin, do you perceive this island as distorted? Barrett, still pondering Khan's earlier remarks, approached Colin and whispered this inquiry. Why would you ask that? Colin, momentarily taken aback and somewhat perplexed, replied. The boss mentioned before leaving that this is a distorted island, where few who linger can retain their true selves. Is this island cursed? Barrett elucidated. Curses, those ethereal concepts, surely do not exist. Rather, the ambience of this island diverges from that of others, Colin reflected. Having been tasked with liaising with the Navy on behalf of Khan, Colin had encountered numerous naval personnel in recent months. Previously, he had observed that the Navy exuded confidence, their eyes sparkling with a certain light. Initially, Colin did not grasp the significance of this, but he now recognized it as a manifestation of their inherent sense of justice. Each confident sailor possessed their own convictions. However, the naval officers he encountered earlier lacked this essence, appearing to have forsaken their aspirations, drifting aimlessly through life. Even their posture, which should be upright while on duty, had become somewhat slouched. This disheartening sight evoked an unfamiliar distaste within Colin, who had always held a favorable view of the Navy. Through these interactions, he could distinctly sense the disparity between this island and others. It was evident that Khan, too, was visiting this island for the first time. Yet he had swiftly discerned this anomaly, deepening Colin's admiration for him. Barrett, whose intellect was not particularly sharp, found it difficult to comprehend the subtleties of atmosphere. He felt a strong urge to disembark and explore, to experience firsthand what made this ambience unique. However, adhering to Khan's instruction not to stray far before his return, Barrett suppressed his impulses and remained on the vessel. Meanwhile, after disembarking, Khan utilized his observation hockey to navigate towards other regions. He sought to claim a reward and needed to locate higher-ranking naval officers to escort him to the Marine headquarters at Marineford. This island was teeming with formidable presences, with numerous pirates boasting levels exceeding 20 roaming about. Capturing them all for bounties would yield a substantial fortune, yet the unspoken rules of this island forbade any rash actions. Should he be identified as a pirate before he could claim the bounty for the pirate corpses he currently held, the repercussions would be severe. Khan made his way to a location housing a naval base. Upon noticing a seemingly ordinary yet handsome individual approaching, a vigilant naval officer stationed there inquired, "Halt! Who are you, and what brings you here?" The soldier, standing at a height of 1.7 meters and armed, bore a serious expression, despite their typically laid-back demeanor. The officers understood the necessity of maintaining a disciplined front while on duty. "I am Khan, a bounty hunter of pirates, and I have come to request your assistance in escorting me to Marineford to claim a reward." Upon hearing this, Khan's face broke into a smile as he spoke. "Khan, I have not heard of such a pirate hunter," remarked the naval soldier. "Marky, have you heard this name?" The soldier, upon reflecting on Khan's words, could not recall any familiarity and turned to his fellow sentry, inquiring, "No, if you merely wish to claim some bounties on pirates, there is no need to go to Marineford. We can assist you here." Another naval soldier shook his head in response, addressing Khan. Ordinarily, no pirate would dare to accompany the Navy to Marineford. However, Khan's intention to go there for a bounty implied that he was not a pirate. The role of a pirate hunter involves capturing or eliminating pirates, thereby assisting the Navy. Thus, this naval soldier maintained a relatively amicable demeanor towards Khan. "I believe it would be prudent to inform the rear admiral inside, so that he may escort me to the naval headquarters, as I possess bounties on pirates totaling over 10 billion berries." Khan, upon hearing that the other party had not heard of him and did not mind, spoke up. Chapter 44, Naval Headquarters. 100 billion? The two naval soldiers standing before Khan were startled by his words and exclaimed loudly, "Young man, be cautious with your fabrications that can be easily pierced." However, it did not take long for the expressions of the two naval soldiers to turn grim as they regarded Khan and spoke. The profession of pirate hunter is one of high risk and high reward. Thus, most pirate hunters, upon capturing or defeating a pirate with a bounty exceeding 1 million berries, would swiftly claim their reward and indulge in revelry. Furthermore, those who apprehend pirates with bounties exceeding 30 million have already gained a significant reputation as pirate hunters. Yet, the Khan before them was a name they had not heard of, and to assert that he sought a reward surpassing 100 billion berries was simply beyond belief. The audacity of this youth, who spoke such unsubstantiated claims, left them with no favorable impression. "I possess more than one pirate corpse in my possession. You may verify his identity first." Khan uttered no superfluous words upon hearing the situation. Instead, he produced an enormous body bag with a resounding thud as it struck the ground. The two naval soldiers, witnessing Khan's unadorned physique, rubbed their eyes in disbelief at the sight of the oversized bag measuring over 2 meters in length, pondering from whence he had procured such an item. However, upon hearing Khan's words, their attention swiftly shifted to the large gray sack, which lay 3 meters away. Through the fabric, they detected a distinct metallic scent of blood, indicating that the bag contained a corpse. The soldiers exchanged glances before approaching the sack, untying the ropes that secured it. Inside, they discovered the visage of a bald man. After a moment's hesitation, one soldier remarked that the familiar countenance seemed somewhat recognizable. Subsequently, both men hoisted the heavy body bag and carried it into the naval division. Khan was unperturbed by the weight, patiently biding his time. He presented the severed head of Das Bonus, which bore a bounty of 75 million. Convinced that the admiral would comprehend its significance. Within the naval division, a robust man clad in a naval coat, exuding masculinity, was indulging in snacks while perusing the news. The Shambodi archipelago had established an unspoken order, rendering the station naval officers largely free from responsibilities. Even if he desired to take charge, he was compelled to acquiesce to the prevailing norms, thus relinquishing his initial convictions and merely passing the days in complacency. However, at that moment, he was startled by the sound of hurried footsteps outside the room. "Admiral Edmund, we have urgent news to report," came a soldier's voice from beyond the door. "Come in," Edmund called, recognizing the urgency in their footsteps. As the command echoed, two soldiers entered, carrying a blood-stained body bag measuring over 2 meters in length. "What is the meaning of this?" Edmund inquired, his brow furrowing at the scent of blood, his expression grave. "Report. Admiral Edmund, a pirate hunter claiming to be Khan wishes to collect a bounty. We have confirmed the identity of the piratess corpse he brought, which belongs to the long-missing pirate hunter Das Bonus. He asserts that his total bounty exceeds 1 billion berries." One of the sailors, Marky, announced loudly after saluting. Upon hearing the staggering figure, Edmund's fingers trembled. 1 billion berries was no trifling sum, and one could only surmise the formidable prowess of a pirate hunter capable of claiming such a bounty. "Bring him in to see me," Edmund instructed, unable to contain his eagerness. "Yes, sir," Marky replied promptly. Soon, Khan was ushered into Edmund's office by the soldiers. "You are Khan, correct? Is it true that you seek to claim a bounty exceeding 1 billion berries?" Edmund queried, scrutinizing the slender, youthful figure standing 5 meters away. "I possess over 800 pirate corpses. I have yet to calculate their total worth, but I assure you, it surpasses 1 billion berries. Given the magnitude of this sum, I believe it would be prudent for you, Admiral, to escort me to the naval headquarters for my reward." Upon hearing this, Khan nodded and spoke. Edmund's eyes narrowed as memories of the widely circulated rumors at sea surfaced in his mind. The tale spoke of an enigmatic powerhouse who had arrived in the Grand Line, whose identity and appearance remained a mystery. The only certainty was that this unknown figure targeted pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million. In a mere span of 3 months, over 800 pirates with such bounties had vanished without a trace. If this unknown powerhouse were indeed the seemingly harmless young man before him, then claiming bounties exceeding 10 billion in one go was not entirely implausible. Moreover, the ability to eliminate so many pirates without anyone discerning his identity suggested that this young man possessed strength far surpassing his own. "If what you say is true, I can escort you to the Navy headquarters. However, you must understand the consequences of deceit in such matters," Edmund remarked, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his brow, though he maintained a facade of calm. "If the Major wishes to verify, I can present more corpses for you to confirm their identities." Upon hearing this, Khan spoke. "No need. Marky, Avonbard, prepare the ships. We must return to the naval headquarters." Observing Khan's calm demeanor, Edmund already had an answer in mind. He rose and replied, "Understood." The two soldiers responded promptly and dashed out. "Major General Edmund, do you have any instructions?" Some soldiers respectfully inquired upon noticing Edmund's impending departure. "Bring the pirate corpse from my quarters," Edmund commanded. "Additionally, we shall collect the bounties on over 800 pirates. This will undoubtedly make headlines and serve to intimidate the pirates of the Grand Line. Come with me, Khan. Where are your pirate corpses? I will arrange for several warships to transport them all at once." Edmund then turned to Khan and asked, "I can produce them at any time, so there is no need to specifically transport the pirate corpses. Please just take me to Marineford." Upon hearing this, Khan approached the naval soldiers who were in the midst of transporting the corpses. As he reached out to touch the body bag, it vanished into thin air. "Then let us proceed directly to the naval headquarters," Edmund remarked, casting a profound glance at Khan. The ability to conceal and summon a body bag with such finesse indicated that Khan was indeed a wielder of a devil fruit's power. The exact nature of this devil fruit eluded Edmund, yet it was evident that Khan's capabilities could plausibly account for the mysterious disappearances of numerous pirates. As Khan walked alongside Edmund, he attracted the curious gaze of many soldiers, who wondered about the identity of this young man. "Khan, with your formidable strength, have you considered joining the Navy? With your abilities, I believe it won't be long before your rank surpasses mine," Edmund inquired as they traversed together. It is now known that Khan possesses demonic powers and is likely the unknown formidable being rumored not long ago. Should he recommend such a powerful individual to the Navy? And if Khan were to achieve military merit and rise swiftly through the ranks, it would undoubtedly yield significant benefits for Edmund as the recommender. "No. I aspire to be a bounty hunter. It offers me a greater sense of freedom," Khan replied. Khan shook his head upon hearing the words and spoke. Observing Khan's swift refusal, Edmund realized that any attempt to win him over was futile, thus abandoning the thought entirely. Subsequently, Khan accompanied Edmund aboard a 60-meter-long warship, setting sail towards Malinvondo. The Shambodi archipelago was not far from Malinvondo, which was precisely why the celestial dragons often lingered there. Whenever pirates or commoners dared to infringe upon their territory, they could readily summon naval commanders to resolve their troubles. Since they were aboard Major Edmund's warship, they encountered no scrutiny during their voyage, which lasted a mere 2 hours. Khan beheld a formidable military fortress, accompanied by an array of colossal warships anchored in the harbor. Had a timid pirate laid eyes upon this daunting stronghold constructed of immense white stones, he might have quaked in fear. However, Khan, a bounty hunter of pirates, approached this scene with unwavering resolve, devoid of any trepidation. Edmund, observing Khan's demeanor from the shadows, discerned that the young man exhibited neither guilt nor fear upon witnessing the naval headquarters, thus solidifying his understanding of Khan's purpose for being there. Amidst the towering mountains encircling the military fortress, naval soldiers stationed for reconnaissance spotted the arrival of Major General Edmund, swiftly relaying the news. As Edmund's warship glided into the harbor, he descended the gangplank, met by a stern-faced man clad in a Navy justice coat, who inquired, "Major General Edmund, what brings you back on this occasion?" "Rear Admiral Rith, I have come to escort a bounty hunter named Khan to claim his reward," Edmund replied upon recognizing the man. Upon returning to the naval headquarters, there would be personnel assigned to directly inquire about the purpose of his return, facilitating subsequent proceedings. Claiming a pirate bounty can also be arranged at the Sabot archipelago, correct? Rith remarked. Under normal circumstances, indeed. However, this particular bounty hunter is somewhat exceptional. The sum he is to receive exceeds what my division can dispense, Edmund explained. Major General Edmund, please proceed to the examination hall, Rith instructed, glancing at the young man standing a short distance behind Edmund and gesturing to a nearby soldier. Major General Edmund, kindly follow me, the soldier beside Rith said, bowing respectfully before leading the way. Edmund and Khan naturally followed suit. The examination hall was equipped with an intelligence department staffed by specialized personnel, possessing comprehensive records of pirate bounties. When Edmund mentioned the uniqueness of the bounty hunter, it implied that he was likely a formidable figure, capable of capturing pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million, thus becoming a target for the Navy's recruitment efforts. Chapter 45. The might of Sengoku. Khan discreetly observed his surroundings. Along the way, he encountered no fewer than several hundred Navy personnel, all at or above level 20. These individuals, possessing skills in the Navy's 6 styles and the hockey of armament, represented formidable strength for many pirates. It is worth mentioning that Edmund, as a rear admiral stationed at the Navy's base in the Sabot archipelago, held a rank of 32, lacking any devil fruit abilities, yet mastering the Navy's 6 styles: hockey of armament, hockey of observation, and the ability of life restoration. Although level 32 seemed trivial to Khan, Edmund was the most powerful individual he had encountered thus far. However, the strength exhibited by the Navy officers at the headquarters indicated that Khan could traverse this place with ease, primarily due to the absence of vice admirals and the 3 admirals of the Navy. Subsequently, Khan and Edmund followed the soldier guiding them into a white hall. "You must be Khan, the bounty hunter here to claim a pirate's bounty. Where's the pirate you brought?" An elderly man, his face lined with wrinkles and clearly advanced in years, sat at a table. After casting a bleary gaze over Khan and Edmund and failing to spot the pirate, he inquired. Despite the old man's frail appearance, his voice resonated with remarkable clarity. Upon hearing this, Khan wasted no words. A body bag manifested in his right hand, which he hurled forward with a resounding thud. The elderly man, witnessing the sudden emergence of the massive body bag from Khan's hand, displayed a glimmer of sharpness in his murky eyes. The ability to store items, granted by a devil fruit, is a rare talent indeed. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Khan's hand continued to conjure one body bag after another. Though he tossed them, each bag was arranged with remarkable precision. As the number of body bags in the hall multiplied, a palpable stench of blood pervaded the entire space. Edmund, standing beside Khan, was taken aback. As a formidable individual himself, he discerned the terrifying mastery Khan wielded over his powers. Before them lay 300 corpses of pirates, each with bounties exceeding 10 million. "I have over 500 more pirate corpses on hand, but there is no room to accommodate them here. Please confirm the identities of these first," Khan stated once a neat row of body bags filled the space 30 meters ahead. The elderly man's face registered shock upon hearing this. He had received word of a special bounty hunter, escorted by the young Admiral Edmund to the Navy headquarters to claim their rewards, which is why he was present. Typically, such exceptional bounty hunters possess considerable strength, and the pirates they capture are not to be compared with weaker foes. Thus, he had prepared himself to verify the identity of the pirate before considering how to engage with this extraordinary bounty hunter. He had not anticipated that this special bounty hunter would be remarkable to such an extent. "Reese's, summon 50 assistants," the elderly man quickly commanded. "Understood," came the reply from the soldiers stationed outside the hall, who had been poised for action. Upon catching sight of the blood-soaked body bags, they were momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained their composure upon hearing the command. 50 soldiers entered the hall, their senses assaulted by the overwhelming scent of blood. Though accustomed to verifying pirate corpses and identities, they were nonetheless shaken by the scene before them. Yet, their training prevailed, and they began to methodically and orderly unzip the body bags to authenticate the identities contained within. However, as the bags were opened, the stench of blood intensified, filling the air and inducing nausea. The majority of these corpses bore the marks of a gruesome demise, having been pierced through the chest by a fearsome weapon, while others had been cleaved in two by a sharp blade. Regardless of their manner of death, the features of these corpses remained remarkably intact. Khan understood that in order to claim the bounty on these pirate corpses, he must not render their identities unrecognizable through excessive violence. Thus, his strikes were inclined towards delivering fatal blows. After half an hour of scrutiny, the naval soldiers confirmed that the 300 corpses belonged to the pirates reported missing several months prior. The cumulative bounty for these 300 pirates amounted to a staggering $3,783,000,000. Lees meticulously compiled the reports from the soldiers, detailing the total value of the bounties on these pirates. Upon hearing this astronomical figure, Edmund felt an overwhelming sense of shock. Were it not for his own eyes witnessing the scene, he would scarcely believe that a bounty hunter could claim such an exorbitant reward. Furthermore, Edmund was acutely aware that this was only the beginning. The corpses were to be transported for reporting to Admiral Sengoku, and it was preliminarily estimated that the bounty the pirate hunter intended to claim would exceed 10 billion. Even a seasoned veteran, accustomed to the tides of fortune, momentarily faltered upon hearing this figure and remarked, typically, if the bounty were merely in the hundreds of millions, he could easily facilitate it. However, the bounty this young man was set to claim was likely to surpass 100 billion. Such an immense sum necessitated a formal report to Admiral Sengoku, who would need to issue directives for its preparation. Indeed, upon hearing this daunting number, Yuri's nodded in acknowledgement and stepped outside. Proceed, he commanded. Once the 50 soldiers had carried the corpses away, the elder spoke. Although he was yet unaware of the young man's name, he had already surmised the identity of this formidable individual. Khan heard the grim task resume, as one corpse after another was produced. Meanwhile, in the command room of the Navy headquarters, a voice echoed, "Are you certain that Richard's mind has not decayed with his advanced age of over 70? Sengoku, upon receiving the report from the telephone bug, sprang to his feet, exclaiming vehemently, "The Navy headquarters is certainly capable of producing a bounty amounting to billions of berries. It is absurd to think that the reward for a mere pirate hunter could be so exaggerated. It is important to note that among the 4 emperors of the pirates, the highest bounties are only around 40 to 50 billion. Is it possible that the individual claiming the reward captured 2 of the 4 emperors? Admiral Sengoku, Lord Richard is currently identifying the corpses of the pirates brought in by that pirate hunter. According to Lord Richard's preliminary assessment, the amount exceeds 100 billion berries," reported Yuri's, calmly disregarding Sengoku's earlier harsh words. "I have not heard of anyone bringing in such a multitude of pirate corpses," Sengoku inquired with a growing sense of calm. Intrigued by Yuri's response, the pirate hunter possesses the ability to store items in an invisible space. Furthermore, his identity is likely that of the formidable individual who caused the disappearance of over 800 pirates, each with bounties exceeding 10 million, just a few months ago. This time, he has come to claim rewards for over 800 pirate corpses, hence the preliminary estimate of over 100 billion berries. Yuri's conveyed the known intelligence. "I shall take a look," Sengoku declared, his interest piqued by the possibility of encountering this unknown powerhouse. Previously, he had issued orders to investigate the identity of this formidable entity, and he did not anticipate that they would arrive at the Navy headquarters today. As for mobilizing the 100 billion berries, he would delay that until he could confirm the situation with his own eyes. Sengoku's departure from the command room quickly reached the ears of the 3 admirals, given that it was only 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a time when Admiral Sengoku did not typically leave his post. His sudden exit indicated that something significant was unfolding. In barely 10 minutes, Sengoku hastened to the examination hall. Upon entering, he was met with the nauseating stench of blood that made him frown. However, when he caught sight of the slender, youthful figure standing before a pile of corpses, whose delicate features turned to meet his gaze, his eyes flickered with intrigue. Khan was not surprised by the arrival of Sengoku. Given the considerable expenditure of berries, it would have been peculiar if Sengoku had remained inactive. Khan scrutinized the dossier on Sengoku. Name, Sengoku. Age, 76. Occupation, Zoan-type, mythical beast. Human fruit, Buddha form user. Level, 43. Health, 100%. Weapon, none. Mastered skills. Upon invoking the Buddha's manifestation, he transforms into an enormous Buddha, capable of unleashing terrifying shockwaves with a single strike. Additional skills: Life Return Level 9, Navy 6 Styles Level 9, Armament Hockey Level 8, Observation Hockey Level 8, Conqueror's Hockey Level 8. To be candid, Khan was somewhat taken aback upon reviewing this information. He had not anticipated Sengoku to be so feeble. Without a doubt, Sengoku stood among the pinnacle of power in this world, and based on Khan's previous conjectures, one would expect his level to be at least 50 or above. However, upon further reflection, it did not seem entirely implausible. At level 45, Khan himself possessed an incredibly destructive capability that was difficult to articulate. Back then, his casual strike could shatter a large pirate ship, and his full-speed flight had surpassed the sound barrier. While the speed of the Navy's 6-style shave appeared remarkable, capable of generating terrifying velocity as if one had vanished, the reality, as evidenced by Sengoku's skill description, revealed that shave could achieve a fleeting 24 meters in a mere 0.36 seconds through a series of rapid footfalls on the ground that produced explosive reactive force. Khan had seen similar skill descriptions before. For instance, the nearby Major Edmund could unleash a speed of 20 meters in an instant using shave. Khan initially believed that a formidable warrior like Sengoku, hailing from the pinnacle of strength, would possess even greater prowess. However, it seems that the Navy's 6 styles have been honed to their utmost limit, with their instantaneous burst of speed potentially reaching a maximum of merely 24 meters. Given Sengoku's current capabilities, one can surmise that others in this realm are likely comparable. Although the ability to move 24 meters in an instant renders the act of killing rather effortless, such speed falls significantly short in the presence of Khan. Nevertheless, Sengoku's rank has led Khan to definitively ascertain the peak of power within this world. The strength of Monkey D. Garp is akin to that of Sengoku. Thus, while his level may be slightly higher, it is certainly not by a substantial margin. Khan was uncertain whether Monkey D. Garp was currently at the Navy headquarters. However, even if he were, Khan would not choose to cause a commotion there, for he was still a pirate hunter and needed to leverage the advantages of that identity. Chapter 46. The Exorbitant Bounty. Young man, are you the pirate hunter here to claim the reward? Sengoku inquired as he approached Khan, who stood at a modest height of around 1.80 meters, his slender frame revealing no trace of a formidable presence. Khan, he replied, despite the multitude of thoughts racing through his mind, maintaining a facade of composure. I have heard you are the one responsible for the disappearance of over 800 pirates from these seas not long ago, Sengoku remarked, struggling to recall any notable association with Khan's name. Whether the rumors are true or not, I can confirm that I indeed dispatched over 800 pirates. Today marks the occasion for me to claim my reward. Upon hearing this, Khan spoke up. Which pirate with the highest bounty have you killed? Sengoku, upon listening to Khan's words, pondered for a moment before inquiring. The one with a bounty of 75 million berries, Das Bonus. Upon hearing this, Khan did not conceal anything and spoke openly. Das Bonus, how did you find him? The mention of this name caused a flicker of interest in the eyes of the warring states, who then inquired further. Das Bonus was originally an exceptional pirate hunter from the West Sea, but after arriving at the Grand Line, he became embroiled in battles that affected innocent civilians. Consequently, the Navy placed a bounty on his head, and shortly thereafter, he vanished without a trace. I eliminate pirates and bring their corpses to claim the reward. Is it necessary for me to report the process as well? Khan, upon hearing this, chose not to respond directly but instead retorted with a question of his own. Young man, do you not recognize that the illustrious warring states general stands before you? Be mindful of the naval soldiers accompanying me. Observing Khan's blatant rudeness, the soldiers were about to voice their indignation, yet warring states raised a hand to quell their impending protest. I am merely curious, if you prefer silence. That is entirely your prerogative, he remarked after silencing his men. I shall take my reward and depart. Khan observed the actions of Sengoku, remaining silent as he calmly declared. My Lord Richard, the count has been thoroughly completed, totaling 853 pirates. The total bounty amounts to 127 billion berries. At that moment, Yuri's was reporting the situation to his superior, Richard. 127 billion. Are you certain you haven't miscounted? Before Richard could respond, Sengoku's eyes widened in astonishment at the astronomical figure. To be precise, it is 127,385 million berries. The identities of these pirates have all been confirmed. They are indeed the ones who went missing recently, each with bounties exceeding 10 million berries. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Yuri's forehead, yet he maintained a facade of composure as he respectfully continued his report. To be fair, the strongest pirate captured by Khan has a bounty of only 75 million for Das Bones. And there isn't a single pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million among them. However, of these 853 pirates, all their bounties exceed 10 million, with many ranging between 20 and 30 million. The cumulative bounty reaches a staggering 127 billion. This is unprecedented in the many years since the Navy began issuing bounties on pirates. Given that the Navy headquarters has announced such substantial bounties, I believe it is improbable that they would be unable to disperse the amounts. Khan observed Sengoku's fierce demeanor, his gaze serene as he spoke. Should Sengoku dare to claim that he could not provide the requested sum, or suggest deferring payment with empty promises, he would not depart so readily. These were his rightful entitlements, and he would not leave without securing them. The sum of 12,735,000 berries was certainly within the Navy headquarters capacity, albeit requiring several hours of preparation. Upon hearing Ulysses' report, Sengoku cast a profound glance at Khan and replied, "Then I must express my gratitude to Marshal Sengoku." Khan, upon hearing the words of the warring states, replied directly, "Wait for me for 3 hours. First, take him to the reception room." After warring states finished speaking, he turned and departed. Despite his status as a marshal, he understood that in order to utilize such a substantial sum of money, he must provide a detailed account of the situation. "This way, please," said one of warring states' trusted soldiers. Aware that taking someone to the reception room indicated a guest of considerable importance, even one esteemed by the marshal himself, as he approached Khan. Upon hearing this, Khan followed without objection. As long as he could secure the money, he would willingly wait not just 3 hours, but even half a month. After Khan departed with the soldiers, this astonishing news spread throughout the naval headquarters like wildfire. A bounty hunter claiming a staggering 12.7 billion berry reward was unprecedented. Had the rumored unknown powerhouse truly made an appearance? What was his name? Those examining the corpses revealed that the bounty claimant was named Khan. Khan. Why had I never heard of this name before? Although I had no prior knowledge of him, he was reputed to have slain 853 pirates, each with bounties exceeding 10 million. The highest bounty among those he killed seemed to be Das Bonus, who had a reward of 75 million. Is it truly Das Bonus? Hadn't he vanished for quite some time? How he managed to find him remains a mystery. With this bounty collected, Khan need not worry for the latter half of his life. How enviable. Indeed, even frivolously spending 12.7 billion berry could sustain a lavish lifestyle indefinitely. Inside a bustling bar at the naval headquarters, the patrons incessantly discussed the matter. It is fortunate that such a person has not become an enemy of the Navy. A middle-aged man with a bushy beard and a cigar, wearing a broad smile, remarked, "Given his propensity for violence, it is indeed fortunate he remains an ally." A man clad in a light purple striped suit and deep blue shirt, sporting a mohawk, interjected, "You are being overly cautious, Mole. Most of the pirates he has slain had bounties just over 10 million, and their strength was only marginally noteworthy. It is hardly a matter of great concern. Should he dare to become a pirate, I would apprehend him without hesitation." A figure adorned with a helmet bearing a two-headed dragon insignia scoffed at the menacing middle-aged man. "Ghost Spider, my concern lies not in his strength, but in his remarkable ability to conceal his whereabouts," Mole replied. "Khan has claimed such a bounty at once. His future is secured. While there exists a possibility of him becoming an adversary, it is not particularly high." A smile persisted on Fire Mountain's face as he spoke. The position of Rear Admiral is relatively undemanding. Absent formidable pirates causing disturbances, they can languish at the naval headquarters, which is precisely why they can indulge in drinks and conversation. Although the likelihood is slim, Admiral Sengoku will undoubtedly regard him as a subject of focus. Mole asserted, "That is assuredly the case." Ghost Spider acknowledged Mole's words, despite his belief that Khan was not particularly formidable. There are numerous instances of bounty hunters turning to piracy. If we do not take precautions and gather intelligence on this individual, it could lead to complications once he becomes a pirate. Due to the multitude of discussions, the news swiftly reached the ears of Admiral Akainu Sakazuki and Admiral Kizaru Borsellino, who were present at the naval headquarters. To have brought in over 800 corpses at once is truly terrifying. Borsellino displayed an exaggerated expression of shock upon hearing the news from his subordinate. However, internally, he felt little disturbance. The pirates Khan captured were predominantly weak. Unless he were to apprehend a pirate with a bounty exceeding 500 million, he would not be regarded as a genuine threat. Yet, considering the substantial bounty he has just collected, it seems unlikely he would desire to engage in combat. The aim of bounty hunters is typically to amass sufficient wealth to live indulgently, enjoying the lives they desire. Of course, Khan is the first to have earned a bounty of 12.7 billion, yet this figure was the cumulative total of 853 pirates' bounties, rather than a few formidable pirates boasting rewards exceeding 1 billion. Thus, while he possesses some degree of strength, he does not warrant heightened scrutiny. On the other hand, Sakazuki also received the news and was merely astonished by the amount, yet he too felt no inclination to seek out Khan. 3 hours passed quietly, and dusk had arrived. Over 50 naval personnel entered the reception room, carrying enormous bags. "Here lies 12,738,500 berry. Ordinarily, I should have arranged for a warship to escort such a substantial sum, but since you can directly receive the goods and proceed elsewhere, I have refrained from preparing a vessel," Sengoku stated, observing Khan, who remained unperturbed, leisurely sipping tea within the naval headquarters. "Truly, the naval headquarters is commendable for its integrity. I shall accept this sum," Khan replied. Khan beheld the wealth that he rightfully deserved, finally presented before him. Rising to his feet, he smiled and spoke. He then approached the bag of coins. Upon his touch, it vanished effortlessly. In mere moments, 64 enormous bags of money had disappeared. The warring states observed Khan's actions intently, their gaze flickering with intrigue. Although Khan had yet to reveal any combat prowess, His remarkable ability to touch and store items was already impressive. If harnessed for their navy, Khan would undoubtedly become an invaluable asset. However, having recently met with Rear Admiral Edmund, who informed him of Khan's disinterest in joining the navy, the invitation was never extended. Thus, I took my leave. Khan gazed upon the substantial bags of nearly 200 million berries displayed within the system's backpack, a smile gracing his face. He hoped that future collaborations might arise. As long as one possessed the capability to vanquish pirates, the rewards he deserved would be unfailingly provided by the Navy headquarters. Sengoku recognized that this formidable young man, Khan, might very well cease his pursuits as a bounty hunter after receiving this reward. Nevertheless, he still expressed the possibility of continued cooperation. The fear Khan had instilled in the pirates of the Grand Line was palpable. Should further collaboration be realized, it would undoubtedly alleviate much of the Navy's burdens. If the opportunity arises, I shall return. Upon hearing this, Khan uttered a remark and promptly departed to seek out Major General Edmund. Chapter 47, Rumors. Khan had just stepped out of the reception room and, upon exiting the gates of the naval headquarters, made his way to the harbor. The warships stationed nearby were teeming with personnel, all scrutinizing Khan with keen interest. Undeterred by the multitude of gazes upon him, Khan exhibited no signs of ostentation. Instead, he proceeded directly onto the gangway, steadily boarding the vessel of Rear Admiral Edmund. Please, Rear Admiral, I request your assistance in returning me, Khan stated as he ascended the ship, casting a glance at the visibly anxious Edmund, whose forehead was beaded with sweat. Of course, Edmund replied, nodding in acknowledgement. Although the news had yet to ripple across the seas, the astonishing report of Khan's singular acquisition of 12 billion had already spread throughout the naval headquarters. This had drawn a considerable crowd, many of whom shared the same rank as Edmund, while he himself remained relatively composed. The presence of several vice admirals among the onlookers weighed heavily on him. Is this young man truly Khan? He hardly appears to be a figure of lethal intent. I sense no aura of a formidable warrior emanating from him. After all, hunting mere pirates with bounties of around 10 million does not indicate exceptional prowess, murmured some of the naval personnel from the surrounding ships, their voices carrying through the air. Khan paid no heed to the contemptuous remarks surrounding him. Meanwhile, Edmund, upon hearing the murmurs, quickly addressed the soldier at the helm. No matter how one may speak of Khan, he has undoubtedly alleviated many troubles for their navy. Regardless of his true strength, allowing such remarks to persist may lead to an undesirable situation. As Edmund's orders were issued, the warship finally set sail. It appears he possesses considerable skill. Despite the multitude of gazes and the earlier disparaging comments, he displayed no signs of faltering. Fire Mountain observed Khan, who remained unchanged in demeanor as they departed, and retracted his observation haki, speaking up. It is difficult to fathom that the individual who has dispatched so many pirates could be a young man who exudes no aura of a formidable presence. The mole also chimed in, expressing that it is superficial to assess someone's capabilities solely based on their appearance. Let us assign someone to monitor his future movements. Ghost Spider stated solemnly. Initially, he held a measure of disdain for Khan, but recognizing this tenacity, he understood that should Khan become an adversary of the Navy, he would prove to be a formidable foe. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. The mole nodded in agreement, acknowledging the necessity of preparing for a potential formidable enemy. As Khan journeyed aboard Rear Admiral Edmund's vessel, he returned to the Sabot archipelago, arriving under the cloak of night. Rear Admiral Edmund, here is your fare. I would appreciate your assistance in taking me to the Navy headquarters. Khan directly produced a bag containing 1 million belly and placed it upon the deck of the ship before turning to depart. This was a continuation of Edmund's hard-earned reward. He wished to avoid incurring any debts to the naval headquarters, hence it was prudent to settle matters clearly. Edmund picked up the bag, weighed it in his hands, and immediately estimated that it contained approximately 1 million belly. He had never dared to hope for any form of remuneration from Khan, for that might easily provide grounds for reproach. Nonetheless, Edmund could discern that Khan was conducting a straightforward transaction, and thus he did not decline. Should there be any future need for assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me, Edmund called out to the receding figure of Khan. Merely accompanying Khan to the naval headquarters had yielded him a fortune of 1 million belly, and the naval headquarters would not hold him accountable for any dereliction of duty. Such a favorable arrangement was one that Edmund was more than willing to engage in repeatedly. Upon hearing Edmund's voice, Khan merely waved his hand dismissively and departed. When Khan returned to the merchant vessel, Colin and Barrett were indulging in their evening repast. However, the moment Colin spotted Khan's return, he promptly ceased his dining activities and retreated to the kitchen. Shortly thereafter, Colin swiftly emerged, bearing several aromatic dishes, which he placed upon Khan's designated dining table. Khan, without any hesitation, took a seat at the table and began to savor his dinner. He had long contemplated his future actions. Now, he needed to inquire about the commencement of the auction at the Shambodi archipelago. He possessed no interest in jewels or slaves. His sole purpose for attending the auction was to ascertain the presence of any devil fruits. If memory served him correctly, The auction at Sabot was likely still influenced by the infamous warlord, Don Quixote da Flamingo. Da Flamingo was also included in the missions issued by his system. However, Khan was not inclined to provoke the Navy at this moment. Even if he temporarily excluded the warlords, there remained numerous targets he could eliminate. Moreover, given his hypothesis that the cursed sword, Sandai Kitetsu, was a form of energy treasure, it was highly probable that the devil fruits also constituted a variant of energy treasures. Should the devil fruits be convertible into reward points, it would necessitate his effort to amass wealth, potentially even requiring a temporary alliance with Doflamingo. As a pivotal figure in the underworld, Doflamingo would undoubtedly possess numerous methods to acquire devil fruits and subsequently sell them to Khan. Although the items in the exchange system had yet to reveal themselves, Khan would never disdain an abundance of reward points. It was always prudent to be prepared for any eventuality. For these reasons, Khan resolved to allow Doflamingo to linger a while longer. "Boss, you have returned. Will we be able to leave the island tomorrow to explore other places?" At that moment, Barrett inquired, gazing at his dining employer. "Well, if you wish to leave the island, then do so, but remember to steer clear of any auction venues. Also, do not let unrelated matters cloud your judgment with anger. As long as you adhere to these 2 points, you should encounter no issues while wandering the island." Upon hearing this, Khan cast a glance at Barrett and spoke, indeed. Barrett, taking heed of the words, nodded earnestly. After all, the auction was of no concern to someone of his modest means. In his homeland of East Sea, he might have entertained the notion of meddling in affairs that did not pertain to him. Yet, in this perilous realm, the Grand Line, where pirates roamed, he dared not entertain such thoughts. His desire to leave the island stemmed from a curiosity to understand why the proprietor deemed this island a distorted one. Colin, reflecting on the proprietor's words, pondered deeply. The fact that they were specifically cautioned to be vigilant about these 2 aspects suggested that the auction house on the island, as well as their excursions therein, might witness some unsightly occurrences. It was only under the duress of such intolerable events that they might find themselves overwhelmed by fury. Originally, Colin had intended to explore the various eateries and lodgings on the island, hoping to discover new culinary delights to learn from. However, upon observing Barrett, who appeared blissfully unaware of any looming issues and seemed rather exhilarated by the owner's assurance of their ability to leave the island, Colin reconsidered. After careful deliberation, he resolved that it would be prudent to accompany Barrett. Although his strength paled in comparison to Barrett's, in terms of social acumen and the ability to read situations, Colin far surpassed the brawny yet simple-minded youth. Khan observed the somewhat exhilarated Barrett and noticed Colin's gaze, choosing to remain silent. Some matters can only be truly understood through first-hand experience. After their meal, Khan returned to his room to indulge in a bath and subsequently took a rest. The following morning, a wave of astonishing news swept across the Grand Line. A bounty hunter named Khan had claimed a staggering 12.7 billion berries from the Navy headquarters, with a list of names of the pirates he had slain prominently displayed beneath the headline. The Shambodi archipelago, being closest to the Navy headquarters, received this news the swiftest. How could a mere bounty hunter amass such a fortune? This Khan may well become a legend. Indeed, it was the first time they had encountered a bounty hunter who had dispatched so many pirates without becoming one himself. The pirates on the Shambodi archipelago began to chatter among themselves. Typically, formidable pirates tend to inspire more individuals to join their ranks. And the same could be said for the Navy. However, bounty hunters do not follow this trend. New bounty hunters inevitably emerge on these vast seas. Yet most either get recruited by the Navy or succumb to piracy themselves. The notion of making a fortune as a bounty hunter is not as straightforward as it seems. To begin with, bounty hunters must confront powerful and notorious pirates. If a pirate lacks sufficient strength, the bounty on their head will naturally be low. Yet, bounties often merely provide a rough estimate of a pirate's capabilities, failing to accurately gauge their true strength, leading countless bounty hunters to meet their demise at the hands of pirates. Moreover, bounty hunters must invest considerable time in gathering intelligence. Otherwise, locating their desired targets among the myriad islands of the Grand Line is no simple task. Furthermore, engaging in combat with pirates often necessitates neglecting the safety of those nearby, as one's own life may be at stake. Should a bounty hunter's battle inadvertently harm ordinary civilians, even indirectly, they may be reported by the victims' families and friends, forcing them into the role of a pirate. Such myriad constraints have resulted in no bounty hunter ever claiming a bounty of such magnitude. Thus, it is no surprise that many believe a bounty hunter like Khan, who has claimed 12.7 billion berries in one go, is destined to become a legend. Whether Khan truly eliminated so many pirates remains uncertain. It could merely be a smokescreen concocted by the Navy to intimidate and lure more capable individuals into becoming bounty hunters, thereby facilitating their recruitment into the Navy. However, verification of this information will require time. If the matter is true, the Navy headquarters will undoubtedly dispatch warships to escort the bounty. Conversely, if no escort is provided, it is likely a mere scare tactic. Chapter 48. The Dark King Rayleigh, Seeking Recommendations. Some pirates, upon seeing the list in the news, recalled the enigmatic yet formidable figure rumored several months prior, whose identity remained unknown. Inside a bar named Shacky's, a man with long, curly hair, a beard on his chin, silver locks, a prominent scar across his right eye, and spectacles, sipped his drink while perusing the news in his hand. Rayleigh, are you intrigued by this con? A young woman with short black hair, donned in a spider-patterned shirt, inquired upon observing the elder's demeanor. This man was none other than Silver's Rayleigh, the right-hand man of the pirate king Joel D. Roger, known as the Dark King. Killing over 800 pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million is no small feat, Rayleigh replied thoughtfully. The fact that Khan had slain over 800 pirates does not imply he only dispatched so few. Rather, it signifies that only those pirates were deemed worthy of mention. It is essential to understand that most of these pirates had formed crews, large or small. When considering the subordinates of those 800 pirates, the number Khan has eliminated is indeed terrifying. With such a sum, he might as well retire, Shacky remarked nonchalantly. 12.7 billion, even without further earnings. That is sufficient for a lifetime of indulgence. Rayleigh did not dispute Shacky's assertion, continuing to scrutinize the names listed in the newspaper. Whether he retires depends on his age, he added. To have taken down so many pirates and still claim the bounty, he must be at least in his 30s or 40s. Shacky inhaled a puff of smoke and exhaled a white cloud. It is rare for a young genius to possess such formidable strength, but I have encountered one, Douglas Barrett, who was able to match you at the age of 17. However, Barrett had already gained considerable fame on the battlefield by the age of 14. Yet, I have not heard of any other young talents with such power remaining obscure. Pirates set sail for various reasons, yet the majority seek treasure and fame. The stronger the young individual, the more they desire their name to echo across the seas. As earning recognition is indeed a matter of pride, only those of advanced age remain level-headed, undaunted by fleeting fame. For this reason, Shacky did not believe Khan to be a youth, but rather a man of at least 30 or 40 years. I hope he is indeed in his 30s or 40s. Rayleigh responded. If Khan were a middle-aged man, he might very well retire after this undertaking. However, if Khan is a young man, that would be far more alarming, as it implies he has ample time to grow stronger. The fact that Khan has already slain so many pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million and claimed their reward suggests that, once he becomes even more powerful, he may target pirates with even higher bounties. Should such a patient and formidable individual persist in hunting pirates, the era of great pirates initiated by Roger may face significant obstacles. If only one could ascertain Khan's appearance and whereabouts, Rayleigh would be eager to meet him and discern what manner of person he truly is. Regrettably, unless bounty hunters become pirates, the Navy headquarters will not disclose their likenesses, leaving them to speculate on Khan's appearance and age. Rest assured, most of the pirates he has slain are likely dispersed among the islands ahead. If his methods are swift and decisive, he may well conceal his identity. However, should he commit acts of violence on the Sabot archipelago, I will receive word of it in due time, Shacky remarked, discerning Rayleigh's flickering interest. If anyone learns of his appearance, please inform me at once. Hearing the opening words, Rayleigh had been gazing at the newspaper in his hands. However, upon encountering the names of the clown Buggy and the evil dragon Arlong, a thought crossed his mind. And with a sharp crack, a fissure appeared in the glass wine cup he held. What's the matter? Shacky asked with concern, noticing the veins on Rayleigh's forehead bulging, as though he were struggling to contain his anger. Among those killed by Khan were Buggy and Little Eight, Rayleigh replied, observing Shacky's worried expression. Since Roger's surrender, the pirate crew had disbanded, and the crew members had scattered to various places. It had been over a decade without contact, and he never anticipated receiving news about Buggy, only to learn of his demise. Furthermore, Little Eight had once saved him, and they had become friends. His knowledge of Little Eight's whereabouts was scant, only vaguely recalling that after the evil dragon parted ways with Jean Bay, Little Eight had followed the evil dragon away. If his conjecture was accurate, Khan had not only slain pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million, but had also directly executed their companions, which meant Little Eight had likely met with misfortune. One was a former comrade, and the other was a friend. Both had perished at the hands of the same individual. Even though he had lived in seclusion for many years and had seldom been angered, the news of this tragedy inevitably stirred a tempest within him. Upon hearing these two names, Shacky also recalled something. Buggy had once been an apprentice on Roger's pirate ship, and without a doubt, as an apprentice, he was Rayleigh's ally. Little Eight had previously saved Rayleigh, thus becoming their friend. In other minor matters, Shacky would urge Rayleigh not to act impulsively, for they had long since grown accustomed to their life on this secluded island. However, this time, two individuals connected to Rayleigh had both perished at the hands of a man named Khan. If you truly wish to do so, I will not stand in your way, Shacky said, reaching out to grasp Rayleigh's trembling hand, which was a result of his effort to control his emotions. Feeling the chill emanating from Shacky's hand, Rayleigh lifted his gaze to meet her concerned eyes, and the fury that had almost clouded his judgment began to dissipate. I will handle this appropriately, Rayleigh declared, intertwining his fingers with Shaki's, feeling the warmth from her palm. After a moment of silence, he spoke again. "Yes, I believe in you," Shaki replied, a faint smile gracing her face as she witnessed Rayleigh regain his composure. Just then, the hotel door creaked open. "Apologies, but the establishment is closed today and does not serve customers," Shaki announced. A young man, slender and fair of face, did not heed her words but instead stepped inside. "Did you not hear me?" Shaki intended to dismiss the young man, but as she spoke, she met his calm, unwavering gaze. Just that single glance emanated an aura of danger, halting her words before they could escape her lips. "Dark King Silver's Rayleigh, it is an honor to finally meet you," the young man said, advancing to a chair opposite Rayleigh. "Who are you?" Rayleigh inquired, his expression shifting as he heard a stranger utter his name. "I am Khan," the young man replied. Khan responded calmly upon hearing those words. As soon as the name was uttered, a formidable aura emanated from Rayleigh, causing several individuals nearby to suddenly lose their vision and collapse to the ground. "Do not attempt to intimidate me with Conqueror's Hockey, such a futile endeavor." Khan was seated merely a space away from Riley, acutely aware of the terrifying aura emanating from him. His gaze remained unchanged throughout, and he spoke calmly. The reason for his presence here stemmed from his inquiry into the auction taking place in Districts 1 to 29, prompting him to rush over. Coincidentally, he overheard the conversation between Riley and Shachi, which led him to approach. "So, you are the one who killed Baki and Xiaoba?" Riley remarked, his voice tinged with a chilling edge upon noticing Khan's unwavering demeanor. Indeed, Khan did not deny the statement, merely nodding in acknowledgement. "Why is it that, given their strength, they pose no threat to you?" Upon hearing this, Rayleigh's gaze transformed into one of palpable danger as he spoke. Khan appeared devoid of any aura of a formidable opponent. Yet Rayleigh was acutely aware that Khan was exceedingly perilous, his power far surpassing what was depicted in the newspapers. "You must understand that the true law of this ocean is survival of the fittest. I am a bounty hunter, while they are pirates. In my pursuit of them, I too face peril. Yet, regrettably, they are all weaker than I, and thus they have met their demise at my hands." Confronted by Riley's inquiries, Khan spoke up. Upon hearing Khan's words, Riley's forehead throbbed with veins, filled with an overwhelming urge to strike Khan down instantly, to demonstrate to him the true nature of the survival of the fittest. However, a chilling remark extinguished Riley's violent intentions. "The moment you make a move, I can effortlessly end this woman's life. If you doubt my words, feel free to test your resolve." Khan, unfazed by Riley's surging momentum, calmly remarked, "You possess no dignity of a true warrior, merely embodying the essence of a despicable wretch." Upon hearing Khan's words, Shaki's gaze turned scornful. Lacking any semblance of a powerful being's pride, he dared to use her as leverage. However, before she could articulate her thoughts, Shaki felt a vice-like grip around her throat, a disconcerting sensation of weightlessness enveloping her. "Release her at once," Riley exclaimed, his eyes narrowing at Khan's ghostly speed. Yet, he hesitated to act rashly, fully aware that any misstep could lead to Shaki's untimely demise. Thus, he focused intently on Khan and declared, "Do not forget, you are also a pirate. Whether I possess the dignity of a strong individual is not for you, a mere pirate, to judge. I have come seeking Silbaz Riley, not you. Should you utter another disrespectful word during my conversation with him, I shall not hesitate to end your life." Khan did not respond to Riley's words. Instead, he cast a cold glance at Shachi. With her neck in his grip, Shachi stared into the man's eerily calm eyes. As she heard his words and felt the suffocating sensation creeping upon her, her body trembled uncontrollably. She could sense that this man genuinely intended to take her life. Khan, observing the terror etched upon Shaki's face, carelessly cast her towards Rayleigh and resumed his previous position. Rayleigh, witnessing Shaki's liberation from Khan's grip, swiftly caught her. Cough, cough, cough. Shaki gasped for fresh air, her body racked with relentless coughs. Rayleigh, perceiving the agony in Shaki's incessant coughing and the tremors of fear coursing through her frame, was engulfed by a murderous intent. "Very well, Silbaz Rayleigh, let us engage in discourse once more." Khan gazed at Riley, whose eyes glimmered with a murderous intent, and spoke. Chapter 49, The Condition. "What exactly do you wish to discuss?" Riley regarded the seemingly unassuming young man, who, despite lacking any outward display of strength, possessed an astonishing power. In a chilling tone, he declared, "I require you to agree to a condition. Should you acquiesce, I will spare this woman's life. However, if you refuse, I shall take the lives of both of you right here." Khan gazed at Silbaz Rayleigh and spoke slowly. Upon hearing Khan's words, a deeper sense of dread filled Shaki's eyes. Since the other party was aware of Rayleigh, it was inevitable that he had also heard the rumors surrounding him. Yet, even with knowledge of Rayleigh's infamous past, this man showed no intention of negotiating with them. Instead, he was presenting them with a choice. What terms? Upon hearing Khan's statement, Rayleigh glanced at Shaki in his arms, suppressing the urge to act immediately. He then raised his head to meet Khan's gaze and spoke. "The battle between us could easily endanger the innocent people on this island. Therefore, I propose we change our location for this confrontation, leaving our fates to chance. Upon hearing this, Khan spoke. Xiachi, realizing the implications of Khan's words, opened her mouth to say something, but was rendered speechless by the calm gaze of Khan. Trembling all over. Very well, I accept this condition, said Raleigh, observing Khan's tranquil eyes. Truly, he is the formidable king of the underworld, Silbaz Raleigh, decisive and forthright. I shall wait for you outside. Khan, upon hearing Raleigh's agreement, revealed a faint smile and spoke. Subsequently, Khan departed from the hotel, standing outside as he awaited further developments. Do not worry, Raleigh, he reassured. He is a pirate hunter, and as long as we remain upon this island, that man will not dare to act. Upon witnessing the terrifying figure's exit, Shaki clutched Raleigh's hand tightly, her voice quivering as she spoke. Raleigh, after you leave, you must escape this island. If I survive, no matter where I am, I will seek you out with all my strength. Hearing Shaki's heartfelt words, Raleigh extended his arms to embrace her trembling form, gently patting her back while whispering soothingly. He was well aware that Khan would not dare to confront him on this island. However, Khan had already committed the unforgivable by taking the lives of both Little 8 and Buggy, and had even laid hands on Shaki. The first two offenses had crossed a line, yet the latter had truly provoked his wrath. To retreat in the face of Khan's challenge would be a betrayal of his own manhood. As Shaki wept softly in Raleigh's embrace, her tears flowed uncontrollably, burying her face in his chest as she sobbed. Raleigh remained silent, continuously offering comfort by gently patting her back, soothing her tumultuous emotions. After a span of more than 10 minutes, her cries gradually subsided. Where do you wish to fight? Raleigh inquired as he stepped out of the hotel, observing Khan seated on a bench by the roadside, awaiting him. I have already stated that any uninhabited island will suffice. The location matters not to me. Upon hearing this, Khan spoke, then follow me. Raleigh, upon listening to Khan's words, discerned the other party's intention to allow him the freedom to choose the island. Upon hearing this, Khan expressed no objections and followed suit. Name, Silbaz Raleigh. Age, 75. Occupation, none. Level, 45. Health, 100%. Weapon, none. Mastered skills, swordsmanship mastery level 9. Observation hockey level 9. Armament hockey level 9. Conqueror's hockey level 9. Life return level 9. Moonwalk level 9. Shave level 9. It is no exaggeration to assert that the Dark King Silbaz Raleigh is extraordinarily formidable, being the highest level individual Khan has ever encountered. Even Sengoku ranks lower than Raleigh by 1 level. Raleigh's physical prowess, swordsmanship, and mastery of the 3 types of hockey have reached the pinnacle, suggesting he has ascended to the zenith of power among those without abilities in this world. It is likely that the pirate King Roger, in his lifetime, could not surpass the threshold of level 50. Through over 600 hours of accelerated learning, Khan managed to ascend from level 45 to 49 within 3 years, utilizing 300 hours of that time. However, the remaining hours of accelerated learning did not suffice to break through to level 50, which appears to be a significant watershed. Yet, contemplating the powers he would command upon reaching level 50, Khan finds it comprehensible. Were he inclined, he could effortlessly obliterate an island. Achieving level 50 would elevate his strength to yet another echelon. Regardless, upon perceiving Raleigh's presence through his observation hockey and noting Raleigh's level, Khan resolved to take action. As for the dignity of the strong, Khan believes that not launching a direct ambush on Raleigh already constitutes the utmost respect he could extend. Had he chosen to ambush, a single strike could have severely wounded Raleigh and simultaneously claimed Shaki's life, rendering him unworthy of being considered a worthy opponent. As Raleigh guided Khan onward, in an instant, he vanished from sight and seized a sword from a nearby pirate, who had not even registered the loss. Khan and Raleigh departed. I shall proceed to the doldrums. If you wish to seek a vessel, feel free to join me here. I can await your arrival. Observing Khan's shadow-like movements, Raleigh's gaze flickered as they journeyed to the edge of an island, where he spoke. No need for that. Simply lead the way, Khan declared, crossing his arms. His body began to levitate effortlessly. Observing that Khan exhibited no discernible changes yet soared into the air, Raleigh was suddenly reminded of the legendary golden lion Shiki. During the Battle of Itwal, Shiki, endowed with the power of flight, undeniably held a distinct advantage. Consequently, their pirate crew found themselves cornered by the Golden Lion pirates, teetering on the brink of annihilation. Fortunately, fate intervened, as a tempest descended, sparing the lives of their entire crew. Had it not been for that fortuitous storm, they might have perished at sea during that fateful encounter. To his astonishment, after all these years, Raleigh now faced an individual who seemingly wielded a fruit power identical to that of the Golden Lion. Without further ado, Raleigh leaped into the ocean, commencing his swim. Khan, exuding his observation hockey, sensed Raleigh's movements, his arms crossed, floating gracefully in the air as he followed suit. While swimming, Raleigh remained vigilant, wary of Khan's potential ambush. The two soon departed from the Sabot archipelago, heading towards the calm belt in the southeast. This tranquil region, often inaccessible to ordinary people, was home to many isolated islands. After Khan and Rayleigh's departure, a multitude of newsbirds received reports about Khan, disseminating this shocking news across the seas. An increasing number of individuals glimpsed this announcement, igniting speculation among countless pirates and Navy personnel regarding Khan's appearance. In the rain-soaked lands of Alabasta, a tall, menacing middle-aged man clad in a black cloak, sporting a slick-back hairstyle, also caught wind of this news. Upon discovering the name of one of his subordinates on the infamous list of pirates, he seethed inwardly. "How audacious for a pirate hunter to create chaos on my territory," Shah Crocodile remarked, his forehead taut with tension. It was this very pirate hunter, Khan, who had disrupted his meticulously laid plans. Although he had recruited new subordinates to assist him, the debt he owed to Khan was one he would not forget. In the culinary city along the Grand Line, Tina too received the news. Her curiosity piqued about the elusive Khan. To claim such a substantial bounty from the naval headquarters was indeed a remarkable feat within the world government. Others were also alerted, dispatching agents to locate Khan, hoping to entice him into joining their direct organization. Khan's bounty from slaying numerous pirates indicated his greed, yet such avarice was not necessarily a vice. The world government had ample wealth and could provide Khan access to the upper echelons of society. Meanwhile, in the Navy headquarters of Lowtown in the East Blue, Smoker, his complexion somewhat pallid, gazed intently at the news in his hand, his expression turning contemplative. Khan visited the naval headquarters to receive his reward and departed without any news of joining the Navy. It has become evident that Khan cannot directly ally himself with the Navy. Rather, he exists as a potential adversary. However, Smoker, attuned to the movements of soldiers within a radius of several hundred meters, felt a slight sense of reassurance. Following the teachings of his mentor Zephyr on mastering the observation hockey, he awakened this ability in just a week's time. The power of observation hockey is indeed formidable, granting him a clearer perception of the actions and thoughts of those around him. Meanwhile, the armament hockey allowed him to solidify the smoke he produced. Although still not sufficiently durable, his offensive capabilities were significantly enhanced. Having just recently mastered these abilities, Smoker experienced a considerable transformation in his strength compared to before. Subsequently, Smoker set aside his newspaper, enduring the persistent throbbing in his head as he left the room to head to the gym. As he had yet to fully acclimate to observation hockey, the constant influx of information had led to frequent headaches. Although a brief rest would alleviate his discomfort, he understood the urgency of becoming stronger at the fastest pace possible, which left little room for relaxation. Smoker recognized that only by continually pushing his limits could he hope to seize an opportunity when the news of Khan becoming a pirate inevitably surfaced. The name of Khan has echoed not only across the Great Sea Route, but has also become widely known among countless individuals across the four seas. This single piece of news has transformed Khan from an obscure figure into a renowned bounty hunter, celebrated by all. Numerous people are engaged in discussions about Khan's appearance and are in awe of his remarkable deeds. In Wind Village of the East Sea, villagers are astounded as they count the string of zeros highlighted in the news, 127 billion berries, a sum they have never encountered in their lifetime. However, they are aware that Khan's ascendance to the position of a bounty hunter signifies not only his success, but also that he may be the most extraordinary kind of bounty hunter. They feel a sense of joy for Khan. Upon reading this news, IFU feels a swell of pride for Khan, accompanied by a sigh of relief. Khan's prowess now appears remarkably formidable, yet he has not strayed from the righteous path. It is indeed a stroke of fortune that he has not succumbed to the allure of piracy. Chapter 50. Powers Beyond Comprehension in the Doldrums. Upon a desolate isle stripped of vegetation and littered with barren rocks far off the usual course, a thunderous sound erupted as the ocean surged forth. A man with cascading silver locks leapt onto the island, accompanied by a youthful figure of delicate features and slender build, who descended from the heavens onto the land. "I grant you 2 hours to recuperate." Khan sat directly upon a rugged rock, gazing at the silver-haired elder a few dozen meters away, and spoke. Upon hearing Khan's words, Rayleigh, without hesitation, settled onto another bare, cold stone to recuperate his strength. Although he had traversed a considerable distance without a hint of breathlessness, some energy had indeed been expended. In a clash among the formidable, such depletion could mean the premature exhaustion of one's fighting capacity. The side that falters first inevitably meets death. Despite having retreated from the fray for many years, Rayleigh maintained his rigorous training, preserving his prowess at its zenith. Yet, at the venerable age of 75, a natural decline in stamina was unavoidable. He understood that to secure victory in this confrontation, he must swiftly vanquish Khan. Otherwise, should the battle drag on, it was likely that he would perish at Khan's hands. "A person of your caliber, why choose to be a pirate hunter?" Rayleigh inquired after a moment of rest, his gaze fixed on the quietly awaiting Khan. "There is no particular reason, merely that being a pirate hunter is a respectable profession, and it also affords the opportunity to earn substantial wealth with relative ease." Upon hearing this, Khan spoke up. Although his primary objective was to accomplish the tasks assigned by the system, it was undeniable that his identity as a bounty hunter afforded him considerable advantages. he need not worry about being targeted by the Navy. The naval forces could traverse the same waters, allowing his merchant vessels to sail freely as well. In fact, the Navy would often provide him with protection. If you seek a respectable profession, why not join the Navy? Rayleigh inquired, fixing his gaze upon Khan. The life of a bounty hunter offers more freedom than that of a naval officer, allowing one to act according to their own desires without being beholden to anyone's commands. Upon hearing this, Khan calmly remarked, "Is that so? Then let us engage in battle and see who shall emerge alive from this place today." Rayleigh, having recuperated from his exertions, rose to his feet, his gaze now icy as he replied. Through their brief exchange, Rayleigh had discerned that Khan was not destined to be an ally. As his words fell, a dark, ominous energy emanated from Rayleigh, shattering the debris beneath him. His aura reminiscent of a vengeful deity from the underworld, both terrifying and unsettling. In the next instant, Rayleigh vanished, traversing dozens of meters to Khan's left, the blade in his hand transforming into a gleaming arc of cold light aimed directly at Khan's head. However, at that moment, Rayleigh noticed a wooden spear materialize out of thin air. A flicker of realization crossed his eyes as he perceived that his opponent had not enveloped it in the armor of hockey, sensing an unusual energy emanating from it. Nevertheless, Rayleigh's movement remained unimpeded as he brought down his dark blade with force. The collision of the black blade and the wooden spear resonated with a sharp clang. Echoing through the air, a ferocious shockwave radiated from the point of impact, scattering the long stagnant clouds and causing the ocean to erupt in tumultuous waves that roared thunderously. Rayleigh's expression turned to one of astonishment. It felt as though he were striking not wood, but an object of unparalleled hardness. Most alarming was the fact that Khan's spear remained utterly unperturbed by the force of his strike. As the battle was poised to ignite, before Rayleigh could contemplate his next move, he noticed the tranquility in Khan's eyes morphing into indifference, as if he were gazing upon a lifeless corpse. This shift in Khan's demeanor instilled in Rayleigh a profound sense of dread, a primal awareness of danger causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. "Since you have chosen to strike first, it signifies that you have fully regained your strength," he thought. Khan effortlessly thwarted Rayleigh's assault, regarding him with an air of indifference. Upon hearing Khan's words, Rayleigh enveloped himself in his armament hockey, simultaneously honing his observation hockey to perceive Khan's impending strike. Within the realm of his heightened senses, he detected Khan's forthcoming attack and was poised to raise his hand in defense when Khan's speed surpassed his expectations, landing a palm strike directly upon his chest. What appeared to be a seemingly innocuous blow unleashed a force akin to a terrifying mountain hurtling towards him, an overwhelming power that crashed into his chest. Rayleigh was sent hurtling backward, crashing against one hard rock after another with a resounding series of impacts. The final collision resulted in a thunderous sound as he plummeted into the rock, creating a dreadful circular indentation. Blood trickled from Rayleigh's lips. Yet he had no respite to catch his breath. His observation hockey had already sensed a meteorite speeding towards him from a distance. Enduring the pain coursing through his body, he vanished from his previous location. However, that meteorite appeared to possess an uncanny ability to track him, curving through the air in a surreal manner. In mid-flight, Rayleigh could only swing his sword in a desperate attempt to counter. With a resounding crash, a formidable shockwave erupted in the air, rending the earth asunder. The violent impact from the meteor propelled Rayleigh downward with great force. As he fell to the ground, a thunderous roar echoed. The already fragmented terrain yielded to create a black abyss several meters wide, the horrifying shock resonating throughout the desolate island. Rayleigh's form plunged into the depths for but a second before he sprang from the chasm, retreating at great speed, seeking to create sufficient distance from Khan to strategize his next move. Yet, before he could retreat several meters, he incredulously lifted his gaze to behold the figure of Khan, arms crossed, hovering in the void above. The spear that had previously obstructed him floated ominously behind this man, exuding an eerie aura. In the instant that followed this apparition, a thunderous roar reverberated through the skies as a powerful gust of wind descended, spreading across the ground as if swept by an unimaginable force, sending waves crashing upon the surrounding seas. Rayleigh's silver hair whipped backward in the tempest, and as he absorbed the deafening sound and gazed up at Khan, he suddenly realized that he was not confronting a mere human, but a veritable monster. The speed and strength exhibited by Khan far surpassed any adversaries he had previously encountered. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, Rayleigh would scarcely believe that anyone could exceed the speed of sound. Logically speaking, even with the consumption of a devil fruit, it is improbable for a human to breach the sound barrier. Not even Bartholomew Kuma, who has ingested the Logia-type Pika Pika Nomi, could achieve such a feat. This is not to imply that the Pika Pika Nomi lacks the capability to transcend sound, but rather that the human body has finite limits regarding the strength and endurance it can develop. Kuma's physical attributes simply could not support the terrifying velocity he could unleash. It is no wonder that Khan suggested relocating the battle. His concern was not for the potential harm his impact might inflict upon ordinary people, but rather the shockwave generated merely by his movement surpassing the speed of sound, which could endanger those nearby. Silbaz Rayleigh, You believe it imperative to swiftly conclude this encounter. Hence your resort to ambush. Otherwise, a protracted battle would be decidedly unfavorable for you. Yet, you are far too weak, lacking even the qualifications to engage me in a sustained conflict. Khan soared through the air, gazing down at Rayleigh, who still possessed 90% of his vitality. With an air of indifference, he spoke. In the fleeting moment prior, Rayleigh had endured 2 direct assaults, and due to the application of his haki, he had only sustained minor injuries. It was fair to say that Rayleigh was remarkably formidable, yet he was merely a notch above the adversaries he had previously encountered. Upon hearing Khan's words, Rayleigh tightened his grip on the black blade in his hand. That brief exchange had already revealed to him the disheartening reality of his slim chances of victory. However, this did not imply that he would resign himself to defeat. Just as Rayleigh prepared to move, an ethereal figure materialized before him. His eyes narrowed as the blade in his hand transformed into an illusion, manifesting as dozens of strikes, each imbued with terrifying sword energy. The air crackled with the thunderous sound of his attacks, and the once impenetrable rocks crumbled before the might of Rayleigh's swordplay, causing the entire island to tremble. Yet, despite his unparalleled observation haki and his pride in his swordsmanship, it felt as if everything had been rendered transparent in the presence of this man, as every strike he delivered was effortlessly evaded. "It is over," Rayleigh heard a calm, unwavering voice declare. Accompanying this proclamation, he became acutely aware of Khan raising a hand that clutched a peculiar glowing orb, poised to strike. Although his observation haki allowed him to sense Khan's impending action, his body could not match the swiftness of his perception, leaving him merely to witness Khan's assault once more hurtling toward him. This sensation instilled a profound sense of helplessness within Rayleigh. In an instant, Khan's palm collided forcefully with his chest, delivering a blow imbued with a penetrating shockwave, far more devastating than the previous strike. Earlier, Rayleigh had fortified himself with haki, mitigating the damage from Khan's attack, leading him to believe that while victory was unlikely, he still had a fighting chance. However, this latest assault, laden with a shattering force, sent a cacophony of anguish through his bones, rattled his very organs, and propelled his figure backward. The techniques exhibited by Khan were undoubtedly familiar to Rayleigh, as they represented a sophisticated application of armament haki. Once mastered, no matter how formidable an opponent's armament haki may be, a strike to the body could penetrate even the most indomitable defenses, reaching the innermost core of the enemy. Years ago, lacking guidance, he had to expend considerable effort to grasp this skill in his 30s, taking half a year to master what this seemingly newly matured young man executed with ease. Possessing speed that transcended the speed of sound and perfect control over his own strength, Rayleigh recognized that he was facing a true monstrosity. The overwhelming force sent Rayleigh hurtling backward, shattering 5 towering rocks, each over 10 meters high, and embedding him into a 20-meter-high cliff. With a violent cough, he expelled a copious amount of blood, mingled with fragments of internal organs, an exceedingly gruesome sight. The severity of his injuries rendered him unable to maintain his grip on the blade, which clattered to the ground with a metallic clang. Rayleigh, ensnared against the cliff, felt as though his very bones were dislocated, some even losing sensation, while his vision began to darken. Little did he expect that in the twilight of his years, he would encounter such a creature. Yet, despite being gravely wounded, as he gazed upon the figure that had traversed 500 meters in mere seconds to stand before him, he felt no fear. Rather, a smile graced his face, accompanied by sincere admiration. Khan was astonishingly powerful, to an incomprehensible degree. The man did not employ the armament haki that they, as strong individuals, held in high regard, yet Rayleigh could see a golden aura radiating from his body, indicating that Khan wielded a power previously unseen and unheard of. It was this mastery of an unknown force that elevated Khan's strength far beyond his own. Life and death rested upon fate. In this battle, I have emerged victorious. Khan gazed at Rayleigh, whose vitality had plummeted by 10% due to the severe injuries inflicted by his strike. After delivering a mere glancing blow, he had held nothing back. His full-powered strike was capable of reducing even a several-meter-thick boulder to mere dust. Thus, even before he unleashed his attack, Khan was aware that this blow would suffice to determine the victor. Could you possibly bypass Shaki? I am aware of your pursuit of pirates. However, Shaki is unlike me. I have taken many lives, and, due to my inferior combat skills, I would only deserve my fate should I perish. Yet she has not committed such acts. With his internal organs gravely wounded and his life hanging by a thread, Riley's once silver hair had lost its luster. His murky gaze fixed upon the man before him as he spoke. He understood that unless this man consented, Shaki would face dire consequences even if she managed to escape from Sabot archipelago. Since you have previously agreed to my terms, I shall not pursue her. Therefore, you may rest assured and prepare for your demise. Khan gazed upon the imminent specter of death without betraying a hint of fear. Instead, he turned to Rayleigh, who was pleading for the lives of others, and with a flicker of his eyes, he spoke. Roger, though the years may have delayed my arrival, I have come to see you at last. Upon hearing these words, Rayleigh felt the last remnants of his worries dissipate. and a reassuring smile graced his face as he silently reflected. Khan observed the smile of defiance on Rayleigh's face as he faced death, and without further ado, unleashed a dazzling strike that pierced Rayleigh's body, extinguishing his final spark of life. Chapter 51. An uncertain future. The mission to eliminate the Dark King Silver's Rayleigh has been accomplished. Reward: 100 hours of accelerated learning time. The world fluctuation rate has increased by 5%, currently standing at 11%, with unknown implications. After slaying Rayleigh, Khan received the system's notification regarding the increase in world fluctuation rate, which did not surprise him greatly. He had come to understand that the more significant the person he killed was to Luffy, the greater the increase in the world fluctuation rate. Had Rayleigh survived, he would have become Luffy's mentor. However, his demise rendered Luffy's future shrouded in uncertainty. Luffy's destiny brimmed with potential transformations, indicating that he might grow weaker, or perhaps even become far more formidable than Khan had previously witnessed in his past life. Nonetheless, even with the knowledge that a higher fluctuation rate would profoundly affect Luffy, Khan remained resolute in his course of action, proceeding according to his own agenda. Unless Luffy became a target designated by the system, Khan would not entertain the notion of eliminating him prematurely. Even if such an action might conjure a powerful adversary, he would not waver. To slay a target who had not yet become his enemy, driven by an unresolved notion within, would obliterate the last vestige of his moral compass. Before departing, Khan collected Rayleigh's lifeless form, casting his gaze upon the island below, which bore the scars of Rayleigh's assault, marked by deep, terrifying fissures. In his grasp appeared the radiant Long Dragon's moon, adorned with colossal, fearsome patterns pulsating with ominous energy. As the Long Dragon's moon descended upon the isle, a thunderous roar erupted, and with the burst of dazzling patterns, the island shattered into fragments, engulfed by the cataclysmic waves that rose like a tempest, obliterating the already crumbling, desolate land. Khan retraced his steps, embarking on his journey home, with many more targets awaiting his reckoning, each to be dealt with in due time. Under the luminous night sky, a young woman with short black hair, clad in a spider-patterned top, sat aboard a vessel departing. Yet, as she gazed at the life paper in her hands, which turned to ash, she reached out in a futile attempt to gather the remnants, only to grasp at emptiness. The ashes, whisked away by the wind, dissolved into the ether, prompting Shachi to cover her face with her hands and weep bitterly. She understood that Rayleigh, who had fought alongside Khan in distant realms, had perished, and she knew Khan would inevitably return to Sabot archipelago. Yet, faced with that cold-blooded man, akin to a demon, she lacked the courage to confront him. Veiled by the night, Khan returned to Sabot archipelago unnoticed, his presence undetected by any onlookers. Khan returned to the merchant vessel, where Colin and Barrett were engaged in a discussion about the intriguing discoveries they had encountered on the island that day. "Sir, shall I prepare dinner for you?" Colin inquired, rising to his feet upon noticing Khan's return. "Well, just whip up something to eat for me," Khan replied casually. Khan nodded and spoke. "Very well, please wait a moment." Upon hearing this, Colin turned and entered the kitchen. Khan sat in his chair, eagerly awaiting the arrival of a delectable dinner. According to his original plan, he intended to inquire about the auction house's rules and the commencement time of the auction. However, his journey was delayed when he encountered Rayleigh. Yet, Khan remained unperturbed, for he needed to meticulously ensure that he did not inadvertently harm any innocents while cleansing the pirate presence on the Shambodi Islands. His stay here would undoubtedly not be brief, and a delay of a day or two would not disrupt his plans. After dinner, Khan retreated to his room to rest. Meanwhile, Colin and Barrett engaged in discussions regarding which regions to explore the following day. They had already gained a preliminary understanding of the Shambodi Islands layout, which consisted of a vast expanse divided into 80 districts. Upon this revelation, they comprehended why their employer had advised them against attending the auction. The auction was held in District 1, and the areas from 1 to 29 were notorious for their lawlessness, teeming with pirates. For ordinary individuals like themselves, venturing into those territories could spell certain doom. However, as long as they avoided Districts 1 to 29, the remaining areas were deemed safe for leisurely exploration. In these secure districts, even pirates dared not act recklessly, thus fueling their desire to roam freely. Their merchant ship had been docked for nearly 5 months, and their employer had graciously issued them their wages once more. While they may not be extraordinarily affluent compared to the wealthy, their earnings were certainly sufficient for leisurely escapades. Khan, upon overhearing the quiet discussion between Barrett and Colin, felt reassured regarding Colin's safety and subsequently entered a state of meditation. The following morning, Khan rose early, and after savoring the sumptuous breakfast prepared by Colin, he departed. Khan made his way towards the lawless territory. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of an auction house. Gazing at the imposing closed doors, a tall man, clad in black and adorned with a hat and sunglasses, noticed Khan's unwavering stare. "The auction will not commence until noon tomorrow," the man in the suit said as he approached Khan. "Perhaps it would be best for you to return later. Are there any specific rules governing the auction?" Upon hearing this, Khan cast a glance at the man in the suit and discerned that his rank was 23. indicating he was evidently hired to oversee the order of the auction. Thus, Khan inquired, "Is there any restriction?" "No," the man in the suit replied courteously. "Whether they are pirates, Navy personnel, or individuals of affluence, anyone can enter by purchasing an admission ticket for 10,000 berries on the day of the event. The more guests attending the auction, the greater the potential for selling more items, so it is inconceivable to impose any limitations." Khan's attire does not suggest the refinement of a wealthy individual. However, it is important to recognize that whether one serves in the Navy, engages in piracy, or operates in a transactional capacity, all are subject to the caprices of nature. Typically, those who endure such trials exhibit a weathered complexion, often marked by a deep tan and rough texture. Yet, Khan appears rather fair-skinned and somewhat frail, clearly not the sort who has borne significant hardship. Those unacquainted with adversity are usually blessed with ample wealth, allowing them to avoid the rigors of labor. Now, standing before the auction house, he observes and inquires about the rules, evidently harboring intentions to participate. It is only natural that the suited gentleman treats such a patron with utmost courtesy. "May I procure an entry ticket directly and enter on the same day?" Khan furrowed his brow upon hearing the need for same-day ticket purchases and inquired. "Of course, it is possible. However, purchasing in advance guarantees a better seat at the price of 50,000 baileys," the man in the suit replied, recognizing Khan's evident interest in attending the auction and smiling in response. "Then, please provide me with one ticket." Upon hearing that tickets could be purchased in advance, Khan wasted no time. He promptly produced 5 notes of 10,000 each and handed them over to the man in the suit. The suited gentleman, recognizing Khan's affluence, understood he had not misjudged his client. He retrieved a ticket from his inner pocket and presented it to Khan with a smile. If guests made reservations, he would receive half of the earnings, amounting to 25,000 belly, which could be considered a rare opportunity for such gatekeepers to earn extra income. Khan glanced at the ticket in his hand, inscribed with the details of row 3, seat 5, before tucking it into his pocket and departing. Though endowed with the power of observation hockey, he sensed the presence of pirates within the auction house, offering human slaves to the auction's overseer. Beneath the venue, numerous human captives were confined in cages, quietly weeping, clearly having been delivered just days prior. However, this plight bore no consequence for him. Even if he were to exhibit compassion and liberate these slaves, it would serve no purpose and might even invite trouble upon himself. As long as the laws of Shambodi archipelago permitted the trade of slaves, each auction would invariably attract a steady influx of pirates capturing individuals for sale. To eradicate this abhorrent practice, one would have to annihilate the celestial dragons entirely. While he possessed the capacity to eliminate them, he had no desire to become an adversary of the world government over the suffering of those unrelated to him. Subsequently, Khan wandered through this lawless territory. However, upon reaching District 13, he noticed that Shaki's bar had closed its doors. The establishment was devoid of any signs of life, indicating that Shaki had already fled. Despite Shaki's task reward offering 12 hours of accelerated learning, Khan paid it little mind. Had he not initially acquiesced to Rayleigh's request, tracking down Shaki would not have posed a challenge, for unless she lingered upon the sea indefinitely, her presence would be registered in the system should she remain on any island for more than a day. Khan had indeed contemplated the possibility that Shaki's continued existence might bring him some trouble. However, having made a promise, he was resolute in honoring his commitment and would no longer pursue Shaki. Subsequently, Khan wandered through the underbelly of society, where pirates secretly kept watch over him. Yet, these matters were not aligned with his objectives. Khan, wishing to avoid drawing excessive attention, merely quickened his pace to depart from the lawless territory. Khan arrived at a bubble park, a delightful place bustling with parents accompanied by their children and couples enjoying each other's company. With the auction not commencing until tomorrow, he found himself with some leisure time. He purchased a selection of snacks from the various shops lining the pathway and settled onto a long bench, mesmerized by the vibrant, translucent bubbles that ascended gracefully from the ground. The cheerful laughter and joyful chatter surrounding him created an atmosphere of tranquility and bliss, transporting him to a realm starkly different from the lawless territories he had just departed. Despite the nearby pirate-infested areas, this place radiated happiness and serenity, evoking a sense of irony in Khan. Just then, a hearty laugh echoed nearby, breaking his reverie. Upon hearing this, Khan turned to find Barrett and Colin approaching, both adorned with peculiar trinkets and bizarre masks that had not been seen earlier that morning. It was evident that the two had genuinely been enjoying themselves and had whimsically acquired some utterly useless items. Chapter 52, The Desires Within. The scenery here is quite delightful, so let us linger for a while. Upon hearing this, Khan spoke up. It seems that, like us ordinary individuals, you too have such thoughts, boss. I had assumed you were above such musings. Barrett, as he approached, began to speak, but his words were abruptly silenced by a hand over his mouth. My apologies, boss. Barrett often lacks the filter of reason, speaking without thought. Colin, upon hearing Barrett's unrestrained manner, swiftly covered his mouth, realizing that if he continued, it could easily lead to disrespect towards the boss. It's all right, Colin, you may release him. It's quite natural for him to think this way. However, when it comes to matters outside of battle, I too am merely an ordinary person. Naturally, I share similar thoughts and ideas as you all. Colin, upon hearing Colin's words and expressing indifference, began to speak. Boss, even if you do not engage in battle, you have consistently been honing your skills aboard the ship. Despite your undeniable strength, why do you remain so devoted to training? After Colin released his grip, Barrett responded to Khan's remark. Perhaps it is because I have yet to fully comprehend the extent of my own abilities. Upon hearing this, Khan glanced at his hands, paused briefly, and spoke. Boss, your astonishing speed and movements during training are truly remarkable. Anyone would recognize that. He added, I have yet to hear of anyone stronger than you, boss. Barrett, seemingly taken aback by this newfound realization, responded with a hint of disbelief. Before meeting the boss, Barrett could hardly fathom that someone could create fleeting afterimages within a mere 5-meter space while engaging in basic training. Khan's displayed speed transcended his understanding. Perhaps it was merely a reflection of his limited experience. Nevertheless, there was no doubt that the power and prowess exhibited by the boss far exceeded Barrett's imagination of the strongest individuals. Fortunately, the boss only directed his efforts against pirates, treating ordinary people like them with remarkable kindness. Upon hearing this, Khan fell into silence. After the successful activation of the system and his transformation into a battle mage, he had always felt a sense of inadequacy regarding his power, which led him to persistently train without pause. Little did he realize that, unbeknownst to him, his strength had grown formidable enough to easily vanquish the formidable foes he had encountered in his past life. Rayleigh, who had mastered the pinnacle of armed hockey in this world, might pose a threat if he could land a hit. However, even at the peak speed of a level 9 shave, Rayleigh appeared remarkably sluggish before Khan, rendering any chance of contact impossible. Reflecting on this now, it seems that the powers within the realm of dungeon and fighter might far surpass those of this world. Currently, with a surge of magical energy, Khan's velocity transcended the speed of sound, and with a mere flourish of his hand, he could sever a colossal ship using his technique, the Radiant Dragon's Moonlit Slash. And with a single strike of his ultimate move, he could obliterate an entire island. Khan recalled the origins of the battle mage. Upon reaching level 50 and awakening as the god of war Bayana, one could wield powers nearly akin to that of an apostle. However, he had previously lacked a clear understanding of just how formidable such power could be. Yet now, it seemed evident that even if he were not at level 49, but rather at level 45 like Rayleigh, given the events of yesterday's battle, Rayleigh would still be incapable of inflicting harm upon him. Furthermore, upon surpassing the boundary between levels 49 and 50, his strength would undergo another profound transformation. Even without achieving level 50, he already possessed the power to reshape this world. This indicated that if he sought to obtain everything he desired through sheer force, no one would be able to thwart him. No one can rival you. Thus, my dear, beauty, wealth, and fame, everything you yearn for, can be secured through slaughter and conquest. As this sudden notion surged within his mind, Khan felt a tremor of anxiety and hastily stifled the thoughts that threatened to overwhelm him. Khan was acutely aware that no one could rival him in this world, and the desires hidden deep within him began to surface. When an individual's power remains unconstrained, it signifies that, should one wish, they could act with impunity, indulging in whatever they desire. If he cannot suppress the overwhelming desires that erupt uncontrollably, he risks undergoing a profound transformation, becoming not merely a person, but a monster driven by insatiable cravings. Boss, I am merely paying you a compliment. If I have spoken out of turn, I beg your forgiveness. It was not my intention to offend you. Upon witnessing the silence of his superior, Barrett suddenly closed his eyes, and the smile faded from his face. Fearing he had misspoken, he hastily offered a loud apology. I am fine, you are correct. I should have realized this long ago. Khan's resonant voice broke the silence as he opened his eyes to behold Barrett's flustered expression. Even though he possessed the formidable power to act with impunity, he resolved to execute his plan methodically, step by step. While striving to eliminate his targets and grow stronger, he remained vigilant, ensuring that his overwhelming strength did not lead him to exploit the vulnerability of ordinary individuals like Barrett. Khan understood that once one possesses power, their desires would perpetually extend without end. Acquiring something new would only kindle a yearning for more. The power one wields enables the attainment of all that one desires. Yet the ability to regulate one's future actions hinges upon adherence to the inner principles one has established for oneself. Coincidentally, I find myself with some leisure today. As a gesture of gratitude for your reminders, I shall take you all to indulge in some novel delicacies. Khan rose from the bench and spoke up. Boss, are you treating us? Upon hearing Khan's words, Barrett felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet he soon incredulously asked, What? Do I give you the impression of being so harsh that the thought of me treating you to a meal seems utterly unbelievable? Khan sensed Barrett's gaze upon him, furrowing his brow as he spoke. No, you are the most generous employer I have ever encountered. It's just that you always seem so occupied. So hearing that you are willing to treat us caught me by surprise. Upon hearing this, Barrett quickly shook his head and clarified, "When I say I have time, I truly have time. Let us go." Upon hearing this, Khan's brows relaxed, and he spoke. After finishing, Khan rose and walked away, with Colin following suit without uttering a word. "Wait for me," Barrett exclaimed, hastily pursuing them. "Boss, could you share some insights about the lawless zone? Given your prowess, you must have ventured there. I've heard from others on the island that the lawless zone is an entirely different realm compared to these areas. Just how stark is the contrast?" Following Khan, Barrett inquired with a hint of curiosity. "The beauty you behold now is matched only by the darkness within the lawless zone. It is not a world someone like you would wish to witness, so do not entertain thoughts of sneaking in for a glimpse." Upon hearing this, Khan spoke up. "Brother Colin, just how dark is the darkness that the boss mentioned?" Barrett, somewhat perplexed, listened intently. "Perhaps it is filled with the vile deeds that individuals like us, who consider ourselves decent, cannot bear to witness." Colin pondered before responding. Having reflected on the boss's words, he had come to a tentative understanding that the distortion of this island might stem from the nearby lawless territory adjacent to the Bubble Park. Of course, Colin had never ventured into that area, so he could only make judgments based on common sense. "I see," Barrett replied, his understanding still somewhat elusive. Khan observed that Barrett, despite his evident lack of understanding, feigned a semblance of comprehension and thus refrained from offering excessive explanation. Should Barrett and Colin witness ordinary individuals, akin to themselves, being commodified and sold by pirates, it would undoubtedly inflict profound turmoil upon their hearts. At times, ignorance may indeed be a blessing, for it is precisely that ignorance which allows one to live with greater carefreeness and joy. Khan led the two companions toward a luxurious hotel. The opulent decor within was resplendent, reminiscent of a palace, while Colin's appeared unfazed. In contrast, Barrett, like a rustic villager experiencing the city for the first time, gazed wide-eyed in wonder at his surroundings. Following Khan, Barrett entered an extravagant private room. "Esteemed guests, please bear with us for a moment. The dishes will be served shortly." Khan directly instructed the waitress to bring forth all the delicacies from the menu. With a beaming smile, the waitress politely acknowledged his request before departing. As for the matter of cost, Khan paid it no mind, for he was not lacking in wealth at this moment. Colin, the one who had been guided by the waitress, couldn't help but admire her exquisite poise, striking features, and alluring figure. Once the waitress had left, Barrett expressed his admiration with a hint of awe. "Barrett, mind your demeanor," Colin cautioned seriously upon hearing his remark. Soon after, Colin discreetly glanced at Khan, relieved to find that the boss seemed unperturbed. Having once worked as a chef in a hotel, Colin had encountered numerous beautiful women accompanying wealthy patrons, allowing him some insight into the minds of such captivating ladies. He understood that forging genuine connections with these enchanting beauties was far from an effortless endeavor. Nevertheless, Colin empathized with Barrett's sentiments. Having spent his time among various muscular men as a crew member, Barrett's excitement upon seeing a beautiful woman was entirely understandable. Sensing Colin's gaze towards their employer, Barrett's initial exuberance began to temper. Khan sat in his seat, gazing at Colin's impressive advancement to level 12, his eyes flickering with a mix of admiration and contemplation. Over the course of half a year, Colin had ascended from level 8 to 12, while Barrett had remarkably reached level 16. It was evident that both had devoted considerable effort to their training. However, neither possessed any genuine combat experience, and with levels below 20, their prowess was insufficient even against the most commonplace pirates found in the Grand Line. Colin's character and his diligent approach to work had assured Khan of his potential over their time together. Should Colin genuinely aspire to grow stronger, Khan was prepared to offer him an opportunity. Yet, he currently lacked a suitable devil fruit, and would need to attend several auctions to see if he could procure one before proceeding. Khan's desire for Colin to become stronger was not fueled by selfish motives to have him undertake more tasks. Rather, it stemmed from a wish to provide Colin with a measure of survival capability. Finding a subordinate who was both satisfactory and exceptionally skilled was no simple feat. Chapter 53. The Devil Fruit. Soon, a series of exquisitely presented dishes were brought forth. After Khan began to eat, Colin and Barrett followed suit, savoring the delightful meal. Khan dined in silence, while Colin, after observing the presentation of the dishes crafted by the hotel's chef, savored the food and contemplated the ingredients and techniques employed in its preparation. Rarely afforded the opportunity to indulge in such a grand hotel meal, he was eager to learn from the culinary artistry on display. "This is truly delectable, an exquisite delight," he mused. Among the trio, only Barrett expressed his admiration vocally, relishing each bite. Since boarding Khan's merchant vessel, he had encountered many unfamiliar delicacies. However, the premium ingredients were typically reserved for dishes prepared for Khan. They usually partook in work meals, which implied that the ingredients could not be overly lavish. This extravagant feast was Barrett's first experience of such luxury, and he savored the rare opportunity with unabashed enthusiasm. After their meal, Khan settled the bill and parted ways with Barrett and Colin. While Barrett and Colin wished to explore the island further, Khan sought the comfort of a nearby inn. He chose the most opulent suite available, and when he finalized the payment, The attractive receptionist hinted that he could call upon her should he require anything. However, Khan held no interest in such women, dismissing her suggestion and ascending to his room with the key card in hand. After enjoying a relaxing hot bath, he settled onto the balcony, gazing out at the distant sea. In this area of the inn, wealthy patrons adorned in finery mingled with strikingly beautiful companions. Observing the surroundings, Khan keenly sensed that, even in other lodgings, inappropriate scenes were already unfolding as dusk approached. Khan retracted his observation hockey, and for him, fully unleashing it allowed him to sense everything within a radius of 15,000 meters. Consequently, narrowing this perception was a task of little difficulty. It was only after he had condensed his observation hockey to a range of 50 meters that Khan finally succumbed to slumber upon the soft, inviting bed. Although he typically substituted sleep with meditation, the rare opportunity to indulge in such a comfortable setting compelled him to experience it. By midday the following day, after indulging in a sumptuous luncheon provided by the hotel, Khan set forth on his journey. As he stepped into the lawless territory, he could distinctly sense the heightened spirits of the pirates surrounding him that day. He overheard discussions among the pirates regarding the items they intended to auction, including beautiful women, treasures, and weapons, all being fervently mentioned. As Khan approached the vicinity of the auction, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. Ding! Detecting exchangeable energy treasures near the host. Upon hearing the sound, Khan felt a stirring within his heart. He unleashed his observation hockey and discovered a peculiar fruit, one entirely green and the other of vibrant pink adorned with a spiral pattern. Upon discovering them, Khan also uncovered a group of pirates deliberating on a joint investment to procure the devil fruits. Certain formidable devil fruits possess the capacity to drastically alter an individual's strength. Once one attains considerable power, wealth becomes an abundant resource. However, upon encountering these two particular devil fruits, Khan recognized that they were essential to his ambitions. Unlike others who were queuing for tickets, Khan confidently approached an alternative passage. The arrival of guests was warmly welcomed. The dapper gentleman whom Khan had seen the previous day was stationed at this location, and upon Khan's arrival, a smile graced his face as he presented Khan with a handcard, respectfully addressing him. Upon hearing this, Khan nodded slightly and proceeded inside. The others in line, observing Khan's direct entry, felt not a sense of privilege surrounding him, but rather perceived him as a foolish individual with an abundance of wealth. The auction had 120 seated tickets, and often the standing tickets remained unsold. Purchasing a seated ticket in advance required 50,000 baileys, while acquiring one on the day of the event cost merely 10,000 baileys. This meant an additional expenditure of 40,000 baileys, effectively saving some time in line. One could instead indulge in a fine meal or enjoy a night at exclusive venues with that sum. However, there were also pirates who, noticing Khan's lack of bodyguards, secretly set their sights on this seemingly frail young man. They contemplated that once the auction concluded, if he remained unaccompanied by any protectors, he might be an easy target. As Khan entered the venue, he observed a scattering of individuals already seated in the first 3 rows. These individuals were predominantly adorned in extravagant attire, cradling beautiful companions in their arms, while flanked by several imposing bodyguards. Clearly, those who had purchased tickets in advance enjoyed a significantly better vantage point than those who acquired theirs on the day of the event. Khan made his way directly to the 3rd row of seats. The adage "you get what you pay for" held true, as having purchased his ticket in advance, he found his vantage point to be quite advantageous for observing the auction items of the day. As the next half-hour passed, the diversity of attendees in the venue increased. Pirates, affluent individuals, and even covert naval officers mingled among the crowd. Khan discerned their identities by noting their proficiency in the 6 styles of the Navy. Pirates might master only the technique of shave, while the more formidable among them could possess the ability of life return, yet to gain further strength was no simple task. Soon, 2 men clad in clown attire emerged onto the stage. Today, a total of 53 slaves were up for auction. Our human auction guarantees that each specimen is of exceptional quality. We hope you do not miss out, one of the clowns proclaimed, igniting a fervor throughout the audience. Meanwhile, Khan closed his eyes to rest, fully aware that the devil fruit would undoubtedly be the pièce d'arrestance of the auction. He held no interest in other ornamental treasures or human slaves. As one human slave after another fetched exorbitant prices, 2 hours slipped by unnoticed. Once the slave auction concluded, many attendees began to leave, having achieved their objectives. Nevertheless, the crowd remained substantial, all eagerly awaiting the grand finale. The atmosphere shifted as the host's voice grew more impassioned, resonating throughout the hall. Following the clown's announcement, 2 treasure chests were wheeled out from backstage. Our auction house has acquired 2 devil fruits, both identified as unknown. The host declared, "It is widely acknowledged that consuming a devil fruit bestows one with extraordinary abilities, which often commands a high price. However, due to their unknown nature, the starting bid was set at 50 million berries. Once sold, all matters concerning the auction would cease to be relevant." As the host gestured towards one of the treasure chests, a sharp click echoed through the air, and one chest sprang open. revealing a peculiar green fruit that appeared quite bizarre. "You auction house dare to present a devil fruit without proper identification?" questioned an elderly man, his voice deep and resonant. The gravity of his presence suggested he was no one to trifle with. This esteemed guest may possess a devil fruit compendium, yet not every fruit is documented within. The clown host replied, unperturbed by the inquiry. "Had we been dealing with a known devil fruit, you would find yourselves facing even stiffer competition today." He continued, "It is precisely because these are unknown devil fruits that we refrain from overly audacious promotion. While devil fruits can grant extraordinary abilities, it does not imply that every fruit is beneficial. Some are indeed weak, rendering them undesirable." He acknowledged that should certain powerful abilities be associated with these fruits, the auction's overseers might have chosen to withhold them. "Shall we still proceed with our purchases, considering these fruits possess unknown powers?" murmured a voice amidst the crowd. "Consuming a devil fruit inherently involves an element of risk. Thus, we must buy." The discussions among attendees grew animated, weighing their options. Just then, a calm voice cut through the clamor. 100 million berries. Khan, however, did not indulge in idle chatter. He raised his hand and placed his bid directly. He was indifferent to the nature of the devil fruit's ability, as he had no intention of consuming it. This was a rare opportunity to purchase a treasure that could be exchanged for points, and he could not afford to let it slip away. The once lively auction hall turned its attention to him, and upon seeing the handsome young man, many felt a sense of incredulity. Although some had previously noticed Khan, they were puzzled by his disinterest in the more attractive human slaves being auctioned, as he rested with his eyes closed. Yet, as soon as the devil fruit was introduced, this young man took action. The beautiful women in the arms of wealthy patrons glanced at Khan, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. It was indeed astonishing. The esteemed guest number 35 had bid a staggering 100 million berries. The host, upon hearing Khan's declaration, exclaimed with excitement, 110 million berries. A weathered voice rang out, unmistakably belonging to the elderly man who had earlier criticized the host. Despite the unknown capabilities of the devil fruit, the sheer scarcity of such fruits compelled him to compete, given it remained within an acceptable price range. Guest number 23 bids 110 million berries. "Is there anyone willing to go higher?" The host shouted once more. 120 million berries. Some pirates, feeling the thrill of the gamble, raised their paddles to announce their bids. This was a remarkable wager. A misstep could lead to their ruin or propel their pirate crew to new heights. 150 million berries, the authoritative elder stated once again. At this price, the dozen or so pirates in attendance regained their composure. Having initially believed that their pooled bid of 120 million would be sufficient to acquire the devil fruit, many fruits had fetched prices around 100 million berries. Yet here they were, confronted with a bid that far exceeded their means before the auction had even begun. Guest number 23 bids 150 million berries. "Is there anyone who dares to bid higher?" The jester-like host wore a beaming smile as he called out. An unknown devil fruit, even fetching 100 million berries, would have sufficed, yet it had soared to 150 million. Should the price exceed the auctioneer's initial estimate, his share would grow substantially, netting him an additional 2,500,000 berries from the unexpected excess. The elder noticed the increasingly menacing expressions of the surrounding pirates, but paid them no heed. This price, achieved without any prior promotion of the devil fruit for auction, was already approaching the pinnacle. "Is there no one else willing to bid?" he inquired. Then, going once at 150 million. As silence enveloped the room, the jester-like host began his final countdown. If no further bids were made, the devil fruit would belong to the highest bidder upon completion of the transaction. 170 million berries. Khan interjected once more. "Young man, you do not understand the role of a shill," the elder remarked, his eyes glinting with suspicion as he gazed at the young man, his voice laced with coldness. In his view, the young man was most likely a plant, initially stirring the atmosphere to incite others' purchasing desires, only to audaciously raise the bid further. "No one in this world has ever made a fool of me. Either continue bidding or remain silent." Upon hearing this, Khan calmly replied, 180 million. The old man, upon receiving Khan's domineering response, felt a surge of anger wash over his wrinkled face, turning red and then pale. Ultimately unable to swallow his indignation, he raised his hand and declared loudly, 200 million. However, before the host could repeat his bid, the elderly gentleman heard a calm voice resound once more. The moment this price was announced, it sparked an uproar, and the entire venue erupted in excitement. If one were patient enough to wait, this sum would already suffice to purchase 2 quite commendable devil fruits. Who is this young man? There will surely be a spectacle to behold later. Perhaps we could take advantage of the chaos as well. If we can seize him, it would lead to an immense fortune. The hall was filled with a cacophony of voices, as Khan's attire alone made it evident that he was not a celestial dragon. As long as he was not one of them, wealthy nobles and affluent individuals appeared to these pirates as nothing short of a plump lamb ready for slaughter. Khan sensed the hostility emanating from the venue, but chose to disregard it. 200 million once, 200 million twice, 200 million thrice. This devil fruit shall belong to esteemed guest number 35. We kindly ask this guest to accompany our staff to the backstage to settle the payment. We are about to commence the auction for the second devil fruit. The jester host's gavel echoed sharply, and he proclaimed with fervor, I shall acquire the second devil fruit at the same price of 200 million. Let us conduct the transaction right here. Khan, upon hearing that he was to proceed to the backstage, found the notion rather cumbersome. He rose to his feet and approached the auction stage, boldly declaring his intent. The elderly auctioneer was taken aback by the audacity of this young man, who proposed a staggering bid of 200 million for the next item. Although 400 million berries was not beyond his means, investing such a sum for two unknown devil fruits seemed an unwise venture. Pirates who had already set their sights on Khan watched his actions with keen interest, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Should he indeed possess such wealth, he would undoubtedly be a most enticing target. Conversely, some pirates, observing Khan's ostentatious display of wealth, reconsidered their intentions. A person capable of such expenditure surely possessed a formidable background. The last thing they wanted was to attract the ire of someone far beyond their reckoning due to a fleeting moment of greed, potentially jeopardizing their very lives. Trading here? However, esteemed guest, it appears you lack the means. The jester-like auctioneer hesitated upon hearing the young man's bold offer of 400 million berries for two devil fruits. Khan approached the auction stage, where two enormous sacks loomed before him, each requiring several individuals to embrace them. The mouths of the bags gaped open, revealing bundles upon bundles of berries within. The pirates present, perched high above, gazed at the gleaming notes with eyes aglow. Although the temptation to seize the fortune was palpable, the awareness of the auction's formidable backdrop instilled a sense of caution among them. Within those sacks lay 400 million berries. Should there be another auction for the devil fruits, please notify a certain Colin aboard a merchant vessel anchored near the port of District 66. I shall return. After Khan placed the money down, he swiftly swept up the treasure chest, along with the devil fruit, directly into his system's backpack. With that, he proceeded to exit, accompanied by a throng of pirates. Though they dared not entertain notions of attacking the human auction house, the sight of this seemingly frail young man stirred their greed. We shall certainly contact you for the next auction of devil fruits. Moreover, I will deliver the diamond membership card for this auction tomorrow, the jester host declared, lifting a bundle of cash to confirm its authenticity. After weighing it in his hands, he beamed with satisfaction. For someone of his ilk, estimating the value of a purse by its weight was a trivial task. This handsome young man, so lavishly generous, was indeed a rare guest. The reason for the next day's delivery was that Khan's safe departure would warrant future patronage. This was a lawless zone, governed by an unspoken rule. Once one exited the auction house, all ties to it were severed. Gaining entry to such an auction was not a feat, for tickets were inexpensive. The true skill lay in successfully departing with the auctioned items intact. As a menacing group of pirates followed Khan out of the auction house, an onlooker might easily mistake him for the formidable leader of a pirate crew. However, just 50 meters beyond the auction, a band of pirates obstructed Khan's path. Hand over your belongings, and we shall spare your life, declared a tall, gaunt man with a cold visage. Be compliant, and perhaps we might consider letting you go, bellowed a burly figure with several gruesome scars etched across his face, stepping forward behind Khan. The other pirates brandished their weapons, preparing for a fierce confrontation with their rivals. In their eyes, acquiring the devil fruit from this young man seemed a trivial endeavor. The true challenge lay in surviving the ensuing clash while securing their prize. Having already expended some funds, they rationalized that capturing him would not only recuperate their losses, but also earn them a reward. Khan stood at the center, his gaze gradually calming as he sensed the hostility radiating from those encircling him. While he held little interest in pirates who were not his designated targets, he would not show mercy to those who had chosen to fixate on him. The pirates surrounding Khan heard the words about claiming a bounty on them. But before they could fully contemplate the implication, their intended target suddenly vanished. One pirate discerned the truth, a bounty hunter with immense wealth, appearing in the Sabot archipelago, matched three undeniable criteria. The identity of this bounty hunter was not difficult to ascertain. Apart from the enigmatic Khan, whose visage and age remained unknown, there were no other contenders. If this truly was the renowned Khan, who had recently made waves across the seas, they were not merely facing a formidable adversary. They had inadvertently encountered the harbinger of death. Be cautious, this person is likely Khan. Yet, before the warning could be fully articulated, the pirate's heart was pierced by a sharp spear. In an instant, he succumbed to his fate. His body not yet falling before Khan deftly stowed him away in his system's inventory. Khan, wielding a spear, traversed the scene as if it were an uncharted realm. Mere meters from the auction, the atmosphere transformed into a veritable battleground, the earth drenched in crimson. The guards and staff inside the auction house, upon hearing the harrowing cries, realized a conflict had erupted outside and were compelled to witness the unfolding chaos. Yet, as they emerged, they were met with the sight of life extinguishing before their very eyes. In the brief span of mere seconds, over 100 pirates perished, their bodies vanishing as swiftly as they had fallen. All that remained were pools of vivid red blood and a young man of delicate features and slender build, who exuded no hint of formidable strength. The onlookers from the auction stood in stunned disbelief. When they regained their senses, they trembled in horror, paralyzed and unwilling to step beyond the confines of the auction house. Despite the youth's seemingly innocuous appearance, the bloodied spear he clutched bore witness to his terrifying prowess, marking him as a formidable force to be reckoned with. After Khan eliminated the pirates targeting him, the system informed him that he had dispatched 13 mission objectives, accumulating a remarkable 156 hours of accelerated learning time. Subsequently, Khan refrained from further engaging the surrounding pirates, sheathing his spear and departing step by step. Those pirates who had witnessed the starkly uneven battle from a distance now scrambled to create a wide thoroughfare, extending a full 100 meters as Khan approached. No pirate dared to venture near this seemingly unassuming young man, devoid of any aura of power. Once Khan had departed, the pirates lingering nearby gazed in the direction he had taken, still trembling with trepidation. This was a true ruthless individual. Had they been targeted, traversing the distance he had just walked could have sealed their fate. Soon, speculation arose among the pirates regarding the identity of this man, as some had overheard him proclaim his intention to slay these individuals for a bounty. Naturally, pirates would never dare to claim such a reward. Those audacious enough to attempt it would merely be inviting capture by the Navy. The Navy adheres to a principle of capturing rather than killing, whenever feasible, especially concerning those with devil fruit powers. Eliminating them could result in the devil fruit circulating to another location, potentially falling into the hands of someone far more formidable. Thus, the Navy would exercise caution until the true identity was discerned. The only individuals capable of dispatching over 100 pirates without a hint of hesitation and intending to claim the bounty would be bounty hunters. As the realization dawned upon the spectators, the pirates began to grasp the identity of the man they had just witnessed. The list issued by the Navy was not merely a bluff to intimidate them. It was a tangible warning that a fearsome bounty hunter was present at the Navy headquarters, having claimed a bounty exceeding 100 billion, yet still lingering in the Sabot archipelago. This revelation sent shockwaves through the hearts of many pirates who regarded the Sabot archipelago as their paradise, prompting them to contemplate fleeing to other islands before this harbinger of doom departed. For those who remained undetected, all was well, but once targeted, their fate would mirror that of the pirates from earlier. Chapter 55. What is the cost? Subsequently, news spread rapidly across the Sabot archipelago that a powerful individual had acquired 2 devil fruits and had killed over 100 pirates at an auction, with the perpetrator likely being the bounty hunter Khan. This revelation sent a jolt through the pirate community, confirming that the reports from the Navy headquarters were indeed true. For the pirates of the Sabot archipelago, this was a piece of fortuitous news. If Khan could be slain, it would mean they could seize the staggering sum of over 120 billion. Having successfully reached this island, no pirate was without blood on their hands. Such immense wealth, coupled with the reality that Khan was a bounty hunter, positioned him unequivocally as their adversary. Even if they did not take action against Khan, the threat loomed that he might come for them. This realization prompted some pirates to begin plotting in secret. Khan, deep in contemplation, made his way back to the merchant vessel. His thoughts were consumed by the origins of the 2 devil fruits in his possession. Although the individuals at the human auction were unable to discern the abilities of these fruits, Khan himself was not entirely certain. Yet, the system had provided him with insights into the energies contained within these 2 fruits. The green fruit possessed the power of nature, capable of yielding 50 energy points, while the pink fruit harbored a unique transformative ability, also redeemable for 50 energy points. In contrast, the previously dismantled demon blade, the Sandai Katetsu, had only yielded 20 points. It was evident that the energy points obtained from disassembling treasures were determined by the intrinsic value of the powers they contained, to say nothing of their other qualities. The ability of these 2 devil fruits to yield 50 energy points each clearly indicated their exceptional nature. However, the system merely revealed their energy attributes. What powers would manifest upon consumption remained an enigma. Whether to disassemble them or to offer them to Colin was a matter that weighed heavily on Khan's mind. Upon realizing the potential to convert the devil fruits into energy points, Khan understood that opportunities to dismantle them would abound in the future. The prospect of exchanging a devil fruit for 50 energy points was indeed remarkable, yet he was acutely aware that his identity would soon be compromised. If it had not already been, should the pirates discover who he truly was, trouble would inevitably ensue, though he felt no fear. He had previously informed the auction's overseer to seek Colin whenever new devil fruits were available for bidding. Consequently, Colin, who was notably less formidable than the ordinary pirates scattered across the island, could easily find himself in peril, especially since Khan could not constantly ensure his safety during Colin's frequent outings. However, Khan pondered a crucial question. Would Colin even choose to consume a devil fruit? This decision is best left for Colin to make, Khan resolved inwardly. Boss, I'm going to take a shower now, and we'll prepare your afternoon tea shortly. Please hold on. Colin, who had been exercising, halted his routine upon seeing the boss return earlier than expected. He quickly grabbed a dry towel to wipe the sweat from his brow and spoke. Colin typically bathed only once a day, as his previous endeavors had not involved strenuous activities that induced heavy perspiration. However, after exercising, he had taken to showering before each meal preparation. After all, if he were drenched in sweat, even the most exquisite dishes would lose their appeal, tainted by the perception of uncleanliness, thus diminishing their overall enjoyment. Very well. I have some matters to discuss with you shortly. Colin was aware of Colin's habits and did not intervene. Upon hearing that there was a matter to discuss, Colin felt a twinge of curiosity but nodded and departed. In a mere 30 minutes, Colin returned, presenting an array of exquisite pastries and delightful beverages before Colin. Should the boss require anything further, do not hesitate to summon me. I shall now attend to the dinner preparations, Colin stated respectfully as he set the items down. Colin, what is the purpose of your training? Colin took a sip of the chilled juice and, gazing at Colin, who was about to leave, suddenly inquired. I engage in training at the behest of my employer. You have mentioned that the Grand Line is fraught with peril, hence I aspire to enhance my self-defense capabilities. Barrett also remarked that I need not surpass those pirates in strength, but I must possess the ability to outpace them. This is the most straightforward method to bolster my self-protection skills. Colin, upon hearing this, responded earnestly, then, if you were to suddenly become stronger than more than 90% of the pirates on this island, what would you wish to do? Colin, upon hearing Colin's words, momentarily hesitated before responding. Is that truly possible? How could someone like me ever surpass those pirates in strength? Colin, sensing the gravity of the situation, promptly waved his hand and replied, I am merely proposing a hypothetical scenario. Your response will suffice. Colin observed Colin's incredulous expression and candidly remarked. Barrett, who was exercising nearby, caught the glint in his eye upon hearing those words. After nearly half a year of camaraderie, he understood that when the boss spoke with such conviction, there must be a reason behind it. The notion of becoming stronger than over 90% of the pirates on this island felt rather abstract. However, I pondered that even if I were to surpass them in strength, it might not make much of a difference. My role remains that of the boss's cook. Even if I were stronger than they, I would still be merely a chef. Colin, reflecting on this, replied thoughtfully. Did you not once contemplate how wonderful it would be if every island were as peaceful as Shell Island? If you possessed power, would you not consider taking action regarding that very matter you once spoke of? Upon hearing this, Colin spoke up. Boss, do you still remember this matter? Colin, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head. Of course I remember. Please, share your thoughts. Colin observed Colin's somewhat bashful demeanor and, unperturbed, spoke up. Though I once contemplated such a notion, I believe I may refrain from taking action. Upon hearing this, Colin pondered once more and replied, Why? If you felt that way back then, why do you not wish to bring it to fruition? Colin appeared somewhat taken aback by the words, gazing at Colin as he spoke. Those are merely the calamities brought forth by pirates. It is the duty of the Navy to address such afflictions. While I am but a humble chef, devoted to the art of cooking. Furthermore, all of this is merely hypothetical. Colin then responded. So let us entertain this hypothetical scenario. If you were to truly become stronger than them all, what course of action would you pursue? Upon hearing this, Colin fixed his calm gaze upon Colin and spoke. Colin's earlier words seemed to be tailored to please him, prompting Colin to seek the most genuine thoughts residing within Colin's heart. Under the steady scrutiny of his superior, Colin felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead, his body stiffening slightly. Answer me. Colin observed that Colin appeared somewhat apprehensive and calmly remarked. The possession of the power to easily take another's life can profoundly alter an individual's inherent nature. Therefore, before presenting Colin with a choice, it is imperative to truly comprehend the essence of his character. I stand by my previous statement. Capturing and eliminating pirates is the duty of the Navy, not that of a mere chef, Colin asserted. Upon hearing this, Colin responded emphatically, Excellent. Then I now offer you an opportunity to become even stronger than the pirates that inhabit this island. Do you desire it? Colin perceived the unwavering conviction in Colin's gaze, a serene calmness enveloping his own expression as he remarked with admiration, What, then, is the price? Upon hearing these words and observing the shift in his employer's demeanor, Colin cautiously inquired. The enigmatic nature of his boss, coupled with an extraordinary power surpassing his understanding, led him to believe that his employer might possess the means to elevate him to remarkable heights. Yet, he understood that such formidable strength would undoubtedly come at a cost. Regardless of what that cost may be, I can bestow upon you a power that transcends that of countless others. This power will enable you to traverse the seas with ease, to face 1,000 foes without fear, even against the Navy. This is an exceedingly rare opportunity. I ask you once more, will you accept or decline? Colin spoke slowly, inquiring, What then is the price? Colin, undeterred, responded cautiously. Barrett, standing nearby, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his brow. He admired Colin's audacity in the face of their employer's probing questions. The cost, he replied, is becoming utterly incapable. Colin observed the unwavering determination reflected in Colin's gaze, and a sense of relief washed over him. He placed a spiraled green devil fruit upon the table, admiring it as he spoke. The power of the devil fruit. I must decline your generous offer, my boss. Colin, regarding the peculiar green fruit adorned with spiral patterns, replied earnestly, and the reason for this? Con was momentarily taken aback by Colin's repeated refusal and then inquired earnestly. The devil fruit possesses unfathomable powers, and its price is something beyond the imagination of an ordinary person like myself. Your generosity, allowing me the freedom to experiment with the dishes I aspire to create, is already immensely gracious. If I were to accept such a grand gift, even if I dedicated my entire life to serving you, I fear I could never repay the kindness you have shown me. Therefore, I cannot accept such a magnificent offering from you, my esteemed employer, Colin said with respectful seriousness. You believe that such kindness is difficult to repay, which is why you hesitate to accept it. In that case, consider this a gift from me to you, one that requires no repayment of gratitude. Upon hearing this, Con's eyes flickered, and he spoke, No. Even if you were to absolve me of the need to remember your kindness, my heart would forever cherish it. You are the finest employer I have ever encountered, as well as the strongest individual I have known. The mere fact that you introduced me to the Grand Line, allowing me to witness a realm so vastly different from my previous experiences, has already left me in debt. Should you also bestow upon me this devil fruit, with my current abilities, I fear I may spend my entire life unable to repay your generosity. If I have caused any offense, I beg your pardon, esteemed master. Colin, upon hearing this, bowed deeply to Con and proclaimed loudly, Colin, having accompanied me on this perilous journey through the Grand Line for so long, you should be well aware of the dangers that lie ahead. I intend to venture into even more treacherous waters, and with your current strength, you are ill-prepared to follow me. This devil fruit is merely an investment in you, enabling you to accompany me into those perilous seas in the future. After all, an exceptional chef is indeed a rare find. Upon hearing these words and observing Colin's demeanor, Con ceased his probing and revealed a gaze filled with admiration. He spoke earnestly and with great significance, indeed. Colin, sensing the commendation in his employer's words, lifted his head to meet Con's appreciative eyes and ultimately nodded in agreement. Chapter 56. A warning, Barrett. Do refrain from eavesdropping. If you have something to say, please come forth, Con then declared. Sir, I have a rather inconvenient request, Barrett replied, stepping through the door with a hint of embarrassment. Con paid no heed to Barrett's compliments. Instead, he gazed intently at Barrett and directly inquired, Do you desire a devil fruit as well? Upon hearing this, Con cast a scrutinizing glance at Barrett and spoke, Indeed, I too wish to remain by your side, venturing into even more perilous waters in the future. In response, Barrett did not shy away. He met his employer's gaze directly and replied, As for the devil fruit, I happen to possess one. However, do you have any notion of the value that this particular devil fruit holds? Con beheld Barrett's appearance, a pink devil fruit materializing in his hand as he spoke. I am unaware, yet if Colin has just mentioned it, then it must indeed be a price that I, despite a lifetime of toil, could never afford. In response, Barrett remarked, Given your awareness of this, why do you still wish to procure a devil fruit from me? Con observed Barrett's unmasked demeanor with a sense of nonchalance, directly addressing him without preamble. Though my intellect may not match Colin's brilliance, nor my composure his tranquility, I recognize that Colin possesses a kind heart. Despite his strength, he may refrain from acting in certain circumstances. Thus, I aspire to remain by your side to safeguard Colin. Barrett replied earnestly, Do you believe you possess the gift for combat? Upon hearing this, Con scrutinized Barrett from head to toe and spoke, No, but I shall endeavor to learn the art of combat. In response, Barrett shook his head and replied, You seek to persuade me to relinquish the devil fruit in my possession. At this juncture, even if you were to fabricate a tale, should you not claim to possess a natural aptitude for fighting? Con observed Barrett's straightforward demeanor and, somewhat speechless, remarked, Even if I cannot persuade you, I shall not resort to deceit in matters such as this. In response, Barrett spoke, Combat is a contest of life and death. Do you possess the confidence to survive the fray? Upon hearing this, Con gazed into Barrett's eyes and spoke, To be honest, not yet. Barrett, upon hearing this, shook his head once more and replied, Then why do you dare to claim that you can safeguard Colin during certain specific times? Upon hearing this, Con posed a pivotal question. Having observed your prowess, I too yearn for strength, which is why I have been diligently training during this period. You, my esteemed boss, are a formidable individual, and I trust you can discern the progress I have made of late. While I may not possess the sharp intellect of Colin, when it comes to perseverance and hard work, I excel. Barrett remarked, patting his chest. Con scrutinized Barrett's profile. Name, Barrett age, 25 level, 18 mastered skill, navigation technique level 6. It was evident that Barrett had spent the past 25 years merely performing crew duties, such as steering, weather assessment, route determination, and various shipboard tasks. Achieving level 18 at the age of 25 without any professional guidance undoubtedly indicated Barrett's innate talent. With the potential enhancement from a devil fruit and diligent training, Barrett's abilities could very well experience a dramatic surge. Although Barrett initially felt at ease, being closely observed by his superior, gradually instilled a sense of unease within him. I can offer you this opportunity, but the power of the devil fruit in my possession remains unknown. Upon consumption, you may acquire extraordinary abilities or perhaps find yourself with an utterly useless power. The cost remains unchanged. Once consumed, you may become a landlubber. Do you still wish to partake? Upon hearing this, Khan spoke up. Even so, I shall partake. Barrett nodded in immediate agreement. In the past, he had meandered around the vicinity of Rogue Town, having boarded many vessels to assist with navigation. His life was not particularly lavish, yet it was still preferable to that of many others. Had he chosen to remain diligently in Rogue Town, he would have eventually amassed sufficient savings to purchase a home and marry a beautiful wife, thereby fulfilling his envisioned future. However, the moment he boarded the ship and laid eyes on the captain, witnessing the latter's cultivation, Barrett realized that he might be on the brink of an entirely different destiny. Thus, he cherished this opportunity. Even if he faced rejection, he felt compelled to give it a try. Very well, I shall offer this to you. Khan observed Barrett's unwavering response, as he readily accepted the offer and tossed the devil fruit directly to him. The possibility of Barrett becoming a villain never crossed Khan's mind, for Barrett's character was inherently straightforward. With Colin accompanying him, it was likely that they would maintain their integrity. Should Barrett truly transform into a nefarious individual, ungrateful and sought after by the system, Khan would personally address the matter. He expressed his gratitude to his benefactor, vowing to forever cherish the immense kindness bestowed upon him. Upon receiving the devil fruit, Barrett did not consume it immediately. Instead, he bowed deeply to Khan, his voice resonating with sincerity as he spoke. Subsequently, Barrett took a bite of the devil fruit, only to be met with an overwhelming bitterness that turned his complexion a shade of green. He had never fathomed that something could taste so wretched. Nevertheless, he pounded his chest and forced himself to swallow, soon disregarding the taste as he devoured the remainder of the fruit in large bites. Colin promptly offered Barrett a jug of water, which he eagerly accepted and drank with urgency. However, as soon as he finished, he turned to behold an astonishing sight. "Boss, how did you grow taller than me?" Barrett exclaimed, astonished to see his boss, who should have been a head shorter, now towering over him. "It is not that I have grown taller, rather, you have become shorter. This is the ability of your devil fruit." Khan gazed at Barrett, whose height continued to diminish. In the blink of an eye, Barrett had shrunk from an impressive 2 meters to a mere 1.5, and he was still shrinking. "Colin, what should I do now?" Barrett, realizing it was the power of a devil fruit, felt a surge of panic and hurriedly sought Colin's assistance. Colin, upon hearing this, looked at Barrett, now reduced to a mere meter in stature, and, having never encountered such a phenomenon, found himself at a loss for what to do. Khan perused the information regarding Barrett, noting the alterations that had occurred following his consumption of the devil fruit. Name: Barrett. Age: 25. Occupation: user of the transformation devil fruit. Level: 23. Health: 100%. Weapon: none. Mastered skill: transformation, the ability to alter the shape and size of any object he has come into contact with. Note: this ability is ineffective on living beings other than himself. Even Khan was somewhat taken aback. It was no surprise that such a devil fruit could yield 50 energy points, for this power was indeed formidable. Barrett had merely consumed the devil fruit, and, without any significant development, had already ascended 5 levels. Once he truly grasped the correct application of this ability, his strength would become exceedingly terrifying. Even if his opponents possessed a higher level than Barrett, leveraging this devil fruit could easily turn the tide in his favor, allowing the weak to triumph over the strong. "Boss, what should I do now? I'm still shrinking." However, as Khan pondered, Barrett had already diminished to a mere half meter in height. At that moment, he clutched Khan's pant leg, his eyes brimming with tears as he gazed up at Khan. "Calm down. Your devil fruit grants you the power of transformation, enabling you to alter the shape and size of objects you touch. Try touching yourself with your hand and envision growing larger." Khan glanced down at Barrett and spoke. Although Barrett did not fully comprehend the words, he complied, placing his hand upon his chest. Gradually, his previously diminutive stature began to transform. How extraordinary! Barrett marveled as he observed his body steadily growing larger, uttering words of disbelief. In a mere few seconds, Barrett's height exceeded 2 meters, swiftly approaching 3, with no signs of cessation. However, this time, Barrett remained calm, reveling in the curious sensation of his body expanding and contracting, thoroughly enjoying the experience. "Colin, that one is yours." Khan paid no mind to Barrett, who was joyfully playing like a child nearby, and turned to Colin to speak. "Indeed." Colin nodded in response, having learned from Barrett's earlier experience. This time, he prepared a large jug of water for himself beforehand. He then seized the green devil fruit and took a bite. However, despite his preparations, the moment it touched his tongue, Colin's expression transformed to one of profound agony, reminiscent of Barrett's earlier distress. After a great effort, he managed to swallow a mouthful, and with determination, he continued to consume the devil fruit in quick succession, followed by taking large gulps of water. Yet, remarkably, Colin's body did not undergo any changes, which left him somewhat perplexed. He looked toward the proprietor, seeking an explanation. Since the proprietor was aware of the true nature of Barrett's devil fruit, it was evident that his earlier mention of the unknown was merely a test. Khan gazed upon Colin's profile. Name, Colin. Age, 24. Occupation, Songmu. Fruit level, 19 health points. 100% weapon, none. Acquired skills, Songmu release, capable of unleashing and controlling Songmu. Tree manipulation, able to manipulate surrounding wood, current range, 20 meters. Khan observed Colin's devil fruit with a contemplative gaze. When considering only the first ability of Colin's devil fruit, it is evident that it pales in comparison to Barrett's. However, when combined with the subsequent ability to manipulate trees, as the range gradually expands, the potential of Colin's devil fruit becomes exceedingly formidable. You are a user of the arbor fruit, capable of releasing and controlling trees. However, your power is not yet sufficiently developed, thus it is essential for you to engage in further study until you have mastered its use. Refrain from employing it against merchant ships. Facing Colin's puzzled gaze, Khan spoke. Yes. Upon hearing that he could manipulate trees, Colin glanced at his palm, still somewhat perplexed. Yet he nodded in agreement. Additionally, I must impart 2 pieces of advice. First, regardless of whether you possess power, consider carefully before taking action, for the troubles that may ensue could be considerable. If you feel ill-equipped to manage the aftermath, refrain from meddling. Do not expect me to clean up your mess. Second, immense power can engender insatiable desires, so no matter how formidable you become, do not forget your responsibilities as ordinary individuals. Heed these 2 principles, or I may be compelled to take your lives myself. Khan then contemplated something further, casting a calm gaze at Colin and the ever-excited Barrett. He recognized the latent potential of their devil fruits. Should they continue to develop, they would undoubtedly emerge as formidable figures in the future. Their assistance could alleviate some of his unnecessary troubles. However, because of this potential, should they ever enter the system's bounty, the accelerated learning time could escalate to extraordinary levels. If he allowed them to proceed unchecked, reclaiming that time later would only require a brief wait, and at most, he would exchange 100 energy points for 200 hours of accelerated learning time. He would not incur any loss. Indeed, Colin, who had been contemplating how to wield his newfound abilities, and Barrett, who was ecstatic and fluctuating in size, responded with a sense of urgency upon hearing the 2 admonitions. Their boss was the strongest individual they had ever encountered. Should he set his sights on them, death would be their only fate. However, since the boss had only acted against pirates thus far, it implied that as long as they refrained from becoming malevolent pirates, they would likely remain unscathed by his gaze. Well, I have only these 2 pieces of advice for you. Go forth and attend to your duties. Khan observed the anxious demeanor of the 2 individuals and waved his hand, saying, I shall prepare dinner first. Upon hearing this, Colin nodded and proceeded to the kitchen. Barrett, on the other hand, resumed his training, wielding a massive barbell with one hand as he lifted it up and down. Despite the exhilaration brought by his newfound strength, Barrett, having witnessed his boss's consistent discipline, understood that the true path to becoming powerful lies in the relentless pursuit of foundational training. Once one's physique is robust, possessing the requisite strength will undoubtedly simplify the journey to mastering authentic combat techniques, saving one from numerous detours along the way. Khan sat at the table, savoring the dessert crafted by Colin and indulging in delectable beverages, while his gaze lingered on the system's bounty for targets located within the Sabot archipelago. Contemplating the timeline for task rewards, the majority of his objectives within the Grand Line resided in the Sabot archipelago. Should he successfully eliminate all these targets, his preliminary estimation for accelerated learning time would exceed 2,000 hours. 100 hours is roughly equivalent to 400 days. Thus, 2,000 hours would amount to approximately 20 years. Such an extensive period of accelerated learning time would undoubtedly suffice to bridge the gap from level 49 to level 50. Furthermore, considering his dedicated training regimen, during which he devoted 15 hours a day to accelerated learning, he could achieve the equivalent of over 20 years of cultivation within just 4 to 5 months. This remarkable efficiency and improvement is precisely why Khan expressed his astonishment upon discovering the effects of accelerated learning time. In reality, the training efficacy derived from those 2,000 hours of accelerated learning would surpass the benefits of more than 2 decades of traditional cultivation. Chapter 57. Urgent Report and Benefits. Khan contemplated the need to meticulously search for these pirates in the coming days. Once he eradicated the targets in the Sabot archipelago, he would be able to pursue Don Quixote da Flamingo. The efficiency of obtaining energy points through the auction alone was woefully inadequate. The homemade devil fruits crafted by Doflamingo's subordinates could also be exchanged for energy points. Although the energy points derived from these homemade fruits would undoubtedly be less than those from original devil fruits, their formidable advantage lay in their production capability. Establishing a connection with Doflamingo would signify a substantial influx of energy points. This was also the reason Khan was willing to part with the 2 devil fruits in his possession for Colin and Barrett. He would not be lacking that 100 energy points afterward. Once Colin and Barrett grew stronger, They could alleviate his concerns regarding safety and assist him with troublesome adversaries unrelated to the system's bounties. When Doflamingo no longer held value, it would be time for Khan to eliminate him. Subsequently, a rich aroma wafted from the kitchen as Colin emerged, bearing 3 exquisite dishes and placing them before Khan. He then returned to the kitchen to prepare the work meal while Khan savored his dinner. The events of the human auction had indeed spread far and wide. Admiral Edmund on the Sabot archipelago received the news and was taken aback. His astonishment was not due to Khan purchasing 2 devil fruits for 400 million berries. Any Navy officer who had encountered Khan knew well of his considerable wealth. Rather, he was shocked that Khan had effortlessly dispatched over 100 pirates in mere seconds, simultaneously removing their corpses. Such power transcended mere terror. It was akin to that of a god of death. Edmund promptly grasped his transponder snail to report the incident. Although he had interacted with Khan and perceived him as not inherently malevolent, the display of power was overwhelmingly fearsome, especially since Khan had previously declined the Navy's invitation. If they failed to take precautions regarding such a formidable individual, the troubles would inevitably fall upon the Navy. This served as a timely reminder to the Navy headquarters to prepare their finances. Furthermore, considering Khan's temperament, it seemed likely that a significant purge of the pirates in the Sabot archipelago was imminent, a matter that required urgent reporting. At Navy headquarters, around 7 in the evening, most officers had finished their shifts, including Admiral Sengoku, who was enjoying dinner in the mess hall. Given the frontline nature of their profession, the Navy's cafeteria served exceptionally hearty meals, drawing personnel of all ranks to indulge after work. While Sengoku relished his meal, a middle-aged officer rushed in with urgency. "Admiral Norman, what troubles you so?" Sengoku inquired with a relaxed demeanor, despite the glimmer of concern in his eyes. "Admiral Sengoku, I have an urgent report," the man, known as Rear Admiral Norman, replied with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, the previously bustling cafeteria fell into a hushed silence. An urgent message at this hour was rarely good news. Sengoku understood that Norman would not disclose matters of a sensitive nature in public, indicating the gravity of the situation. "What is it?" Sengoku's expression turned serious as he pressed for details. "It pertains to the bounty hunter Khan. This afternoon, he eliminated over 100 pirates in the lawless region of the Sabot archipelago," Norman reported loudly. At this, the officers in the cafeteria who were initially intrigued soon dismissed the significance of the news. After all, eliminating and capturing over 100 pirates was not an extraordinary feat for a vice admiral, and given Khan's previous bounties, it likely amounted to merely vanquishing a medium-sized pirate crew, nothing of great concern. "Ah, so it's that," Sengoku responded, visibly relaxing. "Admiral, I have not finished my report," Norman interjected. According to Rear Admiral Edmund's information, Khan accomplished this feat in approximately 15 seconds. Without allowing the pirates any opportunity to retaliate or even flee before they met their demise and had their bodies removed. The incident occurred in Area 1. Khan's identity is now widely recognized among the pirates of the Sabot archipelago. Thus, Rear Admiral Edmund surmises that Khan is likely to undertake a significant purge of the lawless region in the near future. Norman shook his head solemnly, his expression grave as he spoke. The moment his words echoed through the cafeteria, a wave of unease swept over the naval personnel present. They were all acutely aware of what the unlawful area of the Sabot archipelago represented, and the fact that Khan had dispatched over 100 pirates in mere seconds exhibited a level of power far beyond their previous estimations. Given Khan's formidable abilities, it was not entirely implausible for him to conduct a thorough cleansing of the Sabot archipelago's lawless zone. Most critically, they did not doubt the veracity of Edmund's conjecture. In their eyes, Khan was indeed a merciless pirate hunter. Sengoku's gaze narrowed. Even though he could utilize his conqueror's haki to incapacitate a large number of pirates simultaneously, the time it would take to eliminate them all would far exceed a mere few seconds. Yet, Khan had managed to eliminate over 100 pirates in just over 10 seconds. Such power was terrifying. Khan's actions had been consistently covert, and logically, they should remain so now. However, it was possible that, in the pursuit of pirates within the Sabot archipelago, the impossibility of concealing his actions had prompted a shift in Khan's modus operandi. The glimpse of his overwhelming strength was sufficient to obliterate the lawless zone of the Sabot archipelago. Should the pirates in that region face excessive cleansing, there would inevitably be repercussions. Sengoku had long neglected the lawless zone of the Sabot archipelago partly because the celestial dragons required slaves, leaving the Navy with no choice but to turn a blind eye. If they insisted on intervening, any one of the 3 admirals could easily flatten that band of pirates. However, merely capturing those pirates would not necessarily be advantageous. On the contrary, if the Navy's actions deterred pirates from the Sabot archipelago, it would effectively sever the supply line for human trafficking. A disruption of this demand, even if temporary, could very well provoke the wrath of the celestial dragons. Once the celestial dragons were enraged, the Navy would inevitably face repercussions. It was no wonder Norman referred to this as an urgent matter. If mishandled, the Navy would find themselves in dire straits. Upon recognizing the gravity of the situation, Sengoku's countenance grew somber. The majority of naval personnel in the cafeteria, witnessing the change in Sengoku's demeanor, understood that the matter was far from easily resolvable. I will find a way to address this. There is no need for undue anxiety, Sengoku assured, sensing the tension among the other naval officers. His serious expression softened into a smile. Subsequently, he lost his appetite entirely, rising to leave. The mishandling of this situation would spell disaster, and Sengoku had no time for leisurely dinners. However, they could not simply command Khan to cease his cleansing. After all, Khan was not under their jurisdiction, and what he was doing fell squarely within the purview of a pirate hunter. He needed to devise a means to halt Khan's actions. Otherwise, the anger of the celestial dragons would leave him with little recourse. Yet, there was a possibility that Khan might be swayed by the celestial dragons. If he could not be persuaded, he would likely be falsely accused of piracy and captured, a tactic often employed by the celestial dragons to mitigate their fury. Historically, there had been no significant issues, but Khan's power was now unfathomable, and his temperament was composed and reserved. Deploying CP0 to resolve the matter could lead to immediate capture. But if they failed, it might establish a formidable adversary. If Sengoku were unaware of Khan's true exploits, he might not be as apprehensive. However, knowing Khan's reputation as a veritable harbinger of death, he understood the gravity of the situation. At present, Khan harbored a profound animosity towards pirates and was not particularly friendly to the Navy, yet he did not perceive them as outright enemies. However, should he become an adversary of the world government, it was likely that he would also regard the Navy as foes. Clearly, a confrontational approach would be futile. The most prudent course of action would be to send someone to converse with Khan and persuade him against his cleansing intentions. The dilemma lay in determining who should be sent to engage Khan. Based on their previous conversation, it was evident that Khan responded better to gentler approaches. Akainu, who adhered to the doctrine of absolute justice, would likely relish the prospect of annihilating every pirate in the Shambodi archipelago. Given Akainu's notoriously volatile temperament, sending him to persuade Khan could either yield favorable results or spiral into chaos. Eliminating Akainu from consideration left only Kazan and Borsalino. Personally, Sengoku preferred Kazan for this mission, but Kazan was not currently at Navy headquarters, leaving Borsalino as the only viable option. The thought of sending the seasoned and cunning Borsalino made Sengoku's head ache. Yet there was no alternative. This matter required swift intervention. Norman, summon Admiral Borsalino to the command room at once, Sengoku instructed as he walked down the corridor after leaving the cafeteria. Yes, Norman replied promptly. In less than 10 minutes, a tall, slender man with short, curly black hair, clad in a yellow and white striped suit and sporting sunglasses, arrived outside the Navy command room. Admiral Borsalino, Admiral Sengoku is waiting for you inside, a soldier stationed outside the command room respectfully announced. This man was none other than Admiral Borsalino, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters. Borsalino acknowledged the soldier with a nod before entering to find Admiral Sengoku gazing out the window. Admiral Sengoku, what instructions do you have for me? Borsalino inquired directly. Under normal circumstances, Sengoku would not summon him for a task at this hour. However, if he had, it signified a situation of urgency that necessitated Borsalino's involvement. There has been an incident in the Shambodi archipelago, Sengoku replied, turning to face Borsalino as he began to explain. When Borsalino heard Khan's name mentioned, his expression remained neutral initially. However, upon learning that Khan had dispatched over 100 pirates in just over 10 seconds and was poised to cleanse the Shambodi archipelago, his demeanor shifted to one of concern. I need you to immediately head to the Shambodi archipelago and find Khan, persuading him to abandon his plans for cleansing the area. Sengoku instructed gravely. Am I permitted to employ any means necessary? Borsalino asked, adjusting his sunglasses. You may be somewhat forceful, but avoid instigating significant conflict, Sengoku clarified. The limitations on my approach complicate matters, Borsalino replied with a shrug. Upon successful completion, I will grant you a 5-day leave and 3 months of salary, Sengoku added. As the Admiral Sengoku beheld the visage of Borsalino, he promptly acknowledged the advantages at hand. If this Khan truly possesses the prowess you claim, then he is indeed a formidable adversary. With my methods curtailed, even I may find him challenging to subdue. Borsalino, upon hearing this, spoke with a serious demeanor. A week's and half a year's salary is the utmost I can accept. Sengoku, realizing Borsalino deemed the offered benefits insufficient, responded directly. Thank you for your generosity, Admiral. I shall set forth immediately. Upon receiving this assurance, Borsalino's wrinkled countenance broke into a smile. With that, he took his leave, leaving Sengoku with a sense of resignation. To compel this seasoned operative into earnest action, ample incentives must be promised. Otherwise, Borsalino might merely feign compliance, treating it as a mere task. Nevertheless, as long as the rewards were substantial, Sengoku felt reassured regarding Borsalino's efficiency. The news of Admiral Kazara's mobilization sent ripples of trepidation throughout the naval headquarters. Upon hearing Sengoku's intention to deliberate on a course of action, many naval personnel speculated that the admiral would dispatch someone to negotiate with Khan. However, They were taken aback when Sengoku opted to deploy an admiral directly instead of a vice admiral. At the naval port, vessels illuminated their lights, and a golden flash streaked across the horizon, landing on a warship. To Sabot archipelago, Kizaru stated, his eyes concealed behind sunglasses, devoid of any fluctuation. The assembled sailors responded with thunderous enthusiasm. Soon, a colossal warship set sail into the inky darkness of the night. Chapter 58. Kizaru's deployment operating at full throttle. Kizaru's warship reached the vicinity of the Sabot archipelago in just over an hour. Pirates in the surrounding waters, upon spotting the imposing 60-meter vessel through telescopes from several kilometers away, wore expressions of grave concern. Any pirate seasoned enough to have ventured these waters would recognize that a warship of such magnitude signified a vice admiral at the helm, a figure that instilled dread among countless pirates. Typically, vice admirals do not venture to Sabot archipelago unless significant events transpire, leading the pirates to retreat into the uninhabitable zones. Knowing that the Navy seldom pursues them there, Kizaru, his observation haki sensing the fleeing pirates from afar, paid them no mind. For his primary objective was not to apprehend pirates, but to locate the young man named Khan, thus avoiding unnecessary exertions. Otherwise, even at a distance, utilizing naval artillery would render capturing the pirates a trivial matter. At Port Area 66 of Sabot archipelago, Barrett diligently exercised under the cover of night when he suddenly heard synchronized footsteps approaching from below. Curious, he set down the heavy barbell and moved to the ship's railing. He observed the previously languid Navy personnel now standing erect and alert, led by a naval officer clad in a Navy coat. Upon noticing the medals adorning the officer's shoulders, Barrett marveled, a vice admiral, now that is a remarkable figure. However, a question soon arose in his mind. Why would such a distinguished individual venture to the port at this late hour? The thought ignited his curiosity. Following the gaze of the sailors, he spotted a gargantuan warship slowly approaching, dwarfing their merchant vessel. Barrett understood all too well what such a massive warship entailed. A vice admiral was on the way. Realizing this, he instinctively wished to call Colin over to witness the spectacle but hesitated as he saw Colin gesture for silence. The boss has already retired for the night. Let us keep it down, Colin whispered as he approached Barrett. Yet, the display was indeed grand, leaving both men puzzled about the unfolding events. We'll find out soon enough, Colin remarked, equally intrigued, for it was his first encounter with a vice admiral outside the pages of a newspaper. Other crew members leaned against the ship's railing, drawn to the unfolding scene, and they were not alone. Vessels moored at the port also gathered to observe the naval display. As the enormous warship closed in, a golden beam shot from the horizon, landing at the port within mere seconds. The brilliance faded to reveal a man dressed in a yellow-white striped suit, standing over 3 meters tall. Who is that? Colin whispered, astonished to witness someone perform a feat akin to that of their boss. Before Barrett could respond, a thunderous collective voice erupted, "Welcome, Admiral Borsellino." Colin and Barrett exchanged bewildered glances at the mention of the admiral. "Where's Khan?" Borsellino inquired, disregarding the salutation from Rear Admiral Edmund. Edmund's gaze fell upon a modest merchant vessel docked nearby. Noticing Edmund's focus, Borsellino turned slightly to regard the seemingly unremarkable ship. His observation haki detected fewer than 10 life forces aboard, but upon sensing one from within a cabin, Kizaru transformed into a flash of light, soaring directly to the merchant vessel. Inform Khan that Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters has come to visit and wishes to discuss a matter with him, Kizaru instructed, eyeing Colin and Barrett, who gazed at him in astonishment. Admiral Borsellino, while I wish to assist you, our boss is currently resting. Please return tomorrow morning, Barrett replied. Upon hearing that the esteemed general had come to visit the boss, Colin's face swiftly transformed into an expression of apology as he respectfully addressed him. Our boss typically only enters the room in the evening, and it is generally only tomorrow that. At that moment, Barrett, noticing Colin's attempt to speak, mustered the courage to express his thoughts. Suddenly, a creaking sound echoed, announcing the opening of the door. General Borsellino, I have long heard of your illustrious reputation. However, I am curious as to why you have chosen to seek me out at this late hour. A young man of striking appearance emerged from the room, descending the stairs step by step as he spoke. Barrett, upon hearing the voice, turned to witness the unprecedented sight of the boss stepping out of his chamber, leaving him somewhat bewildered. I have heard that you eliminated over 100 pirates in the no man's land today. Is this true? Borsellino smiled upon hearing Khan's address. Oh, those pirates sought to seize what was in my possession, and thus I dispatched them effortlessly. Nevertheless, I would assume that the lives of merely over 100 pirates would not warrant a naval admiral's inquiry, would it? Pray tell, what brings you to me? As Khan approached the yellow ape, he spoke with an air of authority. Colin and Barrett, upon hearing their boss's casual mention of the term effortless, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down their foreheads. The boss's prowess was indeed terrifying. He had dispatched over 100 pirates with such ease that it was merely described as a trivial task. I have come to inquire whether you intend to cleanse the lawless territories of the Sabot archipelago. Upon Khan's arrival, Borsellino displayed no signs of fear in his demeanor or gaze. With a flicker of his eyes, he responded, Indeed, I plan to hunt some pirates in the coming days. However, is there something amiss with my intentions? Upon hearing this, Khan chuckled and replied, "Generally speaking, there is nothing amiss, however. The uncharted territories of the Shambodi archipelago possess certain regulations." Pagliusolino then interjected, stating, "Those are your naval regulations. What relevance do they hold for me as a bounty hunter? Do you mean to say that should I wish to hunt pirates, your navy would attempt to thwart my endeavors?" Khan, upon hearing the words, displayed no change in expression as he spoke. He had already discerned the intent behind Huang Yuan's visit. The latter sought to persuade him against purging the lawless territories. However, Khan had resolved to take action in the coming days, embarking on a hunt for the targets the system had placed bounties upon. With such substantial rewards at stake, how could he possibly heed the Navy's call to refrain from killing? By slaying them, you will attract the attention of formidable entities, Pagliusolino remarked. Observing the young man before him, who exuded an aura of calm indifference, a flicker of caution crossed his gaze as he continued, as a bounty hunter, I eliminate pirates to earn my rightful berries, thereby alleviating some burdens from the Navy. This arrangement is one of mutual benefit. Yet it seems I may offend those beyond my reckoning. If such actions are to draw scrutiny, what purpose does the Navy serve in establishing the profession of bounty hunters? Might it not be more prudent to abolish it altogether? Khan, upon hearing this, immediately grasped the significance of the existence to which the yellow ape referred. The smile upon his visage faded, and with a calm demeanor, he spoke, I offer this as a benevolent reminder, with no intention of threatening you. Upon perceiving Khan's brusque remarks and the shift in his demeanor, Borisolino's expression began to alter, and he replied with a grin, whether this is a reminder or a threat. You are well aware in your heart. I harbor no ambition to cleanse the lawless territory. However, there are certain targets I must inevitably eliminate. Along with their companions, approximately 10,000 pirates. 10,000 pirates, while a considerable number for Sabot archipelago, still fall short of the threshold for eradication. Should this prompt them to set their sights on me, please relay to them to prepare themselves for their imminent demise. Khan spoke with an air of unparalleled calmness. How terrifying, he remarked. Your words imply that if they set their sights on you, you would stand against our navy. Upon hearing Khan's mention of 10,000, Borisolino's face contorted into an exaggerated expression, seemingly taken aback. He believed he had afforded Khan ample respect, yet Khan offered no regard for their navy whatsoever, which stirred a flicker of indignation within Borisolino. Had it been Sakazuki in his place, Khan's words might have provoked an immediate and violent response. You may perceive it that way, Khan concluded. Upon hearing the words of Borisolino, Khan spoke up. He was acutely aware that once one offends the celestial dragons, the navy would regard him as an adversary. However, he could not allow the fear of incurring the wrath of the celestial dragons to impede his advance. Should the celestial dragons dare to set their sights upon him, he would upheave the red continent. Are you not afraid that I shall return you at this very moment? Kizaru inquired, casting a cold gaze upon Khan, who stood merely 5 meters away. Despite his typically composed demeanor, Khan's blatant disregard for the Navy's authority could not go unacknowledged. You may well attempt it, Khan replied defiantly. Khan discerned the hostility laced in Huang Yuan's words, his gaze becoming indifferent. The atmosphere aboard the ship began to grow heavy. Colin and Barrett, nearby, listened with trepidation, sensing that both the boss and Admiral Borisolino seemed on the verge of confrontation. In the chapter titled Tough Encounter, Major Edmund, positioned below, sensed the tension through his Kenbunchika haki and felt a pang of anxiety. Khan was indeed a formidable individual. He dared to show such disrespect to Admiral Borisolino, one of the Navy headquarters' top 3 combatants. Should a skirmish ensue between them, the Shambodi archipelago would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. Upon hearing Khan's retort, Borisolino resolved to impart a lesson. Have you ever been kicked by light? The moment the words escaped his lips, he materialized at Khan's left side, raising his right foot to strike at Khan's head, emitting a dazzling golden radiance. He understood that a single kick would not be fatal. If it were, there would be no need to confront Khan regarding this matter. However, before Borisolino could unleash his kick, his Kenbunchaku detected an astonishing scene, causing his eyes to narrow. In an instant, Khan struck his ankle with a palm, altering the trajectory of Borisolino's attack. With a swift sound, a laser sliced through the sky, crashing onto the distant sea. The surface erupted in a violent explosion, raising towering waves and producing a thunderous roar that shattered the night's tranquility, illuminating the darkness as if it were day. Huang Yuan transformed into a beam of light, soaring into the air. With his hands clasped, he summoned the Amatsukami sword forged from condensed photons, and his right hand blurred as he swung it toward the man before him. A spear collided with the light sword, creating a resounding clang that echoed through the serene night sky. Huang Yuan was propelled back 50 meters, while Khan remained steadfast, unmoved. You should be grateful that you are a Navy officer and not on my hunting list. Otherwise, given your earlier actions, you would be dead. Consider this a mere test of your mettle. Should there be a next time, the consequences will be yours to bear. Khan stood in the void, gazing with an expression of utter indifference at the descending figure of the yellow monkey. Though there were 10,000 pirates, and while they had not yet reached the point of total eradication, they would undoubtedly disrupt the order of the Sabot archipelago. Therefore, should you take a step back, we, the Navy, can help suppress the lives of 2,000 pirates. If the number exceeds this, do not blame us for being merciless, since you are aware of their existence. You must also comprehend that there are times when we, the Navy, are compelled by circumstances beyond our control. By sparing a few lives, not only will you receive your due remuneration, but your workload will also diminish, and you will avoid incurring the wrath of those formidable beings. This transaction is hardly a loss for you. Borsellino, upon witnessing the indifference in Khan's gaze and hearing the words laced with malice, felt a jolt of apprehension and spoke up. Khan was nothing short of a monster. The speed he had just demonstrated was certainly on par with his own. Moreover, during their direct confrontation, when his sword struck Khan's spear, it was as though it had sunk into the ocean. His strength could not even budge Khan in the slightest. He was clearly skeptical of Khan's ability to kill him, as he believed that no one in this world could match his prowess. However, if possible, Borsellino preferred not to engage in a bitter and irrevocable conflict with this monster. His current mission was solely to prevent Khan from conducting a thorough purge of the pirates in the Sabot archipelago. Very well, then. Have Sengoku prepare several 100 billion berries in advance, and in a few days, I shall return with the bodies to collect the bounty. Khan, wielding a war spear, floated in the air. Upon hearing the words, his eyes flickered, and he spoke. His objective in the Sabot archipelago was merely a little over 800 targets. He exaggerated to 10,000 because, upon eliminating a target, he would simultaneously eradicate their pirate companions, thus averting myriad subsequent troubles, such as potential vengeance from those left behind. Therefore, each time he hunted a target, the number of pirates slain would reach astonishing figures. This time, he merely set his sights on a count of 10,000, which he deemed relatively modest. Nevertheless, his primary motive was the accelerated learning time rewarded by those 800-plus targets, while the bounty from the pirates was merely a secondary gain. Coincidentally, he needed to prepare for the future, requiring a substantial amount of money, which is why he could not afford to sever ties completely with the Navy, as doing so would jeopardize his stable source of income. Upon hearing the figure of several 100 billion berries, Borsellino's eyelids twitched, yet he acquiesced. Although he could not entirely persuade Khan to cease his purging of the pirates in the Sabot archipelago, he did manage to convince him to impose a limit on the number of pirates he would slay, thus achieving a measure of his purpose for this journey. After all, the primary aim was to ensure that the line of human slavery remained undisturbed, preventing the wrath of the celestial dragons. Then I shall not see you off. Khan, upon hearing the yellow monkey's acquiescence, uttered a phrase before turning and gliding back to his quarters. With a resounding thud, the door shut behind him. Borsellino, witnessing the door to Khan's room close once more, refrained from further dialogue and transformed into a streak of light, traversing hundreds of meters back to his warship. Upon arrival, Borsellino promptly made his way to the main bedroom of the ship, seizing the telephone bug to contact Admiral Sengoku and relay the situation. The prospect of managing 2,000 pirates was indeed feasible, thus, the plan could proceed as intended. After considering the detailed account provided by Borsellino, Sengoku responded thoughtfully. The waters surrounding Sabot archipelago had not been fully surveyed for pirate presence, but it was estimated that over 30,000 pirates resided in that lawless expanse. Given the frequent incursions into the New World and the continual influx of new pirates, Sabot archipelago maintained a delicate equilibrium. Should Khan eliminate more than 10,000 pirates at once, it would constitute a third of the total, undoubtedly disturbing the established order of Sabot. The decision to send Borsellino to address merely 2,000 was judicious, as it would not disrupt the overall dynamics of the archipelago. Moreover, it was imperative to remain vigilant regarding Khan. In the 2 exchanges I had with him, his speed was comparable to my own. Though his full strength had yet to be revealed, it was undoubtedly formidable. Upon hearing that the mission was accomplished, Borsellino did not exhibit his usual delight but instead earnestly cautioned Admiral Sengoku. Initially, he perceived Khan as unremarkable, but through their recent encounter, he recognized the depths of Khan's capabilities. The latent danger concealed beneath Khan's seemingly innocuous facade instilled a sense of trepidation in Borsellino. Is this truly the case? Sengoku inquired, his expression growing grave. Indeed, he poses a greater threat than any adversary I have encountered, Borsellino replied with solemnity. In their brief clash, he had witnessed Khan's aerial prowess, unnerving speed, and unfathomable strength. Typically, a strong individual possesses both power and speed, but excels in one aspect. However, encountering someone who embodies both qualities is a rarity in Borsellino's extensive experience. I will devise a strategy to manage this situation. Your task is complete. You may take your leave, Sengoku concluded after a moment of contemplation. Then, I shall see you in a week, Borsellino acknowledged, sensing that Sengoku had absorbed his warnings, allowing him to momentarily set aside his apprehension and smile. Subsequently, Borsellino's warship sailed into the night towards the culinary city. Were it not for his amiable nature, a genuine confrontation with Khan might have ensued. Now, having fulfilled his mission, he resolved to indulge himself, typically without a period of leave. Admirals would remain close to the Sabot archipelago, venturing only occasionally for assignments. However, this rare week of respite permitted him to visit the culinary city. What a formidable boss! Even the admiral couldn't gain the upper hand, Barrett remarked, watching Borsellino's warship gradually recede, his eyes reflecting admiration. Indeed, yet such a boss harbors a profound disdain for pirates. We must remain true to our principles, Colin responded, a hint of trepidation in his voice. The boss warned us that should we stray from our principles, we might personally experience his methods. Indeed, Barrett replied, a shiver coursing through him as he recalled the boss's admonition, nodding earnestly. Observers from nearby merchant vessels were astonished, realizing that this young man had engaged in combat with an admiral without facing mortal peril, instead overshadowing the admiral's prowess. The emergence of a potential adversary even stronger than the admiral would undoubtedly send shockwaves across the seas if word spread. Many individuals hurried to bed, anticipating significant news to surface the following day, intending to rise early to witness the unfolding events. Major Edmund, upon witnessing the departure of Admiral Kizaru, felt a surge of relief for having narrowly escaped death. It was fortunate that their encounter had remained a mere test and had not escalated into a full-blown confrontation at the harbor. Otherwise, even the residual shockwaves from Khan and Kizaru's clash could have proven lethal. Soon after, Edmund returned to his division's base, feeling that the night would be sleepless, as the thought of terror descending upon the lawless pirates stirred a sense of excitement within him. For ages, had it not been for the established rules prohibiting action against pirates in the lawless area, Edmund would have long led his troops to apprehend them. Yet, due to these constraints, he had to relinquish his convictions. Now, with Khan, a being whom even Admiral Kizaru could only counsel to restrain his bloodlust, emerging, despite his extreme methods, this brought Edmund a sense of vindication and an opportunity to vent his frustrations. News of the Admiral's urgent visit to Sabot archipelago to confront this unknown powerhouse swiftly circulated throughout the area. In the command room of the Navy headquarters, Sengoku sat contemplatively at his desk, pondering how to engage with Khan, a figure marked by his domineering demeanor and extraordinary prowess. The fact that Kizaru had engaged in a brief skirmish and deemed Khan not inferior to himself was a commendation few could withstand. In this vast ocean, only 4 supreme overlords and a handful of powerful figures from the remnants of the Pirate King's crew could elicit such recognition from Kizaru. The remainder resided within the Navy headquarters. Khan represented an unpredictable variable. If mishandled, he could ignite a catastrophic upheaval with far-reaching consequences. Kizaru had conveyed the situation thoroughly, confirming Sengoku's initial suspicions that utilizing the Navy's might to suppress Khan was an impossibility. Khan exemplifies the archetype of one who yields to gentleness rather than force. Thus, to engage with him, one must adopt a demeanor of amicability and offer incentives to garner his favor. Fortunately, it is Borisolino who approaches him. Had it been Sikarsky, he might have succumbed to his ire upon encountering Khan's haughty remarks during their initial exchange, potentially resulting in a fierce confrontation. Yet, the question remains, what incentives could effectively entice Khan? Sengoku finds himself at a loss, pondering the matter to the point where he feels a few strands of his recently dyed black hair have turned white, a most vexing challenge indeed. Chapter 60, Bloodstained No Man's Land. The following morning, Khan concluded his meditation and exited his chamber. The events of the previous night had certainly influenced his subsequent actions, although it posed no significant hindrance. Borisolino was indeed correct. Reducing the number of pirates slain also diminishes the workload, transforming what was initially planned as a multi-day endeavor into a task that could be accomplished within a single day. He resolved to scour the entire No Man's Land today and bring matters to a close. Boss, your breakfast is ready, Colin remarked as he observed his employer emerge punctually at 8 o'clock. He had prepared a steaming, delectable morning meal. Although both he and Barrett were well aware of their boss's true name, Colin had never contemplated addressing him as such. Colin, someone will come to deliver a card to you today. Kindly sign for it, and when I return, you may hand it over to me. Upon hearing this, Khan, seated at the table on the deck, spoke up. Very well. Colin, having learned that someone would arrive today to deliver something, did not inquire further and simply nodded in agreement. He had intended to thoroughly examine his own abilities and contemplate how to wield them effectively. Moreover, he understood that today in the archipelago of Shambodi was destined to be tumultuous, hence he had no intention of departing from the merchant vessel. Boss, at what time do you plan to return today? If you come back by noon, it would allow Colin to prepare your lunch, Barrett inquired with a hint of curiosity. During the docking, he typically found himself with little to occupy his time, thus passing the hours in a rather monotonous manner. If all goes well, I should be back by evening. Upon hearing the words, Khan cast a glance at Barrett, who had begun his training early in the morning, and spoke. Subsequently, Khan swiftly finished the breakfast prepared by Colin and disembarked from the ship, making his way towards the Sabot archipelago. Having resolved to take action, he intended to employ a thunderous force to resolve matters. Otherwise, if word spread entirely, a portion of his targets might flee. As Khan stepped off the merchant vessel, his observation Haki sensed that many eyes were scrutinizing him. Clearly, these were individuals who had witnessed his confrontation with Admiral Kizaru the previous night. However, with a swift motion, Khan vanished from the spot. The onlookers, astonished by Khan's sudden disappearance, engaged in lively discussions. He has vanished. Indeed, he plans to act today. The pirates in the Sabot archipelago are in for a calamity. Let us head to the Sabot archipelago to witness this. Yet, they pondered how it was that such a formidable figure, who disregarded even the Navy's authority, had appeared in the Sabot archipelago. Did you not see the news from a few days ago? Are you suggesting he is that Khan? Though they could not be entirely certain, they believed it to be highly probable. As they conversed, they proceeded towards the Sabot archipelago. A powerful individual who could hold his own against Admiral Kizaru was set to purge the pirates from the Sabot archipelago. A foreboding omen for the pirates in the lawless areas. District 29 marked the outermost boundary of the lawless region. Following the arrival of a Navy Vice Admiral the previous night, the pirates scattered throughout the Sabot archipelago had largely congregated in the lawless district. Some pirates, having just satisfied their hunger, contemplated wandering about to gather intelligence and seek opportunities for profit. However, upon stepping out of their lodgings, they were taken aback by the sight of a young man with a refined countenance, wielding a wooden spear, advancing step by step into District 29. News of a young man armed with a wooden spear who had swiftly dispatched over 100 pirates outside the auction house the day before had already circulated widely throughout the Sabot archipelago. Faced with this young man's imposing demeanor, the pirates began to regret not having made a hasty exit from the Sabot archipelago. I warn you, do not come any closer. Otherwise, we are not to be trifled with. Some pirates, upon witnessing Khan's approach, heard the ominous sounds of clattering weapons, the glinting blades, massive hammers, and dark gun barrels all aimed at Khan, issuing warnings. Yet, the beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads betrayed their profound fear of this young man. Khan cast a calm glance over the information regarding the pirates, and upon discovering 2 mission targets, his form vanished instantaneously. In the blink of an eye, Khan's spear pierced the chest of both individuals, silencing their cries before they could escape from this world. With a mere flick of his wrist, a devastating shockwave erupted from his attack, sending one pirate after another hurtling through the air, lifeless, before their bodies could even touch the ground. A series of afterimages emerged within a 50-meter radius, and dozens of corpses simply vanished into thin air. Mere seconds later, Khan's form disappeared once more, akin to teleportation. Each reappearance covering a distance of over 100 meters, mercilessly reaping the lives of the pirates like a harbinger of death. Am I still alive? Have I not perished? Why was I spared? It took several moments for some pirates to regain their composure, their eyes fixated on the lingering afterimages, drenched in cold sweat. Then, they noticed that the pirate who had been boasting of his multi-million bounty over breakfast had completely vanished. This realization invoked memories of the infamous bounty hunter Khan, who was known for targeting those with bounties exceeding 10 million. For the first time, they felt a sense of relief that they had not been as audacious. Hence their relatively modest bounty. Had it exceeded 10 million, they might have already met their demise. In less than 20 minutes, Edmund had led a team to restore order in the lawless zone. If the pirates in this area were to scatter in fear, it could spell disaster. However, as he and several hundred naval soldiers approached the outskirts of Area 29, they were met with a horrifying sight. Crimson blood blossomed across the land like a crimson lotus, forming several paths leading deeper into the lawless territory. This ghastly scene drained the color from the faces of the naval soldiers behind Edmund. Though they had witnessed bloodshed and death before, the Navy typically employed capture tactics against pirates, and they had never encountered a scene that resembled hell itself. The blood on the ground represented countless lost lives. Even Edmund felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Fortunately, when he had first received Khan, his demeanor had been cordial, devoid of any condescension. Otherwise, inciting Khan's wrath might have led to the slaughter of his entire division. The pirates surrounding them felt no fear upon seeing Major Edmund's arrival. Under normal circumstances, they might have sought refuge deep within the lawless zone to avoid him. Yet now, with the legendary bounty hunter Khan carving his way deeper into the chaos, they dared not enter. They would rather be captured by the Navy than confront the Grim Reaper lurking within the lawless depths. Within the lawless zone, there were over 30,000 pirates. Yet they witnessed a solitary man wielding a wooden spear. Even a pirate crew of over 100 members found themselves powerless against this man, who effortlessly dispatched a pirate with a 25 million bounty as though it were child's play. Fear gripped them all. He was nothing short of a god of death. In the span of mere hours, the afternoon arrived. Khan made his way from Area 29 to Area 1, and naturally, blood flowed from Area 29 to Area 1. 821, 822, 824. With each system-designated target that Khan eliminates, he silently counts a number within his heart. Khan paused as he surveyed the auction before him, having successfully completed a total of 824 bounty tasks on his relentless journey. His accelerated learning time, coupled with the existing 156 hours, had astonishingly reached 2,238 hours. On this island, he had encountered no fewer than 855 bounty targets, with 31 remaining. Khan sheathed the bloody wooden spear and glanced at the sky. Noting that it was approximately 5 in the afternoon, with the sun beginning its descent, the dusky sunlight bathed the island in a gentle glow, casting a delicate layer of golden light upon all that resided there. Khan glanced at the time and realized it was nearly time to conclude his endeavors. He sheathed the wooden spear, now stained a dark crimson with blood. As he turned around, he noticed that the pirates surrounding him were hundreds of meters away. Yet they all regarded him with expressions of palpable fear. Khan paid little heed to those gazes, had it not been for the persuasion of Admiral Kizaru. The entire lawless zone would have been drenched in blood. Subsequently, Khan made his way back along the route he had come. Upon reaching the outskirts of District 29, he addressed Major Edmund, "Please prepare a vessel. In a few days, I shall be heading to the naval headquarters." Khan observed Edmund leading his soldiers and guarding the border and spoke. No trouble. Edmund, emerging unscathed and devoid of any blood, stammered upon hearing these words. He understood that Khan's appearance indicated that he had undoubtedly fulfilled his predetermined quota of kills. Moreover, this was a formidable being who even dared to disregard the formidable Admiral Kizaru. At this moment, Edmund felt predominantly overwhelmed by fear in Khan's presence. Do not be so tense. Had I intended to take your life, you would have perished the very first time we met. Khan observed the fearful gaze that Edmund cast upon him and chuckled softly. The system had issued bounties for pirate targets in the first half of the Grand Line. And aside from the Shichibukai, whom he could not easily confront, there were merely a handful of lesser-valued targets remaining. The rest were confined within the Navy headquarters. Yet Khan had no intention of striking there just yet. Moreover, should he decide to act, it would be solely against those marked by the system. Not against a Navy officer like Edmund, who was not recorded in the System S bounties. The number of pirates you have slain should not exceed the limit, correct? Edmund, upon hearing Khan's words, pondered and found some merit in them. After several deep breaths, he managed to calm his racing heart and cautiously inquired. Though this question might place him in peril, he felt compelled to seek clarity. No, the total number of pirates I have dispatched amounts to approximately 1,800. And among them, many minor pirates remain alive and well. Upon hearing this, Khan shook his head and spoke. Should you wish to visit the naval headquarters, feel free to seek me out. I shall always have a vessel prepared for you. Edmund, upon hearing the number Khan had mentioned, let out a sigh of relief and replied respectfully. In the presence of such a formidable figure as Khan, even though Khan was not part of the Navy, Edmund felt both fear and reverence towards him. Chapter 61. A return to the naval headquarters. Khan observed Edmund's respectful demeanor, his gaze flickering momentarily. Yet he chose to remain silent and departed. His attitude towards Major Edmund was relatively amicable, primarily attributed to the fact that Edmund had not entered the system's bounty. The absence of a bounty indicated that, despite the limitations imposed upon him in the Shambodi archipelago, Edmund's character was undoubtedly upright and diligent. It was likely that the news regarding the impending purge of the Shambodi archipelago had reached him due to the reports stemming from yesterday's auction, which were presumably relayed to the naval headquarters in Shanghai. Nevertheless, Khan had no intention of holding this matter against Edmund. After all, he had acquired what he sought. Once Khan left, Edmund exhaled deeply, fully relaxing. He was aware that the news would inevitably incite many pirates to contemplate fleeing the archipelago and would attract the attention of some peculiar individuals to the island. However, he had exerted his utmost effort. What unfolded thereafter was beyond his concern. When Khan returned to the merchant ship, it was already 6 in the evening. The proprietor, the one who entrusted me with this card, mentioned that in a week, something you desire will be delivered to the auction. You are welcome to attend, Colin informed Khan, first presenting him with dinner and then placing an ornate card upon the table before him. The atmosphere on the island was fraught with tension, as reports of murders seemed to echo every few minutes. The entire archipelago buzzed with tales of a harbinger of death that had descended upon them, instilling fear among the pirates. The sheer intimidation of this presence left Colin in awe. In the coming days, there may be some unscrupulous individuals arriving. I will entrust their handling to you and bear it. Do not let me down. Any bounty accrued from them will be yours to keep. A week later, upon hearing that a devil fruit would be delivered for auction, Khan spoke up. Indeed. Colin nodded in agreement upon hearing his employer's words. He understood precisely whom the boss referred to as the unscrupulous individuals, as the recent actions of Admiral Borsellino had significantly reduced the number of pirates killed. Consequently, some remnants of pirate factions remained unaddressed. Most likely, they dared not seek revenge. Yet, inevitably, there would be a few reckless pirates, fueled by rage, who would come forward. The boss's instruction was clear. They were to take action. Khan commenced his meal, acutely aware that Colin was undoubtedly preparing himself psychologically. After all, there were still a few days until his visit to the Navy headquarters, and during this time, he could simply observe the two from the ship. The following day, the tally of pirates slain by the notorious hunter Khan at the Sabot archipelago was revealed to be 1,834. This alarming number compelled some pirates in the archipelago to flee to the New World, while others embarked on their journey back to some of the smaller islands they had previously inhabited. Remaining on the same island as this harbinger of death rendered their fate uncertain. Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, known by the epithet Tion Yacha, also received the news, marveling at Khan's formidable prowess. However, he felt no overwhelming fear towards Khan, as Khan had previously participated in the human auction to acquire a devil fruit and had informed the auctioneer to notify him should any goods become available. Notably, Khan's recent actions had not disrupted the human auction. Doflamingo was accustomed to dealing with individuals who were both adversaries and customers, as long as the mutual interest remained intact. Khan would not act against him, thus he felt secure. Nevertheless, Doflamingo preferred to maintain a distance from Khan for the time being, as Khan's identity was still that of a pirate hunter. Their relationship was merely transactional. Should he wish to engage Khan in any further collaboration, he would first need to comprehend Khan's style and preferences, as catering to one's taste is often the initial step towards partnership. The 4 emperors in the New World also received word of Khan's audacity in slaying so many pirates at the Sabot archipelago, demonstrating a remarkable boldness. However, As Khan had yet to step into the New World, their concern was merely piqued without further contemplation. The first half of the Grand Line was markedly different from the New World. The most notorious pirates typically resided in the New World, and Khan, as a pirate hunter, was currently exercising his influence in the earlier part of the Grand Line. Should Khan dare to enter the New World and encroach upon their territory, they would ensure that he would come back with his life in peril. Admiral Sengoku of the Navy headquarters was preparing funds, having recently appropriated over 10 billion, and now requiring an additional 200 billion, all of which pertained to the pirates of the Sabot archipelago. This drew inquiries from the world government, however. With less than 2,000 pirates involved, Sengoku was able to persuade them with some effort. 2 days swiftly passed, and Khan duly arrived at the Navy headquarters. This time, the number of onlookers far exceeded his previous visit, swelling to more than tenfold. Numerous Navy vice admirals and countless soldiers gathered to witness his arrival. This young man, with a seemingly unthreatening demeanor, was now dubbed the God of Death by the pirates of the seas. On this day, Tina happened to be at the Navy headquarters and learned of the arrival of the famed pirate hunter known as Khan. Intrigued, she wished to see what manner of person he was. How could it be you? Upon seeing the man approaching alongside Rear Admiral Edmund, her face registered astonishment as she incredulously exclaimed. This man was none other than the young man she had encountered over half a year ago on Sabot Island. At that time, she had been puzzled as to why Khan's merchant ship had no Navy escorts or bodyguards and had safely reached the island. Her exclamation drew the attention of many surrounding Navy soldiers, who noted that Colonel Tina seemed to recognize Khan. Colonel Tina, it has been a long time. Khan slightly tilted his head, catching sight of a tall and alluring woman with flowing pink hair draped in a navy cloak, her face obscured by dark sunglasses. He spoke up, recalling vividly the indomitable spirit of Tina, the naval beauty brimming with a sense of justice. The surrounding naval admirals, upon realizing that Khan was acquainted with Tina, cast curious glances in her direction. Are you truly the Khan? Tina inquired, sensing the multitude of eyes upon her as she scrutinized Khan's frail physique. I'm not entirely certain which one you mean, but I can confirm that my name is indeed Khan. I am here today to attend to some matters, so perhaps we can converse further at another time. Upon hearing this, Khan smiled at Tina and then continued on his way. Edmund promptly resumed leading the path. After Khan's departure, several naval officers turned their gaze toward Tina. When did you come to know him? Asked a curious female soldier. He mentioned it had been a long time since you last met. When did you encounter him? A venerable elder approached Tina and inquired, Colonel Tina, if it is convenient, could you enlighten me about your relationship with him? The surrounding naval personnel stood in solemn respect upon witnessing the elder's presence. I met him nearly 6 months ago on Shell Island, where I happened to be on a mission. At that time, he arrived on a merchant vessel devoid of any bodyguards or naval escorts. In the line of duty, I spoke with him briefly and inspected his ship, finding nothing amiss. Only later did I wish to inquire about his name, but I missed the opportune moment. I never imagined he would turn out to be the Khan, Tina recounted, feeling a mix of astonishment and apprehension at the commotion her acquaintance with Khan had stirred among the high-ranking officials. Upon hearing Tina's report, Crane felt a twinge of disappointment. 6 months prior, Khan was still in the shadows, making Tina's interaction with him rather fortuitous. Now, having arrived at the Shambodi archipelago, Khan no longer concealed his presence. Instead, he exhibited his prowess, garnering praise from Kizaru as being formidable, almost rivaling his own strength. Sengoku was contemplating how to approach Khan, a matter he had shared with her. However, despite days of deliberation between her and Sengoku, they found no viable strategies to engage with Khan, primarily due to the scan intelligence available, leaving them at a loss for a course of action. Khan possesses the prowess that, if he so desires, will inevitably attract wealth, beauty, power, and prestige in abundance. Ah, thank you for your report. However, within his mind, a multitude of thoughts swirled, yet he maintained a facade of composure as he smiled at Tina. You all have heard. Cease your gawking at her. She is but a young lady, and what if your rugged presence frightens her? He then turned with a serious demeanor to caution the naval officers surrounding him who intended to question Tina. With his admonition, the admirals redirected their gazes. Had it not been for Chief of Staff His intervention, they would indeed have sought to inquire in depth about Tina's relationship with Khan. However, it now appeared to be merely a casual acquaintance, thus yielding no substantial leads. Meanwhile, Khan remained oblivious to the commotion at the port and accompanied Lieutenant Edmund once more to the inspection hall. Yet this time, 50 naval soldiers were already on standby within. Bring forth the corpse, commanded Richard, the head of the inspection hall, upon Khan's arrival. Keeping such a figure of death within the naval headquarters could easily intimidate some of the younger soldiers stationed there. Khan had previously dealt with Richard, and upon hearing Richard's words, he wasted no time and began to discard the bodies, one after another. The corpses encased in body bags swiftly covered the floor of the examination hall, the nauseating scent of blood once again permeating the air. Fortunately, the 50 naval soldiers had already witnessed such a scene before. Otherwise, a younger sailor, upon catching a whiff of this gruesome aroma, might have retched on the spot. Chapter 62. God of Death. When Khan ceased his grim task, the 50 professionals began to unzip the body bags, verifying the identities of the pirates. Prior to Khan's arrival, they had already reviewed the bounty lists for pirates with rewards ranging from 10 million to 100 million, thus ensuring their efficiency. They understood that the sooner they completed their work, the sooner this Reaper of Souls would depart from the naval headquarters. Now, not only did pirates tremble at Khan's notorious reputation across the seas, but many soldiers within the naval headquarters also harbored fear of him. Admiral Borsellino, merely attempting to persuade Khan against a thorough cleansing of the Sabot archipelago, was granted a week's leave, a testament to the upper echelon's apprehension regarding Khan. Moreover, during their negotiations, Khan had engaged in a brief confrontation with Admiral Borsellino, demonstrating that he was by no means inferior. Nonetheless, an agreement was reached after the discussions. Khan refrained from a widespread purge of the pirates in the Sabot archipelago, yet within half a day, he claimed the lives of 1,800 pirates. Reports indicated that none of the pirates stood a chance against Khan, portraying him as a veritable monster. An hour later, the identities of 1,834 pirates were confirmed, their bounties totaling an astounding 213,857 million. Even though Sengoku had been prepared for the figures reported by Richard, the sum of 213 billion berries caused his composure to twitch. In total, 106 bags of money were presented before Khan. With this latest bounty, Khan's accumulated rewards for capturing pirates had reached a staggering 330 billion. The funds lay before him, each bag containing 200 million berries. In the reception room, Sengoku regarded Khan and spoke, "Truly, this is the naval headquarters." Upon hearing this, Khan's face broke into a smile as he effortlessly stowed everything into his system backpack. This could be deemed a bountiful harvest. With such a sum of money, he could procure numerous devil fruits. "Since you have already acquired the funds, it would be prudent to take your leave," Sengoku remarked, noticing the smile on Khan's face. "There is no rush. I have a matter I wish to inquire of you, Admiral Sengoku." Khan paid no heed to the expulsion of the warring states and spoke up. "What is it?" Upon hearing Khan's words, the warring states furrowed his brow and replied, "I wonder, what is the true bounty value of the man depicted on this wanted poster?" Upon hearing this, Khan produced a bounty notice from his hand and placed it upon the table, inquiring. Upon gazing at the familiar faces on the list, Zhangguo's eyes narrowed. The individuals on this bounty notice included none other than Silver's Rayleigh, the former vice-captain of the Roger Pirates, known as the Dark King, with whom he had a long-standing rivalry. Surely, this old man's bounty could not merely amount to 1,000 berries, could it? Khan observed the change in Sengoku's expression and inquired. The bounty on Silbaz Riley was merely 1,000 berries. However, this was quite reasonable. If Silbaz Riley were not to provoke any significant actions, the Navy would likely avoid antagonizing him. For once provoked, a battle could ensue that might sink entire islands and possibly attract other remnants of pirate kings. What purpose do you have in questioning his true bounty? Sengoku, upon hearing Khan's words, cast a glance at him and asked. This old man's strength was formidable, yet his bounty was merely 1,000 berries, which seemed utterly implausible. Upon hearing this, Khan spoke. His actual bounty was 3,880,000,000 berries. Sengoku, upon listening to Khan's words, realized that Khan might have encountered Rayleigh and replied, "A bounty exceeding 1.5 billion already marks one as a notorious pirate across the seas. Such individuals are exceedingly rare, while those surpassing 3 billion are even more scarce. It is fewer than I anticipated, yet still considerable. Now, bring forth the payment, and I shall hand over his corpse to you." Khan, upon hearing the price, expressed a hint of dissatisfaction, yet he still tossed forth a body bag. The bag thudded to the ground with a resounding thump. Sengoku, upon hearing Khan's words, gazed at the bag on the ground, suddenly realizing something, his face contorting into an expression of disbelief. Slowly, Sengoku approached and unzipped the body bag, revealing a visage that, though aged, still bore a semblance of familiarity. His expression shifted from incredulity to a complex mix of emotions. To his astonishment, the long-lost rival he had not seen for years had now been reduced to a lifeless corpse. Through this grim revelation, Sengoku comprehended the terrifying strength of Khan. Silbaz Rayleigh, now over 70 years old like himself, had undoubtedly experienced a decline in stamina, rendering him incapable of enduring prolonged combat. However, there was no doubt that Rayleigh's short bursts of power could rival that of any of the 4 emperors or the admirals of the Navy headquarters. Yet, even so, Silbaz Rayleigh had met his silent demise at Khan's hands. Had Khan not presented this corpse today, Sengoku might have remained oblivious to Rayleigh's death. "If you intend to claim a reward for this body, we will have to make it public. You should consider this carefully," Sengoku remarked, fixing his gaze on Khan. "Since I have brought it forth, I have naturally given it considerable thought," Khan replied. Upon hearing this, Khan revealed a faint smile and spoke. "Have 38,800,000,000 berries brought over." Sengoku, upon hearing Khan's words, did not indulge in unnecessary chatter and replied loudly. The news of Rayleigh's demise may draw out some remnants of the Pirate King's crew, and it is certain that Khan will encounter Shanks the Red-Haired. However, Khan's strength is unfathomable. Utilizing his prowess to assist our Navy in eliminating a persistent nuisance is indeed a fortuitous turn of events. Yes. The soldier awaiting outside the reception room responded affirmatively and hastily departed. "You have amassed such a fortune. Do you not intend to take a respite and indulge in some enjoyment?" Sengoku inquired, gazing at Khan within the reception room. "Indeed, I have earned quite enough, and I do plan to take a break for a while." Khan sat leisurely in his chair, savoring the drink prepared for him by the naval headquarters. He spoke with a contemplative air, contemplating his participation in the upcoming auction. Should no rumors of devil fruits for sale arise in the days following, he planned to seek a secluded spot to engage in 6 months of rigorous training before venturing into the new world to confront Doflamingo. Thus, taking a respite seemed entirely reasonable. Sengoku, upon hearing Khan's intention to remain inactive for a time, breathed a sigh of relief. Although Khan's presence in Sabot archipelago had been a source of considerable trouble, his willingness to pause suggested he would refrain from any aggressive actions for the moment. At that juncture, a knock echoed through the room. Admiral Sengoku, the funds have been prepared, a voice called from outside. Enter, Sengoku responded. And a contingent of Navy officers proceeded to bring in 19 bags of currency, adding to the already substantial collection. Khan has received a bounty that totals over 25 billion. An astronomical figure indeed. It has been a pleasure collaborating. Khan, in a bold display before Sengoku, directly seized the pouch of bounty, a smile gracing his lips. With this recent reward, combined with his prior savings, he now possessed an astonishing sum of 370 billion berries. It could be said that he was fully prepared to acquire the devil fruits he desired in the future. Sengoku, however, refrained from uttering further words, hoping that Khan would once again take to hunting pirates for bounties. While the Navy had no issue financing Khan's endeavors, the repercussions of him slaying pirates in the Sabot archipelago would be far too significant. Yet, Khan remained unfazed by Sengoku's demeanor as he exited the reception room. Along his path, he drew countless onlookers, whom he chose to ignore, as he followed Rear Admiral Edmund aboard the warship, returning to the Sabot archipelago. Soon after, a shocking revelation echoed through the Navy headquarters. Khan had brought with him the corpse of the notorious pirate, Silvers Rayleigh, who bore a staggering bounty of 3,880 million berries. This news sent ripples of astonishment throughout the entire Navy. The revelation of Silvers Rayleigh's presence among the pirate corpses brought by Khan is far more terrifying than Khan's acquisition of 200 billion berries. This suggests that Khan's strength surpasses that of the Dark King, Silvers Rayleigh. If their powers were evenly matched, it would merely result in a stalemate, with both parties retreating unscathed. However, the death of one party indicates a clear superiority in strength. Even Sakazuki was taken aback by this news. In his youth, he had encountered Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp, witnessing the brilliance of Silvers Rayleigh firsthand. Although Sakazuki was no match for Rayleigh at that time, he was acutely aware of the latter's formidable prowess. After the demise of GOLD, Roger, there had been no word of Silvers Rayleigh for many years, making today's news all the more shocking. Sakazuki exited his office, heading directly to Sengoku. Upon swiftly arriving at the command room, he was struck by the sight of the lifeless body on the ground. The corpse of Silvers Rayleigh, a legendary figure who had roamed the seas for years, lay before him. Truly, this was a veritable harbinger of death. They were fortunate that the Navy had not made an enemy of him. Admiral Tsuru was also present in the command room and, gazing at the body, remarked with a sense of nostalgia. Although the Navy currently had no enmity with him, it did not preclude future hostilities. Sengoku, with a grave expression, responded to this sentiment. Were it not for the world government, Sengoku would have sought every possible means to forge an alliance with Khan. However, with the celestial dragons in existence, the day of becoming adversaries was inevitable. Should the celestial dragons provoke Khan, given his temperament, he would likely eliminate them without a second thought. Even the troubles instigated by Silvers Rayleigh would not intimidate Khan. He would likely retaliate with equal ferocity. How then do we approach Khan? Tsuru, in response to Sengoku's concerns, did not contest his perspective but instead inquired further. This truly requires careful contemplation. Originally, when Kazara claimed his strength was on par with Khan's, it caused me considerable distress. The arrival of this corpse today complicates matters even further, Sengoku lamented. If he could devise a way to fully align Khan with their interests, he would have already felt at ease. However, the uncertainty of how to engage him and the inability to exert control necessitate finding a solution. Otherwise, the Navy would inevitably confront Khan due to the celestial dragons. As the discussions unfolded among the high-ranking officials of the Navy, unbeknownst to them, Khan was aboard Admiral Edmund's ship, returning to the Sabot archipelago. This is 1 million berries, a payment for this journey. Furthermore, Admiral Edmund, you are regarded as a decent individual within the Navy, hence I offer you this counsel. Khan had just arrived and, once again, produced a pouch of coins as he stepped onto the deck of the warship. What a reminder it was. Upon hearing Khan commend him as a good man, Edmund felt a shiver run through him and cautiously inquired, reflect deeply upon your youth. What aspirations compelled you to join the Navy? Now, consider whether your current actions align with your initial intentions, as long as you remain true to your inner convictions. Even if I find myself at odds with the Navy in the future, I shall contemplate sparing your life. As Khan passed by Edmund, he spoke in a hushed tone. Although Edmund had escorted him to the naval headquarters twice, a task that any naval officer could have accomplished, it still constituted a small favor on his part. Thus, Khan offered this caution, hoping that Edmund would not allow a shift in perspective to place him on the bounty list of the system. As long as he remained outside the reach of the system's rewards, Khan would still consider sparing him. Upon hearing Khan's insinuation of hostility towards the naval headquarters, Edmund felt a heaviness in his heart. Reflect carefully on this, Major General Edmund. Khan observed Edmund's demeanor and uttered a remark before bypassing him and descending from the warship. Edmund gazed at Khan's departing figure, reflecting on the words he had just spoken, and fell into deep contemplation. As Khan made his way back near the merchant vessel, he encountered several corpses impaled by sharp wooden stakes and others crushed to fragments by massive boulders scattered around the port. It was evident that during his absence of a few hours, pirates had come to exact their revenge. Colin, prepare a lunch for me. Khan leapt gracefully onto the deck of the merchant ship, observing Colin, who was lost in thought, gazing at his own hands, and Barrett, who was soothing Colin's emotions. Very well, please allow me half an hour, Colin replied, snapping back to reality, standing respectfully. Without delay, he hurried towards the kitchen. Colin, had you not possessed such formidable strength, the numerous corpses below would have turned into yours and those of the other souls aboard this vessel. By vanquishing them, you have effectively saved the lives of others on the ship. So, stand tall and do not bear guilt for slaying pirates. In the future, you shall encounter many more pirates who harbor murderous intent towards you. Proceed with confidence. Khan observed Colin's demeanor and spoke slowly. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Colin paused in his tracks, contemplated for a moment, and then proclaimed aloud. Subsequently, Colin, whose back had been slightly stooped due to inner turmoil, straightened up and proceeded into the kitchen. Truly, you are the boss. Your words possess undeniable influence. Barrett remarked to Khan, admiration evident in his voice as he regarded Colin. What is it like to possess such strength? Khan paid no heed to Barrett's compliments. Gazing into Barrett's eyes, he spoke. Had we encountered that band of pirates in the past, we might have met our demise. However, now that we possess strength, it feels gratifying to protect what I cherish in such perilous circumstances. Upon hearing these words, Barrett clenched his fist and replied, remember your current sentiments. Upon hearing this, Khan's eyes flickered, and he spoke. Well, I shall continue my training. Barrett, pleased by Khan's affirmation, nodded with a hint of joy. After this exchange, Barrett resumed his rigorous training. During the few hours of the boss's absence, over 50 pirates approached. Despite their number, they posed no threat to Barrett, who had begun to master his burgeoning power in just a few days. Even the smallest stone, when wielded by him, transformed into a formidable boulder. Thus, the presence of the 50 pirates was met with indifference, as he harbored no fear of danger. However, in the midst of battle, Barrett deliberately exposed himself to peril. Anticipating that Colin would intervene to rescue him, Barrett understood that Colin, unlike himself, had not adequately prepared for combat despite his newfound strength. Therefore, it was imperative for Barrett to entice Colin into action. For while the current environment of Sabot archipelago was relatively safe, with the boss nearby, the situation would become precarious should they venture into the more treacherous waters as the boss had mentioned. In such a case, it was certain that the boss would again embark on solitary missions. If, during the boss's absence, his enemies sought retribution and Colin remained unprepared, not only would Colin be in jeopardy, but Barrett and the crew would also face grave danger. Khan observed as Barrett ascended to level 24, lost in contemplation. In merely a few days, Barrett's level had surged from 23 to 24, a clear indication of his relentless efforts to hone his strength since acquiring the devil fruit. Should Barrett remain true to his essence, he would inevitably evolve into a trustworthy subordinate. Subsequently, Colin presented Khan with a sumptuous lunch, inspired by his employer's encouragement. Coupled with Barrett's motivation prior to Khan's return, Colin's resolve finally solidified. Khan leisurely began his meal, subsequently retreating to his room for meditation and cultivation as he awaited the upcoming auction in a few days. The following day, a piece of news emerged that was even more shocking than Khan's previous bounty. Among the pirates he had hunted down was a figure of great renown who had once stirred the seas, a name that sent ripples through the entire Grand Line in the New World, Silver's Rayleigh, the Dark King. On Cake Island in the New World, a colossal figure reminiscent of a small mountain grinned upon reading Rayleigh's name in the headlines. Big Mom was well aware of the relationship between Shanks and Silver's Rayleigh. However, she could not yet discern Shanks' intentions, as he was often preoccupied with maintaining balance across the seas, thwarting numerous potential conflicts that could lead to turmoil. With Rayleigh, a former member of Shanks' crew and a protector of Shanks himself, now deceased, Big Mom was eager to see whether Shanks could still act as the rational mediator he once was to prevent conflict from erupting. Deep within the New World, aboard a pirate ship resembling a massive white whale, Whitebeard's expression grew solemn as he absorbed the news. Having interacted with Rayleigh on numerous occasions, he understood the formidable nature of the man. In terms of reputation, Rayleigh's name held significant weight. The mere mention of the Dark King could instill fear in countless souls. Father, is this Silver's Rayleigh truly as powerful as the bounty of 3,800,000,000 suggests? Questioned Ace, a man with black hair, bronze skin, and freckles. Upon observing his father's rare serious demeanor, Whitebeard glanced at Ace, folded the newspaper without responding. The Roger Pirates had disbanded for many years, and even he was unaware of Rayleigh's whereabouts, making the news of Rayleigh's demise all the more shocking. Shanks had always aimed to maintain equilibrium in the seas, and this time he might go to extremes. However, before seeking vengeance against Khan, Shanks would undoubtedly prioritize retrieving Rayleigh's body from the Navy headquarters for a proper burial. Then let us set sail, agreed a man with gray hair, a long face, and sharp features upon hearing Shank's intent. They were all aware of Shank's bond with the Dark King Silver's Rayleigh and had no objections to this decision. As for whether their captain would seek out Khan, that would be determined later. Within a mere day, Khan's name had spread throughout the seas, capturing the attention of not only the four emperors but also pirates across the New World. Previously, many had regarded Khan, the bounty hunter, with indifference, as he primarily targeted pirates with bounties below 100 million. However, the inclusion of Silver's Rayleigh's name added an aura of formidable strength to Khan's reputation. On a tranquil island in the first half of the Grand Line, a young woman with short black hair, adorned in a spider-patterned top, trembled upon reading the news, tears streaming down her face. Shaki had known of Rayleigh's demise days earlier, anticipating that news of his bounty would soon follow. However, the official announcement of Rayleigh's death struck her with profound sorrow. To Shaki, Khan embodied a demonic presence. Beneath his seemingly innocuous exterior lay unfathomable terror. Even now, she was haunted by nightmares of nearly succumbing to eternal slumber. Yet, despite her grief and fear, Shaki understood the necessity of gathering her resolve. She had to thwart Shanks. Otherwise, he might follow in Rayleigh's tragic footsteps. To confront Khan, Shanks could not act alone. He would need to rally more formidable allies. Chapter 64. Endurance on Karigana Island. In the first half of the Grand Line, a man with short black hair and keen yellow eyes, resembling an eagle, observed the news with a flicker in his gaze. This man was Dracul Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. He knew that Shanks would undoubtedly come seeking him. It was imperative that he find a way to converse with Shanks, for being a warlord, he possessed information that Shanks lacked. He was aware that Khan had become a figure revered as a god of death by countless pirates and Navy members alike. Recent events revealed that the Navy had dispatched Admiral Kazara merely to dissuade Khan from a bloodbath in Sabot archipelago, showcasing the Navy's apprehension towards the bounty hunter. If Shanks engaged Khan in battle and the conflict dragged on, even if he emerged victorious, he would be left exhausted, potentially leaving the red-haired pirates vulnerable to encirclement by the Navy. At that moment, considering his comrades would complicate Shanks' escape. With this in mind, Mihawk rose, donned a black coat and a black hat trimmed with white fur, and departed Karigana Island, as Khan's name swept across the seas like a tempest. Khan was aboard a merchant vessel, savoring the exquisite dessert crafted by Colin's recent research. It melted in the mouth, with a perfect balance of sweetness and acidity, truly delightful. Khan delicately brought a piece of exquisite cake to his lips, smiling as he expressed his gratitude for the praise. "Thank you for the compliment, boss." Colin replied with a grin upon hearing the rare commendation from his superior. Both he and Barrett were undoubtedly aware of the significant news that had circulated that day. However, for them, the boss represented the most formidable individual they had ever encountered. Thus, irrespective of the powerful adversaries the boss had vanquished, their astonishment remained minimal. Their sole focus was to fulfill their duties and to strive for personal strength in their spare time. By the way, Colin continued, once this auction concludes, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I plan to visit Nicolo Island in a few days. You should procure the items you desire in advance, so the journey will be less tedious. As Khan indulged in delectable snacks, he spoke, indeed. Upon hearing this, Colin and Barrett immediately understood that their boss intended to engage in further cultivation, responding earnestly. Despite the fact that Colin and Barrett had surpassed ordinary individuals in strength due to consuming the devil fruit, they still did not regard themselves as true powerhouses. Primarily because of the presence of their boss. Everything must be viewed in comparison. While they were indeed formidable compared to regular pirates, they still felt like mere weaklings in contrast to their boss. Moreover, their boss had reached a level of strength that was almost incomprehensible to them. Yet he still sought to cultivate further. How could they, who were hardly considered strong, cease their advancement? What is the change referred to? Barrett inquired, having noticed a particular issue. It's nothing, merely an adversary who may come seeking me. Khan replied indifferently. For him, if Shanks were to seek him out in the near future, he would not hesitate to eliminate him. Conversely, if Shanks chose not to approach, Khan would eventually enter the New World, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to systematically dispatch the 4 emperors. The distinction between these scenarios was merely a matter of time. Colin, wait a moment. Let us descend the island together to procure some supplies, Barrett remarked, acknowledging the inevitability of their journey to Nicolo Island. Colin nodded in response. Having claimed the bounty for the pirates they had vanquished the previous day from the Navy base at Sabot archipelago, Barrett's purse was now quite substantial. Nevertheless, regardless of their fortune, neither of them had ever entertained the notion of abandoning the ship, for amidst the perilous seas, remaining close to their captain was the safest course. It was only by staying at their captain's side that they could truly preserve their integrity. Departing could lead them down a treacherous path fueled by the desires that power often incites, until the day they fell under their captain's scrutiny. In crowded places, refrain from acting rashly, let the Navy handle it. Khan harbored no concerns regarding Colin and Barrett's descent from the island, yet he did offer a word of caution. Colin and Barrett nodded in response. Subsequently, the two ventured down together to procure supplies. It was more accurate to say that Barrett was merely tasked with carrying items, while Colin took the lead in selection. The quality of life on Nicro Island hinged entirely on the culinary offerings, as long as there were delectable dishes. Even prolonged stays would not feel monotonous. 2 days later, news spread like wildfire that the infamous red-haired Shanks had reached the first half of the Grand Line. Countless pirates eagerly anticipated Shanks' potential to eliminate Khan. With Khan still alive, those pirates residing in Sabot archipelago lived in constant dread of losing their heads, reluctant to venture beyond the confines of their territory. However, Shanks did not proceed directly to Sabot archipelago, Khan's known location, but instead made his way to the Marine headquarters at Marineford. At Marineford's Grand Plaza, numerous Marines stood on high alert, cautiously observing the few formidable members of the red-haired pirates. "Where is the individual I seek?" Shanks inquired darkly. "Bring him forth," he commanded. Sengoku, aware of Shanks' purpose, exhibited little trepidation and issued instructions accordingly. The Marine headquarters intended to announce the death of the pirate king Silver's Rayleigh to the world, a move designed to bolster the Marines' prestige. This announcement had already been executed 2 days prior, thus allowing Shanks to take Rayleigh's body posed no significant issue. Soon after, 2 Marine soldiers worked together to carry forth a frail figure, placing him midway between Sengoku and Shanks. Upon seeing the aged yet somewhat familiar visage, Shanks' expression darkened further, his clenched fist revealing bulging veins. Ben Beckman, observing Shanks' suppressed fury, felt a tinge of concern. "I'm fine. I appreciate the Marine's goodwill in this matter. Let us depart with him," Shanks replied, taking a few deep breaths to quell the simmering rage and hatred within. A corpulent man hurried over to carry Rayleigh's lifeless form. In full view of the gathered crowd, they departed peacefully with Rayleigh's body. Throughout this process, no Marine dared to launch an assault against the red-haired pirates, for such an act would transform the Marine headquarters into a battlefield, a responsibility no one was willing to shoulder. Akainu wished to detain Shanks but was hindered by the world government's constraints, preventing him from directly intervening. Thus, Shanks left with Rayleigh's body, foregoing any pursuit of vengeance against Khan at Sabot archipelago. His foremost objective was to ensure a proper burial for Rayleigh, and the archipelago was not an ideal battleground. If their confrontation escalated excessively, even the Marines, wary of Shanks' power and influence, would feel compelled to confront him for the sake of their reputation. Within half a day, news of Shanks retrieving the body of Silver's Rayleigh from the Marine headquarters spread across the seas. This revelation firmly established the truth of Rayleigh's demise. Countless pirates recognized Shanks' actions as a solemn return of the legendary pirate's remains for tribute, marking the end of an era and evoking a sense of melancholy among many. In Sabot archipelago, Barrett questioned, "Boss, why did red-haired Shanks go to the Marine headquarters? Why didn't they just capture him?" He glanced at Colin, who shared a similar curiosity, eager for an explanation. "He merely went to retrieve a body. It was not a brazen declaration of war against the Marine headquarters." Upon hearing this, Khan spoke up, questioning the relevance of declaring war. "He is a pirate. With such an opportunity presented, why not seize him directly?" Barrett, perplexed by his employer's words, pondered the implications. It seemed that the underlying message was that the red-haired pirates wielded a power that the Navy headquarters greatly feared. Should the Navy engage in battle with the red-haired pirates, even in victory, they would likely incur significant losses. Colin, grasping the essence of the discussion, remarked, "In essence, it is precisely that. The Navy seeks to apprehend formidable pirates while minimizing their own casualties. Moreover, the relationship between Shanks and the Navy is quite unique. As long as Shanks does not declare war against the Navy headquarters, they will afford him a degree of respect." Khan remarked with a profound implication. To be precise, the red-haired pirates maintain a clandestine collaboration with the world government, and the Navy, recognizing the weight of the world government's influence, grants the red-haired pirates a certain leniency. As long as the red-haired pirates do not overstep their bounds, the Navy is unlikely to engage in conflict with them. Were it any other pirate crew of the Yonko caliber to arrive at Marineford with their entire fleet, it would have long been perceived by the Navy headquarters as a declaration of war. "Are you suggesting that the Navy has colluded with the pirates?" Barrett exclaimed, comprehending the conversation between Colin and the boss with astonishment. Sometimes, possessing too much knowledge can be perilous, at least until one's power reaches a certain level. The more one knows, the greater the danger becomes. Upon hearing this, Khan did not directly address Barrett's inquiry. Instead, he earnestly cautioned him. Indeed, as Barrett processed this response, a chill gripped his heart, extinguishing any lingering curiosity to pry further. "Truly impressive, red-haired Shanks," Khan mused, casting his gaze upon the vast expanse of the sea, feeling a twinge of admiration within. Had it been any other of the 4 emperors, they would have recklessly sought him out, driven by vengeance for the loss of a crucial ally at his hands. Yet Shanks exhibited a remarkable restraint, suppressing his inner fury and hatred, opting instead to evade confrontation and bide his time, a testament to his cunning that rendered him far more perilous than the other emperors. Chapter 65, Departure from Sabot archipelago. With the red-haired Shanks arriving at the first half of the Grand Line, the bounty for Shanks had been revealed, mirroring that of the Dark King Silver's Rayleigh, amounting to 100 million. Khan could certainly forcefully intercept the red-haired Shanks. Yet since Shanks did not directly seek him out at Sabot archipelago, it would be prudent to allow him to linger a while longer. Once he reaches the latter half of the Grand Line, the bounties on the 4 emperors and various formidable pirates are likely to emerge. To mitigate the potential dangers of being besieged, he must enhance his own strength once more. The pirates in the Sabot archipelago watched in dismay as Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, refrained from seeking vengeance against Khan. The navy would never dare to engage Khan, leaving only the crews of the 4 emperors as a possible threat. However, the red-haired pirates did not come after him. Thus, in this first half of the Grand Line, Khan faced no impediments. This reality compelled the pirates of the Sabot archipelago to temper their ambitions, for during the period leading up to Khan's departure, any bounty exceeding 10 million could very well attract his attention, resulting in dire consequences. The other 4 emperors observed Shanks' actions without much disappointment, instead growing increasingly expectant. As a fellow emperor, Shanks bore his share of bloodshed no less than others. He was wary of the navy's power and refrained from instigating a battle at Sabot archipelago against Khan. However, on the day Khan sets foot in the New World, Shanks would undoubtedly come knocking. As days passed, the time swiftly approached the day of the auction. Khan stepped into the forbidden zone as anticipated, and wherever he went, the pirates made way, averted their gazes, and dared not meet his eyes. Yet, Khan paid no heed to their expressions or reactions. At this moment, none of the pirates on Sabot archipelago were his targets, as long as they did not speak disrespectfully or make any aggressive moves against him. He could hardly be bothered with them. Thus, Khan made his way to the auction house. "Welcome, esteemed guest. May I offer you the same seat as last time?" The well-dressed man on duty, upon seeing Khan's arrival, felt a twinge of anxiety. Previously, unaware of the man's identity, he had felt relatively at ease, but now, who on the island did not recognize the strikingly handsome young man known as the infamous god of death, Khan? Certainly. Khan initially intended to present his diamond membership card to the gatekeeper. However, he soon realized that the individual had already recognized him and nodded in acknowledgement. "Your seat is in row 3, seat 5, the suited man remarked as he extended a ticket with both hands. Khan accepted the invitation and stepped inside. The pirates, who had heard rumors of the devil fruit auction taking place today and had lined up to participate, hesitated upon witnessing the presence of this notorious killer. The thought of Khan wreaking havoc at the human auction filled them with dread, prompting many to abandon the queue in fear of not having an escape route. This left the ticket sellers at the human auction in a state of despair. In the case of other individuals, they could rely on the auction's backing to ensure the safety of participants. However, facing a figure like Khan, even the backing of the auction was futile. For he was a top-tier powerhouse who had even defeated the legendary Silver's Rayleigh. All they could do was hope that this harbinger of death would show mercy and refrain from causing chaos at the auction. Among the crowd, while some pirates displayed timidity, others, emboldened, chose to remain in line to purchase tickets and enter. Their bounties were merely in the millions. If Khan had truly set his sights on pirates with such modest rewards, they would have met their demise days prior and would not be present at this auction. Although the notion that Khan only targeted those with bounties exceeding 10 million was merely a rumor, the existence of such whispers suggested a kernel of truth. With fewer competitors, they might procure slaves more to their liking at a lower price. Wealthy patrons holding diamond membership cards, having heard of Khan's imminent arrival, opted to forego attending. Their original intention had been to acquire the scarce devil fruits, but competing with Khan for such coveted items was an utterly unrealistic endeavor. Khan currently possesses an immense fortune approaching 400 billion berries. It is not entirely impossible to overshadow Khan with wealth, however. Even if they were to succeed in doing so, they would fear that Khan might retaliate and seize their riches. At this moment, aside from hiring a naval admiral for protection, enlisting other bodyguards for escort would prove futile in competing with Khan. Khan approached the hall and noticed that the attendance was notably diminished compared to the last event. Without further ado, he leisurely made his way to his designated seat. The clownish host, observing Khan's arrival amidst the sparse gathering, mustered his courage and approached him. "Esteemed guest, I presume you are here for the devil fruit. We can offer it to you for the price of 150 million berries. What do you think?" The host, standing a few meters away from Khan, rubbed his hands together nervously, lowering his posture, while a forced smile graced his face as he cautiously inquired, although the auction could potentially fetch a higher price. Allowing this ominous figure to depart early would be seen as a means of averting disaster. Should Khan remain seated, the slaves for auction might fail to attract buyers, resulting in even greater losses. "Very well. I intend to leave the Sabot archipelago for a time, and I request that you reserve the devil fruits for me. Apart from those fruits of exceptional worth, I am willing to purchase any other devil fruits with lesser abilities at the price of 150 million berries. If anyone bids, please ensure that you reserve them for me, as long as their bids do not exceed 200 million. When the time comes, I shall acquire them based on their valuation." Upon hearing this, Khan cast a glance at the pirate seated in the last row, who dared not meet his gaze. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke. Should he adopt an excessively stern approach, it could lead to the individuals orchestrating the human auction to circulate the devil fruit within the underground black market, rather than allowing it to be auctioned publicly. Thus, Khan made his own concession. Very well, very well. I shall reserve the devil fruit you desire." The clownish host, upon hearing that Khan intended to depart from the Sabot archipelago for a time, felt an overwhelming joy within, though he maintained a fade of agreement, nodding repeatedly. Then, "Please bring forth the devil fruit from today." Upon hearing this, Khan spoke, "Quickly bring forth today's piece de assistance for the auction." The jester host, Upon hearing his command, promptly summoned assistance. Soon, a stunning woman clad in a bunny costume approached, carrying a treasure chest. With a resounding click, the chest was opened. Khan, without uttering a word, swiftly produced a substantial pouch of coins, placing it beside him. This amounted to 150 million Baileys. Count it for yourself. Subsequently, Khan extended his hand and effortlessly claimed the treasure chest, departing with a final remark. Should you wish to visit again, esteemed guest, feel free to send a message ahead. The Joker host refrained from counting the money, instead expressing his respect. It was evident that this formidable figure adhered to a code. His purpose was clear. He came to purchase, not to resort to violence and theft. Although the Joker host still harbored a degree of trepidation towards Khan, the presence of principle indicated a potential for ongoing collaboration. Upon hearing this, Khan remained silent and exited the auction house. On his journey back, he proceeded to deconstruct the devil fruit, yielding 35 energy points. This brought his total to 55 energy points. Although, in terms of exchanging for accelerated learning time, 55 energy points may seem modest. It is essential to accumulate them for the unknown items that may be liberated by the system in the future. These energy points could prove invaluable down the line. Subsequently, Khan made his way out of the Forbidden Zone, heading towards the merchant vessel. Boss, did you manage to acquire what you wanted so quickly today? Colin remarked, astonished at the boss's swift return in less than an hour. Yes, let us depart, Khan replied. Khan nodded in response. Indeed. Barrett and Colin were aware that their boss planned to attend the auction today to acquire the devil fruit, and immediately after that, he would set off. The merchant vessel, which had lingered in the archipelago of St. Bartholomew for over 10 days, has set sail once again. Shortly after Khan departed from Area 1, the jester host disseminated news of Khan's intention to leave the islands for a considerable period. Initially, some pirates were skeptical, yet now, through their telescopes, the pirates on the islands weep with joy upon witnessing Khan's vessel. Each one of them feels a profound sense of relief, for this harbinger of misfortune is finally willing to depart. During Khan's presence on the island, they refrained from even the slightest audacious endeavors, fearful that such actions might elevate their bounties to over 10 million, sealing their fates. Nevertheless, it is this very fear that has rendered the lives of the majority of pirates in this lawless realm increasingly tenuous, as their opportunities for livelihood have significantly dwindled. Khan's departure remains shrouded in uncertainty. Neither his destination nor the duration of his absence is known, and there exists no means to inquire further. However, Khan's willingness to leave the Sabot archipelago, even for a mere few days, is sufficient for the local pirates to anticipate considerable profit. The mere presence of Khan on the same island has instilled in the lawless pirates of the Sabot archipelago a palpable sense of dread, akin to having a blade poised above them. For these pirates, being captured by the Navy and sent to prison is a preferable fate to being targeted by the ruthless Khan. While imprisonment may lead to a harsh existence, at least it guarantees survival. In contrast, being marked by Khan offers no hope but death. Following the recent massacre in the lawless region, it is estimated that nearly 3,000 pirates have fled the Sabot archipelago in less than a week, with many choosing to abandon their piratical ways altogether. Now with Khan, the harbinger of death, poised to leave the archipelago, the pirates have voluntarily funded a news report to announce his departure. This ominous event may herald yet another wave of bloodshed across the seas. In the command room of the Navy headquarters, Sengoku received news of Khan's departure from the Sabot archipelago, and a sigh of relief escaped him. Khan's subsequent intentions remain his own concern, however. His departure from the Shambodi archipelago is undoubtedly a significant relief. The reason for Khan's prolonged stay in the archipelago had been a source of apprehension for the warring states, who feared that the celestial dragons might suddenly descend upon Shambodi. Given the celestial dragon's contemptuous view of others as inferior beings, an encounter with Khan would likely result in his immediate demise. In such an unfortunate event, even if he were reluctant, he would be compelled by orders to issue a bounty on Khan and send agents to apprehend him. Khan's temporary respite, therefore, signifies that a clash between him and the Navy is not imminent. Countless pirates across the vast ocean are keenly observing Khan's next destination. Should it lead him to the same island, it would be prudent to steer clear. As a week passed quietly without any news of Khan, it was as though he had vanished from existence. Meanwhile, Khan's merchant vessel successfully reached Nicolo Island. We shall remain here for approximately 6 months, during which I will compensate you at a rate 5 times your previous salary. Therefore, exercise patience. Once we venture out again, there will be ample funds for your enjoyment. When Khan arrived, he gathered several crew members aboard the ship and spoke. The crew, aside from Colin and Barrett, nodded enthusiastically upon hearing his words. Although their prolonged stay on the island had been exceedingly tedious, the previous encounter with pirates, during which they were surrounded in the absence of their captain, had sparked a desire within them to grow stronger. Even though such training might not lead to a radical transformation in their abilities, they had come to fully understand the profound truth that weakness is a fundamental sin in the perilous waters of the Grand Line. Had it not been for their captain's generosity in granting Barrett and Colin 2 devil fruits, which resulted in a dramatic enhancement of their powers, they might have perished at the hands of those pirates. Thus, in preparation for any future encounters with pirates, it was imperative for them to strengthen themselves. Though Colin and Barrett were somewhat surprised by their captain's extended stay, they recognized it as a remarkable opportunity for training. During the next 6 months, they must completely master the powers within them. Khan observed their unanimous agreement, nodded slightly, and departed from the merchant vessel, venturing into the forest. Barrett and Colin, on the other hand, meticulously prepared all the essential items, such as tents and campfires, as these would significantly influence the quality of their living conditions on the island. After Khan ventured deep into the forest, he immediately activated a period of accelerated learning, commencing his cultivation. This time, unlike his previous attempt where he failed to transcend the level of 50, he dedicated an impressive 2,238 hours to his training, equivalent to nearly 25 years of rigorous practice. He was resolute in his determination to break through the 50-level barrier and harness greater power. Upon Khan's arrival, the creatures of Necro Island sensed the familiar tremor and hurriedly fled in panic, for their instincts warned them that the monster which had once brought calamity to their home had returned. Meanwhile, Colin occupied his time preparing meals and engaging in physical training. Alongside refining his skills, he aspired to construct a beautiful house through his own abilities, believing that mastering such intricate control would significantly enhance his strength. The crew members aboard the merchant vessel also sought large stones, each aspiring to carry a boulder weighing a meter in height as they began to run. Barrett, shouldering several tons of rock, not only trained his physique but also maintained the enormous objects he had transformed with his powers. Having witnessed his master-esque training, Barrett was convinced that enhancing one's physical prowess was the most fundamental path to becoming stronger. After each strenuous workout, a sumptuous and nutritious feast awaited them, infusing their somewhat monotonous lives with a sense of fulfillment. Thus, 2 months quietly elapsed. Countless individuals outside kept a watchful eye on the whereabouts of Khan's merchant ship. Yet no one knew his true location. Speculations arose that Khan had gone into seclusion, while others believed he was orchestrating some clandestine plot. However, none entertained the notion of his demise. For a being of Khan's caliber, even in death, there would be monumental news. The absence of Khan was regarded as fortuitous by numerous pirates on the high seas, who secretly hoped he would remain hidden. It was on this day, 2 months after Khan's disappearance, that Barrett and Colin were engaged in their training. Their encampment now boasted several towering wooden cabins exceeding 100 meters in height, equipped with various everyday necessities, thanks to their collaborative efforts. Now, with Barrett's will, even a small stone could be transformed into a mountain. As a chef, Colin possessed knowledge of how to wield his newfound powers, and after 2 months of diligent training, constructing a charming wooden dwelling had become a trivial task. On this day, as Colin and Barrett practiced as usual, they suddenly felt an overwhelming aura akin to a tempest emanating from the forest, accompanied by the resounding thuds of heavy objects crashing to the ground. The other crew members on the ship were overwhelmed by this force, collapsing in unconsciousness. Colin and Barrett, sensing this terrifying presence, were stricken with alarm. They witnessed a golden light sweeping through the forest, and their eyelids fluttered before they succumbed to the ground. In the face of this might, they felt as insignificant as ants, unable to even gaze upon the entity that radiated such power, an unknown presence that loomed above them. All living beings on Necro Island, both human and animal alike, collapsed under this force. Deep within the forest of Necro Island, a tall and voluptuous woman adorned in a sheer black garment, adorned with peculiar markings and veiling her modesty through magical means, materialized in the air. She exuded an air of mystery, sensuality, and strength, reminiscent of a Valkyrie, with her golden hair cascading down to her waist, radiating a luminous glow akin to a concentration of magical energy, emanating astonishing waves of power. After over 2 months of training, having consumed 930 hours of accelerated learning time, along with 300 prior hours of unbroken practice, Khan had amassed a total of 1,283 hours. It is crucial to understand that the time spent in accelerated learning equated to the utmost efficiency of improvement, akin to progressing with every passing second. Even so, after 1,283 hours, representing 14 years of cultivation, Khan finally succeeded in breaking through his limitations. However, this breakthrough brought forth a qualitative enhancement in Khan's strength. Host has successfully comprehended the transformation into Bayana. Bayana's radiance, radiant pattern cataclysm, Bayana's metamorphosis, god of battle's will, and deactivate transformation. Transforming into Bayana grants the host near apostolic power, significantly amplifying both strength and speed, while rendering the host immune to all anomalous attacks, freezing, burning, petrification, mental assaults, etc. become ineffective. Bayana's radiance. The god of battle Bayana exists above mortals. Her form, radiance, and power transcend human comprehension, capable of rendering all conscious beings below level 35 within a 50,000-meter radius into a state of unconsciousness. This skill cannot be cultivated independently. The level and range of its intimidation will gradually increase with the host's strength. Radiant pattern cataclysm concentrates the inner power, forming a massive spherical celestial body of radiant patterns, which can then be detonated, unleashing devastating force. God of Battle's Will, the unique combat technique of the God of Battle Bayana, allowing the host to enter a state of transcendence during battle, growing stronger with each encounter. Note, during transformation, the host will maintain an absolutely calm demeanor. Bayana's metamorphosis. The magical energy within undergoes transformation, imbuing any attack with a layer of magical power, resulting in terrifying destructive capability. Deactivate transformation allows the host to revert from the current transformation state. Khan floated in the air, absorbing the information relayed by the system. As he surveyed the skills he had acquired upon awakening, he felt no stirrings of emotion, just as the annotations of the god of combat suggested. All his feelings were suppressed, leaving him in a state of absolute tranquility. This is the power that transcends the realm of mortals. Khan conjured a mirror with his magical prowess, gazing into its depths at a woman with golden hair and eyes, radiating a resplendent golden light. Exuding an aura of mystery and formidable strength. Contemplating, he felt an overwhelming sense of omnipotence within his heart. Even the thought of dismantling the world seemed merely a matter of will. Soon after, Khan dispelled his transformation, reverting to his original handsome and refined appearance. He refrained from practicing the newly comprehended dazzling meteor explosion on Necro Island, for even without its application, he sensed that should he unleash that technique, the resulting force could annihilate the vast expanse of Necro Island with but a single strike, a power that utterly transcended humanity. However, it was only after Khan had cancelled his transformation that the absolute calm induced by the will of the god of combat began to fade. Allowing a multitude of emotions unrelated to battle to resurface in his heart, Khan instinctively covered his face. Overwhelmed by the sheer embarrassment at the thought of others witnessing his earlier expression, soon, he resolved within himself that he would only resort to transformation when confronted with adversaries he could not defeat otherwise. He would steadfastly refrain from utilizing the Bayana transformation. The power of the Bayana war god did not disappoint Khan. It was a force that transcended humanity. However, the ensuing humiliation from its use left him trembling. Wishing fervently to burrow into the earth and escape, Khan felt that it would take some time to erase the sense of shame within him. Chapter 67, The Results of Cultivation. The transition from level 49 to level 50 represents a significant watershed. However, once this boundary is crossed, he anticipated that advancing in rank would not prove overly arduous. Or rather, Khan hoped it would be so. Otherwise, if leveling up required over 1,200 hours of effort, who could endure such a toll? Regarding this matter, whether his assumptions held true, Khan resolved to expend the remaining 1,308 hours to ascertain the reality. Subsequently, he resumed his cultivation, determined to exhaust the time allotted for accelerated learning. 10 minutes elapsed before Colin and Barrett slowly awakened. Upon regaining consciousness, they observed several crew members sprawled on the deck. Their eyes glazed over, which caused both men to wear solemn expressions. What had transpired? Barrett inquired, turning to Colin. I'm not entirely sure either, Colin replied, straining to recall the events that had transpired. I only remember a golden light emanating from deep within the forest before I lost consciousness. Barrett, upon hearing this, reflected back and confirmed that he too had seen a golden light before succumbing to unconsciousness. It seems to be the case, Colin nodded in agreement. However, the realization that the aura was released by their master made both their hearts tremble. They had believed their progress had been rapid during this period, as it is customary for individuals to experience swift advancement when first encountering a new power. Once one grasps its application, their strength undergoes a transformative change, making future improvements increasingly challenging. Yet, it now appeared that this principle did not apply to their master. Within merely 2 months, his power had ascended to an alarming degree. Although they had not witnessed their master in action, the mysterious technique he had unleashed from such a distance had rendered them unconscious, leaving them to ponder just how much stronger he had become. It seems we must exert ourselves even more diligently, Barrett proclaimed. At the very least, we must reach a level where we are not overwhelmed by our master's aura. Instead of feeling disheartened, Barrett was invigorated by the prospect of enhancing his own strength, speaking with unwavering determination. Indeed, Colin replied, pausing momentarily to absorb Barrett's enthusiastic demeanor, before nodding in agreement. Regardless of their uncertainty about their master's current prowess, if they could not withstand the aura he released during battle, then their power would be of little assistance to him. Barrett, filled with renewed vigor, hoisted a boulder and began to run. Colin, however, chose to wait until the other crew members awoke, explaining to them that it was the master's aura before he too entered a state of cultivation. On the same day that Khan experienced a breakthrough and Barrett and Colin resolved to train more diligently, across the sea and windmill village of the East Sea, a young man with black hair, a scar beneath his left eye, dressed in a blue vest and blue shorts, finally reached the age of 17. He set out on a small wooden raft, embarking toward the ocean he had long desired. With a thunderous roar, a massive fish, measuring several dozen meters and of a gray-brown hue, reached the surface of the water. The black-haired youth, standing at a mere height of 1.70 meters, appeared as small as a mouse before this colossal creature. Yet, with a single strike, he sent the Sea King flying. I am destined to become the Pirate King, the black-haired boy declared, raising his fists high in the air, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he shouted toward the vast ocean and sky. Meanwhile, Khan remained oblivious to the young man's venture into the sea. Even if he were to learn of it, he would not concern himself, for he paid little heed to targets that had not entered the system's bounty. Just a few days later, while Khan was engrossed in his cultivation, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Due to unknown reasons, the world fluctuation rate has increased by 3%, currently standing at 15%. The effects remain unknown. Khan took note of this, contemplating the possibility that Monkey D. Luffy might have set sail. It was only with the departure of Monkey D. Luffy that there could be an inexplicable increase in the global fluctuation rate without any apparent action on his part. However, this slight uptick in the fluctuation rate posed no significant threat to Khan at this moment. Khan felt that monumental changes in the world could only occur upon reaching a certain critical threshold. In the blink of an eye, 4 months had passed. Khan had spent half a year on Nicolo Island, and at last, he had exhausted 2,238 hours of accelerated learning time. Khan carefully examined his current system panel. Name, Khan, age, 19, occupation, Bayana Battle God, level, 53, health points, 100%, this attribute cannot display specific values, as it fluctuates with physical condition and damage sustained. Magic points, 103, 362, the recovery speed of this value is influenced by meditation. Weapon, none. Mastered skills, Heaven Strike level 48, Dragon Tooth level 48, Rumba Staff level 48, Falling Flower Palm level 45. Scarecrow level 25, currently effective within a range of 10,000 meters, with a cooldown of 3 seconds, Mastery of Staff and Spear level 25, Magic Shield level 18. Double Hammer Strike level 31, Shattering Dominance level 31, Combat Instinct level 25, Automatic Pattern level 20, Pattern Explosive level 20, Self-Pattern Fusion level 20, Pattern Pressure level 18. Shadow Flicker Strike level 18, Meteor Assault level 18, Glorious Dragon Moon Barrier and Glorious Dragon Dance level 15, Transformation into Bayana level 1, Radiance of Bayana level 1. Pattern Meteor level 1, Bayana's Transcendence, Will of the Battle God level 3, Deactivate Transformation. Additional skills, Observation Hockey level 16, can perceive everything within a radius of 35,000 meters. With 2,238 hours of accelerated learning, Khan's strength underwent a remarkable transformation, although he still had 1,300 hours of accelerated learning left, which merely allowed him to ascend 3 levels, averaging 4 to 5 years for a single level increase. Khan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. At least it was an improvement compared to the 1,200 hours he required to advance from level 49 to 50. However, Khan could not help but reflect on the escalating difficulty of gaining strength as one progressed. It is crucial to note that 2,238 hours equated to 26 years of cultivation time. This meant that without the 100-fold efficiency of accelerated learning, even if he were to train 15 hours a day, it would take a staggering 26 years to reach his current prowess. Indeed, the path to becoming stronger is one that demands the endurance of solitude, but to maintain such a rigorous regimen for decades, Khan mused, few possess the resolve to do so. This realization deepened his appreciation for the formidable capability of accelerated learning, which allowed him to progress with every passing second. Soon after, Khan glanced at the system. Noting the world alteration rate had reached 42%, he understood it was time to conclude his training. Upon returning to the vicinity of the merchant ship, he found it transformed into something resembling a small village due to the efforts of Colin and Barrett. Towering houses stood amidst the shelter of colossal trees, and Barrett was seen sprinting while hoisting a massive boulder of 20 meters. Barrett's bronze skin was adorned with explosive muscles. Upon noticing his employer's arrival, Barrett pondered momentarily, then thrust the boulder skyward, sending it soaring over 30 meters high. The impact of such a heavy object falling from that height would undoubtedly create shockwaves akin to an earthquake. However, before the boulder could strike the ground, it began to shrink rapidly, ultimately reducing to the size of an ordinary pebble just prior to landing, where it landed with a resounding crack. Boss, are we preparing to set off? Barrett then leaped several dozen meters, landing before Khan with a smile. Since their arrival on this island nearly half a year ago, Khan had always returned late, never once arriving early. Colin had mentioned that an early return would signify the time for departure was at hand. The clock read 3 in the afternoon, perfectly aligning with the timing Colin had previously shared. As Barrett spoke, the other brawny crew members, along with Colin, turned their gazes toward Khan. Indeed, my training has reached a conclusion, which means we can sail once more. Khan felt their gaze upon him, and a faint smile graced his lips as he spoke. Wonderful, we can finally venture out again. Upon hearing their master's precise words, several crew members gently set down the 10-meter-high mound they had been carrying on their backs. After nearly half a year of rigorous training, complemented by a diet rich in nourishment, they had each become akin to human tanks, imbued with formidable strength. While moving the 10-meter-high mound was no trivial task, it was certainly within their capabilities. Unbeknownst to their master, Colin stepped forward, his form shifting as he approached Khan with utmost respect. Where are we headed this time? He inquired. Simultaneously, the towering trees surrounding them began to shrink, transforming into diminutive saplings. For Colin, these majestic trees were integral to his daily training in harnessing and releasing his power, but with their impending departure, it was only natural to retract his strength. I must first journey to the Shambodi Islands to retrieve some items, and it will also afford you all a brief respite before we venture into more perilous waters. Upon hearing this, Khan chuckled and said, Be nimble with your hands and feet, hasten to gather your belongings. The quicker we pack, the sooner we can embark. In response, Barrett shouted, Yes. The other crew members nodded in agreement and swiftly began to move about. Within less than half an hour, The group had efficiently transported various items onto the enormous merchant vessel, which measured a staggering 60 meters in length, with Barrett's presence. Transforming this merchant ship into a 60-meter giant was a trivial task. In fact, enlarging it to several hundred meters would pose no challenge whatsoever. However, navigating a vessel of such immense size would be somewhat cumbersome, so they settled on the 60-meter expansion, as it provided ample space. Let us set sail. Khan observed the excited expressions of Colin, Barrett, and the other crew members as they sat on the deck chairs and spoke up. With Khan's words, a massive 60-meter cargo ship commenced its voyage once again after a 6-month hiatus. Chapter 68. That man early the next morning, a news bird soared through the sky and, upon spotting the enormous cargo vessel, immediately flew towards it. However, upon noticing the few individuals aboard and recognizing a familiar, refined face, it inquired, "Boss, have you changed ships?" As the news bird landed on the vessel and caught sight of Khan, a sense of joy welled up inside it. Yet, upon realizing the size of the cargo ship, it was taken aback and asked, "Is this a new vessel? Do you have any news from the past 6 months?" "Indeed, I do," Khan replied. "As per our usual arrangement, I shall purchase the news from you at the customary price of 100 Bailey per piece." Khan observed the tuft of feathers upon the head of the newsbird, which reminded him of the time he had previously sold newspapers, and he spoke up to it. Naturally, he had not changed vessels. It was merely the extensive repairs conducted by Colin and the modifications implemented by Barrett that had rendered the ship so remarkably vast. However, there was no need to delve into such details with the newsbird. As for news from within the past 6 months, it did require a certain amount of transportation time. Nonetheless, dear sir, as long as you remain on this route, I shall swiftly deliver it to you. Upon hearing of yet another substantial order, the newsbird eagerly nodded. It was the designated newsbird for this route, and upon encountering Khan once more, it sensed that there might be considerable business at hand. The prospect of receiving newspapers from the past 6 months filled it with immense joy. "Then I shall trouble you for that," it responded. Upon hearing this, Khan chuckled and remarked, "Then I shall transport those old newspapers. I will leave this one for you." The newsbird, upon receiving the message, promptly set down a pile of newspapers and took flight. Captain Monkey D. Luffy of the Straw Hat Pirates, with a bounty of 400 million berries. Pirate Hunter Roronoa Azaro of the Straw Hat Pirates, with a bounty of 180 million berries. Sanji, the Black Leg of the Straw Hat Pirates, with a bounty of 170 million berries. Nico Robin, the Devil's Child of the Straw Hat Pirates, with a bounty of 90 million berries. Usopp, the King of Snipers of the Straw Hat Pirates, with a bounty of 80 million berries. Frankie, the Iron Man of the Straw Hat Pirates, with a bounty of 60 million berries. This Straw Hat Pirates crew, though small in number, boasts bounties exceeding 50 million berries for each member, with 3 surpassing the 100 million mark. Truly an extraordinary pirate crew. Colin presented the newspaper to his boss and, upon glancing at its contents, expressed his astonishment. Khan, upon hearing Barrett's words, cast a glance at the bounty notice laid before him, studying the intricate details presented in the news. Monkey D. Luffy wreaked havoc on Justice Island, daringly challenging the authority of the world government, and after engaging in a fierce battle with Rob Lucci of CP9, he vanished without a trace. Khan noticed the absence of Nami among the Straw Hat Pirates, realizing that without her assistance, Luffy had endured considerable hardships along the way. Coupled with the fluctuating tides of the world, instead of weakening Luffy, it seemed to have fortified him significantly. Perhaps to the extent that he had begun to master the 3 forms of haki. It appeared that Luffy's companions had also experienced notable growth in their abilities. At the very least, Khan recalled that in his previous life, Sanji was not classified as a supernova, yet now he had ascended to that status, with a bounty that was far from negligible. "Boss, are you intending to seek them out?" Barrett, steering the ship, inquired upon hearing of the substantial bounties. The boss had a reputation for hunting down pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million, and the high rewards certainly indicated that these pirates had reached the threshold of his interest. Therefore, he felt compelled to ask, though he did not ponder much on how to locate this pirate crew. For as long as he could remember, the boss seemed to possess an uncanny knowledge of where these pirates were. Whenever the boss wished to eliminate someone, there was no one he could not find. Even if the Straw Hat Pirates fled and vanished, the boss would undoubtedly have a method to ascertain their whereabouts. No, it suffices to go to Sabot archipelago. Khan gazed at the system's bounty, which displayed the whereabouts of Nico Robin, located in the treacherous waters of the terrifying Trisail region. He shook his head and spoke. With the revelation of Crocodile's sinister scheme, the identity of the 7 warlords had undoubtedly been forfeited. Thus, when he next encountered Crocodile, he would show no mercy. However, Luffy's bounty had yet to appear in Khan's system, indicating that the time to confront him had not yet arrived. Very well. Barrett, taken aback by this revelation, nodded in agreement and did not alter their course, continuing toward the Sabot archipelago. The captain's disinterest in seeking out the Straw Hat Pirates led Barrett to conclude that his employer had lost interest in these pirates altogether. Soon after, a newsbird arrived, delivering numerous newspapers to Khan's merchant vessel. After payment was rendered, the newsbird departed contentedly. Khan gazed calmly at the news above. During the 6 months of his cultivation, a period that felt neither too long nor too short, the most tumultuous era unfolded. The 12 supernovas, each with bounties exceeding 100 million, emerged prominently. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach betrayed Whitebeard and made his way to the first half of the Grand Line, relentlessly capturing pirates. A myriad of events transpired, rendering the atmosphere extraordinarily vibrant. Khan remained unperturbed, knowing that in due time, the so-called 12 supernovas would inevitably arrive at the Sabot archipelago. The opportunity presented itself as a reward, and Khan had no reason to decline. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had elapsed. On this particular day, the weather was splendid. It had been half a year since Khan, the figure that instilled fear across the Sabot archipelago, had vanished. Initially, many pirates were intimidated by Khan's formidable reputation, however. The silence over the past 6 months led numerous pirates to believe that Khan had retired for good. This misconception resulted in an increase in the number of pirates within the lawless regions of the Sabot archipelago, far surpassing previous counts. Many pirates held the belief that with the presence of the 12 supernovas, even if Khan were to re-emerge, they would be the first to perish. For as long as the supernovas remained unscathed, their turn would not come. Yet, on this very day, a large merchant vessel, measuring 60 meters in length, slowly approached the Sabot archipelago, heading directly for Area 1, as today marked the day of the auction. Khan's observation haki allowed him to perceive certain circumstances, prompting him to issue a directive. Understood. Barrett responded eagerly upon hearing his superior grant them permission to approach the lawless zone, nodding in affirmation. This was indeed a validation of their growing prowess. Some pirates from the Sabot archipelago, noticing the colossal merchant vessel devoid of any escort, cautiously approached the vicinity. Their eyes widening in recognition, they raised their telescopes, eager to discern the vessel's details. On the deck, only a few figures were visible. But when they caught sight of Barrett at the helm, his physique akin to a small mountain, exuding explosive muscle, they rubbed their eyes in disbelief, questioning their own vision. Yet, as Barrett's silhouette became increasingly distinct, they scoured the deck with their telescopes in search of another individual. When they finally laid eyes upon a young man sitting leisurely at a table, sipping tea with an elegant visage, the pirates who had previously encountered turmoil felt a surge of dread. The man had returned. The bounty on his head exceeded 10 million. They needed to flee the island before the harbinger of death made landfall, for it would be too late to escape once he arrived. Some pirates, whose bounties fell below the 10 million threshold, chose to retire from their piratical lives and establish businesses on the Sabot archipelago. One of them proclaimed loudly. The muscular Barrett's association with Khan had become common knowledge among the pirates of the archipelago, signifying that if Barrett was present, Khan was likely aboard the ship as well. These words spread rapidly, igniting a frenzy across the Sabot archipelago. Each pirate hurried to locate those they knew with bounties exceeding 10 million, urging them to vacate the island. The legend of the harbinger of death, who exclusively targeted pirates with bounties above 10 million, had become almost proverbial among the pirates of Sabot. Previously, during Khan's tenure on the island, all pirates with bounties surpassing 10 million, save for those who had fled amidst the chaos, met their demise at his hands. 824 pirate crews and formidable foes had perished by Khan's might, rendering a bounty of 9 million the highest attainable in the lawless zone of Sabot at that time. Within minutes, Khan's merchant vessel gradually approached the harbor of the lawless zone. Whether you two wish to disembark or pursue other endeavors is of no concern to me. But remember to safeguard them, he instructed. I shall attend the auction and return shortly. Khan rose to his feet and spoke. Given the current prowess of Colin and Barrett, even in this no-man's land, they were more than capable of safeguarding the crew aboard the vessel. Indeed, Barrett nodded in agreement. The pirates of the Shambodi archipelago, upon witnessing the re-emergence of Khan, the harbinger of death, retreated into the safety of their homes. Meanwhile, the human auction house continued its proceedings, blissfully unaware of the turmoil that surrounded it. After disembarking, Khan slowly made his way towards the nearby human auction. Upon arriving outside the venue, he noticed a substantial contingent of the navy surrounding the auction. Inside, the prisoners, upon hearing the commotion, immediately released the Rosward family. A naval admiral warned, "The fleet is on its way. I advise you to surrender peacefully. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire." A colonel, wielding a megaphone, issued the warning loudly. They had just received intelligence that someone dared to challenge the celestial dragons in the Sabot archipelago. If any harm befell the celestial dragons on this island, it would undoubtedly stir the seas, and the Navy headquarters might resort to invoking the Demon Slayer order. I never expected that they would indeed confront the celestial dragons. Khan, upon hearing these words, leaped gracefully onto a large tree, gazing thoughtfully at the throngs of Navy personnel below. At this moment, the entire Navy was preoccupied with the safety of the celestial dragons inside, paying no heed to Khan's arrival. Suddenly, voices emerged from the auction house, declaring, "It is of no concern to you. I alone can handle this matter. Stand aside. It has been stated that this is my responsibility. Have you heard? Both of you. Withdraw. Dare to command me again, and I shall deal with you first, Eustace Captain." As the three engaged in a heated argument, they stepped forth. Be cautious. For all three are captains, having fought their way through millions. The soldier's gaze fell upon the man among them wearing a straw hat, with dark hair and a scar beneath his left eye, dressed in a blue vest and blue knee-length jeans. With a wary expression he spoke. "Step back and allow me to take charge." Monkey D. Luffy, observing the encircling crowd, clapped his left palm against his right fist with a resounding smack. Next, the soldier recognized another figure among them, Eustace Kidd, who sported a spiky red hairstyle, a dagger, and a pistol strapped to his chest, goggles perched atop his head, and dressed in a dark red coat. With a cautious tone, the soldier remarked, "Leave it to me." Eustace Kidd, having been identified, responded, "I'll handle this." Lastly, the soldier's gaze shifted to Trafalgar Law, who donned a fuzzy winter hat adorned with leopard spots, uniquely designed dark circles under his eyes, 2 golden earrings dangling from his ears, a beard adorning his jaw, and a casual long-sleeve shirt with a hood. With a glint of excitement in his eyes, Trafalgar Law proclaimed, "Let me enjoy a good fight today." Chapter 69. Unforgivable. Khan observed the arrival of the 3 individuals with keen interest as the scene unfolded. "Open fire," commanded Major Edmund. However, scarcely had the words left his lips when an overwhelming aura of conqueror's hockey radiated from Luffy, causing the surrounding Navy personnel to collapse one by one. Major Edmund, sensing the terrifying pressure, was soon drenched in cold sweat. "Indeed, you have truly mastered the conqueror's hockey." Eustace Kidd felt the oppressive force emanating from Luffy once more, and the palpable red aura ignited a spark of excitement in his eyes. "This is truly remarkable." Trafalgar Law, witnessing Luffy unleash the conqueror's hockey again, remarked in astonishment. He had heard tales of Monkey D. Luffy's exploits, setting sail for just over 4 months yet accomplishing a series of audacious feats, showcasing an astonishing level of power. Yet, he had not anticipated that Monkey D. Luffy's strength could reach such extraordinary heights. Ordinary minions posed no threat to Monkey D. Luffy. Merely his presence was sufficient to strip them of their will to resist. Khan was taken aback to see Luffy autonomously unleash the conqueror's hockey, his expression reflecting a degree of astonishment as he scrutinized Luffy's profile. Name, Monkey D. Luffy age, 17 occupation, paramecia, user of the Rubber Devil Fruit level, 33 identity, Son of Destiny, current world correction rate, 42, special defensive capability. The rubber body reduces damage from physical and blunt attacks by 99, and is completely immune to lightning damage. Acquired skills, Rubber Rocket Cannon, level 2 and 3. Additional skills, Marine 6 styles, Sara level 3, Armament Hockey level 3. Observation Hockey level 3, Conqueror's Hockey level 5. Evidently, in just over 4 months at sea, Luffy's strength had surged far beyond his previous self. At this juncture, he had already reached level 33 and mastered all 3 forms of hockey. Khan paid little heed to Luffy's rank and strength, rather, he contemplated Luffy's unique identity as the Son of Destiny, which set him apart from others. Having reviewed the profiles of countless pirates, he had never encountered one marked by such a designation. Luffy was an exception. The data indicated a direct correlation between Luffy's world correction rate and the fluctuations of his world. It seemed that the greater the world S instability, the more rapidly Luffy, the world S chosen one, would augment his powers. Reflecting on his previous life, Khan realized that at this juncture, Luffy would not have been capable of mastering all 3 forms of hockey, and the Conqueror's hockey would only sporadically manifest. Yet now, not only had he grasped all 3 forms, but he could also wield the Conqueror's hockey at will. His strength had surpassed that of his former life by leaps and bounds. Should this momentum continue, Luffy's prowess might soar even higher after a few more crises. Meanwhile, Eustace could observe the defeat of the minions and concentrated the blades of his firearms into a colossal hand, intent on dispatching the remaining Navy captain. Aemon, witnessing the trio, realized that attempting to apprehend them alone would be exceedingly difficult. Just as he contemplated retreating, he noticed a handsome man perched atop a nearby tree, leaving him in disbelief with his mouth agape. While Aemon was taken aback by Khan's astonished expression, Eustace Kidd had already summoned a massive mechanical hand, over 10 meters in size, that came crashing down with a thunderous roar. The earth trembled within a 100-meter radius, and a cloud of dust billowed forth. Truly reliable. Once the tremors subsided, several individuals emerged from the auction house. Nico Robin gazed at the fallen Navy soldiers surrounding her and spoke, "Frankie, take Robin and Cammy and leave at once." Upon seeing Frankie unlock the shackles from Cammy's neck, Luffy added, "Be careful, we will regroup on the ship." Frankie nodded in affirmation, swiftly carrying Robin and Cammy away. "I'm pleased to have met you, Monkey D. Luffy. Until we meet again in the New World," Eustace Kidd remarked, his gaze fixed on Luffy as Kira stepped forward. "Indeed," Luffy replied, a smile gracing his face as he waved. Just as Luffy and his companions conversed, a fresh wave of Navy soldiers began to encircle them, driven by the gravity of the Celestial Dragon's heinous incident. The entire naval force on the island seemed intent on capturing the Straw Hat crew to bear the blame. "We must depart," Luffy declared, adjusting his straw hat. With that, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji each took flight. Kid also aimed to leave, but suddenly, a shooting star pierced through Kira's chest with blinding speed. "Kira!" Kid shouted, his eyes widening in horror at the sight of the gaping wound. His cry caused everyone intending to leave to turn back. "Who permitted your departure?" A calm voice emerged from the settling dust, which gradually unveiled 2 figures. "Khan, I implore you, please refrain from further cleansing. Admiral Kizaru is en route." "Kindly wait a moment longer," Aemon beseeched from behind Khan, adopting a humble demeanor. Even Admiral Kizaru could not prevent Khan from purging the pirates of Sabot archipelago. All he could do was plead, hoping Khan would heed his request. Otherwise, if this formidable force were to mobilize, it would spell unprecedented disaster. Upon the utterance of the name Khan, the expressions of Kid, Law, Sanji, and Zaro transformed drastically. Robin, who was on Frankie's back, turned pale with fear upon hearing this name. The mention of Khan left Kid feeling somewhat stiff. He had never anticipated the sudden reappearance of Khan, who had been missing for nearly half a year. Today was indeed an unfortunate day. Law felt a heaviness in his heart upon hearing the name and spoke up. They were already burdened by the troubles of the Straw Hat crew, and if they did not leave soon, they might encounter Admiral Kizaru. Now, they were faced with the legendary pirate hunter Khan, whose fame had spread across the seas half a year ago. Law would have preferred to encounter Kizaru, as the Admiral would likely adhere to a methodical approach to capture, allowing for some possibility of evasion. However, Khan was known for his propensity to kill without hesitation. According to rumors, the number of pirates who had perished at Khan's hands was at least 50,000, perhaps even more. He was a veritable god of death. Major Edmund noted that by the time Kizaru arrived, they would likely have all fled. These were notorious pirates. Allowing them to live another day could result in even more lives lost at their hands. Thus, the thought of sparing them left him deeply unsettled. Upon hearing the words, Khan spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure moved, instantly appearing before Kid, 50 meters away. Kid, witnessing this terrifying speed, was filled with rage, wishing to kill Khan. However, before he could lift his hand, a force akin to a mountain collided with him, delivering a powerful blow directly to his chest. Kid's body was sent flying backward for thousands of meters, crashing into a towering tree with a resounding thud, causing it to break and fall. The execution of Eustace Kid, located in the Sabot archipelago, has been completed. Reward, 30 hours of accelerated learning time. The rate of world change has increased by 3%, currently at 45%. Luffy had been observing Khan, but he realized that neither his vision nor his observation hockey could keep pace with Khan's speed. As he watched Kid being sent flying, his eyes trembled incessantly. In that moment, he comprehended the chasm between them and this man. They were not of the same caliber. Even if he employed Gear Second and used Shave, his speed would still be far less than half of Khan's. This Khan was significantly more formidable than the Marine Admiral Akiji they had encountered previously. Law's right palm revealed a spiral, and he hurled several rapidly flying shards of stone, teleporting 200 meters away in the next instant. However, the necessity of carrying his crew made this transfer leave him feeling fatigued. Yet, compared to the looming threat of death, this fatigue felt negligible. The ability to teleport to a certain extent was indeed quite impressive, but unfortunately, he was still too weak. Law dared not look back, intending to use his power once more when a calm voice reached his ears. How did he catch up to me? Upon hearing this, Law turned slightly, only to see Khan, having inexplicably closed the distance. Fear flickered in Law's eyes as he struggled to believe what he was witnessing. He had previously read numerous rumors about Khan, the legendary pirate hunter, in the news. This man was undoubtedly a harbinger of death. The number of pirates who had perished at his hands was no less than 50,000, and it was likely that the count had surpassed 100,000. Even Silvers Rayleigh, the vice-captain of the Pirate King Gold, Roger, with a bounty of 3,800,000,000, had fallen to Khan. Had he known that Khan would appear in the Sabot archipelago today, Law would have certainly refrained from stepping foot on the island. Alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Khan delivered a powerful strike towards Law, sending him crashing to the ground with a single blow. The impact reverberated like a magnitude 9 earthquake, causing widespread tremors within a 10,000-meter radius, as terrifying fissures began to spread across the terrain. Subsequently, Khan executed a sweeping motion that swiftly eliminated the more than 10 companions Law had teleported away. The execution of Trafalgar Law, located in the Sabot archipelago, has been completed. Reward, 30 hours of accelerated learning time. The world alteration rate has increased by 3%, currently standing at 48%. Khan was not particularly surprised by the death of Law, understanding that without his presence, Luffy's journey would become increasingly arduous. Luffy, witnessing the demise of Kid and Law, who had just moments ago bid him farewell, trembled slightly. Simultaneously, the two radiant symbols behind Khan transformed into shooting stars, directly targeting Robin a kilometer away. Everyone, Luffy exclaimed, his eyes narrowing as he observed the trajectory of the two meteors. He yearned to activate Gear Second to intervene. Yet Khan's symbols had already traced their path through the air. Neither Luffy, Sanji, nor Zaro could react in time to thwart the impending disaster. In response, Frankie clasped his hands together, forming a massive shield in a desperate attempt to block the assault. However, just as the radiant symbols were about to converge upon Frankie, they veered in midair. Right before the disbelieving eyes of Luffy, Sanji, Zaro, and Frankie, Robin was struck by one of the meteors. The second meteor pierced her chest, sending her flying and crashing heavily to the ground. The entire sequence unfolded with such swiftness that there was no time to react. The assassination of Nico Robin at Sabot archipelago has been completed. Reward, 15 hours of accelerated learning time. The world change rate has increased by 3%, currently standing at 51%. Last time in Alabasta, I failed to eliminate you, but this time, it shall be different. Khan floated in the air, hearing the voice of the system, and gazed calmly at the lifeless body of Nico Robin. He remarked that over the years, Nico Robin had aided Sir Crocodile in the demise of countless innocent lives, while the greatest sins could be attributed to Sir Crocodile himself. It was undeniable that Robin had contributed significantly to his machinations. Previously, Khan had refrained from engaging too aggressively with Sir Crocodile to avoid attracting the attention of the world government, which had temporarily spared Nico Robin from his wrath. However, now that she was allied with Monkey D. Luffy, such protection was no longer available. Robin. Luffy's expression transformed into one of rage as he learned of Robin's death, and he shouted in a state of hysteria, "Zoro, we must flee." Sanji, witnessing the murder of Robin at Khan's hands, felt a surge of fury but still managed to restrain the increasingly irrational Luffy while making a hasty retreat. This vendetta would have to wait. Their previous adversaries had at least offered a glimmer of combat potential, but against Khan, the ruthless exterminator of countless pirates, their chances of victory were non-existent. They had no choice but to escape, otherwise they would all perish at Khan's hands, rendering any thoughts of revenge utterly foolish. "Young master, quickly grab hold of me." Some individuals riding airships shouted at Sanji, recognizing them as those who had previously assisted them on the island. Sanji swiftly took hold of one outstretched hand and leaped onto the flying fish, making a rapid exit. "Unforgivable! Khan, I will never forgive you." Bound by Sanji's grip, Luffy sat on the flying fish, tears streaming down his face as he fixed his gaze on Robin's fallen form. His voice, laced with hatred and fury, resonated with an intensity that sent shivers through all who heard it. Synopsis: in the world of One Piece, Khan traversed into this universe and acquired a class-changing system, initially aspiring to become a legendary swordmaster, only to find himself transformed into a battle mage. He has ventured into the abyss, where the roars of colossal beasts echo, witnessed the magnificent spectacle of the 9 dragons pulling a coffin, and engaged in philosophical debates with sages.